Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Davey Deathray here. Holy cow. That got pretty interesting there for a second, folks. Here, just to explain to you guys what the hell happened. So I have it set up to go, I have StreamYard set up to go live on Facebook and live on YouTube at the same time. For whatever reason, when I hit the live button, it was like, hey, we're going live on Facebook, but you can't go live on YouTube because for some reason it was saying that the event was scheduled for another day and time or something like that. So I don't even know how that's possible. Really appreciate you guys for being quick with it and jumping on over to this stream. I see we've already got some folks hanging out. And that's exactly why I didn't have a guest prepared for this first hour. I knew that I wanted to talk to you guys about St. Mary's, and I knew that, you know, just in case something crazy happened. So because I've got a new link and everything for the stream, that means I also now, while I'm on the stream with you guys, have to reach out to everybody and let them know that there is a new link here. So I'm gonna have to do that here really quick while I chat with you guys. Let me see here, new link to stream. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy and paste all of that. Here we go. Really appreciate your guys' patience. We are going to talk about the task at hand here because we are raising funds for St. Mary's Food Bank today. So St. Mary's is a food bank local to the Phoenix area here. They've existed since 1967. What they do here is they help feed you know, families that are in need in the Phoenix area. And yeah, as far as I can tell from all of my research and everything, let's see here. I just want to make sure I get all of this sent out. Just from all of my research, this is the very first food bank in the whole world. So really cool stuff. I'm so sorry, guys. I've just got to share this stuff out. There we go. Okay. And I think I've got one more. Really appreciate your guys' patience. I'm doing my best to just like keep it cool because I know we're going to be on for 10 hours. So there's plenty of time for people to find the right streams and everything. Here we go. Okay. Now I've got my last message sent out to everybody that's going to be appearing on the channel today, which is great. And I think I've got it all updated on my phone over on Instagram. So we should be good. If anyone else is hanging out in the chat and maybe they noticed that I didn't update something somewhere, I guess over on Twitter, folks are going to have to, let me see here. I'm going to have to post it on Twitter here, really quick while I have you guys on. But thank you guys so much for joining. I do apologize for the little blip here. I don't know what's going on with all of that. Let's see here. Yeah, really odd. I've never ran into this with StreamYard. And then, of course, it had to happen the day of, like, the most important stream in the channel's history. To our marathon. Okay, there we go. I've just got a new link to the marathon fundraiser. Make sure to tag everybody here. Okay, there we go. Almost done, guys. Almost done. I swear. I promise. Okay, there we go. I just want to make sure these can be shared out there by folks, especially the folks that are guesting. I want them to be able to share the correct link. So I'll be right with you guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the heck happened there. Anyways, we're just going to not talk about that for the rest of the show. How about that? So guys, this is going to be really cool. We're going to have, I believe I have 11 guests on because a couple of them are doubling up. And we're going to be talking about our favorite horror movies throughout the decades. So basically, when a guest comes on, you know, I'm going to introduce them, of course. We'll share their channel, all that good stuff. I'm going to need the mods' help for that. And we're just going to ask them and, you know, what your favorite movie is from each decade that you've been alive. So even if you weren't alive when the movie came out, like, you know, I am born in the 80s, so I was born in 82, so you could still put a movie from the 80s in there, you know, from 1980. So I'm just curious to know I wanted to just have some sort of way to have a horror conversation, but also do something really cool for a great organization like St. Mary's. So I do want you guys to know the super chats are all paused. There's going to be no super chats here. Google takes some of that money anyways. We want to make sure all of the money today goes to St. Mary's. So I've got the QR code up there in the corner right there. There is a link pinned in the chat. The link is also in the description below, or at least it should be. Yes, the link is in the description below as well. So even if you're watching this after the fact, you can use the QR code or the link in the description and still donate to the site here. And holy cow, we have 27 people watching. You guys are amazing. If you could hit that like button, that would be awesome, because what that is going to do is it's going to put the stream on a lot of people's home pages. So even if somebody doesn't subscribe to this channel, maybe they've never watched the channel before, but they open up their YouTube, if you guys are liking it and sharing it and being active in the chat and everything like that, it's going to push it out there to more people. We'll be able to raise more money for St. Mary's Food Bank. And so here's the cool thing. I didn't mention this before when I was talking about them, but yeah, they're called St. Mary's Food Bank. I know that maybe for some people, you know, maybe it could rub you the wrong way, just depending on personal beliefs or whatever. But St. Mary's is not directly affiliated with any parish. What it was is when they started back in 1967, the St. Mary's Parish donated a building and $3,000 to them so they could get their start. So they just kept the name, and there's no discrimination or preference as far as who gets the benefit of the, you know, of the food bank's charitable work. And, you know, for every dollar that's donated, 5 meals are made available for somebody that's in need. So I do want to share with you guys the, just bear with me here. The screen is going to go all wonky. I had everything set up on the previous stream. And then of course you have to reset it all when you go back in the StreamYard. So I just wanted to share with you guys the website here. There we go. So here, this is our custom website. This is where you're going to go to donate. I do want you guys to know as well, when you click that donate button, let's see where it takes us, because there is an option to, so of course there's one-time payment amounts. You could just enter in, even if you just want to donate $1, like every buck helps, guys. If $1 gets 5 meals out there to somebody who needs it, then let's go ahead and do it. You can dedicate the donation in honor or memory of somebody. You can even see if your employer will match your donation here, and you can search your employer's name. They may match it. Now you might have to use, I think Amanda told me that a $25 minimum is required to match a donation. I haven't tried doing that myself yet. Just been so busy setting everything up, but that is an option that you guys can check out. You know, you can hide your name from the public if you want to be anonymous, all that kind of good stuff. But let's go ahead and get those donations coming in for the St. Mary's Food Bank. Let's see where we're at so far. We've got $40 raised so far, so that is awesome. Thank you guys so much to everybody who has who's donated so far. And what I want to do for you guys here is also just show you guys the website for the food bank as well. So just so you guys can take a look at it. So yeah, here you go. It says feed a family tonight. Every $1 you donate provides enough food for 5 meals, and 95% of all donations go directly to supporting our programs. And you can see here they're in the Forbes top 100 charities, and they're a 4-star charity from Charity Navigator. So these guys have been doing this a long time. Highly reputable, really great organization. I was hoping I could show you guys. Here we go. This is just the main site, stmarysfoodbank.org. So you can, you know, if you're in the Phoenix area and you want to volunteer, you can do that. You can check out their partnered agencies, all that kind of fun stuff. I just want it to be as transparent and all that stuff as possible. The reason why, guys, that we're not able to do like a tried and true, have like the fundraiser button down below on YouTube is that you have to have 10,000 subscribers to be able to, you know, utilize that. So we're not quite there. I think what's the subscriber count at right now? We are at, gosh, I had everything set up and then that whole thing just really mucked it up. We're at 1,833 subscribers. So we're marching to 2,000. Let's see what kind of dent we can put in that today with some new people rolling on in. But really the focus is going to be on hanging out with our guests, talking about horror movies, and raising some money for a really good cause. So I'm going to jump in and say what's up to everybody. It looks like we've got about 32 people in here, so I don't need to worry about having to recreate that link. It looks like everything is all good. So I will just keep an eye on Instagram. If anybody is going to be a guest that's going to appear today and they're hanging out in the chat, or you're just jumping in to listen really quick, there is a new link for the stream. Excuse me. I can't even like breathe or swallow or anything right now. I'm just like totally all out of sorts. But let me jump on over and say what's up to you guys. And of course, yeah, guys, let's seriously, I understand, like, it's really cool. First off, thank you. I'm just like all crazy. So I'm going to take a second. Thank you so much for joining. Just hanging out on the stream is awesome. What you guys do for the community is absolutely incredible. And, just the last couple years, I've been doing this channel just over 2 years. This is our first charity event. This is going to be the first of many because I'm planning on doing one of these about every 6 months. And as the community grows, we'll increase the frequency of these fundraisers, and we'll probably shake it up, like who we're raising money for. I really dig St. Mary's, and maybe we'll work with them again as I'm just kind of like learning how to do this. And hopefully next time I don't have a stream that only lasts like 23 seconds and then has to end. But thank you so much for joining. Thank you for being a subscriber. If this is your first time, I'm Davey Deathray. I go live a lot. I talk about horror movie news a lot. I talk about just horror movies in general. And what I really like doing here is leaning on the chat, leaning on the live audience, and sharing the space with everybody that's hanging out here. So an extra shout out to our Patreon members and our YouTube channel members, as well as our amazing group of Death Squad mods. You guys are awesome. And yeah, I've shut off the super chats today just so everything gets directed to St. Mary's. If you want to gift memberships, I left those open because I just figured, well, maybe somebody jumps in and they want to gift some memberships just to, help grow the community. So that's the only thing that's open. But please, like, donate first. Don't pick the membership thing over the other. So just want to emphasize that. And I'm going to say what's up to you guys because I've been blah, blah, blahing for about 15 minutes now. So we are going to have some giveaways later on today as well. Eli Cortez, one of our great channel members, Death Squad mods, community members here on YouTube, he was gracious enough to send me some digital download codes for some movies. So we've got like Final Destination Bloodlines, Nosferatu, Beetlejuice. There's also one for weapons. And there's another one that I can't remember. So I think we have like 5 or 6 that we'll be able to give away. So I've got one of those spinning wheels of doom, and we're just going to add people's names in there. I've got all the channel members in there. You have to be in the stream at the time I spin the wheel to win the download code, but we'll just take care of that as we get there. So I'm going to jump in and say what's up to everybody. This might take a while, so I'm going to be really quick. So don't be offended if I just like blaze on right through. We got Chester Franklin Jr., Mr. Banana Monkey, Gory Tiger, Erica. What's happening, Erica? You know what? I don't like the way this looks. I don't like the way, there we go. I like that. That's the way we do it. That's the way. Erica's one of our channel members and Death Squad mods. How are you doing, Erica? We got Illuminated Pro. What's happening, Illuminated? Trashbox Mandy, another one of our great channel members. What's happening, Trashbox? We got M from Horror. How are you doing, M? I'll see you here in just a little bit. We've got, who else has everybody rolled in here? Brooke Scarlett, one of our great channel members and Death Squad mods. Gene Whitacombe is in the chat. What's happening, Gene? We got Jay Beach. How you doing, Jay? What is shaking? We've also got Ashton Luck. What's up, Ashton? So good to see you. Steve DMV. What is shaking, my guy? Who I always see over on Womp Stomp. Oh yeah, we're gonna have Vin on here later on this evening. It's gonna be an epic day, guys. So my energy might be kind of going up and down because I just realized this is a marathon. not a sprint. So I need to remind myself of that as well. What's happening, Ryan Underwood, one of our great channel members? How you doing, bud? Stephanie Hinkle, how are you doing, Stephanie? Thank you for joining us. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone. We got H-Roll Campbell, what's happening? We got Adam Slasham, what's happening, Adam? So good to see ya. There is that link. It's also pinned in the chat. Thank you so much, Erica. Destiny Faulkner, one of our great Death Squad mods. What's happening, Dez? We got my brother, Matt Conway Art, one of our great channel members. How are you doing, Matt? Thank you so much for joining us, bud. Let's see. Who else do we have? There he is, Eli Cortez. What's happening, Eli? Always a pleasure to have you joining us. Killjoy Jake. What's happening, Jake? Thank you so much for jumping in, man. Really do appreciate it. I'm going to jump in on your stream here in just about an hour and 15 minutes and bug everybody in the chat. So that's going to be a fun little thing we'll do while we're live on the stream. And thank you for the love and digging what we're doing here. I'm excited, man. I'm really excited to have a chat with you. It feels like it's been a while. So a lot of people that's another thing too, really quick, guys. I have a lot of great friends in the YouTube community. Not everyone got the invite this time around. It doesn't mean that I love you any less. I love you so much. But the folks that I invited on today, a lot of them I haven't collaborated with in a really long while, or just not as much. So I wanted to kind of shake up the formula a little bit. But don't worry, we're going to be doing at least 2 of these a year. So if you didn't get invited this time, you're going to get an invite next time. So don't you worry your pretty little head about it. We got Brett from Good Real Hunting, one of our great channel members in Death Squad mods. What's happening, Brett? So good to see you. Jeff Overing, one of our great channel members. We got Gina, a.k.a. My Chunky Jordy, one of our great channel members as well. How are you doing, Gina? We got Robert the Wolfman saying, what's up, sluts? Oh, I'm just slutting it up, Robert. Ow, ow. There you go. Little Wolfman call for you. Yes, hit that like button. Get the exposure for the stream out there. We're going to be going all friggin' day. So everything you do to help, sharing it, donating, of course, hitting that like button, all that stuff really helps get the word out there. We got Corey from Wilkie's Movies and Music. What's happening, Corey? So great to see you. And let's see here. We got Raggedy Man. What's happening, Raggedy? How are you doing? One of our great channel members there. We got Sam from Our Life in Horror. How are you doing, Sam? Guys, Sam is celebrating 450 days of sobriety, so give her some love in the chat. And you know what's crazy, guys? So Sam has got her 450th day, so like a year and a half, right? Almost a year and a half. That's friggin' awesome. Congrats, Sam. That is super cool. And guys, Sam inspired me to restart the sober journey, the no alcohol journey. I still enjoy cannabis from time to time. I need some water. I still enjoy cannabis from time to time, but no alcohol. So Sam's on day 450. I'm on day 80. And what's really strange too about that is, well, other than the, let me see here, other than the false stream that we had, this is the 800th video on the channel. How wild is that? The 800th video. That is pretty crazy. So let's see here. Yes. Okay. So 800th video on the channel. And not only that, but it's my 80th day of no alcohol. So a whole bunch of stuff is sort of lining up and a little bit of coinky dink kind of action going on here. So pretty cool. And welcome on in, Sam. Got sidetracked a little bit there because I was like, ooh, I want to make sure to delete that other stream just so no one confuses it and thinks that maybe they missed what we were doing. So it's still working on that. Wow, YouTube is struggling on the struggle bus currently. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody else here in the chat. Doesn't look like I am. We got Jamie Hart, our original Death Squad mod, and our mama mod. How are you doing, Jamie? So great to see you. Thank you for joining us. JG Michael, yeah, we started about 15 minutes, JG. We had a little bit of a blip. Thank you, StreamYard, for the blip. Really appreciate you on that one. That freaked the heck out of me, but, you know, we were able to make it through. And are you, Cody? What's happening? Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Hot take, Michael Myers shouldn't have talked in Rob Zombie Halloween 2 and Kill. I don't think he talked in kills. I think people just interpret breathing as talking. I don't think he talked, but yeah, Halloween 2. That's the one thing I don't like about that director's cut. I prefer the director's cut other than the talking. I don't think he talks in the theatrical cut, but I could be wrong. Let's see here. Steve DMV, I saw what you had posted about Jim Carrey, Chuck Russell wanting Jim Carrey to play Freddy Krueger. We actually talked about that last night. So yeah, there's a whole video out about that on the channel there. And I'm all caught up with the chat. Okay, so I'm going to do my best as far as saying what's up to everybody that jumps on in. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. So the other stream is deleted. So there we are. And yeah, we are cooking with Crisco here now, hopefully. If you guys notice any weird stuff or any blips, just feel free to let me know. Okay, I'm going to check the donation site here and see if we've got any movement there. I've also got some coffee here. Holy cow, $128 has been raised so far. You guys are awesome. We went from 40 to 128 just like that. I love it. You guys are incredible. Holy cow, that's amazing. Yeah, really, really cool stuff. I've never done anything like this, guys. So I'm just sort of, part of me is like, I don't know. I'm not necessarily on autopilot, but I know I'm going to be talking for 10 hours. So I'm just like, let's just breathe a little bit. Let's see what you guys want to talk about for, for just a little bit here until we bring M on at, right around in about 10 minutes or so. We'll be bringing on M from Horror. Steve DMV says, yeah, I heard about your page by Wompstomp. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I see you in there in the chat all the time. Let's see what we got. Gosh, I guess I should have prepared some stuff for the in-between, but I'm just here to hang out and talk with you guys. I'm actually, right now, what I'm doing is I'm reloading Bloody Disgusting because I want to make sure if any news comes in as we're chatting that we can jump in and maybe chat some news from time to time. But I guess what we can do is, we're going to be talking about favorite horror movies from each decade of everyone's life today. It's really, really tough for me when I start thinking about that. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is extremely difficult, this conundrum here. Like from the 80s, I don't know, what do you pick? There's so many. The Evil Dead is one of my favorite movies of all time, so I'd probably go with the Evil Dead there. The Thing, The Fly, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, The Blob, Day of the Dead. Oh shoot, between Day of the Dead and The Evil Dead, I don't know which one I pick for the 80s. I think the 90s is maybe a little bit easier for me because I'd probably do something like Child's Play 2 or like something basic like Scream, although it's not like Child's Play 2 isn't basic, but yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know. Let me know for you guys if there's just one movie that stands out to you from each decade of your life. Let me know. Halloween 2 is in the 80s. Yeah, it gets close there. I would say like The Thing I like a lot more. Evil Dead just sort of like kind of changed the way I looked at movies in general. So, and I don't know why I'm usually not blocking the Evil Dead poster. There we go. There we are. Okay. Gotta respect the Evil Dead. You know what I mean? Let's see here. What do we got? I saw somebody had said, let's talk Illuminated Pro. Do you say, let's talk 90s and 2000s comedies? Wow. We don't usually talk comedy here. I love comedy, guys. Comedy and horror are my two favorite genres of film. I love going back and watching the classics. Like I'm a fan of Citizen Kane and 2001 and all that kind of stuff. And especially like the classic horrors as well. But yeah, 80s comedies as well. Naked Gun, Airplane, Top Secret, and then going into the 90s, you've got like more Naked Gun movies. You've got Hot Shots. Mallrats is one of my favorite 90s comedies. 2000s comedies. I'm trying so stuff like The Hangover, Superbad. Really dig Superbad. I don't know. There's so many. There are so many. I'm trying to think on the fly here for some of this stuff. Destiny Faulkner wants to know what everyone's most recent watch is. You know, the most recent thing I've watched is I watched Wes Craven's New Nightmare, and then I followed it up by watching Dylan's New Nightmare right after, just to you know, do a back-to-back on those. And that was really fun. I picked up on some things from Dylan's New Nightmare that I probably wouldn't have noticed if I just watched it standalone. Watching it right after Wes Craven's New Nightmare, I was like, oh, there we go. Okay, there's some stuff that's clicking a little bit more. Oh, look at that. Steve, DMV says, I was born in the mid-'60s and I'll turn big 60 next year. Heck yeah, man. And DMV, I'm guessing, and with the colors and everything, I'm guessing you're a Redskins fan. I'm a huge Washington Redskins fan, or whatever they call themselves now. I mean, I know what they call themselves now. I just don't ever really call them that. The OG Elm Street and Dream Warriors are Steve's favorite from the 80s. There we are. Thoughts on Shelby Oaks? It was okay. I did put out a short, so you know, for those of you guys that are curious and want to watch the short, I give my condensed thoughts there. I give non-spoiler thoughts over on the Horror Show channel. I did a review with Fuego and Cecil over there. I think that Chris Stuckman is really, his greatest talents that were on display in Shelby Oaks are the visual storytelling and the casting and the direction of the actors. Although there aren't many performers that really have a lot of space in Shelby Oaks, it's really Camille Sullivan that is our lead, and everyone, there's not even like a co-lead really. I mean, the actress that plays Riley, I guess you could call her a co-lead, but this movie is anchored around Camille Sullivan's character of Mia. And I think for me, Shelby Oaks was just like, I didn't love it, I didn't hate it, I was kind of in the middle. So there's really not much to say other than it is beautifully shot, great production design, good sound design. Again, the top-notch performance by Camille Sullivan. But ultimately, I just don't think there's very much there in the story department. And it's kind of a story that I feel like I've seen done in a lot of ways. And I didn't find the story to be very interesting. And there's not really a B plot in the film either. So a really great, I think, first effort by Chris Stuckman. I found myself asking, does this story really need to be told? Is one of those things. And I think that that's like a question that anyone should ask themselves before they write a story or write a movie is, does this story need to be told? Why do I need to tell the story? And I can't answer that for Shelby Oaks because it just didn't really grip me. But I gave it a 3 out of 5 stars. Jay Beach. Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much. I'm glad you like my picks there. Been lip reading sucks, so there's that. Oh, I'm so sorry, Erica. Well, hey, when you get a break from work or when you're done with work, I'm still going to be streaming, you know? The thing is so good. Yeah. Gina's most recent watch is Phenomenon. Is that the John Travolta movie? I think it is. Speaking of Evil Dead, getting Army of Darkness Steelbook next week. I've got one of those Steelbooks. I think it's like the Walmart Steelbook. Yeah, I'm a big fan of all those Evil Dead movies. 80s, Easy Money with Rodney and Pesci. There you go. Bill and Ted, that's a great 80s comedy. Yeah, that is a good one. Aaron Click says Shelby Oaks was great. I mean, really, Jay, I just say, you know, Jay Beach, just, you know, check it out yourself if you're interested. I think it pretty much like met the expectations I had of the movie, because when I watched the trailer, I was like, well, this looks good. It just doesn't really look like my kind of thing. And that's ultimately like how I walked away from the movie. So I haven't watched Chris Stuckman. Like I unsubbed like 7 years ago because of some weird misrepresentation of one of the scenes from Halloween 2018. I was just like, journalistic integrity gone. So I bailed on the channel at that point. But regardless of how I feel about the channel or whatever, I'm rooting for the guy and everyone involved. So yeah, I think he's really got some talent there. The Great Outdoors is a timeless comedy. Yes, the IT Crowd's like one of the greatest comedic shows of all time, like one of the greatest sitcoms. Recent watches for Steve recent watch for Steve is Weapons. Great movie, he says. Yeah, I'm a 3 out of 5 on that one too. Maybe 3.5. I don't know. Really like Julia Garner and Josh Brolin there. Jeff's most recent watch, Sleepy Hollow. There you go. No worries, Paula Fitzhenry, one of our great channel members. We're going to be going for 10 hours, so there is no late today. In fact, I was late because we had a little blip. All right. Brett is going to Gatlinburg for Haunted Mansion. Is it like an actual haunted house or something like that? Is that what's going on there, Brett? Let me know. Let me see here. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone else. And I do see that M has entered the backstage. How about that? Let's see here. Skibidi Patrick Owo says, have you seen Deathbed, the Bed That Eats from 1977? I have not seen Deathbed, but Skibidi Patrick 0W0 or Owo, welcome on into the chat. You're kicking it with the Death Squad. Everybody makes Skibidi feel welcome there. There we go. Erica's got that link. It's also pinned in the chat. Thank you so much for sharing it, Erica. Really appreciate you. Let's see here. Are we still at 128? Let me reload and see where we are. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. All right. So yes, guys, we are still at $128. That is awesome. I'm going to bring this up a lot throughout the stream. So just get ready to hear it. Every dollar counts, guys. The super chats are shut off, all that kind of stuff. Every dollar counts. Use the QR code or click on the link that's pinned in the chat. $1 or for every dollar donated, 5 meals are made available for people in need out here in the Phoenix area. So very important that we just, support those folks there. Let's see here. That may be true, Aaron. I'm doing the opposite. I'll say that. Like, if I only critiqued the movie based on how I feel about him as a critic, I probably would have been a lot meaner. But I have the rare power. No, I'm just joking. I think a lot of people have this, but I don't know. Maybe a lot of people don't put it into action. I try to be as objective as possible, separating how I feel about his YouTube and how I feel about him as a filmmaker. I think he's capable of telling a better story. That's what I'll say. Illuminated says Dumb and Dumber, something about Mary 40-year-old virgin forgetting Sarah Marshall's stepbrother's election. Cable Guy. I got no problems with any of those. I'm digging all of those for sure. There's so many great comedies. I could pull up a list later on here. Let's see here. Oh, I think the fuss is just that it's Chris Stuckman, right? Okay, I'm gonna jump ahead here. I do. It looks like M is patiently waiting here. The OG Scary Movie had me rolling when that came out. I hear a 6th movie is coming. Man, I am so not a fan of the original Scary Movie. I think the second one's okay. I'm really not a fan of that first one. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm a fuddy-duddy. It just seemed like it was a bunch of sophomoric sex jokes. So here's the thing is Big Bush and blowing gigantic load type jokes in movies, they've got to be earned like jump scares or like fart jokes. You can't just do them all the time. I feel like Scary Movie leans so heavily on the bottom of the barrel. You guys would probably hear me talk about this way too much, but you can get away with 1 or 2 of those in an entire movie, but I feel like Scary Movie really leans on them. Scary Movie 2, I can get down with some of Scary Movie 2. I'm curious to see what they do with the 6th movie, mostly because I want to see what kind of modern movies they make fun of. I really want to see them make fun of the David Gordon Green Halloween, a super old man Michael Myers kind of thing. I'm hoping there's a little bit of that, but there's been a lot of horror movies since then. So I'd imagine they're probably going to make fun of Terrifier and all that kind of stuff as well. We got Dirk Schneider in the chat. What's happening, Dirk? Thank you so much for joining us, man. What's up is that we're raising money for the St. Mary's Food Bank here in the Phoenix area. We're going to be streaming for 10 hours. I'm just about to bring on my very first guest. And yeah, we're just hanging out, man. You're kicking it with the Death Squad. I hope you dig what we do here. I believe this is your first time, so welcome on in. Everybody make Dirk feel very welcome. And yeah, I go live 3 or 4 times a week. I have guests on. We do live tier maker rankings. We have topical discussions. I cover horror news and all that kind of stuff. And, occasionally we do a watch party and fun stuff like that. But if you're a big fan of horror and you like you know, being involved in a community that's very like inclusive, in that I share a lot of the live stream with the live audience. You know, if you want to be part of that conversation, this is the place to be, man. Absolutely. This is where you want to be. And I swear, guys, no matter where the channel gets, I'm always going to do everything I can to keep all of you guys in the chat as involved as possible. So I ain't going to be ignoring you. All right. And Skibidi recommends that I watch that one. Hey, I've got a suggestion for you, because I'm going to be streaming for 10 hours. There's no way I'm going to remember it, but my social media links are in the description. So you can send me a message on Twitter, or you could send me a message over on Instagram there. Okay, let's see here. Who else do we got? Just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. And I think we'll go ahead and get our first guest going on. I'm just going to check the donation site one more time here. $145. That is awesome. I love seeing it go up. I'm so, you know, the only thing I was really nervous about today, I wasn't nervous about streaming for 10 hours or little blips happening, like having to recreate the entire stream, like at the very last second, and trying to deal with all that. Didn't foresee that happening. I was worried. I was like, man, what if the donations just don't come in the way that I want? But I'm very encouraged by what we're seeing here. You guys are absolutely awesome. And M, it looks like you're already down there. I can see you. Do you want to get, I got the thumbs up. Okay, excellent. I love seeing it go up. That's what she said. Thanks for keeping it real there, Trashbox Mandy. Oh my goodness, you are such a treasure. What I'm doing right now before we bring M on, guys, is I'm just checking to make sure everything is all good with the new link that I sent out here. So there we go. It looks like folks are sharing the older link, or have shared the older link on Twitter, but hopefully everyone gets redirected on back over here. And I just want to check one more thing. Okay, cool. We are all good to go. I'm going to try to not let my anxiety get the best of me. And guys, so here we are. We're at the time of the day where we're going to be bringing on a guest every hour to have a little chat. So, you know, I'm very much looking forward to the whole guest list today. Some folks have never been on the channel. At least one of the guests has never been on the channel. So I'm, you know, looking forward to sharing some time with these lovely people. We've got coming up right now, M from Horror. Now, if you guys don't already subscribe to M's channel, there is the link. Eli just dropped it there in the chat. She is teetering on the edge of reaching 1,000 subscribers. I think she's less than 40 away. So we're really close. So we can really make an impact. Maybe we can get Horror's channel to 1K today. That would be awesome. M has a fantastic voice, a lovely cadence, beautiful British accent. And she talks a lot about, I mean, there's been, Scream is the main topic over there. Everyone's kind of got their thing. I think for M, Scream is the thing, but she also covers, you know, top or like lists of movies you can watch like during this season, or, you know, a spooky season movie watch list, or even covering the Halloween video game that we've got coming out in fall of 2026. So a whole bunch of really great content, and especially as we get closer to Scream 7, I would imagine that's just going to keep on ratcheting up. So guys, without any further hold up and rolling out of the red carpet, let's go ahead and welcome on in our gal M from Horror.
How's it going?
It's going great. Good. And M is on camera. Oh my gosh.
I know, it never ever happens, but I thought I promised you that when my sorry, I've got a virus at the moment, which is why I sound like I smoke 70 cigarettes a day. I don't. So I thought, why not do it for this stream? It's a good cause, and you know, it's all about scaring people, so I might as well come on without any makeup and just scare the shit out of you all anyway.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
So how are you?
So sorry. I'm sorry that you're not feeling so well, and thank you so much for not backing out and doing the do and everything like that. And yeah, I mean, you appeared on camera during the Wes Craven tribute, and you had like Freddy makeup on. So this is the first time I've ever seen like the real deal. Hey,
I thought I might as well jump on.
For having a virus and having smoked 70 cigarettes before jumping on, you look great.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I think it is those 70 cigarettes that's keeping me going. So,
you might as well just light up now. Oracle 684 says M is the #1 Scream maniac of all time.
I mean, I don't know what gives that away at all.
No, it's, I do we see the case there next to you, M. So I would imagine, I'm checking your subscribe number right now. So M's at 964, guys. Let's at least, I know a lot of you guys have already subscribed, but if you've not yet, go on over to her channel. Let's see if we can get her to 975 while she's visiting with us here today. And before we jump into, I'm going to ask you about your favorite horror movie from each decade of your life. We're going to talk about that. But really quick before, you were just on the channel. We kind of talked about your journey and everything. How pumped are you for Scream 7, and when the heck are we getting this trailer?
I'm hoping around my birthday. So my birthday is the 20th of November. So I'm hoping around then, just because it would be great. I'm so excited for Scream 7. I think, can you hear me okay, by the way?
I can hear you great, yeah.
Cool. I think it's probably going to be my favorite. This is just jumping, and I may not be saying this in a few months' time, but I think it's going to be one of my favorite sequels. Just because I know that they're trying to get the Wes's sort of feel in there, and Sydney's back, and who doesn't love Sydney Prescott, apart from Illuminated Pro, because obviously they don't like Scream.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I know some people like that, like Frank Riker from the Slaughtered Lamb Movie Podcast, who I absolutely adore. Love Frank, but he's just not. It just doesn't work for him for whatever reason. It's
not everybody's cup of tea. Yeah,
for sure. I think, like a lot of these movies, like if you didn't see it at the right time, or if it didn't like rub you the right way. I mean, I've got movies like that. I'm trying to think of like a horror movie that's like that, but I'm struggling to think of that. But there are some movies that some people just really love, and I'm like, I don't get it, or like I like the first Matrix, but the second two Matrix movies, I'm like, what the hell is this crap? And I didn't even watch the latest one. I'm just like, this doesn't advance the story at all. Let's see here. Yeah, Illuminated does want to get you to 1K though.
Thank you.
Does want to get you to 1K. Thanks for sharing that again there, Eli. Okay, so M, you don't have to tell us what year you were born, but which decade were you born in?
I was born in the 80s.
Okay. All right.
89. So I'm literally only had like a month and 10 days in the 80s, but it counts. Okay.
It does count. It does count. And for the purposes of this stream, you get to pick from the whole decade. So if you had to pick one horror movie from the 1980s as your favorite, which one are you picking?
It has got to be Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I absolutely love that movie. And I only watched it for the first time last year, would you believe? But I love it. It's definitely my sense of humor. I love a bit of stupid slapstick sometimes. And I just think everything just goes well together in that movie. I wish there was a sequel. Yeah,
I mean, especially if they were able to do one like kind of close to the original. Do you think that's something that would ever be I mean, haven't there been talks of somebody bringing it back? Was it somebody like Ryan Gosling or something is interested in doing it?
I'm not sure who it was, but I know that there has been talks about it, and personally I don't think that it would go as well now. I don't think that a sequel now would be a good thing. If it didn't happen then, it shouldn't happen now, in my opinion. But we can't turn back time, unfortunately.
If I could turn back time. Yes, it is. So Ryan Gosling is, they say he's producing a remake of the cult classic Killer Clowns for Amazon MGM. There's no details or anything, so it sounds like something that hasn't even entered like a real state of pre-production. So
I'll watch it, but
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if they can bring back the Chiodo brothers, or if you could at least just lean on that, with somebody like Gosling there, he could probably be like, "No, we're going practical. I'll foot the bill," or we'll worry about the financing too, because practical effects usually cost more. I think a little bit more than CG, because I guess it's probably the further we go down the line, they probably get more expensive because there's not as many people that are really like doing the practical stuff to that level. But yeah, I would imagine that you'd have to like try to capture that spirit, maybe even like set it in the 80s again.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would prefer it to be set in the 80s, and I'm a massive fan of practical effects. I don't really like CGI too much. So yeah, I mean, it depends on how it's done. Would be to see if I would like it or not, but
yeah. But
beggars can't be choosers.
So you just saw it, you said you just saw it recently, and you're picking it over some big movies there in the 80s. Now, is it that like intentional campy kind of thing that just gets you? Because it's almost like this movie almost feels like it's got that drive-in Roger Corman kind of feel, but it's like almost like self-aware of how ridiculous it is, and it kind of has like porno without the sex kind of vibes too.
Yeah, I mean,
if that makes any sense.
I like the self-awareness. Obviously, I like Scream, so that kind of thing for me is a big attraction to something. There's some great movies in the 80s. I can't lie, like some phenomenal movies. But this one for me is just the kind of sense of humor in there, which really drives it for me. The clowns are just so funny, yet people would clearly be scared of clowns, so it's something that people aren't really going to be watching, or wanting to watch, should I say. But the way that they've just twisted everything to make it quite enjoyable and funny, and the time just flies by when I'm watching it, and I enjoy a movie that can do that.
Yeah, it is a very easy watch. And I will say, before we move on to your pick from the 90s, which I think I could put all the money I have on that one. This movie, when I was like, I was in 3rd grade, so it was like 1990. My family had HBO. It was like this brief time where we had HBO, and they were playing Killer Clowns from Outer Space on HBO. Like, it was just kind of making the rounds. It freaked the hell out of me at like 8 or 9 years old, or 8 years old, whatever it was. It scared the shit out of me. It was like Killer Clowns from Outer Space and the TV trailer for The Exorcist 3 were like the scariest things I had ever seen in my life at that point. Meanwhile, I was like running around loving Chucky the doll, but something about those clowns just freaked me out. And then, of course, you watch it as an adult and you're like, oh my God, this is hilarious.
I mean, everybody has those things when they're a kid that they're scared of. I was scared of Mrs. Doubtfire, so that just shows the kind of kid I was.
That is scary. Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire, that is odd.
It was just when her boobs set on fire, I was like, I remember like seeing it on the TV and just screaming my head off, but I would watch Scream and The Exorcist, but I wouldn't watch Mrs. Doubtfire. It's really weird.
Well, when your boobs are made out of like paper towel, they're highly flammable, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Stephanie says, I've never seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Gotta add it to the list. It's really fun, Stephanie.
It's great.
Get ready for just a wacky time. Okay. So, 90s. What do you got? Maybe a certain movie from 1996?
This is a really tough one. Yeah, obviously it is Scream. That's my favorite movie of all time. But obviously it came out in the 90s, so it has to go in this category. Although there are some really good movies from the 90s.
What's a movie that's like an honorable mention, like one that might be as well as I know nothing could probably knock Scream out, but one that is the closest for you. It's not a Scream sequel.
Might be a bit of a controversial one to say, or not a popular one, should I say? But Stigmata I found was amazing. I believe that was the 90s, and that is a great movie from that sort of era.
Yeah, Stigmata, is that the one with I think Gabriel Byrne is in that one?
Yeah. That's the
Isn't
one.
it's funny. He's in Stigmata and he's in End of Days, which I totally get confused sometimes. Yeah, Stigmata is 1999.
1999. Yeah.
There you go. I'm going to steal Jamie Hart's line here and say I saw that in the theater. There you go.
Oh, wow. There you go. It's because you're old.
Old as all get. Yeah, I was like a senior in high school or something. Trashbox Mandy says we need a Killer Clowns Discord party. Yes, we can do that. Yeah, guys, I totally forgot to mention we have a Davey Deathray Discord server. It's totally free. The link is in the description, and it's really fun hanging out over there. So join on up if you're into that. Okay, so Scream. We got to talk about this one. What was this the first scary movie first horror movie you ever saw?
No.
Okay.
Halloween was the first horror movie that I ever saw. And that is still a great movie. It's one of my favorite movies ever, Halloween. I do really love it. But there's just something about Scream. I don't know if it's because it captured that era so well. It was so different to what we'd seen before because, yes, it took aspects of other movies like Halloween, but it was so self-aware and the meta-ness of it, and there's just something about that movie for me personally that I just find extremely comforting.
Yeah, it is. It was, it came along at this time where slashers were just like kind of done. They'd gotten so ridiculous that it's like somebody had to take things back and like sort of reinvent the formula. And
100%.
Yeah, thank goodness Wes stepped in and was like, no, we're gonna redo this thing. I'm gonna take some things I like from Halloween. I'm gonna bring back the whodunit kind of thing. I guess you could even call it a revenge whodunit. As we really find out the truth of what's going on in Scream. I mean, reinvented it or reinvigorated the subgenre in '96, and then did it again in 2011 with with the third sequel in Scream 4. So, man, this franchise is here we are, like we were just talking. It's getting its 7th entry here in just a few months or 4 months or so. So, Scream has definitely had its impact. Now, have your feelings on the movie changed at all as you've gotten older? Have you just fallen more and more in love with it?
I think it's just one of those movies that I can just rewatch that it never gets old to me. So I think when you say that I always just like keep falling in love with it, spot on. Absolutely adore it. And like I said, I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but for me, it's just perfect.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty it's inoffensive even if you're not a fan. It's not like I guess I understand if people don't like it. I have a tough time if people are like, oh, it's shit. I'm like, well, it's not like poorly made or anything. Now, like sometimes the way that I am when I rewatch these movies that I love so much, I start noticing like stuff that I never saw before. Is there, when you rewatch Scream, is there anything that like in a recent watch that you've kind of picked up on where you're like, oh shoot, like how come I never noticed that or picked up on this little thing? Is there anything like that for you?
1000%. So the most recent one I would say is towards the end of the movie when Sydney is in the ghost face costume and she jumps out of the cupboard. And I only literally noticed this a couple of months ago and I was like, how? I've watched this movie hundreds of times. How am I only seeing this now? 1 minute she is wearing these boots, and then when she steps out of the closet, she's wearing trainers or sneakers, whatever you want to call them. And then she's wearing the boots again. So it's like, it's just these little things. It's like, okay. Yeah,
I've never noticed that.
Yeah, I need to check it out. And it was actually my partner's mom that pointed it out, and I was like, I've never, ever noticed that before. So for me, that was quite shocking because I should notice that. I should have noticed that.
So, and you're talking about right after she stabs Billy with the umbrella, right?
Yeah, just
like right in that sequence.
That bit. Yeah.
Okay.
You need to watch out for it.
I never noticed that. That's wild. What an interesting like continuity thing.
I know.
How did they miss out? How did they miss that?
I have no idea. But it's interesting.
That's a good one. So everyone in the chat right now, if you're familiar with the movie Scream, I would imagine most of you are. Have you guys ever noticed that? Is this the first time you're hearing of it? Wow, yeah, I've never noticed that before. Let me know in the chat. I'm very, very curious to know if you've caught this, or if it's just the keen eye of M's partner's mom who caught this one. It's the kind of thing a mom would notice, right?
Definitely
the clothes
is.
changed. You know, and it's not as obvious as, like, you know, in Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, like you know, Melanie Kinnaman's like sweater is like on and off, like in the finale. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. She's running through the woods, no sweater, then it's draped on her, and it's not, you know, it's like so back and forth consistently. This is one of those things that's probably like blink and you miss it. I don't know. Did you catch that Nev Campbell, or, you know, Sydney's character, there's a continuity issue with the shoes, going from the classic Ghostface boots, which way too many people in Woodsboro are wearing, by the way, going back and forth from you said boots to sneakers to boots?
Yeah, just like heeled boots to sneakers and then boots again.
Yeah.
It's it's a very quick shot, but yeah, one that completely went over my head for a very long time.
They certainly didn't count on a bunch of nerds dissecting things on the internet and talking about all this stuff. But I guess in the end, it was just you know, your partner's mom that caught it there.
Sharon, good old Sharon. So
Sharon's gonna catch it. Okay, so moving on to the aughts. What do you got for the aughts? For your favorite
I'm
horror
just going to be very boring now, and I'm going to say Final Destination 3. That's my favorite one out of the noughties. Final Destination 3, 1000%. Such a great movie.
Man, I have got that ranked pretty low in my Final Destination ranking, but I'm not the biggest, like, that franchise isn't too like precious or special to me. So what is it about? Not what am I missing, but what is it about Final Destination 3 that makes that really stand out to you as your favorite film of the 2000s?
I don't know what it is. I just really like the deaths in it. I think they're really some brutal deaths. I like for me, it flows very nicely. It flows really well. It's got interesting characters, and I think it's just the one movie from that era that really just has always stood out in my head. I've always loved the Final Destination franchise, but when I saw Final Destination 3, it just stuck with me, and I don't know what it is. I just really love that movie.
Now, what year is that one from?
I think it's
2000.
It's quite early on. I don't know if it's 2006. Let me double check.
2006.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mary Elizabeth Winstead. This must have been one of her first, you know, like a breakout role for her, because I know she's gone on to do some other stuff. Ryan Merriman, is that the guy from Halloween Resurrection?
No clue.
Plays Deckard in Halloween Resurrection.
It could be. I'm not too sure.
I think it is. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, I know that name. I think I remember him being in this movie. Yeah. Yeah, they've got, and this movie is like, it's got almost like a series of skits, right? It's like everywhere they go, right? They go to like warn somebody, and the people are like,
yeah. And then that song starts to play. It's like, someone walking behind you. And it's just that. I'm just like, it's just creepy. Like, to me, that's just, there's always like something that, for me, like, you know, like in Jeepers Creepers, whenever they hear that song, it means that he's there. It's just that kind of thing that can really get you scared of a song, which actually the next movie I'll be talking about again has got a song that links to it. That's like every time you hear that, you're like, shit. But yeah, it's just, I love it. I love it.
And this one's got the weightlifting death, right? That's in this one. The drive-through death, right?
Yeah, the sunbed death, which is the most brutal for me.
Ooh, that is pretty brutal.
Yeah.
And for a franchise that's not really known for nudity, they give you a little bit of that in this one.
They did. I don't usually like that too much in movies, because it makes me a bit like just not needed. But in that case, it was like it was really good. Like, it fit that death perfectly. So
sure, exactly. Yeah, no, I hear you. And then I think my favorite one in this is that nail gun death in like the Costco,
that's a harsh.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And that's one that, like, I think the creative thing about these deaths is they do tease like how it's going to go down. That one, you like really have no idea how it's going to shake out. And then when it finally hits, you're like, oh, damn. Like, I certainly didn't see that one coming in that movie. Yeah, maybe I need to revisit this one. I don't know what my problem is. What's my problem?
God, what is your problem, Davey? Honestly. First of all, you copy me with technical issues. Now, I don't know why you would do that. And now you're insulting the most amazing Final Destination movie, apart from 6, because that's my new favorite.
Yeah, Bloodlines is good.
I don't know what's wrong with you.
It'll take doctors years and years to figure it out. My hot take in that franchise is I think the 5th one is actually really good. I really enjoyed that one. Like, that's, for some reason I was like, oh, I get these characters, and I'm, they kind of shook it up a little bit where they're like, oh, if you kill somebody, then it like skips you kind of thing. I thought that was an interesting thing to enter in. That's the 5th one, right?
Yeah, and then it links all the way back to the first one. Yeah,
with the little, it's a prequel kind of thing. I dig it. Yeah, that one was fun, especially with how bad 4 was. 4 is rough.
4 is terrible. 4 is awful.
That's some rough stuff. We don't talk about 4. Okay, so we've got the 80s, the 90s, the aughts, and what about them 2010s? What's the movie that's got this creepy song that triggers your frighty feels?
It's Insidious, the first Insidious.
That's a really good one.
I love that movie. That franchise to me is, I know it's not everybody's favorite, and the most recent one was quite hit or miss, but the first one for me is just, it's got something so special about it. And obviously it's got flipping Tiptoe Through the Tulips. I can't remember what the actual name of the song is, but yeah. For me, it's a classic. I absolutely love the concept of it, how it dives into, astro projection and the, what happens in the afterlife, etc., and brings it all into reality. I really like that. Yeah, and it's it kind of keeps you on your toes, that first Insidious movie. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember watching it years ago. I was living in Portland, and I was like, oh my gosh, this movie's freaking the hell out of me, because I'm sitting there watching it alone. And I was like in my 30s at the time. Right? Something like that. I was just about to turn 30 when I watched it. I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm afraid to like go to the bathroom by myself right now. So yeah, really good, and a really cool, like, creepy, in a way it sort of gave me I'm a big fan of Poltergeist, and it kind of reminded me a little bit of that, just the way that they visualize like what that, that transference to the other side could be. So there's something really spooky and like not too like flashy or showy. I think there's something to be said for that too, that really kind of gets the creep factor going. And the good thing is as well, they had such a good cast that they didn't need all of that fancy, like, over the top effects and everything. They just, there's something so clever with the way that they did everything, and they didn't need to show it off too much, if that makes sense. It's much more like moody and atmospheric kind of thing, and and also just tapping into that whole, like, another reason why it reminds me of Poltergeist is this whole idea of, like, losing your child to the other side kind of thing. So it really taps into that familial aspect, and it's a smaller story. Like, I think a lot of the Conjuring movies are sort of similar, but they're usually like, there's way more characters involved. It's the Conjuring movies, I know they try to base them off real stuff, but I just like when you just make up something wild. That way Insidious just gets to play by their own rules, and they certainly do. They do. What's your favorite performance in that first Insidious movie? Oh, that's a really good. I like it's sad, but I like the way that Patrick's character just snaps, and I forget the name of the character now. I'm so bad. That's really bad. But when he kills Elise, And it's just that she realizes like, oh shit, like it's actually not him.
Yeah.
And it's that moment for me right at the end, and it's just that twist, and you're like, oh, that was good. That was, I don't think anybody really at least I didn't expect that.
No,
when I first watched it.
I didn't see that coming at all. It's a cool kind of switcheroo. You know, I like when a movie can do that. There's a new movie that just came out that I just talked about earlier on the stream, but I don't want to give anything too specific away, but there is a little bit of that switcheroo kind of aspect there as well, where you think that the entity is after one thing, but it might end up being after another. So I dig that idea with I love that about that first Insidious movie. Yeah.
It was different.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, totally different. And I think, like, you know, you can say what you want about like pop horror and all that stuff, but sometimes they get it right. You know, it's like James Wan and Lee Winnell, like they've tapped into something that's pretty special, because they're able to appeal to a lot of people and still do something that's effective, you know, which is, I think, can be difficult with stuff like horror. You know, it's a thin line, you know, between being too corny and then, or actually scaring a man that's about to be in his 30s that's watching it by himself, which this movie did. All right, let's see here. I just want to grab this really quick. This is my dad jumping in here.
Oh, awesome.
With the Homer icon there. He says, Davey just wanted everyone to know that St. Mary's Food Bank donations mostly go to the clients and only a small percent goes to administration. Yeah, my parents are regular donors, and Dad, on their site, I'll probably cover it every now and then, but on their site they say it's something like 95% of the money goes directly to the food. So guys, for every dollar that's donated, it's able to provide 5 meals, which is, I don't know how they do it, but it's incredible. And so the donation link is pinned in the chat. It's also in the description, and you can use that QR code there. You know, if you're at home, like watching on the TV or something like that. And thank you so much for jumping in, Dad. Really appreciate you. Love you. And let's see where we're at on the donations. Speaking of which, before I bug you about your 2020s, right? We're already there.
We're already there.
We've raised $165 so far. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for donating some funds here. Okay, Em, I almost forgot to write down your entries here, because I am keeping track of everybody's. So we got Killer Clowns.
Yeah.
We got Scream. We got Final Destination 3 and Insidious. Okay, now, right, we're all caught up there. 2020s. I know we're only halfway through, but what has been your favorite horror movie of the decade so far?
So it's actually, okay, so not too long ago, I was saying, you know, I think the 2020s sucks for horror, which, to be fair, when I think about it, there's actually been some great movies. So I have a top 3, but there's 2 I always switch between. But I will pick one, and I'll let you know the others after. But
okay,
I'm gonna have to say The Substance is my favorite of the 2020s.
All right.
One, Demi Moore's performance is fantastic. It was a nice comeback. Oh, your mom's here too. Oh, that's so nice. So I love Demi's performance. I think that she played that role absolutely fantastically, and I love the body horror. I love all of that, but above everything, I really love the message that it has. Where it's like, you know, I'm not at all a feminist, which is probably bad of me to say. I'm not like the biggest I'm not like not a feminist, but I'm not the biggest feminist running around.
Sure.
But the message that they give about older women, especially in that industry, being overlooked for a younger model, and then how it makes some women feel like they need to change themselves, and actually they end up ruining themselves. I think that's a really good message to get across, because you see it far too often that you know, people do completely get into this trap of I must look a certain way, I must act a certain way, I must have this, that, and the other. And they go around all sorts of routes to get it, and eventually do just end up ruining themselves. I love that message in it, and I love how they just put that in with horror and made it a complete, especially the last 10 minutes, a complete what the fuck moment with. I love it. I think it's a fantastic movie.
It does get, it really gets wild in that last 10 minutes. Yeah. Maybe even just the last 20 minutes of the movie too, with like the fight and then the whole thing at the ceremony.
It's great. It's so good. Weird, but good. I like a bit of weird. So
it certainly is that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of thing going on there. I don't know if you've ever seen or heard of an old Corman movie called The Wasp Woman. Have you ever heard of that? There's a little bit of that kind of going on there too. I've only seen that movie because I'm a big Mystery Science Theater fan. So they made fun of the original Wasp Woman from the 50s or 60s. And it's got a very similar kind of message, you know, pushing an older woman out, and then her, you know, what her quest for regaining youth, like what it ends up costing her, essentially. And yeah, The Substance does a really good job of showing the other side of it too. Like, you know, Dennis Quaid's character is able to age and be like actively gross and still have a great career. So they really drive that home. Awesome cinematography, really good use of color in The Substance as well. And the effects are fucking wild.
Fantastic. Yeah. Amazing. Amazing.
It's a heavy watch. It's a heavy watch, but it's really good. Yeah.
It is very good. And Demi Moore just looks incredible for her age as well. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, yeah, it's just mad, like how good she looks.
Yeah.
But that's definitely so far. I mean, I love Hereditary and or however you say it, and Weapons, and obviously Final Destination 6. But for me, Substance just tops everything so far.
All right. And so Final Destination, Bloodlines, and then Weapons, or are those your kind of like runners up for the 2020s?
And Heretic. Sorry, I said Hereditary beforehand, like an idiot. But Heretic, or Heretic, however you let me say it.
Okay.
The one with Hugh Grant in. I love the psychological aspect of that, and so there are some good movies.
Heretic was, man, that really impressed me. I think that movie was like wildly overlooked, honestly.
Oh yeah. 100%.
I'm like if Demi Moore gets nominated for The Substance, I don't know how Hugh Grant doesn't get nominated for his performance in Heretic, because it was so much different than anything he's ever done. And it was like, you don't even really think of it as Hugh Grant. The characters are so well drawn, like so well written, the symmetry and the cinematography. I mean, the whole movie is just like really sucks you in. And I love that it's like, it's a movie that tackles something that's very sensitive, you know, diving into the religious stuff, but does it in such a great way where they really like toe the line. I don't think it would be really offensive to like anyone that's got a fair mind, regardless of what their personal beliefs are, because ultimately in the end of Heretic, the funny thing about it is the Hugh Grant's character is ultimately like doing the exact same thing as these girls are, but he's actually doing it maliciously. You know, he's like, so he's not just like, he hasn't been brainwashed by somebody else or convinced by somebody else to go out and do that stuff. He is like active, like he's his own missionary for his own religion. So he is like, he's a bigger, you know, problem than anyone else out there, which is a wild kind of you know, sort of realization, I think, towards the end of the film.
1000%. It's greatly done.
Yeah, I really enjoy. And I saw Heretic for the first time just like 4 or 5 months ago, so I didn't watch it like fresh. And sometimes I think that can sort of work in your benefit, because I didn't see, like, I don't know. Sometimes I go see a movie in the theater and I need some time to think about it, or it's just nice to like let it breathe and then check it out later. Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Well, hell yeah, you've got a fantastic list here, Em.
That's all right. It's probably not everybody's cup of tea, but
well, Final Destination 3. You know, what can you do?
Yeah, I know, Davey, terrible.
No, I'll have to give it another shot. I'm getting shit in the chat because of my thoughts on Final Destination 3. Yeah, maybe I'm a big old jerk. I mean, I'm sure I am a big jerk, just depending on the day. That's for sure. Now, really quick though, before I let you go, have you seen Strange Darling?
No. That's thing I haven't seen.
That's one I recommend to you. I think it's 2024. Kyle Gallner is awesome. Willa Fitzgerald from the Scream TV show is like, man, she really upped her game. She is like she's fine. Like I think she's fine in the Scream show. Like she's a good like, you know, plug and play final girl for a TV show. Like there's nothing like wildly impressive, but man, she's very impressive in Strange Darling. Like she got so much, like I don't know what acting coach she goes to or whatever, but man, she really brings it. And the movie is just like, it's beautiful. The colors, it's got a Tarantino kind of storytelling thing where it's played in chapters, but they're out of order. So by the time you finish the movie, it's one of those movies that it benefits you to watch it again once you know how things really shake out, because the movie will keep you guessing. And then by the end, you're like, oh, now I want to see it again, knowing what I know now.
Nice.
So you know, JT Molnar's one of the directors. It sounds like he's the closest one to getting Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I'm like, damn, that could be really cool, because what I see from Strange Darling, I'm like, I could see that working in a TCM kind of movie. There's probably only like 5 or 6 actors in the movie too. Very small, you know.
Oh, nice. Like I will definitely have to watch that then.
Hell yeah. Okay, Em. What did I say? It was going to be about a half hour or so. I want to hold, I want to be, you know, stay true to that, but I would be doing everybody a disservice if I didn't ask you what you've got coming up here on your channel. If you have a video dropping pretty soon, or maybe you've got a live stream, or maybe you've got both. What do you have coming up on the channel to close out spooky season?
So I have quite a few things. So I was supposed to upload last week, but I was at a convention and then I got this virus, so I've been very off the grid the past couple of days. But I have got a top 10 coming out tomorrow. I've got an Ice Cream Sunday video coming out on Sunday, and then I'm doing a live stream on Sunday as well. And I have a documentary style video coming out next week for Halloween 1978. So
heck yeah.
I've got other stuff as well, a couple more top 10s, but it's a lot.
You're cooking. Even when you're sick, you're still cooking in the background there. So
try.
really do appreciate it. We got Jamie and Eli sharing your link. So guys, if you have not yet subscribed, go ahead and go on over there. I would like to see, when I check in at the end of the stream, I want Her to be at 975 at least.
Oh, I mean, we can try. We can try.
You've had a nice bump over the last couple weeks, right? So
I have indeed. I'm on 96 full. Obviously, Jake helped me the other day, which was great. Yeah. Bless him. But yeah, I've had quite a nice little bump. So
heck yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for your support as well.
Absolutely. Yes. You're always welcome here, friend of the channel. I love what you do, and you know I love your voice and all that stuff, so I'll quit harping about all of that. And thank you, and I do appreciate you showing up on camera.
Anytime.
Guys, I've given Em kind of some shit about it, so a little bit of me feels bad, but at the same time I'm like, you know, unless you're famous and you're trying to protect your identity, I totally get it. I know some people don't like to appear on their YouTube channels, but I'm like, you got a great voice. You're beautiful. You might as well just show the whole world, right?
My fringe is doing a little bit of giving Gail Weathers some competition at the moment from Scream 3, but it's all right.
You would have to like randomly like do the, you know, there you go.
Terrible.
Yep, there it is.
But thank you for having me on again. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Guys, the link is there in the chat, just shared by Eli. So yes, check out Em over at Her. Give her a subscribe. And yeah, Em, I'm sure we'll have you on the channel sometime in the near future. And I think we've got something planned for, I think, December for me appearing on your channel. Okay.
We do. And just very quickly, good luck with the rest of your stream. I am going to try and stay up as late as I can to watch it. I have donated, and I hope that you get a shit ton of donations come through. So.
You're too sweet. Thank you so very much. And even if you fall asleep, just leave it on your phone so we get the, it helps the algorithm.
I will for sure. Don't worry about that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Em. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will talk soon.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, there we go. Guest number 1 in the books, folks. In the books. Always a pleasure chit-chatting horror with her. And let me check the donation page here. I'm just going to reload that, all y'all. We are at 215. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. Let's see. It looks like it's dropping. There we go. We've got some names dropped in there. So here's everyone that has donated so far. That is awesome to see all these donations rolling in. Thank you guys so much to every single person that's contributing. And seriously, guys, I understand like everyone's in a different financial position. If you're able to just donate $1, it's really powerful to think that just $1 donated can provide 5 meals. Like that's an amazingly powerful thing. And, a lot of us, hopefully everyone here today hasn't had to worry about food security in their life, or maybe if they did, it was, when they were younger and they've moved beyond that. I've been fortunate to never have to worry about that. So, I just think it's important to take care of one another. And especially for us horror fans this time of year, while we're celebrating spooky season and, watching all of these movies with these terrible people and these psycho killers and all this kind of stuff, it's good to just remind ourselves and remind the world that even though we're a little weird and we like some weird shit, we can still make an incredible impact and have it be a positive impact for people. So really do appreciate everyone who's donating so far. Dirk, the marathon just started about an hour and 20 minutes ago or something like that. We could do a giveaway. Yeah, we could do a giveaway. Let me jump on over here to the wheel and add some people in here. Guys, I'm going to do my best. Let me see. I want to get Dirk Schneider in there. And, there we go. There we are. Got him in there. I'm just going through the chat and grabbing some people's names who I don't have in here already. I think I've got a lot of you guys in here already. So anyone that's like a regular or a channel member, I've put in there. So let me see over here. Illuminated Pro. There we are. And oh my gosh, guys, one thing I forgot to mention, the Sacred Crypt Awards, I was nominated for Best Live Streamer. The awards ceremony is actually tomorrow. So gosh, I don't know what's going on with my throat. So I will be sharing that link for you guys if you want to watch that live show, and we'll see if we won. I don't know. I don't know if they reached out to winners beforehand. I'm very curious to see how it goes. Let me get Steve DMV in there as well. Here we are. And then, yeah, we'll spin the wheel. Steve DMV. Okay. So let me do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And you know what I'm going to do? Go over here. We'll share that tab. And I think what I'm going to do here for sharing is there. I don't want to block the QR code. Okay. There we go. The QR code is no longer blocked. Everyone can see what is going on. Holy cow, we've got 33 people watching right now. Guys, if you're watching the stream and you've not hit the like button, go ahead and hit that button. It really helps us get some added exposure as we go on through our through our stream here, our 10-hour marathon stream. Yes, Chester, the big giveaway. Okay, so here's the big giveaway. So this is how it's going to work, guys. You have to be in the chat to win, okay? If you what we're going to do is the winner We have to connect on social media. I'll let you know which codes are available, and the first winner is just going to get first pick. So, and then I'll find a way to get you a copy of that digital download code. So let's go ahead and jump on over here. I'm wondering if I can, I guess full screen, maybe it makes it a little bit bigger, but you guys should be able to see once there's a winner, you should be able to see it pop up. So I think I've got everyone that's in the chat right now. And then I just put our channel members in there just so everyone's in there. Saucy Jack's Boneyard. Let me put you in there, Saucy Jack. And I saw, Saucy Jack, you're asking about, let's see here. There we go. You're asking about where you can vote on the Sacred Crypt. That voting ended, I think, back in August. So they ran a voting window. So no worries, though. You can still tune into the awards show. And if I end up winning, then we'll all celebrate together. It'll be great. Okay, let's go ahead and spin this wheel and see who our lucky winner is of the very first digital download code. Boom. Oh, and it makes a cute little noise. At least I hear the noise. I don't know if you guys do. Oh, and Kirk Dilly won. That's one of my brother's good buddies. I don't think Kirk is in the chat, though, so let's go ahead and spin it again. We do have to get somebody that's in the chat. Oh, we got another. Okay, Brendan Sanford not in the chat. Maybe I should have not put in the channel members. Maybe I should have not done that. I thought it would be more fun. Oh, there we go. Jeff Overing. Jeff, you're in the chat, right? Are you there, Jeff? Jeff, are you there? Jeff, are you there? Let me know. Let me know. So Illuminated Pro's asking which movie. So there is, let me run through the movie options, and it'll be first winner, first pick kind of thing. So we've got, let me see here. I'm going to open these up so I can actually read them. So I can read them and weep there. Jeff, are you still in the chat? There you are. Heck yeah, Jeff. Booyah. So Jeff, reach out to me on social media, either through, you can reach out through Discord, you can reach out through Instagram or Twitter or whatever. Just reach out to me there, and we'll let you have your pick here. I don't know why this isn't opening. Let's see here. Come on, y'all. There we go. And then, guys, I might need a little bathroom break after this. So we've got Beetlejuice. We've got The Menu. We've got Final Destination Bloodlines, Nosferatu, and Weapons. Those are the digital download codes that we have available. So Jeff, reach out to me. Let me know which download code that you would like. And I'm just going to go ahead and remove your name from there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the donation site here. There we are, 215. Yes, guys, what I'm going to do is just mute the mic. I'm going to turn my camera off. I'm going to go use the facilities really quick. So I'll be gone for, a couple minutes here or there. I also want to make sure, that I've got, because I had to recreate this stream, unfortunately. I just might want to check my social media and repost the correct stream, because we've got a new stream link, and I want to make sure everyone that wants to participate and donate to the charity can join us here today. So I am going. Well, of course I'm going to wash my hands, Dirk. It is PP time. Yes, it certainly is. Excellent, guys. So Jeff says, I'll take Weapons. Okay, Jeff, reach out to me through Discord and send me your email. That way I can email you the digital code, okay? That way you've just got it and all that kind of stuff. And guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave the site up right there so I can reload it when I get back. Again, if you want to donate, even $1 provides 5 meals for hungry folks here in the Phoenix area. The St. Mary's Food Bank is amazing. They've been doing this since 1967. It's really awesome what they do, and even cooler that they gave us a custom donation page so we could track the impact that we're all having here on the community. So I'm gonna go use the facilities, make sure I've got enough water, all that kind of good stuff. Double check my social media and all that stuff. Make sure the proper link is out there, and I will be back. So I will see you guys here in 5. How about it? All right. Hey, that wasn't so bad, right? First bathroom break of the 10-hour marathon live stream knocked out of the way. I'm going to refresh this site. I see we've got our very next guest in waiting there. Man, Evan from Rockland Graves Productions. Holy cow, you guys. Whew. It's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. You know, when I reached out to Evan, he was like, I'm kind of young. I guess I don't have many movies to pull from, but I'm like, yeah, dude, but you talk for like an hour about every movie. So I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. And I certainly love his channel and really appreciate everything he does. So let's go ahead and reload the donate site here, folks, and see where we're at. We're still at that 215 mark, which is great. I'm very, very enthused by what we're seeing here, and I hope to see things kind of, you know, get drummed up a little bit here as we go on. So let's see. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that really quick. I think that's the right one. There you go. It's true. Only the mods can post links. Let's see here. Oh, the Discord. Yeah. So, yeah. Everyone, the Discord link, all the social media stuff, it's all in the description. The link to donate is pinned in the chat. It's also in the description as well. And, you know, if you're watching on your TV or on your computer, you can just, you know, get the link through the QR code there also. So that is an option. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else as we, before I bring Evan on, because I want to give him all of my, you know, proper attention here. So it looks like we're all good. Okay. And I was able to share the new link and everything on Insta. So hopefully there's no more blips with the weird StreamYard thing that happened earlier, and we are all good to go. How are you guys feeling? We're entering. It's been about an hour and a half that I've been live so far. How are you guys feeling so far? I'm curious to know, is anyone going to hang out the entire time? That would be absolutely wild. That would be crazy. And hey, look at that. My mom's watching on Facebook. So we got a nice little, I think this is the first time somebody's reached out through Facebook to say what's up. How are you doing, Mom? Love you so much. Yeah, the fundraiser's great. Guys, we're going to do a couple of these a year. So around Halloween and then halfway to Halloween. So, you know, we'll be able to mix up our guest list and probably even mix up the charity that we do work with. So let me see here. I just want to grab a couple things before we bring on in our next guest here. There we go. Okay, Amanda, I got your message. I see that. Shoot me a message before you get here so I can plan a break. And especially if it's closer to the like in between 45 or in between the half-hour mark to the next hour, more likely that I'll be available to grab the door there. Okay. Holy cow, we got Jason from Backtrack Cinema. What's happening, Jason? So great to see you. Guys, we'll probably have Jason join us for the next time around here. Dean is off, one of our great channel members, Patreon members, and Death Squad mods. Great to have you in here, and that's cool that you'll be able to be here for a majority. Yeah, guys, hit that like button if you haven't. Share the stream if you haven't done that. Let's get as many eyes on the stream so we can raise as much money for St. Mary's as possible. Again, every dollar provides 5 meals. It's an incredible proportion there that you can have an impact on somebody's day, on 5 people's day, just by donating $1. So pretty powerful stuff. And yeah, guys, I think we're ready to bring on our very next guest here. So, gosh, if you guys love horror and you love not only just like talking about horror, but maybe hearing about some, I don't know, really insightful, kind of thoughtful musings on these movies, you know, classic movies for sure, and especially like the more, you know, modern movies as well, then Rockland Graves Productions is the YouTube channel for you. And apparently it's the YouTube channel for a lot of people, because our next guest, Evan, has amassed quite quite a following on his channel. Right now, he's sitting at 145,000 subscribers here on YouTube. His page has been exponentially growing. I think that's a good word to use here. And there's a good reason for it, because there's a lot of care to everything he does. It's a great production value, really well-written scripts, and just I don't know, like a down-home, natural kind of feel. Like it feels like, I've told Evan before, it feels like almost listening to a college professor talk about these movies. But there is, I would say, very warm and casual. It's not like you're really being, it's not like you're being dictated to or anything, like somebody's lecturing you or anything. It's just, for me, when I've gone in and watched some of his videos on movies that I know and love, I end up walking away being like, wow, I never thought about this or that, or saw things from that perspective. Even though I liked the movie, there was something a little bit deeper that he was able to see and kind of open my eyes to, which I think is a really powerful thing when we're talking about, being fans of art and consuming art, whether it's music or paintings or TV shows or film or written stories, like true literature. I think it's really powerful for somebody to just kind of tilt the perspective or show you something that maybe you didn't quite see before. And it's something that I think guys like Evan give me hope that we can have smarter audiences, not to sound elitist or anything, but I do think the smarter we are, just the more thoughtful we are as audience members. And of course, some movies you can just sit back and enjoy. Some movies are just popcorn movies, and that's cool. The world needs its Megan 2.0s. But I think if we can have a smarter audience, we're gonna get smarter art as a result, because a smarter audience will sort of draw the line and be like, no, I'm not just gonna support this movie just because it's this or that or this you know what I mean? Like, we're gonna have some sort of standard, and maybe that's not Evan's goal, I don't know, but to me, when I watch his videos, I'm like, this is going to create a crop of smarter and more well-informed movie fans, which is great. So I've slobbered all over him enough. We might as well just bring the guy on in. I see him cracking up down there. Guys, a friend of the channel, he's been on a couple times before. I think it's just been a few months since the very last time, but please put your hands together in the chat for our guy, Evan from Rockland Graves. How are you doing, Evan?
I gotta say, just a couple weeks ago, I was watching the entire Bunny Man Massacre franchise. So I think you may be giving me a little too much credit.
Bunny Man Massacre? I haven't even heard of this.
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of it, and I was hanging out with a buddy of mine, and we were scrolling through Tubi, and we found, well, it was a whole rabbit hole. We found Bunny Man Massacre, which I was aware of, and we watched it, and then we discovered, oh, there's a sequel called Bunny Man Vengeance that we haven't seen. But then we found out, oh, there was a fan film of Bunny Man that's also on Tubi.
What?
And then we found out that Bunny Man Massacre wasn't even the first one, and there's an original called Bunny Man. So we've been going down this Bunny Man Massacre rabbit hole. So I don't know if I would rely on me to form some smarter audience.
Well, I guess it depends. Now, are you going to put together a video essay on the Bunny Man Massacre film?
It wasn't something that I had planned on, but after having seen it, I think I have to.
And you're going to convince a whole bunch of people that this is like high art, because that is like one of the gifts you've got is showing people maybe something that they missed, even in a movie they liked.
That's my plan for April Fool's next year, is to find just like the most nothing movie that I possibly can and give like a bone serious video essay about how it's high art. Last year I did American Psycho because I was in a store and I found a DVD of a movie called American Psycho, but it wasn't the Christian Bale movie. It was a really weird situation because they couldn't find it in the system or anything when I went to buy it, because I was like, what the hell is this? I need this. And it's one of the worst movies I've ever seen, but I did a video that was called something along the lines of like, American Psycho is dumb and you're stupid if you like it. And I just didn't acknowledge the entire video that I wasn't talking about the same movie. I just showed the clips from the one that I found and just never, and it was really fun.
So the movie was really called American Psycho?
Yes.
It wasn't like a mistake or something where you like had Christian Bale on the cover and then you open up the case.
It's not even Christian Bale. It's Peyton List and Tobin Bell.
Huh.
And then there was
What year
another.
is that from?
I don't remember, but the guy who made it the same year made another movie called American Psycho about Ted Bundy. This one was about Eileen Warnow.
Oh, gotcha.
But so there's two of them. Yeah, anyway. American Psycho. April Fool's videos are fun. You can tell from the comments who watched the video and who was just commenting on the title.
Yeah, people that watch like 10 seconds or something like that. Those crack me up. I even get those. I do these little news bits videos. They're like 7 minutes long, and you know, all I'm doing is reading an article and giving my opinion. And I occasionally I'll get a comment that asks like, well, I answer that within like the first 2 minutes of my 7-minute video. Yeah. It's like very easy.
My favorite comments on this video were people who were like, finally, someone who realizes American Psycho sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the real one. I think the real American Psycho is like pretty. That's some next level stuff. I saw that in the theater when I was in high school, and even at that age, I was like, "Damn, I've never seen something like that." That's like,
it's been years since I've seen it. I need to.
Yeah, some really great performances. I think my favorite line in the movie though is at the Christmas party, where somebody comes up to Patrick Bateman and he just like, without even like taking a breath or even looking the guy in the eye, he's like, "Hey Hamilton, have a holly jolly Christmas." And he kind of says it like Jim Carrey almost, and then he just like asks the guy a question. Yeah,
I'm well overdue a rewatch on that. It's been way too long, but I have seen American Psycho pretty recently, and I don't recommend it, even if Tobin Bell is in it.
Yeah. Hey, it's all in the writing, you know. Actors can only do so
a lot
much.
of things.
All right, Evan. Well, thank you so much for joining us for the charity, you know, fundraiser here, this marathon that we're doing. I really do appreciate your time. I value your time. I know you do as well. I know you take this stuff very seriously. So to hang out with a schlub like me, I feel very, very fortunate.
Come on now.
We will. You know, like I said, I've slobbered all over you. I'll do some more slobbering at the end, and we'll ask about what you've got coming up on the channel and all that fun stuff. But since we've got a limited time, and you know, we're here to talk about favorite horror movies from each decade of our guests' lives. And which decade were you born in?
I was
Evan?
born in 01.
Okay.
So right at the start.
Yeah.
Right at the start of the turn of the century.
And really quick, before we get into your favorites, what was the first horror movie that you like remember seeing, and what year was that, or how old were you when you saw that?
I don't know if I could tell you exactly what year it was, but I know I have a feeling that it was probably Jaws would have been the first one I saw. Like I grew up on like Jaws and the original Nosferatu, and like Frankenstein, like the old Universal monster movies. I'm gonna go with Jaws just because I feel like that's most likely the one that I saw.
Yeah, first. That is like, I think that's mine too, because I was probably like 5, because Jaws: The Revenge came out when I was 5, so it was probably right around then that I was like asking my parents about it or something. I just like for as long as I can remember, Jaws was always there. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
Good, I still rewatch it every year. Every time it starts to get warm outside,
it's tough. There's that. Yeah. Once it's like, you know, where I'm at, it gets warm in May. It starts getting warm, but it's like by June, I'm like already itching to watch it. And then I'm like, oh, I should wait until 4th of July, you know. But this year, I think, you know, with it being the 50th anniversary,
I had an excuse.
I was like, I got to watch it the day on June 20th. Which was the release date. Then I have to watch it 4th of July weekend. And then I went to the theater and watched it in 3D, which was a wild experience. I was worried it was going to be underwhelming, but it was actually really cool to see it in 3D. Were you able to catch it in theater at all when it came out?
Not for the 50th anniversary, but for the 45th, I did see it in IMAX.
Oh, killer.
So I have seen it in the theater, and it's pretty awesome.
It's epic. Yeah, still looks amazing. Still, I can't believe Hitchcock didn't like that movie, because I swear, like in a lot of ways, Spielberg is like kind of doing a Hitchcock sort of thing.
You know? Why?
Yeah. Because, well, Hitchcock would always try to make you kind of afraid of something that wasn't really scary,
Yeah.
you know? Like, that was kind of like his theme. That's why when I watch Shutter Island, I'm like, oh, Shutter Island's kind of a Hitchcock thing where we're fearing this this lighthouse, just that's nothing's going on that we know of, but we're just supposed to be afraid of it. Awesome. So, yes, everyone in the chat is like, oh my gosh, this guy's making me feel so old.
I'm just used to it now. Anytime I talk about age, it's a flood. I'm used to it.
And you know what? It's the lucky ones that get to keep on living. And at some point, there's going to be some guy that comes along or some gal that comes along, and you're going to be like, fuck, now I'm the old guy.
No, it already weirds me out. Like my girlfriend's brothers, who are like, one of them's 15, and then it's like, oh, that means he was born in 2010.
Yeah.
And that weirds me out. So I can only imagine. I can sympathize with you guys in chat. I apologize for making you feel antiquated.
I think for me, when I started realizing, and it's been a while for me, I guess, because there were people I graduated with that are grandparents now.
Yeah.
I mean, they had kids like right at the end of high school or maybe during high school. But with like you and Jake on the channel, I'm like, I could be these guys' dad.
Yeah. I actually just got to meet Jake in person for the first time. We were hanging out in Cleveland for a bit. That was fun.
Yeah, I saw the you got and Dylan from Splattercast.
Yeah.
Hanging out there as well. Yeah, that's it's awesome seeing people get to meet, seeing digital friends.
I've known them for so long. Dylan especially, I've known for like 4 years now. That was fun.
Yeah. That's really cool. And then I know we'll talk about what you've got on your channel here after we talk about your favorite horror movies throughout your life, but you know, you recently got to check out Shelby Oaks early and you got to spend time with Chris Stuckman. I checked out that video. That must have been a wild experience and a surreal experience, like not just for you, but for him too, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Chris started his channel in 2009, so I was watching his videos like when I was pretty young. And like his channel was part of the reason I got so into film. So when I got that email from Leon where they're like, do you want to come out and cover the screening? I was like, yeah, obviously. It was fun. Chris is chill as hell. I got comments who are like, I didn't know you were so short, Evan. I'm not short. Chris is really tall.
He's crazy tall.
He's very tall.
Yes. Yeah. And you know how I could tell he was really tall is Cody Leach shared a picture of the two of them together, and Cody Leach is like 6'3", 6'4", maybe. And I'm like, shit.
Little taller.
Chris has got to be like 6'6", 6'7", something nuts.
He was like, he's really tall, and that made me be like, God damn, I'm gonna get the same thing now if I ever meet Cody in person. As people just be like, oh, you were so short.
That's what blew me away with Cody. Honestly, when I met him, I was like, oh my God, you're so tall, and he's like, yeah, everyone tells me that. Yeah, because he's like a thickly built dude. Yeah. So you just you figure, oh, maybe he's just 6 feet tall or something like that. No.
I felt like an elementary school kid around Chris. It was like hey man.
Yeah. And it was, I will say this, because, you know, I saw Shelby Oaks. I thought it was good. And I think the most encouraging thing about it is that Chris's visual storytelling is like really, really strong. And I think that it's a good first movie. And I think there's better for him to come down the line.
And it was kind of cool because I've seen it 3 times because I watched it twice at a screener at home before I went to hang out with him just because I wanted to have the bearings on it. And then I watched the backer screening with him in Cleveland. But I got to talk to him between viewings of the movie, and he like told me some stuff that's hidden in it. And it like really, it was a cool experience to get to like talk directly to the person who made the movie, and they can be like, yeah, but there's this thing I know you didn't notice. And it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. It enhanced it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one of those, you never know if people are going to pick up on those little things, whether you're putting it in music or putting it in a film. That is pretty awesome. And I'm so pumped for Chris. I think it's for all of the content creators out there that have aspirations to be storytellers and filmmakers. It's really encouraging to see that he was able to not only have a successful Kickstarter, but then to have the backing of a studio and an executive producer who, like, you know, for good reason is one of the names on everyone's lips when they talk about horror nowadays. And you know, Mike Flanagan has been killing it. So it's got to be wild. And I know I reached out to you after seeing that video, and I'm like, you're gonna be next, bro. You'll be the next. You'll have your shot at some point to make.
That's my goal ultimately, is to make movies. Yeah. It was very inspiring, but
hell yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, and Chris, it all seemed like he was really pumped on the experience as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's dive into it, Evan. Now we've just got 3 decades to work with, and there's a lot of really good shit. There's a lot of really good stuff, and I know you're a massive fan of a lot of modern horror. So when you look back and you peer into the aughts, the decade that you were born in, what is the one horror movie that sticks out as your favorite, the one you just can't let go of?
This one was so tough because obviously that was when I was growing up, so there were a lot of like influential films for me around that time. Like Paranormal Activity was one that I saw around the time it came out, and that scared the ever-loving shit out of me when I was a kid. So I had assumed when you first asked me, I was like, surely it's going to be something that I saw when I was that age during those formative years, but it's not. My favorite of the knots has to be Lake Mungo. It's one that I've talked about ad nauseum at this point, but
yeah,
as I was like going through lists of like 2000s horror movies, and I was like, oh, these are all great, but like none of them had the impact that Lake Mungo did on me. That like literally changed how I thought about horror. It was the only movie in my adult life to like make me turn on the lights after it ended, and I was like, I closed the blinds after, because there's a shot in that movie with a face that I won't talk about, but I couldn't stop thinking about it out the window at night. So I was like, I'm closing the blinds, turning the lights on, and I've never done that. I don't do that.
Yeah,
but it was exciting because you're striving out. Like I used to feel that when I was a kid, and it doesn't happen anymore. So it was nice to see a movie that did make me feel like that again. Yeah,
it taps into something that's just like it hits the primordial jelly in your brain. You can't escape it. It just gives you this visceral feeling.
What's so good about it too is it's not just like, I didn't just find it super scary, but like the more I've rewatched it, because I've seen it many times, it just gets really sad. Like I had Dylan from Splattercast literally called me the other day, was like, can you tell me why I just finished Lake Mungo? And I'm like wiping tears. I'm like,
oh
you've
man,
seen it before, and now you're realizing how sad it is. You can process the horror of it. And
this is one of those movies I've still not yet seen, but I've seen so many people talking about this one, especially lately.
Like it's one of those movies where like it's either gonna really work for you. I haven't met many people who are like, yeah, that was good. Everyone has either been like me and my brother, who were like terrified by it. By the way, Mike Flanagan as well cites it as one of the most terrifying movies ever made, which makes sense. It very much inspired Haunting of Hill House in a lot of ways. But yeah, I've seen that, and then I've seen people who are like, it was good, but it's not scary. And then there's a lot of people who are just like, it's boring. So.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, pseudo documentary, I guess. Yeah, for some folks, if they're not into that, or maybe you're not a found footage person. I do like when people can sort of, or when a filmmaker can blend or jump to and fro. I thought that was actually one of the stronger parts of something like Shelby Oaks, is I liked, because I'm not the biggest found footage guy, but I felt like it was weaved in really well. And it sounds like Lake Mungo's got that, with the pseudo documentary and the found footage.
I think because I grew up in the 2000s, I love found footage. Like it was so prevalent at that time. Like a lot of the horror movies, like I mentioned, Paranormal Activity and Blair Witch Project and stuff like that. So it was very formative for me. But it's not for everyone. But if it clicks for you, it's one of those ones that just like never leaves.
Yeah, it's one that I've got to check out. I've seen within the last year so many people talking about it, and mentioning it, especially when people talk about like Australian horror. That's one that's always going to be at the top of the list, and it seems like it's got some real good creep factor. So Lake Mungo. Okay, I'm keeping track of everyone's entries here, just so that way I can see if there's some sort of, maybe not like a trend, but maybe some movies that get repeated as we go on through the day. I'm curious to know, and maybe we'll just have like a really diverse array of amazing pictures here. Okay, so Lake Mungo from 2008 came out when you were just grade 2, as you call it out there in the Great White North. I believe
you call it in the US.
Second grade. We do first, second, third, and then we do weird shit with like when you get to high school, freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior.
Yeah, that I never understood. It was just grade 10, 11, 12 for us.
Yeah, I don't know why we complicate things, and I don't know. English is a difficult enough language with enough nuance. We don't need to be like adding extra shit, true. But we do. All right, so Lake Mungo, number 1 on the list from the aughts, and then what do you got for the 2010s?
This was really tough because they're like the 2010s, obviously, I was a kid through the 2000s, but then 2010s was when I was really starting to get into horror.
Mhm.
Things like Insidious and Sinister were like very formative for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ultimately, as I was going through, it came down to a couple, and it was tough. I would say I did narrow it down to The Lighthouse. So that's the one that I wound up picking. It was The Lighthouse was there. Midsommar is definitely was very close, and they were the same year. But I don't know if it's the Maritimer in me, but The Lighthouse just speaks to something in my soul. The performances from those two, it's such a good chamber piece where you just have two actors, basically the whole movie, with a couple exceptions. But the atmosphere of that thing and the setting of it and the really poetic writing, it's one of those movies that like I never get tired of rewatching. Like my brother and I rewatch that like once every like 3 months, maybe. It's like it's in a very, very regular rotation.
It's a haunting film, bizarre.
Yeah,
like a really cool. I feel like Eggers just really big swings.
Yeah,
early on in his career and not letting himself get comfortable. If anything, like Nosferatu might be like the most comfortable kind of picture he's done, just as far as like, you know, it's got that you know, gosh, it's not even like a calm look, but just there's something really, really beautiful and comforting about it. But man, The Lighthouse, that is a gritty picture. That's where I realized, I was like, oh, Pattinson can definitely do Batman.
Yeah, totally.
You know, like,
and what I love about it too is that it is really dark, and but it's also hilarious.
Yeah,
and one of the most quotable movies ever. There are like multiple lines in that movie that I use regularly. I was just in the car with my buddy. I was driving him home from work, and I literally just told him that he smells like rotten dick and curled foreskin because it's such a great insult.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, so some of those lines in that movie are wild. Now, that's a movie that when I watch it, I have to have the subtitles on. I don't know if you do that with the Eggers movies. Man, I maybe you just got better ears because you're a young whippersnapper.
No, I keep rewatching it. Like the first like 4 times I saw The Witch or The Lighthouse, I really didn't understand everything. But because I was compelled to continuously rewatch it over and over again, I liked kind of gathering more information about it every time I saw it, because I would like understand a different part of a conversation. And especially what's helpful is the screenplay book comes with a whole whack of definitions at the back.
Oh,
so I had to read through that, and then you can go through and kind of follow things along a little more.
Yeah. Well, and The Lighthouse, I think it stands out even amongst like black and white films. You know, it's so starkly contrasted, right? It's these really bright whites and these really, you know, deep blacks. It's it doesn't look like any other kind of, even more like modern black and white films or anything like that. It's got a unique look there.
Totally.
Now this is funny because I saw James Stamzek. How are you doing, James? Thanks for joining us, man. He's got a couple funny things to say. I want to know what movie impacted Evan the most as a fetus. Kidding. But then I know the answer to this one because he asked, make him pick a movie from the 1920s. And I'm like, oh, well, he'd probably say Nosferatu.
Probably, but that's actually not a super easy answer.
Okay.
Because Murnau made another film 4 years later that you asked me on the right day, and I like it more than Nosferatu. He made a film called Faust, which is an adaptation of an old German folktale.
Yeah.
And it is brilliant. It was one of those movies. I was watching it, and like Nosferatu, obviously you watch it, and like for the time, it's like, I don't know how they did this, but you watch Faust, and it's like, this doesn't make sense how they pulled this off in 1926.
Yeah. It's like that classic deal with the devil kind of tale, right?
And it's one of those movies. It was a really interesting time because I watched it and then like immediately started writing my own screenplay for a version of Faust because I was so inspired by the story and the imagery in that movie that I was like, I want to do my own thing with this.
Yeah. No, and I think You know, you've been on the channel a couple times, and now that we're talking about it, I'm like, I think you've brought that up before when you talk about, you know, something that's inspired you, you know, from that bygone era. And it's wild when you go back to some of those movies. And I probably mentioned all this shit when we talked last, but hey, it's a 10-hour marathon stream.
I don't remember, so you have at it.
Yeah, when I go back and watch some of those movies, I'm really inspired just by the ingenuity of like the editing and the effects and the way that they are able to pull off some stuff where you're like, man, like it's just inspiring. I mean, and it's like, you know, with the Evil Dead poster right behind me, I mean, that's like as punk rock as it gets and as wild as it gets for practical effects. But even stuff like the 31 version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with Frederick March. You know, I think about those effects and those transitions and the makeup work and how they used camera filter tricks and the makeup to have seamless.
It's crazy.
You would think today you would be like, oh, that's CG. Nope, it was 1931.
Yeah. Well, and I just watched the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari where they got so creative with the sets in there.
Yes.
It's so cool to look at.
Yeah, it almost
so much creativity.
Yeah, and some of those movies, they're like, F it, we're just going to make it look like a stage play, and we're just going to film.
That's what that is.
Like that. Yeah, and I would love to see something like that. I remember, you know, Eggers had talked about how he thought about doing that with Nosferatu, about doing the expressionist kind of version of it, which would have been wild to see.
Yeah.
I think his film turned out great, but it would be wild to see Eggers do something like that.
You got the shadow hand that's kind of leaning towards it.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, I mean, he's working on Werewolf, and then he's got a Christmas Story or Christmas Carol. Sorry.
And Labyrinth.
Okay. Yeah, man, he's booked for the next, like,
he is
5, 6
and then there's
years.
like 7 other things he's talked about wanting to do. Like I think he's good to go.
He's probably going to do Faust or Cabinet of
I hope he doesn't, because I want to do it someday.
All right. You got to save something for the rest of us, Eggers. Can't just do all the classic stuff. Okay, so we've got Lake Mungo, and then we've got, let's see here, the Lighthouse.
Yes.
Really quick, before we move on to your next one, did you hear about Ty West putting together his own Christmas Carol with Johnny Depp? Did you hear about that?
I did hear about that.
That's pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't something that I would have expected at all, but like, I like Ty West movies. I like Johnny Depp.
A Christmas Carol's great. I covered the news yesterday, and I was like, I love this story so much. This like Christmas time redemption. It's never too late to be saved kind of story so much. I will watch every version of this story. I don't care. Favorite? Scrooged.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. It's like the one movie that like makes me tear up every time I watch it. I think Bill Murray just has such a great way of playing the wild, over the top, funny asshole, and then really bringing like heart to it in a way that I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the generation I grew up in, but to see him pull off that kind of role at that time, impressive. And Richard Donner and I think Elfman did the music for that one as well. It's just a great combo. How about you?
The Christmas Carol from the 1951 with Alistair Sim.
That's the classic one. He is so adorable. What an adorable old man.
It's largely because of his performance that I love it so much. Like the morning after he wakes up after the Ghosts of Christmas Yet to Come is one of my favorite 5 minutes of acting like ever.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's wild with his face. He's got this elongated face with so much expression.
Yeah.
He wears the ugly and the mean so well. And I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it, because then when he does make that change, the sheer joy that you see in his performance, it's so dynamic. Not everyone can pull off a dynamic performance quite like that.
Honestly, if we're counting that, because it's a ghost story, that may have been the first horror movie I saw.
Okay.
It could well have been.
It counts.
The 1951 Christmas Carol.
All right.
I watched
certainly
that
counts.
every Christmas since as long as I can remember.
Yeah, that one really stood out to me when I was a kid. That was the one that I really enjoyed. George C. Scott, great, all that stuff. But for whatever reason,
I also liked the animated one, the Jim Carrey one. I also thought was quite good.
That's one I haven't seen yet.
No,
I still need to see that one.
I enjoyed it. I mean, it's Robert Zemeckis.
Yeah.
Who I like his animated movies a lot.
Yeah, he's kind of just gone that way, right? I mean,
Yeah.
even a lot of, I noticed when I went back and watched the Back to the Future movies like a year or two ago, I'm like, oh shit, he was doing some of that stuff here.
Yeah.
In Back to the Future 2, the car is animated in some of those shots, and as a kid, I never realized that that's an animated vehicle flying there in the alleyway.
I mean,
But
Polar Express is a mainstay.
yeah,
Better skip it.
yeah, I mean, he is, whether or not you like the movies, he's one of those guys like James Cameron, where he's been one of those guys that pushes the technology.
Totally.
You know, and like we need people like that in filmmaking for sure.
Yep.
Okay, so all that Christmas Carol talk aside, I'm very excited about it too. I'm excited for the return of Johnny Depp. What do we 2020s? Is this the most difficult?
Yes.
Even though we only have 5 years, there's been a
Yes.
lot of really good stuff, and I know this is for people in your age group, man. Like you guys are eating very well, whether it's elevated stuff or the splatter stuff with Terrifier, and
Yeah.
it seems like you
This
young
is-
bucks love it all. So for the 2020s, what do you got as your favorite? And then you can feel free to throw out some honorable mentions from any of the decades.
Yeah, no, 2020s was by far the hardest for me. And like you would think that nostalgia would win, but the 2020s have gone so insanely hard for horror. It was so difficult to narrow down. And I wound up writing 2 down because I could not decide between them. And I'll pick the one that's not Robert Eggers to add some diversity. You know what the other one is. But if I'm not doing Robert Eggers, since I just did The Lighthouse, I'll say The Substance. That was the one that I left feeling the most like I had like witnessed a part of horror history. The Substance and the Terrifier 2 are the 2 times in the 2020s where I've been like, oh, this is gonna change things. And yeah, but I'd have to go with The Substance.
Nice. That, man, so The Substance, second time on second mention out of 2 guests. So The Substance is doing well so far.
Surprise.
Yeah, it is. So when you talk about, you know, that it's going to change things, is it kind of like the, you know, getting things like the recognition from like the Academy or just from like mainstream Hollywood, kind of seeing horror in a different way? Or do you just, is there some other aspect of the movie that gives you that thought?
It's all of it, you know. It's honestly, like, at this point I think horror fans have accepted like horror is just not going to get recognized by the Academy the way that we know it should be, and we've taken it into our own hands. We have the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards. Dead Meat does their yearly thing now. Like we're celebrating it ourselves. That's what we should be doing.
Yeah.
But The Substance, the fact that it got nominated was huge. That does not happen very often. But for me, it was the fact that was such an uncontained, batshit insane, purely creative movie.
Yeah.
That was theatrically released. To see something like that get like a wide international theatrical release is so important. And there's been a lot of movies, even this year, I would just say there have been a couple movies that I've seen where I'm like, the fact that we're getting this in a movie theater is like super exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty wild, especially when you think about the body horror and the level of gore. There is, I think, you know, movies like The Substance, they take something that, you know, Damien Leone has done in Terrifier, but they find a way to like kind of legitimize it, I guess is the best word for it. And then you start seeing wild shit like Together and you know, all even though Weapons isn't super gory, but at the very, very end there's a celebration scene kind of there.
Well, and that's a super thing too, where it's got like doses of everything. You have horror and you have drama and you have, you know, thematic commentary and you have like comedy. Really good comedy. The Substance is hilarious on top of being horrifying and disturbing and sad and thought-provoking. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Hilarious. And like, I mean, yeah, Dennis Quaid's character just cracks me up. When he's just like being gross about the way he's eating the shrimp at the beginning. And
kills me.
Yeah. It must be so much fun for those for those actors to play those characters, because a guy like Dennis Quaid has probably seen assholes like that for quite a while in his career, you know? So you just you get to ham it up a little bit and really like make fun of them while also making a good point about them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, The Substance is a solid pick. It is, I mean, it's Kubrickian in the way that it's shot.
Yes.
You know, it's got a lot of brightness, but a lot of like symmetry, and even like that hallway just reminds me of The Shining. And yeah, it's just I love, and I'm sure you're the same way, is that I love seeing movies where it's like everything had so much intention behind it.
Yeah.
You know, every little bit, the camera placement, just every little bit. And then of course, performances and the practical effects.
It's just brilliant. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where just they were firing on every cylinder.
Yeah.
And to me, every one of them hit. It was
and by the end of the movie, it's like, fuck it, we're just gonna turn it into some wild like creature feature goopy monster. You know,
yeah,
like,
what's so cool is while doing that, they also still managed to like make it relevant to the themes of the movie.
Yeah.
And that's a tough thing to like keep consistent from start to finish. But Coralie Fargeat is like one of just like a pure visionary, and the way that she translated that onto screen. I don't know if you ever looked at the script of that movie, but it's even written in such an unorthodox way where like obviously like the sound effects in that movie are so important, and she would have a whole page with just one big word in the middle. It's like splat, to really emphasize like how heightened
big
it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see that kind of, and it's all formatted weird at times to make it seem like properly evoke the feel of the movie. It's genius.
That is pretty awesome. Yeah, because screenplays are very, there's a very strict format. Even I would say less so than like a novel or a novella. Like when I first read Fight Club, I was like, oh, no wonder the movie looks the way it looks, because the way this is written is wild. So the way it's written informs the David Fincher to make the film in a certain way. So that's pretty awesome for The Substance. Always Evan from Rockland Graves Productions with the insight, people. Show him some love in the chat. Look at this guy. Look at this young buck out here. Okay, so let's see here. I think I've kept you around for your agreed upon time and everything. But before you head out, I want to let everyone know, I think if one of the mods can share the link again, that would be great, just so anyone that missed it can jump on over there and subscribe. Man, the channel is just doing so well, and it's for very good reason. I love seeing when people that put in good work and have something to say are getting the accolades that they deserve. So congratulations, and I can't wait to see how you grow as a content creator, and then how you eventually make that turn into being a bona fide storyteller whose work we get to. Maybe I'll get to interview you and hang out with you when you put your movie out. Although they'll be like, no, you're too old, Davey. We're gonna have some young guy that people actually like doing.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say, and everyone in chat's being very kind as well. So thank you guys. That's
hell yeah. Now, other than what was it, Bunny Man Massacre?
Yeah.
Other than Bunny Man Massacre coming up next April, what do you have coming up here to close out spooky season on the channel?
Yeah, so I only have one more video coming out before the end of the month. I just put up Woman in Black. I'm doing a video on Cobweb, which I'm hoping will be out by the end of the month. And it just so happened that like the day while I was working on it, Ryan Hollinger also posted a video on Cobweb with the same thesis as mine. So I messaged him and I'm like, hey man, I'm not ripping you off. I promise I've been working on this. But yeah, it's fun.
I love his channel's great too.
It's awesome. Yeah. But yeah, so I'll be doing Cobweb, and that's going to be a collab with Dr. Wolfula, which I'm really excited about. Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Savage as fuck.
Yeah. I got Dr. Wolfula and I got Goulash, so it's going to be fun.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's got to be, it's the same guy, right? I mean...
yeah. It's super cool. I'm really looking forward to doing that. And then heading into next month, I have a big video on Beau is Afraid coming out, which has been written for months. It wound up being super long, and I was like, I need to delay making this. I'll be doing weapons as well. There's a couple things to talk about next month. But then I also have a short film in production right now that I'm hoping to have out early next year. But
Hell yeah.
Yeah, heading out to do. We were planning some lighting over the weekend, and we've shot the opening scene, and that's pretty cool. I'm excited.
Is there any little nuggets you can give us here on the marathon stream? Don't feel pressured to share anything, but if you're comfortable.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not
Heck
yet.
yeah, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hell yeah. And what horror movie for the rest of the year are you looking forward to most?
For the rest of the year, I don't.
Yeah, we just got a couple months. There's Keeper.
Yeah.
Keeper's coming out in November. We've got the Silent Night, Deadly Night remake with our guy Rowan
I watch
Campbell.
that whole franchise every year with my buddy, who I watch Spunny Man Massacre with.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we do Silent Night every year.
Yeah, that remake's looking good.
Were there any more? I'm trying to think. Nothing substantial. Black Phone 2 was the last big substantial one that came out, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, unless there's something that I'm totally missing on. I know there's some movies coming out today, or came out.
The Oaks is out. I'll be going to see that this weekend. I have some friends who want to see it, and I figured I'd go again.
Hell
but yeah, I would say I'm really looking forward to Keeper. I'm a fan of Oz Perkins movies. I thought the monkey was hilarious and super fun. And was a really cool change after Long Legs. Blackcoat's Daughter is still his scariest movie to me. But he's done some great work. And when I was in Cleveland for the Shelby Oaks thing, I was in the car with some neon marketing people. And I asked them, I was like, I got one question for you guys. They're like, yeah, what's up? Does Oz Perkins sleep ever? We really don't think he does. So yeah, it's this guy just won't stop.
He's already talking about his next movie.
I know they're already in production.
Yeah, The Young People or something like that, right?
So I'm looking forward to Keeper, and I'm also really excited about Silent Night, Deadly Night, because I watch the whole franchise every year, and it's so much fun. They're so dumb, but I love them. I'm doing a video on part 2 in December.
Oh yeah.
And then I really like Rowan Campbell. So
yeah, I'm a big fan as well. Is he a Canadian?
He is, yeah.
You guys have so many talented folks up there. You know what I mean? Jim Carrey, Rowan Campbell, Nev Campbell, all the Campbells, except for Bruce Campbell. He's from Michigan.
That's true.
All right. Well, hell yeah. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today, Evan. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And guys, look out for Evan's Cobwebs video, his essay there. And I guess keep an eye out. Maybe we'll hear some murmurs at the end of the year or beginning of the year. We'll get a little tease for his short film that he's working on. I'm very excited to see what Evan is working on with his crew out there. And man, thanks again so much. Really appreciate you jumping on here, especially for this cause and to raise some money. And let's do a quick update before we sign off. Holy cow, guys, we're at $440 raised so far. That is amazing. This is I was nervous about how it was going to go. I'm very, very pumped on what we're seeing. Again, each dollar provides 5 meals. So we'll do all the math at the end of the day. And see what we're able to do and what kind of impact we're able to make on the community. But really do appreciate you, Evan, and wish you and yours all the best. And we'll talk soon, man. Have a great one.
I just made a donation before I came on, so if you're able to, please.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Really. Yeah, guys, even if it's just $1, it can provide 5 meals. So it's whatever you're able to give, please do. And thank you so much for that, Evan. Really appreciate you. Certainly went above and beyond there. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Take care, man. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, see you.
All right. Holy cow. There we are. 2 guests have appeared so far. Wow, this guest list, it's I'm kind of beside myself. When I reached out to everyone, I was like, I'm just gonna go for it here. So excited for all the great folks that we have on this time. And then also knowing that this isn't gonna be the only time we're gonna do this, and we're gonna be able to bring on different creators and different voices. Very, very excited. And guys, I'm having a blast so far. So I'm glad we had the one technical blip, and it was at the very beginning. That is the time for it to happen, because there's 9.5 hours to make it up. So so far, I just want to catch you guys up on the movies that we have mentioned. So M from Horror picked Killer Clowns from Outer Space, from the 80s, Scream from the 90s, Final Destination 3 from the aughts, Insidious from the 2010s, and The Substance from the 2020s. And Evan from Rockland Graves Productions. I'm reading while I'm trying to talk. I need to stop doing that. Evan from Rockland Graves Productions picked Lake Mungo from the aughts, The Lighthouse from the 2010s, and The Substance from the 2020s. So The Substance is ruling the roost as of now. And yeah, what an awesome stream so far. I'm going to just kind of catch up with you guys until our next guests show up. Let me just check my phone to make sure I'm not missing anything pertinent here. Let's see here. Doesn't look like I am. We had a fun news stream last night, guys. We covered some stories, and then I stayed up way too late making sure I could cut them up into news clips. So I'm seeing a bunch of people are commenting on the Jim Carrey as Freddy Krueger thing. So that's pretty wild. Pretty wild and fun stuff. Okay, let me jump on over to you guys over here. 2 hours down, 8 more to go. That's right. That is right. Okay, so let me just make sure I'm not missing anyone that's joined us. Is it time for another giveaway, Stephanie? I guess you're the giveaway police here, huh? Yeah, I was up till about 4 and woke up at 8. So there you go. Yeah, it doesn't feel it, that's the cool thing about sharing the screen with another person, is I think the time really goes by quickly when you've got somebody to work with, for sure. The stream countdown feels like what my workday countdown is going to be tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of how I can be at work sometimes too. Luckily, I will be able to sleep in tomorrow because I work tomorrow night. So I know it's going to be a wild day today, but I'll be able to rest. Let's see here. I'm going to reload that, and then we're going to go on over to the Wheel of Names. Right? You guys want to do another giveaway? Jeff Overing won our very first. I think he wants weapons. So that one is off the table here. Let's see. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. And we're going to do that. Okay, so here we go, guys. Another giveaway. Again, these download codes were provided by our guy, Eli Cortez. So little love for Eli there in the chat. And let's get this thing going and see who's going to be the next winner of our download code giveaway. Now, again, you have to be in the chat at the time of winning to actually win. So let's see who's going to be the big winner. Oh, and it would have been Big Rod in the chat. I know Big Rod's been very busy lately. He's got a new lady, so he's been out and about. Let me see here. Illuminated Pro says, all these lives are inspiring me to get back to my channel. Now that I have my own apartment, I can get really fancy and creative with my setup. I think it's absolutely worth it. I think if you feel driven to do something like that, you should. And what's really great is, yeah, now that you have your own space, really all you need is like a corner in a room. You can dress up that corner and put up some lights and some of your favorite stuff in the background, and it's going to look like you're in a studio. So it really doesn't take much to have a setup that's really nice. So yeah, I totally encourage anyone who wants to create content to create content. Ryan, don't give up though. You are on the Wheel of Names, and I don't think Big Rod is here. What's happening, Adrian James? How are you doing, buddy? Great to see ya. Let me go ahead and get Adrian's name in there, because I don't think it's in there. So I'm going to remove Big Rod. Whoop. There we go. All right. Adrian James. How about James Stamsek? I don't think Destiny is in there. Destiny Faulkner. There we go. And of course, if you're a moderator and you happen to win and you want to donate, like, we can do that, but I don't want to keep the moderators out of the loop. Although if Eli, I took Eli off the list because he provided the codes, right? Ben Grimm is the winner. I saw Ben jump in for a minute. Ben Grimm, are you still there? Are you still there, Ben? I saw you jump in for just a moment while Evan was hanging out with us, but I'm not sure if you're still in the chat. Ben Grimm said Bieber, and that was not even 10 minutes ago. Ben, are you there? Oh, watching from work. There you go. Okay, so Ben, weapons is already spoken for out of the digital download codes that we have available, but we also have Final Destination Bloodlines, Nosferatu, Beetlejuice, and The Menu. So if you would like one of those 4 movies, the digital download code, please feel free to reach out to me either through Discord. I know you're over there. Or my, my social media links are in the description, so you can reach out to me through Insta or Twitter and let me know which movie out of Final Destination Bloodlines, Nosferatu, Beetlejuice, or The Menu, which one you would like to have most. All right, and there we go. I'm going to remove Ben from the Wheel of Names, and then we're going to go back on over here. There we go. All right. It's clobbering time. Yep. Destiny celebrating for Ben. Yes, James, the Thing won. The Thing did, in fact, win. Tons of physical, well, just digital media this time around, but it's, all donated. Eli purchased the physical media, and these are just the digital download codes. So, yes, a winner is you. And Ben would like The Menu. Okay. Guys, let's connect on social just so I can grab an email. I guess I could send the code to you through Discord as well. So just so I don't forget, because it's going to be a long stream and I want to make sure we take care of everybody. So Jeff Overing wants weapons, Ben Grimm, The Menu. All right. And then we'll just go as we go, so to speak. All right. So, we've got our boys. We've got our boys in the waiting room. Oh, yeah. Guys, I'm so excited. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Put the code in the chat and we fight for it. No. And Jamie says, I love The Menu. Excellent and tasty choice. I've still yet to see it. I have heard so many good things about The Menu. I feel like I am missing out on that one, but I love the performers in there. So I have no excuse for not having watched it, other than I've just been catching up on like 80s and 70s and 60s movies that I've never seen. So that's been the big focus this spooky season. And of course, watching all of the Friday the 13th, all of the Halloweens, and all of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Oh man, A Nightmare on Elm Street, I don't want to hate on it, but it's a difficult one for me. I'll tell you what, that is, out of the big 3, that one's a slog, and it has the fewest amount of movies in the franchise. But for me, it's it's tough to get through. It's like when Nancy runs up the stairs and they turn into marshmallow cream. That's the way I feel when I'm going through the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Jason from Backtrack Cinema says The Menu is great. Hell yeah. Any dating advice out there? It's brutal out here. I don't know, meet somebody naturally, go to a show, go to like a comedy show, or go see a band you really like, or a festival or something like that. Make out with some strangers, just see if it feels right. I don't know. It's so difficult. Dating apps and all that is so difficult. Yeah. I don't know how serious I am about making out with strangers, although it can be very fun. Holy cow, we've got Palf in the chat. What's happening? One of our great channel members. How are you doing? Palf, you are on the Wheel of Names, so you could win a digital download code later on in the stream. Hey, we're all shy, just depending on, where we're at. I don't know. I'm even with how like I am on YouTube, even extroverted people have their like recharge time. So there are times in social situations where I am like not in the corner, but I'm just like the person that's just like watching, because I'm like, I have nothing in common with these people, or I don't know what I can talk to these people about. So I do all my talking with you guys, and that's why I blah, blah, blah so damn much. All right, guys, I'm going to have a sip of coffee here. Are you guys having a good time? Let me know in the chat if you're having a good time. Let's see those party hats and those hearts and all that fun kind of stuff. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Maybe think about sharing the stream because we are raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank today, guys. Every dollar donated creates 5 meals. Think about that. It's an incredible impact we can have. The link is pinned in the chat. It's also in the description. So if you're watching after the fact, you can still donate. The page will be open. And, you know, if you're watching on your computer or you're watching at work, you can even just scan that QR code that's up there in the corner, and that'll take you right to our custom donation site. So let me see here. I'm going to reload the screen before we bring on our next guests. Guests meaning more than one. All right, we're sitting there strong at $440. That is very encouraging, and we're only a couple hours in. So let's keep chugging along and have a great time. And it looks like scheduled a Fight Club watch party, and I'll have a good time. Oh, we can do that over on the Discord, James. Chester's having a good time. Jamie's loving it. Blu-ray is in for the win. I love Fight Club, guys. I'm the one that brought it up. All right. So just back off on the Fight Club. Yeah, Fight Club's punk as fuck, you know? Stephanie Hinkle with a hot take here. The new Nightmare sucks. It's not even the same Freddy. It's like the wussy Freddy. It is a different animal. Yes, it is it's the spirit that embodies the character of Freddy. Yeah, it is a different thing. It's not everyone's cup of tea, although I do know some horror fans out there who say that New Nightmare is their very favorite movie of all time, not even just horror. So Saucy Jack is having a blast. There you go. Okay, looks like we are all caught up. Timu Freddy. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, so our next guests are all the way out across the pond in Wales. Yes, believe it or not, we've got all sorts of buddies on the other side of the pond out there in the UK. I call these guys my Welsh brothers from other mothers. This is, it's a long time coming, guys. I know. I jump on your streams. These guys do live streams a couple times a week. I jump in there, and it's like every time I would jump in, we start talking. It's like, man, we got to do something again sometime soon. We've been trying to get something going. We will, of course, collaborate in another way here in the future, but I'm very happy that they're able to make it for this short visit on our marathon fundraiser. I love these guys' back and forth. They've got a good routine going. It's like vaudevillian. It's the YouTube vaudevillian because you've got Jenks, who's about my age. He's the older cat. He's very refined, a very refined taste. And then you've got Kurt, who's the young buck who just likes melt films and shit like that. So it's very awesome to see these guys kind of go at it, all with love, of course. And their dynamic makes me envious that I don't have somebody to share the space with every time I go live. But let's face it, I talk too much to share the space with everybody or with anybody every single time I go live. So without any further ado, guys, please help me welcome to the stream Curtis and Jenks from Twisted Locker. What's happening, gentlemen?
What's happening, Davey?
How's it going, Davey?
It's going great. You guys sound awesome. Very well balanced on the mic. I love it. Thank you so much for joining me. Like I said, we've been trying to put together another collab for a while. I'm really happy you guys can join us for this charity fundraiser we're doing. How are you all doing out there? I know it's a little bit late, but it's Friday night. So is the feeling right?
It's 9 o'clock. It's almost my bedtime.
Yes. You have the earliest bedtime, Jenks. Do you have to work in the morning?
No. Oh, I do work in the morning, but no, it's not early. It's just, I don't mind coming on at 9, but I like to put my feet up and have a drink. But I didn't want to drink before the show.
Well, do you have one with you right now?
No.
Okay.
I'm good. Right, yeah. Trying to be good.
All right. How about you, Kurt? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Very tired. It's been a long week, but more than happy to be on your
Yes,
review, Davey.
yes.
It's an absolute pleasure, and we appreciate you inviting us on, pal.
Yeah.
This is obviously a big deal for yourself. Obviously a great cause. So yeah, it's an awesome thing you're doing, pal. 10-hour stream is insane. But
It's
if
wild.
anyone can do it, you can do it, Davey.
I can't work out if it's endurance for you or your audience. It's a bit of a mixed bag.
Here's the cool thing. The audience can dip in and out, you know, like I can run off and like use the bathroom or something really quick, but you guys can live your actual lives. The people in the chat can like drive, go to the grocery store, you know, daydream about how crazy I really am, like all that kind of fun stuff.
There may be some doctors in the chat and in the operating room. Davey Deathray on the side.
Yeah.
No, I've got there's an
8-hour
IV.
operation.
There's an IV just outside of my door, just in case I need it. It's filled with Red Bull, so you know. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. This is just we're just 2 hours in or whatever, almost 3 hours in. Yeah, so you guys, I mean, I would imagine this week has got to have been exhausting because you guys are, you know, went to For the Love of Horror last weekend, and I know what that can be like. It's like there's like the come down, right? You feel like you're sad. There's like the depression after the amazing event.
We actually had the come down on the day of the event, so we left the convention and we were supposed to go back for the after party, and we both crashed in the hotel.
Yeah.
Bought a few drinks from a local shop, went back to the hotel. Funnily enough, someone mentioned the menu in the chat just now. We watched the menu and drunk vodka and Coke.
Yeah. I was drinking like gin and tonic cans watching the menu. It was on TV, it was normal TV. Because this hotel didn't have like Netflix. So it was like, oh, the menu's on, that's perfect. It's awesome film. It is one of the best.
Yeah, so I'm feeling really old these days. I've booked the after party 3 years in a row and I've never made it. I feel like I'm all over at the convention. I'm so all over the place, emotion-wise, meeting all these people. It's such a long, grueling day as well. Yeah. By the time I get back to the hotel, get ready, I'm supposed to go back to that place. It's hard work.
Yeah, and Davey, we met Simon fucking Pegg.
Yes.
Fuck yeah. How was he? Was he the coolest dude?
He was. It's such a quick turnover. It's kind of in, shake hands, how you doing, photo, leave. But that's all I need really. I needed Simon Pegg to look me in the eyes. Now me and Simon Pegg have locked eyes and I'm happy.
While you make love to him.
Yeah.
It was quick because the demand was so high for Simon Pegg that it was logistically you had to be boom in and out.
Yeah. He seems like a pretty like regular guy I just mean as far as like the level of success he's reached, but he just still seems there's something so like you know, humble and like upstart about him still even to this day.
Still nerdy, I think. Still a nerd at heart, I think. But yeah, me and Peg has go back a long time. It was literally 2 seconds. Oh, gone out.
Well, and then you guys got to meet some other content creators and hang out, which I don't know if it was the first time you guys got to hang out there, but who all did you? I'm like trying to go through all the pictures I've seen because there was Scarefest out here as well in Kentucky. So I was seeing all these pictures from you know, digital friends of mine. I mean, imagine you guys got to kick it with Barry and Dave McCrae and Darren from Slaughtered Lamb.
That's the one. Yeah, met those guys, and we're chatting with Wigan Film Club, and we met this awesome dude. He's an artist. What was his name, Kurt? It's Dave. Oh my God,
he works with John Carpenter.
Yeah, John Carpenter.
So he's currently employed. He's currently employed by John Carpenter, and they create comics together. The coolest job in the world.
Yeah,
he's drawn like
crazy.
He's done Matrix posters, shit like that back in the day. He's incredible. He was such a cool dude, and we were drinking with him. He was just like really down to earth, wasn't he, Kurt? And we just
he was such a cool guy.
And he was so interesting, but yet he was still interested in us. He had that vibe where one of those guys, Dave, that makes you want to be a better person, and you realize that I'm a dick. I think I need to be nicer. And this guy, he's like set
who
the
am
bar.
I?
Yeah, he's the bar's too high. He's like, oh.
That's always a relief. It's awesome to meet people where it's like they really make that, you know, because I've had varying different experiences with, you know, celebrities or artists, whoever, but you know, there's certain people when you meet them, they shake their hand, they like look you right in the eye, and they really do want to like make some sort of connection that's just a little bit different. So
well,
that's very encouraging to hear.
Ted Raimi was actually the coolest person I've ever met.
Oh, he was so cool.
He spent about 2 minutes with me and Jenks just directing us for the photo, what he wanted.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How he wanted the photo, but the coolest guy.
So when I came back, I showed the 2 pictures to my kids, and I said, my daughter knew like Simon Pegg from Shaun the Dead, and I showed the picture of Ted Raimi, and she said, "Who's he?" And I went, "Do you know what? I can't be asked to explain. It's no point. I can't be asked to say Henrietta. It's just too much of a thing.
Yeah.
Like, don't worry about it. You just don't know him."
Oh, there's, you know, it's so great. Like, it's got to be wild for Ted because, you know, he's popped up in so many of his brother's projects and just anything that even like his brothers produced and all that kind of stuff. And those guys, they just do have that. I know they grew up on the Three Stooges, and there's just this manic, really fun energy. I mean, I've never met Ted, but it seems like the way you guys are describing him, he's kind of just like a big kid.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
that's
and
awesome.
Just before we went in, there was a family, a husband, wife, and a child dressed up as Xena. Was the other guy Hercules or just Xena?
Yeah, Hercules. Yeah, Hercules.
Yeah, and we just think, oh, Ted Raimi's gonna fucking love that because Sam Raimi produced that Xena show. You know? Yeah. What was Ted Raimi in the show? He was in the show, wasn't he?
He must have been.
He had that funny hat, didn't he? He wore this stupid hat thing with flaps on the side. I do remember him in there.
Well,
can't remember his character name.
So he's in the Spider-Man movies, right? He's one of the background guys or one of the smaller characters in the Daily Bugle. But then he's the guy that in Army of Darkness does the Sean Connery accent.
You have my sword.
You can have my steel or whatever.
Yeah.
So ridiculous. Love it.
Well, he actually plays two different characters in Army of Darkness. There's some sort of peasant who wouldn't dare stand up and say, "You have my sword."
Yes. And then he's great in the Ash vs. Evil Dead show. Awesome bit actor. That's awesome that you guys had that experience out there at For the Love of Horror. Man, I'd love to make it out there sometime, but if I don't make it out there within the next few years, I'm hoping that I could see you guys at H50. I don't know if you're planning on making that one.
I would love to. It's a dream. It all comes down to if I've got enough money at the time to do it, if I'm in the right place. But I would absolutely love to go to that. I mean,
when is it?
Anywhere in America.
It'll be probably like, October of 2028.
Oh, 78, yeah, of course, yeah, at 3 years' time. I'd love to go. I think you should start saving, Kurt.
Yeah,
Me too.
It is that H45 was unreal. And I had just started my channel. I hardly really knew anybody. There were like a couple people I bumped into that I recognized and hung out with, but it's like at 50, it's just going to be nuts.
Yeah.
It'll be a wild party for sure.
It seems as well like Jaws tends to have an anniversary like all the time, like a big one. Every time I go to the cinema, it's like, oh my God, another 5 years has passed and it's out again, like all the time.
It's still making money. When they put it out for the 50 year, it was like in the top 10 that week that they put it out. Well, so it's like, it made like $16 million in its run. And I'm like, this is a movie that's 50 years old and it's still making money. That's why they won't remake Jaws, because it would cost way too much. It would be way too risky, and they can just keep on putting it out as is or put it out in 3D.
On Friday, on Halloween, you'll be very proud to me. In the spooky season, I'm going to watch Back to the Future in the cinema.
There you go. Hey, that's a classic, though.
Yeah,
It is.
I don't trick or treat anymore, so it'll be Back to the Future. I've never seen it in the big screen, so I think you got to take these moments.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And it's way better than Chronicles, so you'll be good.
Fuck off.
Got to get my little jab in on Chronicle. I kid. I don't hate Chronicle. I just like to give Jenks shit about it.
I want you to hate Davey of the Dead there's something wrong with your brain if you like that piece of shit.
Oh, I like Diary of the Dead. Yeah, I do.
said,
I quite like
totally.
it. Yeah. I'm not even a found footage guy, but I'm just such a shill for George Romero. I think that's what it is. Okay, guys, I know I want to be sensitive with your time, especially because little janky wanks got to get to bed.
I'm actually wearing slippers as we speak. Okay,
Nice.
Monster ones. Yeah. And I got
No
pajama
pants.
bottoms.
Okay.
Nobody wants to see that, Davey. Come on.
Stephanie Hinkle says, did he say vodka and Coke? That's a new one. I've heard of vodka and Coke for sure. Because Palp is
Very
like, is
common
that
down
not a
here,
drink in America? I think it is more popular in the UK. And maybe the first time I ever heard of it was through like Little Britain or IT Crowd or something like that. I'm not sure.
Davey, it's a bit of a girly drink. I myself was having a gin and tonic. Okay.
All right.
So that is way more girly.
I'm joking. I know. That's the epitome of a girl's drink, but I love it.
Oh, it's not that bad. I don't think either one is that bad. Epitome of a girl's drink is a mimosa because it gives you bloat and makes you buzzed. You know, that's like the classic. I want to be uncomfortable and drunk, and I want it to happen by 11 a.m. You know?
We call it Bucks Fizz in our country. It's a bit tackier of a name. A mimosa sounds better than a Bucks Fizz. I have one every Christmas Day. I love it. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah,
morning,
I mean, out here it's like, it's maybe a bit too much. We got Fachi Cinema jumping on in. What's happening, Matt? You know what? I may be a stud muffin, but these guys, two sexy bitches right there. How about it? Okay, guys, let's jump on into the task at hand. I shared the link for Twisted Locker there in the chat. If one of the mods could share it again or share it here in a few minutes, just so it's constantly in there on the drip. These guys, I love what you guys do. I love you guys are doing these rankings of the different decades, talking about the best and worst horror movies, but also just the back and forth is so much fun. So guys, if you're not already subscribed to Twisted Locker, you got to give these guys a go. They are awesome. I love these boys. So I love these boys. Don't clip that out and use it for nefarious purposes, anybody. I love these boys. They'll just like slow it down. Boys. With an emoji of a whatever it is, eggplant. Okay, guys.
Every time we're on the show, come on now. It always gets dirty.
I know. I can't help myself. I'm just a dirty fucker. I don't know what it is, you know.
It's the Welsh influence. It is.
It is, you know. I'm a Conway, and I know you guys have got a Conway up north in Wales, right?
We have, yes. I've been there.
Yeah. I gotta make my way up there. I gotta make my way out there. So I'm all ginger as fuck, dude. I know you can't tell, but I have freckles all over. I'm
Listen,
you know.
since the birth of beards on men, everybody's ginger now. It's like everyone's joined. I was gonna say the dark side, the ginger side.
My
but
beard has like
you're extra ginger. You're a real ginger.
I'm not even that ginger.
You're so white that you're pink, Jenks.
Yeah.
You've gone full circle.
Only gingers are pink. Only gingers are pink.
Yeah, grey and ginger. It's a strange combination.
And you can tell we all grew up in a place that literally just has no sun. Because I grew up in Southeast Alaska, so I've got the pale thing too. I think I only look the way I look because of my light. So, anyways, skin tones aside, let's talk some favorite horror movies throughout your guys' lives, just throughout the decades of your life. Jenks, are you a late 70s baby or early 80s?
Right. I would like to say I'm a cinephile. I make sure I say that correct because it could come out with someone else. And I was born in 1979, so
right.
I don't. But I still want to claim that decade.
That's what I'm. That's the rule. So as we talk, like it's as long as you're born in that decade, you can pick any movie from you could go as far back as 70. That's just. I mean, it's a very loose rule. I just thought it would be fun to include the whole thing. So. And then Kurt, are you a 90s baby?
1993.
93. All right.
Doesn't live.
You're as old as my oldest nephew. There you go. All right, there you are. And so okay. So what we'll do is we'll go back and forth between you guys. We'll start with Jenks because you're gonna have a couple more.
Yeah.
So we'll start with you and then we'll end with you as well, Jenks. So favorite horror movie from the 1970s. What do you got for us?
Okay. I'm not a huge fan of the 70s. There's loads of good ones, but it happens to be not only my favorite, but I believe the greatest horror movie ever made, and it is The Exorcist.
Oh, what a boring answer.
I thought you were going to say that.
It is boring, and I did try not to be boring when I made the list, but I thought, well, I'd just be lying.
You walked past Linda Blair last weekend and didn't even give her a second look.
She's too old now and interested. That sounded a bit dodgy then, as if I only care when she's a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looked a lot better in 1973.
Yeah. Clip that, baby. Yeah, what was I saying now? Yeah. See, every time I come on. Right. Yes, Exorcist. Now, it's not my favorite horror film ever made, but I believe if a gun to my head, an alien came down, he said, what's the best horror film ever made? I would have to say The Exorcist. It is... Because when I was growing up, it was banned. It was one of the Vigilantes, or I was certainly banned for a long time in Britain. And it was this sort of like this air of naughtiness. Oh my God, have you ever seen The Exorcist? I think some people had like pirates of it, and it was quite hard to get hold of. And back then, pirates were really shitty, really bad picture. I wouldn't know. I've never watched a pirate, but. And my mother had seen it in the cinema when she was young. And it disturbed her, so she kept telling me how disturbing it was, that it changed. She couldn't sleep for a week. Bit of overreaction, obviously, but my sister had chicken pox at the time before I was born, and my sister came into her bedroom, my mother said, and she was covered in spots.
Oh my God!
And her hair was like sticking up like that. And my mother screamed because she thought she was like possessed by the devil or something. She is a bit possessed. And and so you imagine like growing up, all I heard was those things. And then I finally got the chance to watch it in the cinema when it re-released it in the 90s. I think it came back out and then it put it in the cinema straight away. But like same as Texas Chainsaw, and it blew me away. I love it. Yeah.
All right, the original Exorcist.
Yes.
That's one that's like, I appreciate that movie so much. For whatever reason, it doesn't hit me as well or as hard as like the non-religious demonic possession movies. For whatever reason, I don't know what it is. Like, again, I really appreciate The Exorcist. But I can only imagine like what it's like, seeing it back in that time before horror, especially before mainstream horror was really pushing it like that.
That's what I think. See, when I watch it, I always imagine what it would have been like you said, to be in the 70s and not having all this other references of going like, oh my God, this is way beyond anything that was out in the 70s. And it still stands today.
There's some of the stuff that's said in that movie. I'm like, oh my goodness, can't even say, like, now in 2025, people would be all like, over that stuff, even more probably than they were in the 70s. It's wild.
You wouldn't have that crucifix scene in any film now, and it is still disturbing to this day, definitely.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good pick. That's a solid one. I know Kurt's going to give you shit about it for being predictable, but let's see. Maybe his pick from the 90s is predictable. I don't know. Curtis, what do you got for your favorite horror movie of the 90s?
It's gonna be fucking Scream. Ugh.
It might be predictable, but what I'm not gonna do, right, is I've decided I'm not gonna pick any Evil Dead movie, right, because that's boring. There's 3 Evil Dead movies that have been released in decades that I've been born, okay?
Yeah.
So I thought I'm not doing Evil Dead because 3 of my picks would be Evil Dead, and I'm sick to death talking about Evil Dead. It's my favorite franchise, so obviously me and Jenks have absolutely rinsed it. So I thought I'm going to do something a little bit different, but I am still going to pick my favorites outside of it. And from the 90s, I've got Peter Jackson's Brain Dead. Now, I know this is another one me and Jenks have spoken about quite a bit on our podcast, but
rightly so.
It deserves to get mentioned because for some reason, it's not a mainstream horror. Not enough people know about this movie. In fact, Davey, I was surprised you knew the movie so well because I speak to a lot of people and they have not heard of the movie. Down here and whatever else. But for some reason, it's kind of remained an underground movie. I don't even think it's quite reached maximum cult status. Now, it's obviously got a following, but I don't feel like it's become a cult phenomenon like a lot of the other solo 80s or 90s horror movies.
Yeah.
But to me, it's one of the most special horror movies ever made. It's one of my earliest memories in horror. I watched this movie way too young. I think possibly most problems in my life can be traced back to Brain Dead. A lot of people have picked up that I'm probably a fussy eater because of this movie.
Not a custard fan.
No chance. But it is the most grotesque. I genuinely believe it's the most grotesque movie ever made. Now, there's movies like Saw and Hostel, which are just nasty. This is absolutely grotesque. And if you're a fussy eater like myself, or fussy with textures and feelings,
Sure.
it's the worst possible movie. And that's why I love it, because I love feeling uncomfortable. I love going out of my comfort zone. And that's why I love horror movies. And one of the main reasons I love Brain Dead is because every single time I watch this movie, it makes me feel uncomfortable. But 1 minute you're squeamish, the next minute you're laughing, and Peter Jackson has just molded this perfect zombie movie. It's easily one of my favorite horror movies ever made. One I go back to way too often for how grim it is, but it's just great. It's great fun.
Yeah, it is. I think it's not as mean-spirited as like more serious.
No, it's just
movies,
gross.
That push things. So it's pretty like, this is a movie. The first time I watched it was like 95. I had just finished. It was the day that I got promoted from 8th grade, and we had a big party at this. There were these two twins, Paige and Lisa Mitchell. When we were like 4 years old, we were hanging out on like play dates and stuff that our parents set up. And then here we are, end of 8th grade, Dead Alive. We call it Dead Alive out here in the States. Had just come out like on VHS. We had no idea what the heck it was all about, but it was very interesting. They have this display on the counter of the local video store, and it was the display of the cover there, with the woman opening her mouth. And when you walked by it, like the cardboard moved and it screamed at you when you walked by. And so we're sitting there watching it, just a bunch of like 13-year-olds or whatever. And the dinner scene comes up, or the lunch scene comes up, and I believe it was when the mom eats the ear. One of the twins ran to the bathroom, and we could hear her vomit.
Thank you, Nora.
Yeah. W-L. I love the guy that's like
gluing her skin back on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stand still, or it's gonna go on crooked. I love the what? No pudding. So many quotable lines.
One of the greatest lines from the movie, though, is your mother ate my dog, but then Lionel saying, well, not all of it. And he's got the dog's tail. There's so good.
So many nice little quips in this movie. It is brilliantly funny. It's one of the goriest movies of all time. It's my second favorite zombie film of all time. And I'm right there with you. I think that's a great pick for best horror movie of the 90s right there. We actually just watched Dead Alive on our Discord, because on Discord, I don't know if you guys have one for Twisted Locker, but you can show the movie on the screen on Discord. There's no like rights issues. So if you want to host a watch party, you could just do a little something over there. So man, Dead Alive. I want Peter Jackson to come back to horror so bad.
Yeah.
I think now's the time. Now's the time for him. He can do whatever he wants. Like, let's get wild with it. Okay.
I will take Brain Dead coming out on 4K, and I'd be happy with that. You don't have to make another horror. Just give me Brain Dead on 4K, and I'll be happy.
They're working on it, I think, right
now.
Yeah.
But he's been working on it for like 7 years, I believe. It's been a long time.
It should look great, because, man, I think one of the most impressive things in the movie, outside of the obvious, I think the editing is incredible.
Yeah.
There's some magic tricks they pull. When the woman gets punched through the back of her head, and it's a seamless going from her screaming to her being a dummy, and it's absolutely seamless. That's one of the shots in all of filmdom, including stuff like Citizen Kane, where my brain is like, how did that happen? How did they do this?
I love the light bulb in the mouth. Honestly, that blows me away. Like, I watched it with a friend about a couple of years. We did a watch party a few months ago, but when I watched it with a friend, I hadn't seen it for years, and I just thought, like, oh my god, these practical effects, and like you said, the cutaways, the editing, I've never seen anything like it. Like, it blows everything out of the water. It is incredible.
So ambitious. I love seeing ambition, and even if something isn't perfect, like the original Evil Dead, I will give points for ambition. Like, I am willing to look past some of the obvious things and just appreciate the hard work and the ingenuity, for sure. But then Dead Alive is like best of both worlds, because it looks amazing and it's ambitious at the same time. Okay, cool. We got a couple of good picks to start things off. Jenks, what do you got for the 1980s?
This was really hard. Look, movies are pretty much subjective for the most part, but the 80s was objectively the greatest decade for horror, or for certainly for iconic horror. And look, my favorite film of all time is Return of the Living Dead. Like Curtis said, I can't talk about it anymore. I can't. I'm starting to hate my own film. And really close to that is Evil Dead 2. Again, we have rinsed that film. I know we're trying to be honest, but I'm gonna go with Lost Boys.
Yes.
We never talk about that much. This film is not my favorite film of all time, but it is easily like the third best for me for the 80s. Curtis pointed out last year, I think, when we did a video, that there's no vampire action for about 45 minutes, 50 minutes. And considering the film is only like 80 minutes long, probably like an 80 minute long, you don't care, you don't notice anything, and you don't give a shit, because it's so enjoyable. It's so good world building. You really feel you know Santa Carla. And the fact that you remember, what's the saxophonist?
Tim Capello.
Tim Capello singing I Believe, I Still Believe. Just something it's not got nothing to do with vampires. He's not even a character.
Yeah.
He gets killed later on. You just remember that scene because you feel the tone, and it is so brilliant. And Keith Sutherland is absolutely phenomenal. And it kind of annoys me because I don't watch the Oscars anymore, right? Because I used to everybody used to watch Oscars because you knew the films, Gladiator, Pulp Fiction. Nobody knows anymore what the fuck films are. And it just bugs me that something like Keith Sutherland's performance as David would never even get a sniff as an Oscar. And I'm like, what is that performance any less incredible than, I don't know, all the other ones every year? It just annoys me. It's so iconic, and we're still talking about that performance for almost 40 years now. We're not talking about Nomadland and all those shit films that win Oscars and The Artist. I love this movie, and I love the Frog Brothers and Corey Haim. I wanted to be Corey Haim when I was a kid. I thought his hair was cool, his long coat was cool. Yeah, I was in awe. I love this film.
Yeah, it's definitely got that kind of vibe. I love that, that late 80s. Joel Schumacher is pretty stylized, and he brings like a good amount of like 80s MTV style to the movie. That's,
Stonecock is amazing as well.
Yeah, and bringing in the saxophonist and having it really bear nothing on the plot, but just to be there is totally an 80s MTV kind of thing to do, right? They just want that memorable moment. Man, the fashion here is great. Alex Winter from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is there playing a badass vampire, so that's pretty cool too. It's what you hear all the time with vampire movies. Usually people, it's either Fright Night or Lost Boys, or people that can't decide between the two. So two really strong entries there from the 80s for vampire fans. That's a good pick, man.
Cheers.
And hey, now you guys have something that a new movie to rinse on the channel. So now you can enter your Lost Boys era, right?
we did a Lost Boys review early on in our YouTube career, and the sound is bad, the lighting's bad, and it's like,
you got to redo that.
I know, totally.
Jump on in, redo that one. Dress up as the saxophonist. I know you're a personal trainer, so I'm sure you got the bod to pull it off. So
oil myself up. I'm 46 now. I probably probably can't get away with it.
No one wants to see you in oil, Jenks.
No, probably not.
That's right. Whenever I see pictures of Def Leppard, I'm like, why does Phil Collin? Yes, Phil Collin, not Collins. What's with he's always topless. He's always greased up. I'm like, dude, you're 70. I get it. You're in good shape. Just please stop. Like, please stop.
I was talking to somebody before, and you know, like Madonna's really old now when people talk about how old she is. And someone said, "Oh, everybody picks on her because of her age. They don't do that with guys." I'm like, "Of course they do. Everybody makes fun of the Rolling Stones. How ridiculous they look with their tops with his vest on and Def Leppard. Nonsense.
They can't let it go. They just can't let go. The 60s and 70s were a long time ago. Oh, Near Dark. There we go. That's another one that gets entered into the conversation as well. All right, so we've got some great picks so far. Curtis, what do you got for the aughts, for the double
So
O's?
this was an easy pick. Now, this isn't just one of the best horror movies of the noughts. This is one of the greatest horror movies ever made, and it's The Descent from 2005. Jenks, I apologize. I didn't run it past you. This may be one of your picks.
I got a couple of backups, don't worry.
You can pick the same picks. It's okay. It's okay, guys.
The Descent is one of the greatest horror movies ever made. I remember watching that for the first time when it came out in 2005. I believe it's 2005.
Yeah.
And it absolutely blew me away because back then there wasn't any internet, there wasn't any anticipation for movies. Not at the age I was at. I didn't have access to magazines and stuff like that. It was just a film I came across and I had no idea about anything going in. And I am terrified of tight spaces and caves. I will not go near them, right? So first things first, you go into this movie and you've got a bunch of cave divers putting their bodies through holes they don't fit in. And that alone, right? That alone in itself is terrifying. So the first half of the movie, before anything bad happens, where you're supposed to feel safe, right? I don't. I'm uneasy from the second this movie starts because I'm completely out of my comfort zone. And like I said with Brain Dead, I want horror movies to make me feel a certain way. I want to feel uncomfortable. Yeah. And before these disgusting night demons come out of the darkness, it's already stressful. They just ramp it up and make it worse. But every single time I watch this movie, I curl up. I get the same reaction every single time I watch it. And it's just a shame that Neil Marshall never went on to do anything half as great as this movie. It's a shame. Yeah. There's a few of his movies I like I'm partial to Dog Soldiers. I don't think it's amazing.
Yeah.
But The Descent, you look at this film and you see a guy who's capable of making a top-class horror movie.
Yeah.
I don't know what went wrong, how he wasn't able to replicate what he did on that film. Unfortunately, that's how it goes sometimes. But I genuinely believe this is a perfect horror movie. And I'm going to see it in cinema next Monday. It's being re-released on 4K. For its 20th anniversary, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's being re-released in cinemas. So next Monday, I get to see it on the big screen, brand new restoration. I can't wait. But easy. This was an easy pick. I love this movie.
So Neil Marshall, although he hasn't made any great films, he directed a lot of iconic Game of Thrones episodes.
Yeah.
Really brilliant ones. Did you watch Game of Thrones, Davey?
I watched like the first maybe 2 or 3 seasons, and then I kind of lost interest.
All the greatest episodes are mostly Neil Marshall, the monster when there's massive battles. So I kind of think he's cut his teeth in the cinema, but gone back and made things a bit smaller. And yeah, he's still doing it. But yeah, I would like to see another cinema horror from him. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he definitely had the magic with The Descent for sure. That was, I mean, the first time I saw it, I didn't really know what to expect. I was stoned to the bejesus. And man, the claustrophobia really hits harder when you're high on weed.
Sequel is diabolical. Oh my God.
I turned it off maybe like 35 minutes in or 40 minutes in. I was like, I can't even do this.
There's a jacked one. There's a massive muscly one. You're thinking, how the fuck is he supposed to get through a pothole? He's jacked, like. He's meant to be skinny so they can get through small holes. It's so stupid.
Yeah, and that's one of those movies, The Descent, where every time I go back and watch it, I notice them in the background more and more earlier on in the film. So this is a movie that it pays for you to go back and revisit it. Really great performances. To me, there's elements. I mean, obviously there's some Evil Dead kind of vibes with covering your hero in blood. And then also like holding back on really getting a reveal of the monster sort of reminds me of Jaws in a way, where once you get that first shot of them like standing right next to her, it is like truly, it's like the shark jumping out of the boat. It's like the why don't you come down here and chum some of this shit kind of moment, you know?
Yeah.
The Descent, great pick.
It's also mad that it was, I think, at least 90% of it was filmed on a soundstage.
Really?
That's wild.
Completely built set. So they built like I think they had
all the tunnels and stuff were built. Right?
Yeah. Everything. And I mean the bigger places that they're in, you've got these massive setups.
Yeah.
And it's hard to believe that you can just build something on a set and make it look that authentic.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, you're right.
They do a great job. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen The Descent, if you're hanging out in the live chat or watching after the fact, it's 20th anniversary. It is a must-watch. Skip the sequel.
Yes, definitely.
And no matter which ending you watch, I think both endings are good for different reasons. So I don't think you can really go wrong. So there's that as well. All right. Curtis or Jenks. I'm reading Curtis's name. This is
right.
Sorry guys, I'm a total pro. If you don't know, Jenks. We're moving into the 90s for you. What do you got for your favorite horror movie of the 1990s?
So going from the 80s, which is arguably the best and most iconic, the 90s was a piece of shit for horror. Absolute shit. Look, if I'm gun to my head, the thing that I loved the most in the 90s as a kid, but not now, was Army of Darkness. But again, I don't love it as much as I used to, and I don't want to talk about Evil Dead. So it was a toss-up between Misery and Event Horizon, and I'm gonna go with Misery because Event Horizon is a sci-fi and it's a horror, but I'd say Misery's a thriller as well. So it's just slim pick. It's a shit decade. Honestly, it's so bad, and I don't care what anybody says. It is got to be the worst from the 70s onwards. Misery. I'm gonna pick. I absolutely adore this film. It could be my favorite Stephen King adaptation, or certainly top 5. It is my favorite female villain performance. When I write books, a lot of my villains are females because I'm so obsessed with Kathy Bates in this film. I just love a female villain because I think it's because when you can find a scary guy in any pub, you go down to any bar on a Saturday night, you can find a bunch of dickheads. But it's harder to find a scary, dangerous woman, you know? Yeah. And she is so good at the character, Annie Wilkes. And I just love the plot of him being so vulnerable, so like indebted to her for her saving him, and then realizing, oh fuck, I'm a prisoner. It is mind-blowing, and I think it is better than the book because the book is a little bit too grotesque, and they tone it down just enough in the movie. And you get Kathy Bates obviously in the movie. But if somebody hasn't seen this movie because they think, oh, it's one of Stephen King's non-horror, it's not quite. It is still, I would still call it a horror. It's
I would, yeah.
Yeah, I'd still. Yeah. But I love this movie. And Kathy Bates, I'm so glad, we were talking about Oscars earlier, what I was. I'm so glad she got a fucking Oscar because she so deserves it. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, love it.
I mean, it's a powerhouse. Kathy Bates and James Caan. You know, this one's directed by Rob Reiner, which I think is kind of easy to forget because he didn't really, at least as far as I can remember, he didn't direct much after the 90s.
No, a bit comedy, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah, a lot of like romantic kind of comedies and stuff like that. So this is a little bit of a different picture for him. And yeah, you're right, Jenks. It's like with a female villain, it's a little bit more of that spider's web kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, where it's less about brute force and more about sly manipulation, and then you're trapped before you even know it, kind of thing. Which is a great way to do the female villain. That's a surprising pick, man. I didn't see that one coming, and I think it's a good pick for the 90s. That's a strong one.
Just one shout out. I think honorable mention is probably Blair Witch, Sixth Sense. But again, I've rinsed those movies, and they came out in '99. It's like the arse end of the '90s, you know. Gotcha.
Yeah. The beginning of the '90s was a little bit of a different animal, and Misery from '90 sure does stand out. All right, hell of a pick. Okay, Kurt, 20 10s. What do you got?
Yeah, this was another easy pick for me, and I've got It 2017. Another massive milestone for me in horror. I obviously grew up on the 90s It. Me and my friends, that's one we would kind of dare each other to watch. It was kind of a sleepover movie where it's like, you know, should we put It on at a very young age? And we all thought we were the losers, you know. We went out to fields and, you know, close to storm drains and stuff looking for Pennywise. And I spent a lot of my childhood looking for Pennywise. I don't know why. I was absolutely terrified of him. So obviously when this one came around, the anticipation for this one was insane. And what made me enjoy this one even more and is when it was released, the day it was released, I went on holiday to Greece for a week. And genuinely, it actually deterred me from having a better time there because I was so fixated on seeing this movie. That's how my brain works. I've had it many times where I've had previous engagements where I've been stuck in something and I can't go watch a movie I want to watch, right? Yeah. And it does make me enjoy more when I finally see it because you get that sweet release of actually seeing the movie. And I spent a week in Greece and then I got dropped off to the cinema on my way home. You go home and unpack, do everything you need to do. I got dropped off in cinema on my own. I went to go watch it. And it blew me away. It's one of the best experiences I've ever had in cinema. Everything I felt about it from when I was a kid came back 10 times more because I just feel like they did it better. Obviously, they were restricted with the original one because it was made for TV. Yeah. But what blew me away is that Tim Curry as Pennywise is one of, if not the most iconic performance in horror. Tim Curry is synonymous with that character. And here comes along Bill Skarsgård. And for me personally, topped Tim Curry, and only because of the resources he was given. Now, head to head, if they were both in big budget movies, maybe Tim Curry would come out on top. But this was a massive Hollywood movie, and they just did absolutely everything right. Now, I haven't read the book in full. I've attempted it multiple times, but I know enough about the lore, and I love... Massive. Yes, I know the story enough to go in and appreciate how faithful it is and how much of a good adaptation it is. And yeah, this movie absolutely blew me away the first time I seen it, and I've seen it countless of times since. And yeah, I'm a huge fan of this film.
And you're talking part one or like part one and two combined? Okay.
No, just part one. I like part two, but it's a massive step down from part one for me.
Yeah, part two bored the hell out of me. But
yeah. Like me and Jenks have said many times, it's more exciting to see kids go up against Pennywise because they're vulnerable. Now that they're adults, it's just not as scary seeing adults go up against them.
Yeah, and
the 90s one had the same problem.
And I think with the adults, because they know that Pennywise is real, they've got the resources. They can hire a SEAL team of mercenaries or whatever to take him out. Why would they go into the storm drain to get him as grown-ups when they're all successful? It just doesn't make sense. When you're kids, though, nobody believes them. They haven't got money. They haven't got strength, power, voice. It's so much better.
Yeah, because it's more about overcoming your fears is kind of like the point, right? And overcoming your biggest personal obstacles kind of is sort of what Pennywise represents in a way. Yeah, chapter 2, I was like, oh, so all this movie is each character going off by themselves, having a bad memory, and then shaky cam Pennywise running at them, and nothing happens.
Yeah, a lot of CGI. As if Andy Muschietti's had like a budget, and he come under budget. He thought, oh, I'll just throw some CGI in anything, giant shit. He had that stupid. The fortune cookies with the little monsters come out at the start. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
Terrible. I really don't like number 2. I love the first one. I'm exactly like you, Kurt. I loved it. And the CGI that's used in the first one is subtle and used well. I'm not against CGI if it's used well, but the second one, it just was crap. And they put the kids in it just because they knew that the kids were the selling point, but they had to modulate the voices, didn't they? Because the kids have gone through
de-age them.
Yeah, awful. Yeah, not a fan.
Yeah, it's one of those things that never really hit me too hard. I do like the 90s version. I like the first chapter much more than the second one. And I'm glad that they did a totally different interpretation of Pennywise in the new one. I think that's what allows that to be able to kind of just have his own space there for Skarsgård, you know.
And you forget how brutal it is because, you know, the kid's arm comes off in the opening scene, and seeing kids maimed like that, it's just hard to watch. Like, you forget it's horrible.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Okay, let's see here. What do we got? So we've got, I hate to do this mid-stream with you guys, but speaking of streams, I need to use the little boys' room. Can you guys hold down the chat and chit chat with everyone and talk about the Lost Boys or Evil Dead 2? I will be right back and we'll finish you guys up. We have a few more from Jenks and one more from Kurt. So I will be right back. I guess I would apologize, but I guess this is just part of doing a 10-hour stream. So that way I can maintain focus.
You enjoy yourself, Davey.
Yes.
All right. It'll be great. All right. Keep it R-rated. No NC-17. Okay.
I got a good idea, Curtis. Seeing as you missed out on the 70s and 80s, give me your 70s. I know it hurt not being able to speak.
Easy pick. It would be Suspiria. Dario Argento, Suspiria. Now, people talk about The Exorcist like it's the greatest movie of the 70s. I beg to differ. I think Suspiria is far superior. The only reason it's obviously not as beloved as The Exorcist is because it's foreign, Jenks. That's it. Yeah. That's all it comes down to. It is a perfect movie, and someone who has got a clear vision, someone who isn't doing anything like anyone else. I'm not saying The Exorcist falls into that category, but I just think Suspiria is an absolute perfect movie. Easily the best movie to come out of the 70s for me.
No, I think you probably could live with not talking about the 70s, but the fact you had to skip the 80s, that must hurt.
Not really, Jenks. We spoke about enough. In fact, I'm glad we skipped the 80s because there's too many, Jenks. There's too many. It would have to be The Thing because it's my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah.
But there's so many movies you got to skip through. Like The Descent, that was easy.
Yeah. So I made a list and I thought, if I have to be honest, it's got to be Return and Evil Dead 2. But I've got Poltergeist down. I've got Nightmare on Elm Street 1. I love number 3, but 1 is the one that got me. And American Werewolf in London. It was just like all these films kind of changed my life. Probably got me into horror. It did. All these films, and it's a bit of a combination because I love zombie movies. I love possession movies, werewolf movies, and you got Poltergeist, which is arguably one of the greatest haunted house movies ever. Not only is it one of the best, it does something different because by then it was a tired formula, and they thought, what about if it was a normal brand new build that was haunted? It hasn't got a history, it's just literally a brand new build, and it was so unique. It's such a good film.
It brought ghosts and hauntings into everyone's home. Now, you can't relate to some grand manor or castle being haunted. You can't relate to that because not many people live in castles. But if you put that ghost in a suburban town, if you put that ghost in an ideal all-American family's home in the suburbs, stunning house, it makes it 10 times scarier because everyone's going, this looks like my house. Do you know what I mean? It was the perfect formula.
Because all the houses in that sort of like estate, I'll all look the same. They're kind of soulless, new build houses, and they got this sort of. Obviously, I know the rumors are like Spielberg pretty much directed it. It wasn't like Tobe Hooper, but it's got the music is like very like E.T.
And it's Spielberg pissed all over that film. In a good way, as in like Mark in his territory.
That's how great Spielberg is. He can just take his hand to anything, can he?
Well, this is the thing. Back to the Future feels like a Spielberg movie. Gremlins feels like a Spielberg movie. Yeah. They've got that magical charm. Now, Joe Dante, Gremlins also feels like a Joe Dante movie. Now, Joe Dante has kind of got that same vibe in the rest of his movies.
Did Spielberg produce Gremlins?
Yes, it's Amblin.
Oh yes,
yeah.
of course. Yeah.
And then you've also got Back to the Future, which very much feels like a Spielberg movie.
Yes, he's just amazing, and like I suppose all these directors that work with him can kind of diversify, because you got Robert Zemeckis, who was like an action director, then he does Roger Rabbit, then he does What Lies Beneath, which is really fucking terrifying. That's why, Kurt. I know it's too late now, but Tarantino, he should have made a proper horror. I know Death Proof is a bit of a horror.
Yeah, he's always said, right, that he would love to do a horror, but he's scared of what'll come out.
Yeah. What do you mean?
So if he starts writing that script, he's worried about what he's going to conjure up. I'm guessing he's alluding to the fact that he's got quite a dark brain.
Yeah, like the closest thing he's done to horror is Death Proof. I would.
Well, I consider Death Proof to be a horror movie. Really.
Yeah, yes.
It's a grindhouse flick. It's partnered up with Planet Terror.
Yes.
Stuntman Mike is a serial killer.
Yeah.
His weapon is his car. It is a horror movie. Absolutely.
And you know, when you watch like what's it called, Hollywood,
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
There
Spawn
is horror.
Ranch.
Yes, when he's looking for Bruce Dern, it is very horror elements. Forget putting aside the sort of the Charles Manson element, just the cult itself, or the commune, whatever you want to call it. It is creepy. Even though you got Brad Pitt, who's a badass in it, you're thinking anything could happen to him now. Anything.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
He's got the flair. I think probably most good directors can probably take their hand to horror.
Oh, definitely.
Apart from Rob Zombie.
Especially if you've got a clear vision now, like auteur directors. Now you know exactly what you want, and you all the little details and nuances you put into your movies. Yeah. They could put their hand to anything, because if Tarantino goes, "Hey, I'm going to do a fully fledged horror movie," it's going to look and feel like a Tarantino movie. It's just going to be a horror.
Yes. I don't think his last film would be a horror. I think he would have to be a bit more traditional and guessing.
Well, this is the thing. So he's already said the reason he decided not to make the movie Critic was because it was too similar to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And that's why he handed off the sequel to Dave Fincher. And he said, I need to step away and come up with something that doesn't resemble anything I've ever done. So that's exciting in its own, but he is going to do something completely different.
Oh, hi, Davey.
Yeah, how much money did you guys make for the stream while we were?
How many viewers do we lose?
No, everything's going great. I think we picked up a few, and my break took a little bit longer because Amanda Trashbox Mandy, Amanda Mendoza dropped by with some snacks and some fun stuff.
Nice.
So
perfect timing. I let Curtis do his 70s and 80s because I knew he was killing him.
Gotcha. Okay. So where are we at, Jenks? We're at you picking 2000s, right?
I got 2 decades. Curtis is done. He's done.
No, I got one decade, Jack. 20s.
He's got one more. You got 3 more, right? Because we're doing 2000s for you. Yeah, so far in the 20s. Yeah.
Oh, I am okay. I'll have to research out in my head because I went to the 10s. Sorry.
No worries.
Right. I'm going to have to be boring here because it'll pain me. Descent was on my list, but I'm going to go with Dawn of the Dead, 2004. Okay,
that's a good pick.
I have talked about a lot on my other channel, but I do feel like
I'll be back now, guys.
I do feel like it's kind of underrated. It's not really because it's Zack Snyder. James Gunn wrote it, but I think a lot of people shit in it because it's a remake. But if it didn't have the name Dawn of the Dead, if it wasn't set in a shopping mall, it'd be a completely different movie. It's the only 2 elements that are the same. They don't repeat scenes. They don't repeat characters. It is one of the best, if not the best, zombie movies ever made, in my opinion.
It's up there.
If you like high octane, now if you like a bit more, I don't dislike shambling zombies. I like Dawn of the Dead, the original, and all that. But with Dawn of the Dead, it's got one of the greatest opening scenes ever that goes on and on and on in a good way.
Yeah.
But you've got some of the most, like I did, when I watched it in the cinema, I didn't know what I was going to think. I thought, I thought I was the same as everybody else. I thought, oh, they're remaking Dawn of the Dead. How can they do that? And I remember loving it. And I remember when the bus scene happens at the end with the hordes of zombies and they can't get through the pile. I was just in heaven. I thought, oh my God, this is exactly what I love about zombies. The hordes, when there's so many. Yeah. There's a small scene in Return of the Living Dead a little bit ago when they got the cop car and they have to turn around.
Yeah.
That to me is everything I love about zombie movies. When there's so much, where it's not about the individual zombie, it's the mass. And they become one massive sort of monster, and it blows me away. Love it.
That overwhelming nature. Yeah, man. I mean, 04 Dawn of the Dead. I was the same way. Super skeptical. At first, it was going to be like PG-13, and then they're like, no, it's going to be R. And then the news came out about the zombie baby. And I remember being on Dark Horizons, this website that I used to always frequent, and I was like, they're going to put a fucking baby in this movie. I was just like livid. And then I went and saw it and was like, that's a friggin' party. And I went back the next day and watched it again in the theater.
Yes. It's free on it's free on YouTube for some reason. And do you know, I watched it the other day, right? Do you know this whole scene with the baby and the pregnant mother? I can't remember her name now, Lola or something. And when he's trying to put the muzzle on her and she's snapping her teeth, she looks amazing as a zombie. She's all sweaty, her teeth are all like bleeding. But him trying to get that muzzle on, that scene in itself, beyond the sort of baby coming in the next scene, it's just absolutely amazing.
They handle it as well as you can handle it by bringing the baby in. But yeah, I mean, I think anyone that rips on that 04 Dawn, it's like, it's so much fun. I think as far as fast zombies go, that's probably my favorite. Now, I'm not trying to, no hate on Train to Busan. I think Train to Busan's awesome.
Yeah.
But I just think the humor, the way that Zack Snyder directs combined with James Gunn's screenplay writing in that movie is just pitch perfect. Really good stuff.
I think it's Zack Snyder's best work. And I think
I can see that.
My favorite zombie movie is Return of the Living Dead. But I would say, if someone said what is the greatest zombie movie that's flawless, I would probably say Dawn of the Dead, because Return of the Living Dead is goofy, and I wouldn't always.
Sure.
I love it for my own reasons, but like I said, if an alien came down and said, "What's the best?" I'd say, "Do you know what? Dawn 04, fuck it."
Yeah, that's a good one.
In the comments, but who cares?
Oh no, I think it's in my top 5 zombie films, so it's right up there. Just right outside of the original, probably. Damn good pick there. Okay, I've got that one written down. Curtis, I think this is your last pick here for 2020s. What do you got for your favorite?
I'll make it quick, Davey, because I know you'll have another guest on soon. Again, I'm not going to pick an Evil Dead movie. Evil Dead Rise came out in 2023. And for me, it was a toss-up between Talk to Me and Bring Her Back. Danny and Michael Philippou are my new favourite directors on the block. I'm obsessed with Talk to Me and Bring Her Back. And I think I slightly prefer Bring Her Back after watching it twice. But I've been watching Talk to Me a lot longer. It's had a longer release and I've watched it a lot more times. So I've had a lot more time to digest that movie. And it's an easier watch. It's more of a paint-by-numbers horror movie that does everything by the book.
Sure.
Whereas Bring Her Back, it's a long, grueling, tough watch. I love them both, but I'd have to give it a Talk to Me. So far, it's my favourite movie of the 20s. I absolutely adore that movie. Leaving cinema watching that one, because I went in with low expectations, not because I thought it looked crap. I thought it was just going to be another run-of-the-mill possession movie. Obviously it was the first film, so it was just another horror movie I went to cinema to watch, and it ended up blowing me away. But I think it's flawless, and it's one of the best debuts from any director.
Yeah, it's got, I think when Talk to Me came out, I didn't watch it until earlier this year, actually, for the very first time. It had all this hype coming out, but it did have that sort of poppy, mainstream kind of look, at least in the marketing and everything. So I was like, oh, this movie's probably not going to push the needle. I've seen a lot of these kind of walking sim sort of horror movies before, But man, I was wrong. I love Talk to Me. And I'm right there with you, Kurt. I think, Bring Her Back is much more of like a... it is bit more of an esoteric piece. It's a beautifully made film. It just didn't grab me the way that Talk to Me did. But man, these guys are extremely talented. Yeah. I will watch whatever they do because I think that more often than not, it's going to be a home run from the Filippo brothers.
I'm right there with you. At the moment, with the 2 films they've done, I cannot see them releasing a film that's going to be a dud. So, whatever they do next, I will be waiting with bated breath. I can't wait.
Talk to Me too.
I think that they've got a problem with children because they torture children in Talk to Me, the way they batter that kid's head and the knife.
The teeth, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, maybe these are ideas they came up when they were younger, and now they're a little bit they can't be that old, right? Late 20s, maybe early 30s. They can't be that, right? So but you're always going to get people in a special spot with horror when you have kids. And then with me, if you're doing anything with nails or teeth, I'm gonna
I'm the exact same. Yeah.
Oof. Okay. All right. Talk to Me. That's a damn fine pick there, right? You picked Talk to Me over Bring Her Back, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Jenks, your 2010.
2010.
I guess you're 2010 and you're 2020 since you're old.
All right. I'm gonna be boring, Kurt. I'm gonna go with Evil Dead 2013. Right. It was between this and It Follows, but I love It Follows. Okay, I think it's one of the better, creepiest films ever. But I can't give it any more than 4 stars, even though I think it's amazing. If that makes sense, there's something missing, but I love it even so. But Evil Dead 13. It blew me away. I was excited that it was going to be a flat-out horror. I love Evil Dead 2, but I don't really love the goofiness of Army of Darkness anymore and Ash vs. Evil Dead. I like it, but I've always preferred Evil Dead to be nasty, and I'm glad they've gone in that direction. And I would say you don't get much nastier than Evil Dead 2013. It's got some of the most iconic scenes ever. I won't waffle on because I know you're waiting, but this is one of my favorite films ever and one of the best Evil Dead films ever.
Totally agree. This is my favorite, right next to the original, because it feels like the original, and I'm willing to admit my bias. I am not going to change my mind on the original. But man, what Fede Alvarez does here, and I think he did it to a lesser degree in Alien Romulus, although I think it's tougher in that IP to be more creative. But I think what Fede has shown is that he can do his own thing, like Don't Breathe, but he can work with somebody else's creative property, and he can understand it well enough to encapsulate it and show its truest form. And I think Evil Dead 2013 is remarkable. I saw that in the theater a lot. Man, Jane Levy, we want you to come back. I want to see her in another Evil Dead movie.
I watched it. I watched it 4 times in cinema. It was the first Evil Dead movie that was released while I was able to go since I was alive. 4 times, I think, in the space of a week and a half. I was just blown away, and every time I went back to watch it, it was oh my fucking God, I'm watching an Evil Dead movie in cinema. I could not believe it.
I would bring like a new friend every time. That was my
I did the same.
Gotta see this. So it was like, just drag some person to it and sit there and watch their reaction like a weirdo, because I'm that kind of voyeuristic.
I did the exact same. Yeah.
All right. And then, I do appreciate you guys, because we're running a little over. Our next guest is hanging out waiting. Thank you so much for being patient. Pizzowel, we'll be right with you. But we do have one more pick from our guy, Mr. Bodybuilder, Mr. Personal Trainer, and he's got to get to bed. So, Jenks, boom.
I'm going to keep this really quick, because you got the guy. I've already said it, and it's the menu. It is spectacular. If you haven't seen it, it's on Disney Plus. Ralph Fiennes is phenomenal in this movie. You really believe he's a chef. You believe, if you knew him, probably think, he definitely can cook. He probably can't cook for shit. He is one of the best actors. I don't know how he hasn't bagged an Oscar yet. I don't think he has. I'm almost positive.
English Patient, he must have been nominated at least for that possibly,
one. But this is his best performance, in my opinion, up there with Voldemort. And yeah, highly recommend it. I keep it short because I have mentioned it already. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I appreciate that. And that's a movie that I still have to see, but man, I keep on hearing such great things about it. I do love the the star performers there. So that'll be one I'll have to check off pretty soon here. Okay, so just to recap, for Jenks, we have The Exorcist, The Lost Boys, Misery, Dawn of the Dead 04, Evil Dead 2013, and The Menu. And then for Curtis, we've got Brain Dead, or Dead Alive for us Yanks, The Descent, It from 2017, and Talk to Me. So some pretty strong picks there, guys. And still the only movie that's been repeated out of the 4 guests we've had is The Substance. So which is, I'm sure you guys quite enjoyed that as well. So yeah, guys, before we kick you out of here, what do you have coming up on the channel?
Well, we've got 20. We're gonna do best and worst of 2002. Was there we on or 2001?
2002, yeah.
Yes.
No, we're on 2002. Yeah.
Yeah. We're going through the years. It's an easy one to do. So it was less research. Yeah.
All right. So, and when are you guys doing that? Is it coming up this weekend, or is that going to be a Wednesday show for you?
Either Wednesday or Sunday. We've got quite a lot on here. We're working things out, but yes, Wednesday or Sunday.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm just going to share your link one more time, just in the chat there. Guys, if you have not subscribed over to Twisted Locker, please go over and check them out. Here's the cool thing. You can just subscribe. It's free. And then watch some of their stuff. If it's not for you, no one's going to be mad or cry. Well, I might cry a little bit for them,
I might cry,
but at least give them a shot. These guys, it's great live show material. They do pre-recorded stuff as well. I mean, I love the dynamic between you guys. I know you didn't really get to have at each other as much here on the marathon stream, but you'll save the goods for the O2 best and worst. Perfect. Thank you guys so much for taking a bit of your time, and especially thank you so much for taking part in our charity fundraiser right now for St. Mary's Food Bank.
It's a pleasure,
have earned. Hell yeah. We're at 440, so we've been at 440 for a little bit. I just want to remind everyone watching, $1 donated provides 5 meals, so you can have a great impact with just the smallest of donations. So link is in the description, it's pinned in the chat, and you can also scan that QR code. Thank you guys again so very much. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. I hope all is well with you and yours, and let's talk soon and do something again. Jenks, I know I got to do your Tales from the Crypt. Don't hate on me, but let's do something again sometime soon where we get to really breathe and go at each other's throats a little bit there. How about it?
Yeah, cool.
Definitely.
Thank you, dude.
All right, guys. Yep. Take care. And
cheers, guys.
All right, folks. So there we go. We are cruising. We're just going to take the littlest bit of breather. I think Piz is still ready to go there. I'm just going to have a little sip of something. And looks like we've got Erica jumping on back in the chat. There was something I was going to do today. Let's see here. I was just going to double check. No, so we're still at 440. Guys, after Piz, since we're running late, I don't want to keep him waiting anymore. We will do one of the Wheel of Names drawings for one of those digital download codes that Eli Cortez was so gracious to donate to us for the giveaway. So guys, I'm really excited. I think everybody on the guest list today is somebody that I've, collaborated with in some form or another, but, Piz here, Pizowl. Maybe I'm being too informal. Maybe I'm using the two when I should be using the usted form. I'll have to ask him when he gets on here, but we've yet to collaborate or share any time on a stream before. I doubt Piz would remember this, but at age 45, he was, right outside of the convention hall talking to somebody. And as I walked in, I just gave him a tap on the shoulder and was like, "Hey man, I really love what you do." And I just walked on into the hall because I didn't want to interrupt. So shared a brush of greatness there. But I'm really excited to chat with Piz. He is not only, up to snuff on all the physical media stuff, he's a great reviewer of films as well. And, along with his brother, Jeremy, They're always eating and drinking some wild stuff and reacting to that kind of business, which I find very, very entertaining. And I'm super excited to have Piz on the show. So without any further ado, let's bring in our guy, Pizowl. How are you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing all right. You know, it's just flying by with the marathon stream. Thank you so much for jumping on here and spending some time with us. I hope spooky season is going well for you and yours. How's it been so far?
Well, thank you for having me, and it's for such a good cause. So it's for sure. It's you said flying by. That's that's what I would say. This whole month is flying by. We're a week away, and it just doesn't feel like it. So, and it's just been busy. So I've really not been able to kind of, really soak it all in and bask in that pumpkin spice scented glow.
It's one of those funny things, and maybe this is like a little insight for folks that are watching that aren't content creators. And I've only been doing this for a couple years, and the channel's still really small and all that stuff. I love being active on it, but yeah, you realize like, oh my gosh, I'm so busy like thinking about what to create and what to do next and how to celebrate with everyone that I look around and I'm like, I haven't put up a damn decoration. Like I have like I've been watching the movies, but it's like you sort of get lost in the fog. But I guess we celebrate horror all year round, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. People, people like us, we watch horror movies all year long, all year round. We don't just wait till October. It's Halloween down here all year long.
Yes.
So,
and I started spooky season celebrating and all that stuff and the streams like in September, and even still with 1 week left, I'm like, there's still so much more I wanted to do. Just didn't get around to it.
I always same here. I always make a list of things I want to do in October specifically for the channel, and if I can do half of them, I'm happy. So
I've resigned myself to that this year too. I'm like, I still got a lot done. So not, it's like Christmas. There's, maybe next year. Or I'm also like, maybe I shouldn't be putting out Halloween content in October because there are other channels already doing that are probably taking up a lot of that pie. I could put out a Halloween video in a couple months and maybe it would do better. Who the heck knows? But, yeah. And, Piz, I don't know what decade were you born in. I have a tough time. I'm like, are we about the same age? I feel like we are.
The 80s.
But it's tough to tell. 80s. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I'm an 82 baby. How about you?
80.
All right. So you're there for the whole shebang. All right. Yeah, and really quick, just because we've never really chatted other than through DM and stuff. What was the first horror movie that really like kind of got you when you were a kid? Do you remember what that experience was?
It had to be Halloween 2, and it was the sad death of Ben Tramer. I can remember vividly watching that with I was a little kid on the couch watching Halloween 2 with my mother, and that poor guy just gets annihilated.
Oh man.
And it blew my mind. It blew my mind.
Yeah, that's my first experience with Halloween. Was Halloween 2 on television? It must have been USA Network. It was one of those weird things, and they're still doing it now. I don't know why the networks do this stuff, but I saw something on Bloody Disgusting where they're like, so AMC or whatever has released their Halloween schedule, and it's like Halloween 4, 5, and 6, and then Halloween 2, and then Halloween the first one, and I'm like, what are we doing? But that's the way it was when I was a kid. I saw Halloween 2, and then they played Halloween right after it. So yeah, Dick Warlock was like my very first Myers experience, and of course the charred remains of Ben Tramer there.
Poor Ben. I mean, talk about adding insult to injury. He gets hit by the cop car, then he gets sandwiched up against the hippie van, then the whole thing just explodes.
Yeah. And the police officer that's like, he came out of nowhere. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He's been in the middle of the road for the whole time. Like, he's looking both ways.
Yeah,
What's going on? Oh my goodness. And Ben Tramer's supposedly he's drunk, according to what his friends say. It's more like maybe the cop was drinking. Reflexes were a little slow.
They both had some drinks that Halloween night, I think.
Oh my! I just figured out the cop was at the party with Dr. Mixter. That's what it is. They were getting hammered together. That's what you want when you go into the emergency room, is for like a nervous, drunk, somewhat elderly gentleman sticking a needle in your arm.
That's probably that is still the scene in that whole movie that makes me cringe, is because he's all drunk and then he's sticking the needle in her arm and like that is the scene that makes me cringe.
And they're doing it against her will. I'm like, I don't know what's more uncomfortable, like the tree scene from The Evil Dead or that scene from Halloween 2. They're both like,
it's that one for me. That one still makes me cringe. I kind of look away whenever even now,
Like, can Michael show up, help this girl out a little bit? Somebody?
Yeah. I mean, Michael was more delicate when he put the needle in that chick's temple than Dr. Mixter was and toward Jamie's arm,
Oh my God, what a shot. What a shot. I know we're supposed to be talking about favorite movies from the decades, but man, if there's one shot from Halloween 2 that looks exactly like a Carpenter shot with the Nick Castle shape, that's the one right there. For whatever, they just captured that magic right there with that lighting. Beautiful stuff. Okay. I've already kept you waiting enough. My apologies. Thank you so much for being patient. I really do appreciate it. I figure on a 10-hour stream, there's going to be some things that don't quite go as planned.
you got to take bathroom breaks. You got to get up and stretch your legs.
Got to roll with the punches and all that kind of stuff. So, first off, before we really get rolling, how's Jeremy doing? Is he loving the spooky season?
Yes, he's loving the spooky season. He can't wait for our Halloween stream on the 31st. He's got his costume all picked out. He's been to Spirit Halloween I don't know how many times. He's soaking it all in,
Yeah.
He's not leaving any left for me. He's soaking it all in.
Well, he's got to enjoy it because you're busy creating all this content, right? So somebody's got to enjoy it for the both of you. Is he a big brother or a little brother? You guys look relatively close in age.
He was born in 88.
Oh, okay. All right. I love your guys' dynamic on the channel. I mean, whatever kind of content you're putting out, whether it's just you or it's you and him, I always say, best brothers on YouTube. Just love seeing your guys' interactions, picking out movies at the library and reacting to dill pickle slushies and all sorts of really fun stuff.
Yeah, that was awful.
I think that was my favorite, was like the reaction was like, Jeremy really didn't like it, you didn't really like it, and then Jeremy's like, no, I think I'm gonna drink more because I think I like this.
Yeah, he's at least gonna finish it or try to finish it. I was like, just stop.
He's gonna give it the college try, the good old college try.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. I'm looking forward to checking out your guys' stream. I don't have anything planned, so it's just gonna be playtime for Davey on Halloween. Cool. So getting into the heart of the matter, we're talking about our favorite horror movies from each decade of our lives. Of course, you can throw in some honorable mentions there if you would like, but being an 80s baby, what is your pick for favorite horror movie of the entire, God, that's a tough decade to do, the entire 1980s? What do you got for us, Piz?
Well, I mean, the two most significant for me, number one was The Lost Boys, because The Lost Boys was safe. I could rent The Lost Boys, and my mother would let me rent it. and I rented it a lot. I rented it so many times. I was actually homesick one day from school, and my grandmother walked across the street to a little convenience store that rented movies and rented me The Lost Boys as if it had medicinal properties or something.
Yes.
So that movie I saw so many times, but I mean, I love that movie to death. So The Lost Boys would definitely be one. And the other would be Friday the 13th. And I mean, really the entire Friday the 13th series, 1 through 8, because that was my intro to, I don't want to say, that was my intro to dangerous horror, or what I thought was dangerous horror at the time. So those and those movies really started my passion for horror.
Yeah.
So without those, without those movies, I mean, I probably,
they hooked you in.
I wouldn't be here with you today, probably. So
yeah, and I think I might have seen. I probably saw Friday the 13th just soon after seeing, Halloween and all that same kind of thing, USA Network. So even though it was more dangerous, I was watching the edited versions and everything like that. I was one of those people. I didn't even know that Pamela was the killer in the first movie because I just knew Jason as the icon. So I actually did get to have the true surprise, first experience. I'm waiting for Jason to show up, and then I'm like, oh my God. And I tell my friends at school I was cool and had special information. What a franchise.
My first one was part 7, and I really wish I knew where I went from there. But I do remember watching the first one for the first time, thinking well, when's Jason gonna pop up? And then being like, who's this old lady?
Yeah. And I see Jason's hands and I see his feet because clearly it is. I think is it Tasso that's playing Pamela for the most part there. So it's they're really tricky there. And then years later, I saw
that woman had really hairy hands.
Yeah, it was especially during this scene.
Yeah.
And then you see Bay of Blood years later. I watched that and I was like, oh, okay, now I understand what they're doing here in that first Friday the 13th.
Both Steve Miner and Sean Cunningham swear they've never seen Bay of Blood.
Oh, interesting. Wow. Well, I mean, maybe it's a happy accident. There just seems to be a lot of similarities there.
I just don't think they want to admit it.
Yeah. No, we don't watch Bava. Who's Bava? That's not a big name.
We've never seen that Mario Bava film, also known as Twitch of the Death Nerve. Never seen it. Never heard of it.
Nope. By the way, guys, if you've never seen Twitch of the Death Nerve, Bay of Blood, it's a wild time, and it is maybe one of the most shocking endings I've ever experienced watching a movie where you cannot predict. You can't even. The whole movie is ever changing. It's very, very interesting. Now, okay, really quick before we move on to the 90s. So we've got Lost Boys as your pick with honorable mention for Friday the 13th. And I know sometimes our feelings and our rankings sort of change on some of these movies. As of right now, this moment, October 24th, 2025, what's your favorite Friday the 13th movie right now, Piz?
Well, I think the final chapter is the perfect slasher movie.
Mm-hmm.
That is, every slasher movie that's made today, they should have to watch the final chapter first. That's how you do it correctly.
Yeah.
So that's the perfect slasher movie. But I think the original one is really overlooked and kind of underrated simply because it's not Jason. I think that's a great, solid, atmospheric, creepy slasher movie.
Mm-hmm.
But, I have always waved the flag of A New Beginning because... I love the characters. I love the dark humor. I love the sleaziness. That to me is the most entertaining, fun Friday the 13th movie.
Okay. Yeah, it does have some. It's got, the quintessential sort of, you got the cokehead guy that's very 80s. He's a total sleazeball. Somehow he's hooking up with the hottest chick in Crystal Lake. I don't understand it. I guess it's the drug hookup. That's a really fun one. A New Beginning. And of course, Miguel Nunez Jr. is so much fun in there. What a year he had in 1985.
I know.
All right.
Yeah.
Those are good picks, man. The first movie for me has also climbed up the list throughout the years because I'm like, man, I really do love the mood and atmosphere. And as I dive back further into the Italian films and all that stuff, and I see a little bit of that, I like the grittiness of it too.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to the Crystal Lake show, because I'm hoping they do we get Pamela gets her due a little bit there with that one.
And if anybody's never been on a tour of the camp, you should absolutely do it because it's heavenly.
Next time I go out to the East Coast, it's got to be on the list. I'm pretty far away now, but the next time I make it out there,
that's such a beautiful little town too. Blairstown is just a beautiful little town. So
yeah, and they're having a renaissance there with that TV show. So really cool stuff.
Yeah.
maybe it's frustrating for I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of a double-edged machete. I don't.
I mean, the locals that I spoke to when I've been there both times, they're just like, yeah, we used to break into the camp when we were in high school and get drunk and high and yeah, whatever, have fun.
Yeah.
So
they're like, we flirt with danger and we don't care. We piss in the wind. Whatever.
Yeah,
no big deal. All right. So, okay, moving on from the 80s, the glorious 80s, 90s, a little bit of a different decade, you know, sexier horror, especially in the early part of the decade. And then a little bit of that slasher resurgence, and especially the teen bop slasher movies in the late 90s. What do you got for your favorite horror movie of the 1990s?
I mean, I've got to go. This one's probably been thrown out there a dozen times, but like, you really can't. If you were a horror fan in the 90s, you can separate it into two different halves: the half before Scream and the half after.
Yeah,
because before Scream, horror sucked. Yeah, not just if you were a horror fan, horror kind of sucked. But if you were a non-horror fan, like, I remember I was sitting in art class on a computer, and we were exploring this brand new thing called the internet. And I was looking for information for Halloween 6. And my buddy was sitting next to me at another computer looking up God knows what. And he looked over and he saw that I was looking. There was a picture of Michael Myers from Halloween 6 on the screen. And he said, with such, like, even thinking about it today, it hurts. But he looked at me with such disdain and he goes, "You don't really like that stuff, do you? I mean, it sucks, right?"
Oh.
Now, after Scream came out, he was all about Scream, all about horror, on the same computers, looking up Scream, listening to little clips, MIDI files of the clips that took 2 hours to load.
It's all true.
And the whole school was all about Scream and all about horror. So Scream saved horror. It may have saved the whole. I mean, even to this day, I mean, I think Scream was so vital to the genre when it happened in 96. So it's the most significant horror movie of the 90s, hands down, and its influence is still felt today. So it's got to be Scream.
That's a damn solid pick. The word I always use is Wes Craven reinvigorated the slasher subgenre with that, because it had just, I mean, Freddy's Dead and, Jason Goes to Hell and Curse of Michael Myers just those were just the death nails, right?
And keep in mind too, like, Wes Craven before Scream, he had a really cold streak. After Scream, like, now he's being interviewed on every late night talk show. He's being interviewed on Charlie Rose. He's like the preeminent horror philosopher now. He went from a vampire in Brooklyn to, like, now he's back to the king of horror and he's everywhere.
And having teenagers talk about his movie again, which was such a huge thing with Scream, is like, bringing back the high school, that version of the MTV era, bringing them back in.
And Scream brought Halloween back into the spotlight. It brought Friday the 13th back into the spotlight. It even put the spotlight on movies that nobody had ever heard of. The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Like, after Scream, there was like I remember there was like a rush on, what's this Town That Dreaded Sundown movie? And so it did a lot for the horror genre and for the other franchises that at that point were dead. I think the one reason why I went and watched movies like Prom Night was because Randy brings up Prom Night. So, I knew who Jamie Lee was. Obviously, I'd already, I was a big Halloween fan, but without the internet and without YouTube where we talk about these things, a lot of those movies, you're right, they did kind of fall between the cracks there. And then you're totally right. We're still seeing the influence. I even think when Thanksgiving came out, a lot of people were like, "Oh, this reminds me of Scream." And I even think, like,
I'm one of those My Bloody Valentine, the Prowler kind of guys. So it reminded me a little bit more of those. But I totally get it. When you have a whodunit and a mass killer, you're gonna think Scream. You know, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's an awesome, solid pick. That's the second mention of Scream. So far, Scream's been mentioned twice, and The Substance has also been mentioned twice. Okay, going on into the 2000s, the era of a handful of remakes, but still some new stuff coming out. What do you got that really stands out to you for the 2000s?
I know I'm going to get some blowback from this. I know I'm going to make a lot of people unhappy. But listen, I'm speaking from the heart here. Everybody knows what I'm about to say is the truth. Twilight.
No, Twilight.
All right.
Gary
I'm out
Bad?
here. Everybody knows Twilight was the greatest horror movie of the 2000s. Everybody knows it. They just don't want to admit it. They don't have the cojones.
Okay. I'm willing to hear you out. Bad.
I do want to talk about another vampire movie from the 2000s that deals with young vampires that nobody talks about. Let the Right One In. That movie, when I saw that movie for the first time, there hadn't been a movie that kind of moved me, that made me feel something in a long time. That movie did it. So Let the Right One In, not Let Me In.
Yeah.
Let the Right One In. The OG.
The OG, yes.
And such a great movie.
They're both directed by the same person. Is that correct?
No.
Oh wait, is it?
I forget who directed. I forget who directed the American version. It's not the same guy though. But yes, such a great movie. Oh God.
I've seen both of them, and I'm right there with you. I do think the originals got it above the remake. It's just got a little bit more of that eerie kind of tone and vibe and atmosphere. Let the Right One In.
And the ending of that one too just like chilled me to the bone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That movie. I mean, that movie in a way I think kind of reinvigorated my love of horror again in the 2000s, because I mean we had those freaking remakes, and it was just all remakes, and then like here's this little movie out of Sweden, and like it just blew me away. It moved me. It made me feel again. So I love it to death.
I'll always remember like that whole scene in the swimming pool, just the way that they use like the one shot, you know. I don't know what it is about. I mean, obviously it's just cool to see one shots, but I love knowing that something is like staged live and performed in that one take is just like a really cool, you know, thing to see in movies. But also one of the cool things about Let the Right One In is, you know, I think the audience sort of even gets a little seduced by the vampire thing, because you start thinking like, oh, this is a good relationship that these characters have. But then by the time you get to the end of the movie, you're like, oh, like I got tricked too, because this is not going to be a great life for this guy. Like he has protection and that's it.
we already know. We've seen what this guy's life's going to be like and how it's most likely going to end. But that's what he wants, because he's in love with this little vampire girl.
Yeah, and it seems like it's something that's like a mutual or symbiotic relationship, but no, not really with those vamps. Yeah. That's a really good pick. I didn't expect that one to come up there.
I do have a couple others from the 2000s that I wanted to mention. I don't know if you'd consider this one a horror movie, but I love this movie so freaking much. I've seen it a million times. It's endlessly quotable. American Psycho.
Yes. American Psycho is so good. So good.
Such
hilarious.
Hilarious, yes. It's such a brilliant performance from Christian Bale. That movie actually got me back into reading, because I hadn't read a book in years. And after I watched that movie, I was like, I got to read this book. So got it, read it cover to cover, and then that sort of got me back into being a reader again. So I credit American Psycho for that too. But God, I love that movie so much. Ugh.
Is the book, I've never read the book, is it more, does it paint more of a finite or a picture on like what's really going on, or is it still sort of ambiguous?
Well, the author Bret Easton Ellis likes to say that it's still ambiguous, but I don't know. It's still just as obvious, you know.
Okay.
I think. But the book is definitely far more detailed. Like there's just pages where Patrick Bateman is detailing everything everybody in the room is wearing, from head to toe. There's entire chapters where he just goes on these long soliloquies about Whitney Houston and about Genesis, and you know, and the deaths are far more like the deaths are intensely detailed.
Okay.
The sex scenes are also very graphically detailed. There's also a chapter in the book called Rat that if you read that chapter, you'll understand why they did not try to tackle that for the adaptation. So but I love the book. Gives me, like, the movie is hilarious, but the book, it's also funny, but it's also very cold. Like when you finish reading that book, you just feel very cold and distant. I think that was the point. Like you kind of feel a little Patrick Bateman-ish, detached and cold at the end. So,
sociopathic, on the verge.
I don't know about that, but just not to that length. But you know, I mean, it could have that effect on you, Davey. I don't know, but it's a great book. You really should read it.
Yeah, you know, his work, the Bret Easton Ellis stuff, I mean, we've seen a lot of those get adapted. And I think, most famously, there's that Christian Bale American Psycho, which it would have been wild to see if it was, I think they wanted DiCaprio to play him. I think the studio wanted that. The director really fought for Christian Bale, and that's probably what kind of led to his, you know, renaissance and, you know, being able to play characters like Batman and all that stuff moving forward.
Yeah, at one time, Oliver Stone was going to direct it with Leonardo DiCaprio as Patrick Bateman, and I think it was Cameron Diaz as the Reese Witherspoon role, and then that fell apart, and that's when
I'm happy we got what we got. It's I mean, and Reese Witherspoon is she's a great cast in there as well.
Oh, for sure. Let's see. I think there was one more I wanted to mention from the 2000s. Oh, I wanted to one more. The 2000s were a great time for J-horror. And one of my very favorite J-horror movies is called Pulse. Now, make sure you watch the J-horror version and not Wes Craven Presents Pulse, because that one's really bad. The J-horror version is so good, so creepy, just will leave you just chilled to the bone, and highly recommend it. When people talk J-horror, they always talk about Ringu, Ju-on, Audition, but for me, it's Pulse. That's such a great movie.
And what year is that one from?
I want to say
is it 06?
No, I think that is the
that's the remake.
Yeah, let's see. It's also known as 2001 is when it came out. It's also known as Cairo. Okay,
all right. So, I'll have to check that one out for sure. Because I remember that whole wave. I wasn't able to watch every single, or I haven't watched every single one of those movies. But all right, yeah. I'm just seeing the pictures on IMDb of the remake, and I'm like, oh, this looks like the remake of A Nightmare on Elm Street. Ugh.
Oh, I think
it's not that bad.
It's a coin flip as to which one is worse. They're both. Just forget about both. Okay.
Fair enough. All right. So I got Pulse down there as an honorable mention as well. And 2010s, getting into the modern age of horror here.
So I don't know if I have a favorite, but I have three that I want to mention. Okay. The first one is a movie that really surprised the hell out of me. And that's It Chapter 1. It Chapter 1 surprised the hell out of me because that movie just had so much heart. Pennywise was kind of scary again. I liked the characters. I could not freaking wait for chapter 2. And then after chapter 2 came out, I threw away all my It memorabilia.
Oh, wow.
But chapter 1, I loved so freaking much. I thought Bill Skarsgård was great as Pennywise.
Yeah.
It really just shocked me at how much I liked that movie. So chapter 2 I thought was really bad. Like literally I had I'd bought all this Pennywise stuff and had a shelf just dedicated to Pennywise because I was such a big fan of chapter 1. After chapter 2 I just got a box and dumped all that in the box and put it in storage. I was like, it's over.
That phase is over. Moving on.
That phase is over. Yeah. So,
yeah, chapter 2, it bored the hell out of me, honestly. I think that was
so
like
bad.
the biggest crime.
So bad.
Yeah.
But it chapter 1 for sure. Another one that surprised the hell out of me. I'm a big sucker for found footage. I love watching found footage movies, and I've seen so many awful ones. And I figured when I went into this one, hopefully it'll at least be good.
Yeah.
Because that the gimmick is just so worn out. What can they do with it? What can they do new with it? And then I watched Hell House LLC. And I for the first time in the longest time, like I was creeped out by a movie. They did so much with so little with that movie, yet they made it creepy. They created some lore. And I love the whole series. I've not seen the very last one. I've heard it's not very good, but Hell House LLC just came out of nowhere and blew me away. So it's got great rewatch value too. I've watched it like 3 or 4 times.
Is it one of those where you kind of notice more and more stuff like in the background, or you just know, like, what is it that gives you that rewatchability you love so much?
I just like to go back to that creepy. It's not even an atmosphere. It's an aura. There's just something really dark and creepy about that movie. It's the house. It's the insides of the house. I do think the more lore they added to it, kind of the less interesting it got. But that first one just and it holds that creepy factor too. So
I need to watch it again because I saw it for the first time I think just last year. Found footage is not really my type of thing. Like, you know, not all of them really connect with me, and I enjoyed it just fine. But our guy Dean Renner here is a huge Hell House LLC kind of guy there. And yeah, it certainly has its moments. I need to revisit it again.
Yeah. I've not seen that very last one. I know it's coming out on Shudder in a few days. I'm really looking forward to seeing it, but I really like all of the movies, to be honest. So, but the first one, like I said, just came out of nowhere and just kicked me right in the nards, and I loved it, and I've gone back again for future nard kickings with it. So
it's great when a movie can do that, just surprise the hell out of you. Yeah, that's awesome. Was there one more that you had from the 2010s?
It Follows. That was another one that I was just really fascinated by. I loved the imagery. Again, really creepy. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, it's you know, the symbolism in it, and I don't know. That's another one like I can just kind of pop in and watch whenever, and I feel like I kind of notice different things about it, and the fact that there's just something creepy about the fact that like wherever you are, it's walking towards you. You can be 100 miles away, but it's coming. It's coming. It'll be there sooner or later. And the fact that also like it's got like there's like agents everywhere of it out there kind of watching too. Like that's a creepy thought too. Like and only you can see it. So that's another one that just really kind of fascinated me. And
man, this is one that I have still not yet seen, and I don't have any good reason for it. I have no good. I think Micah Monroe's great. I've heard awesome stuff about the cinematography and the music, that it has a Dean Cundy and John Carpenter feel. So there's really no reason, because I love both of those guys.
Yeah, you really should. You really should watch it. It's great. It's great. I don't know what they're going to do in a sequel though, but I'll watch it.
Oh, well, they're just going to turn the monster into Freddy Krueger. That's the new easy answer thing.
That's the Black Phone 2 answer, I guess.
Yeah, and then at the like, I hopefully you've seen it, yes.
I've not seen it, no.
Okay, I won't say anything then.
Just from the trailers, it looks very Freddy-ish.
Yeah, there's a little bit more of that slasher kind of vibe. Yeah, for sure. That's the conundrum of making sequels. Is it's all in that how do you deliver that story that justifies itself and expands on the lore and doesn't lessen the impact of the first movie. So,
but because it's a slasher, that makes me kind of want to. I'm going to wait for streaming, but I do want to watch it once it hits VOD.
Yeah, it does have a different vibe. I would say I prefer the original Black Phone because it really like immerses you into that late 70s world. And this one just, feels like I applaud them for not doing the same thing. I will say that because I can't stand it when it's just rinse and repeat. So I'll applaud them for that. But yeah, I'll take all the Ethan Hawke you got in horror movies too. Him and Kevin Bacon, like keep on coming back. Love seeing it. Okay, cool. So we've got a few there from the 2010s. And wow, here we are. We're already at the very modern era. Just we're closing in on halfway through the 2020s. And it's been a really interesting 5 years, or I guess it's 6 years, right, of movies here. This decade so far, a whole bunch of variety. And some really extreme shit as well. So what do you got for your pick of the 2020s?
So I selected 4 movies, and I'm just going to throw them out there. 3 of them were my favorite movie of the years that they came out. The first one is The Dark and the Wicked, which I don't hear enough people talking about that movie, but it is so good, so creepy. It's like, I feel like that's like if you were dealing with a real demonic entity, that's kind of what it would be like. It wouldn't be like this, them jumping out of the dark and scaring you, it wouldn't be like The Conjuring kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This is how it would be torment. It would be, dread. And that is The Dark and the Wicked. And it's such a good movie. Another one I've watched at least 2 or 3 times. It holds up. Great performances. Just so creepy. I love it to death. If you've not seen The Dark and the Wicked, it's on Shudder. I'm pretty sure it's on Tubi too. So freaking good.
This is another one that I've not yet to see, but I see all sorts of people whose content I really enjoy either doing a watch party or talking about this one. Yeah, this one is it's on the list now. I've officially added it to my list of must watches here.
Another great one that deals with demonic entities. When Evil Lurks.
Yes. Finally, I've been waiting for somebody to talk about this one.
That one was so good. And that it takes a lot to shock me because I'm so kind of desensitized at this point. But there's the scene where the woman is eating, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody. When you watch the movie, you'll know. But the car pulls up to a woman and she's eating something.
Yeah.
When you get that reveal, that was pretty shocking. But that's another one. Like, I feel like if you were really dealing with a demonic force, that's probably what it would be like.
Yeah, but it's such an impressive movie. I mean, there's more than one time in that movie where they are really creative about how they move the camera and how they do the blocking and the setup. I mean, right at the beginning of the film, when the 2 brothers find something in the woods and they're looking at it, and then you see the camera move from behind them and you get that reveal. And then the shot that you're just talking about, as the car rolls up, you know that something's happening, and then you get this reveal of what's really going on. And it puts you right there with the characters.
Yes, such a great movie. Oh, God. The director, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. He directed a movie a few years ago called Terrified.
Yeah.
That, at least for the first half of it, is extremely good. And it's on Shudder, and it's all over the place too. So check out Terrified too. At least the first half of it I thought was just extremely good, and it kind of petered off, in the third act. But that first half of it was so freaking good.
Yeah, that's I think it's Demian Rugna is his name. And he is, Argentinian. God, when you were saying that Let the Right One In was a movie that, right? Is that the one you were saying kind of kicked you in the pants? I started thinking of When Evil Lurks, because I just did not see that coming. Because massive Evil Dead fan, and then I sit down in the theater to watch When Evil Lurks, and to me, I was like you were saying, the realistic thing. I was like, this is like if Christopher Nolan made an Evil Dead movie. It's just got this real world kind of vibe, grounded as you can be, and gross.
Extremely gross. Yes, that's such a good movie. Another one. This is another foreign movie. Oddity, that came out last year. That was my favorite movie of last year. The filmmaker, I forget his name, but he also did Caveat a couple of years ago. Both of those movies are extremely good. But Oddity it's part murder mystery, part kind of haunted house. It's super creepy. The opening of that movie alone is so freaking creepy. But Oddity is great. It's on Shudder for sure. Highly recommend it. Such a great movie. Great freaking movie.
I loved that movie. I'm a big fan of that slow burn kind of thing, but also like the Changeling and those movies, like the Innkeepers, where it's like a spirit trying to reach you from the other side kind of thing, which Oddity certainly has. And not too flashy. There aren't, like, Oddity isn't a movie that's gonna make you jump out of your chair, but man, it just like seeps into you with the mood and tension.
Have you seen Caveat?
I have not. That's one I've got to watch still.
You should see that one too. So good.
Okay.
So good. The last movie from the 2020s, this one got totally screwed over by COVID and by Disney. And but great movie, The Empty Man. And I think it's kind of catching on a little bit now, like it's starting to develop kind of a cult audience. But The Empty Man is so good. It's my only qualm with it. It's a little too long. The third act does drag a little bit, but other than that, it is. And I don't even want to describe what it's about. But it's so good. Creepy as hell. It gets under your skin. It's layered. There's a lot going on there. Definitely something that you can watch multiple times.
Okay.
Check out The Empty Man. So freaking good. And it's such a shame that it got completely screwed over by the pandemic, and really by Disney too. How that movie ended up at Disney, I have no freaking clue. and apparently they had no freaking clue either, because they just dumped it.
Ugh. Yeah, that was such, an odd time for very many reasons, but also just like really unfortunate for entertainment and all that, which we relied on that damn entertainment while we were all locked down there.
We sure as hell did. Yeah.
I always think, as a massive Halloween fan and everything, and I like all the David Gordon Green movies quite a bit. They're all in my top 5, but I also think like, man, like Kills and Ends probably could have been even better if it weren't for the pandemic, and then them just being able to play around, right, just to give us what they had instead of going, stepping back to the drawing board and seeing what else they could do. So an odd time. Okay, I've got The Empty Man and Caveat pulled up here to add to the list. And if Amanda's in the chat, she might actually be adding it to the list, because she does that for me. She's got my back. We got Blair Hathaway in the house. How you doing, Blair? Thank you so much for joining us. This is what I love about doing a marathon collaboration kind of thing, is you see people come on in from other content creators, and it's great to, man, I haven't talked about it enough during the stream, because time just keeps on flying by, but man, the community is amazing. The horror YouTube community, it's the awesome people in the chat, how supportive they are, and how supportive and awesome the creators are. So
For sure.
I've yet to run into any sort of big timing or anything like that, so I'm very, very happy about all of that kind of stuff. And yeah, thank you guys, everybody. I know that I forget to mention you guys in the chat. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you so very much for everything you're doing. Let's see here. I'm gonna reload the donation page. Currently, we have raised $440. So we've been a little stalled here for a little bit. Maybe it's just the time of day, or that everyone that's been hanging out with us has already, done their donation. But I just want to take this time to remind you guys that even just $1 creates 5 meals. The people at St. Mary's are able to make 5 meals out of just $1 of donations. And just for anyone that's joining, more recently, St. Mary's is a food bank that's local to the Phoenix area. They've been doing their thing since 1967. They're the world's very first food bank. And although they're called St. Mary's, there's no direct affiliation with any sort of church. But the St. Mary's Parish donated a building and $3,000 to them back in '67 when they started. So they just kept the name as a tribute. Yeah, appreciate everything you guys are doing. Liking the stream, sharing it just to get more eyes on it would be great, and all that kind of good stuff. Thank you so much for sharing that link there, Erica. It's also pinned in the chat and in the description. So if you're watching after the fact, you can still donate. That link is in the description. Let's see here. Before we cut you loose, Piz, what do you got coming up to close out? You had mentioned your Halloween stream, which is on actual Halloween. That is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be tuning in my Michael Myers gear.
Well, Jeremy's going to be Beetlejuice, so we're going to do that stream at 1 p.m. That's Jeremy's preferred time, so it doesn't interfere with his bath time or his shows.
Nice.
So, but he'll be Beetlejuice, and that'll be fun. I may do a solo Halloween stream that night. I don't know. We'll see, but yeah, that'll be a fun time.
And do you have anything coming up as far as anything pre-recorded or anything like that coming up this week before that stream?
I am going to be doing a best of the worst bad Michael Myers mask video, like a top 10. So I've got that planned. It's going to be out next week sometime. I've got a stream scheduled for Sunday night with Christian from Planet CHH, Nick from the Lost River Drive-In, and Lee from Drum Dums.
Hell yeah.
We're going to be talking about all things Halloween, so that ought to be a lot of fun.
Yes.
I have got a re-review. I'm going to be re-reviewing a movie that I have called the most depressing movie-going experience of my life. So I've dedicated myself to rewatching that for a review. And let's see, what else have I got coming out? I've got other stuff coming out. So just subscribe, like, share, follow. Oh, by the way, I'm also giving away one of these guys. I'm giving away one of these guys on my Instagram and Facebook. So if you guys would like, if your local Cinemarks were sold out of these, I've got a couple. I'm giving one away on Facebook and one away on Instagram. So if you couldn't find one of these at your local Cinemark and you don't want to pay $100 to a scalper on eBay, go check out my Facebook and Instagram.
Man, those things are beautiful. There's so much Halloween 2 merch out there. It's like the most merchandised movie in the whole franchise. Is it just a rights thing that's different?
I found out why so much stuff is branded Halloween 2 and Halloween 6 is because those are the 2 cheapest to license.
Okay. So, interesting. That is a interesting little tidbit. Yeah, guys, that popcorn bucket is gorgeous. Bloody Tears Michael, can't go wrong with that, and much better than purchasing it from a scalper. Which I guess a lot of people are gonna have to do for these Angry Orchard Jason Universe masks because they sold out really quick. I'm like, oh, we got like 50. You guys have 50? What a joke.
Yeah. I mean, that's always. I mean, like the Nightmare on Elm Street box set that's on eBay now for people want $1,000 for that thing.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
you know, like all this stuff gets scalped so quick, and I was surprised I was able to get a couple extras of those to do the giveaway with, because everybody tells me they're nowhere to be found. And I looked on eBay the other day, and people wanted 70, 80, $100 for me. Like, that's just crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And well, it's because Halloween fans are crazy. That's you know, can't get enough of that. Can't get enough of that merch. Awesome. Yes, guys. Piz, has somebody shared the link recently for Pizzowl's channel? I want to make sure one of the mods can do that. I can grab it. If not, I've got it pulled up here. Great content. You're talking movie reviews, you know, trying disgusting drinks and snacks, and physical media coverage, as well as live streams.
Occasionally good one. Occasionally good stuff.
Yes.
We get good stuff occasionally too.
You try it all. You try it all. There's the link there for Piz's channel, and yeah, man. So happy to have you on. Thank you so much for carving out some time for us. Especially with the charity fundraiser and everything. I really do appreciate it, and I really appreciate you being you know, just such a stand-up guy and everything, you know, just through everything. I really appreciate it. We don't need to talk about it directly, but I just really thankful for you just being such a stand-up, understanding guy, and I can't wait to kick it with you here in a few years at H50. How about it?
It's good. It's going to be here before you know it, man.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
But I appreciate the invite, and thank you all for hanging out, and to everybody who donated, and keep the donations coming. It's for a great cause. And Davey, thank you. If I don't speak to you again before Halloween, I hope you have the happiest of Halloweens.
Hell yeah, thank you. You too, Piz, and I'll see you guys on the stream on Sunday, and I'll see you on Halloween as well. All right, we'll talk soon, and yeah, we'll have to do a little something here in the new year sometime.
For sure.
All right, take care, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, man. See you later.
All right, guys, the day is just flying on by. I can't believe it. Thank you so much to everybody that's kicking it with us. Just a little recap. I guess I kind of already did the recap, but we are raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank here in the Phoenix area. As of right now, we've raised $440. That is awesome. Every single dollar provides 5 meals for someone in need. So there's a link pinned in the chat. It's also in the description down below. So if you're watching after the fact, you can use that link down there. The donation site is going to remain open. I'm not sure for how long, but it'll remain open at least through the weekend. And then, of course, we've got the QR code up there that you can use. And I mean, you could also share that too if you just wanted to, you know, if you've got some friends that like to give to charitable causes. Also, I don't want to fail to mention this. There's an option when you donate to have your employer match. Now, you know, of course, not every employer is going to be there, but it's worth searching because I believe if you do a donation of $25 or more, there are certain organizations on that list that would match the donation as long as you're an employee. So just another little something to think about. Stephanie Hinkle says 2,200 meals so far. Let's go. That is awesome. I love seeing that. I'm no good at math in my head. I have to write it down. So I appreciate you doing the math for us, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And as Eli says, let's go Death Squad. And speaking of keeping it rolling and keeping things going and everything else we got, guys, I didn't even mention here at the beginning of the stream, and I guess it's good that I am you know, able to mention it now, because so there are a few people that I'm going to give credit to for this stream. So one of them is our next guest, Cecil Laird from the Horror Show channel, because one day we were at his place working on some stuff for the horror show, and I was like, man, my subs have totally stalled out. And I was like being a mopey little boop about everything. And Cecil was like, well, dude, why don't you do you should do like a marathon, like a subathon kind of thing where, like, you know, you stream for a really long time, you bring a bunch of people on, you could find like a topic to talk about, and you could call it like Davey Day or something like that. And I was like, all right, a subathon. I'm like, I don't know why I never even thought of this. And then as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, subathon sounds really cool. And then I'm like, would that appear like a little too self-indulgent? Maybe it would. I was like, I could do something for charity. The channel's not very big, but we could still like give what we can. A couple of my favorite sports YouTubers, Brandon Perna from That's Good Sports and Tom Grossi. I think his channel's technically Tom Grossi Comedy, but they cover football. They do huge charity events and everything. That's really awesome. So those guys kind of inspired me to think like, well, maybe we can do both. We can have everything, you know, have our cake and eat it too. We can bring on guests. We can have a marathon. We can raise money for a charitable organization. And then as a byproduct of that, new people will find the channel and get a little bump in subs. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty awesome too. So I'm going to give Cecil the credit for that. And then my brother-in-law, Alan, who it's so funny. I see my sister Melanie right there. So my brother-in-law, Alan, who my sister Melanie is married to, he was like, you should go through St. Mary's Food Bank. He's like, even though they're called St. Mary's, he kind of gave me the rundown. Like they're an organization that's not directly affiliated with the church or anything like that. But they've been around for a really long time. They're very highly rated. And I knew that the St. Mary's Food Bank existed. I didn't know all those details. So, you know, Alan saying that to me was like the light bulb going off, and then everything came together from there. So again, just, you know, credit to the people who helped, you know, birth this idea. And then I'm very happy to host and very pumped to be hanging out with you guys and kicking it with y'all here for about what, I don't even know, 4 more hours. I'm not sure. I can't think anymore. But guys, without further hold up, because we've got our guy waiting in the wings. You know him from the Horror Show channel. You also know him as the writer and director of the incredible fan film Dylan's New Nightmare, the winner of the iHorror fan film of the year. Maybe Cecil can correct me if there's a different short film. I believe is iHorror short film. And I think it was 2023. I'm going to have Cecil correct me on that. I believe that's when the movie came out. I'm not sure with the awards and all that kind of stuff. But a very talented guy. Every time I hang out with him, he's telling me about the ideas that he's been working on and then all of his new ideas. He's an idea machine, a total sweetheart. I don't know where the channel would be, you know, without having met him and met everyone through the Horror Show, and very, very happy to call this guy a friend of mine. We have got Cecil Laird. How are you doing, Cecil?
Okay. I mean, you know, for such a friend making me wait 13 minutes here, I'm a little big time for that. You know what I mean?
You do this every time.
You said no one had big timed you yet, so I had to throw my hat.
Yes. No, it's true.
Thanks for having me on, man. No, I'm glad you got this going. And St. Mary's is a good charity. As someone that's been in Arizona his whole life, St. Mary's Food Bank is definitely one that does their work well and is utilized by a lot of different companies and radio stations and things like that out here. So.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and it's really cool that they were able to hook us up, you know, with the custom page and all that kind of fun stuff too. So, very, very happy to be, you know, the world is such a dark place. We don't need to dive into it, but there's always a bunch of malarkey going on this planet. Even in the good times, there's some shit where you're like, oh, that ain't good. So it's awesome when a bunch of us kind of horror weirdos can get together and be like, hey, we just like spooky movies, but we're really nice people. So here we go, putting our best foot forward and donating to a good cause. And yeah, man, thank you so much for not only, you know, helping to create the idea, but for joining us here in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Hi to everyone in the chat that's saying hi to me, by the way.
There we go. Oh yeah, let me tear through here. Ashton's pumped to see Eli sharing the link there.
That's the Eli that sent you the books, right? The comics?
Correct. Yeah, that's the one.
So Eli, just so you know, I am almost done editing my Davey was kind enough to loan them to me so I could cover them on the TikTok with all the other horror comics. So it's going to be 3 episodes where I did 1 3-minute unboxing of the whole thing, kind of showing it off. Obviously, I know Davey will do a dive on his channel at some point, but Mine's just intended to be a real quick, like showing off everything in there, and then 2 episodes to cover the comics themselves. So thank you for loaning them to him, because now I got to get them for sure. I like them a lot more than a lot of the Night of the Living Dead comics. That I have all the Night of the Living Dead comics, and I like it better than most of them. So I got to get them myself now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they're gorgeous, man. And a really nice tribute to a movie that I enjoy, Lucio Fulci's Zombie. I think the comics might even do it a little bit better, because
I don't remember the movie. I think I saw it once, but the comics were so good that I'm like, I gotta watch this movie again if I haven't seen it. I'm worried it won't live up to the comics.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fulci, so it's like, no, you know, I'm not trying to trash Fulci. I think the movie is a lot of fun. It's got some memorable scenes. I mean, a zombie fighting a shark, like, there you go, you know. And technically it's the sequel to Dawn of the Dead, so you know, which is a thing too.
Okay, that's true. You know so much more about that whole thing than I do, so I'll defer to you on that. But like, there's not much told except for one island and then all of New York at the very end.
Yes.
Yeah, which is cool. They spend like 10 pages on just New York carnage at the very end with voiceover.
Nice.
It's really fucking cool.
And I think the movie like bookends. It like starts in New York, then we follow these people to the island, and then we see what's happened in New York in the time that they've been on the island. So yeah, it's one of those things, because Dawn of the Dead was produced by Dario Argento. So Dawn of the Dead's called Zombie in Italy. And then when they made Lucio Fulci's, we call it Zombie here, they called it Zombie 2. So it's, you know, not made by Romero, but somehow it's the Italian sequel. Somehow, somewhere.
Well, and he cameos in the comic. Not in the movie, but he does cameo in the comic in a really cool splash page. It's pretty awesome. I make sure to feature that in the episode. So
hell yeah. His legacy's still going. I mean, shoot, his daughter, her movie came out today, or you know, last night. That Queens of the Dead. It looks to be like a kind of a dark comedy, you know, a bunch of performers at a drag club in Manhattan, like on the night of a zombie outbreak. And
they got to be careful. Those kinds of people influence all the child zombies, so we need to be careful about that situation.
It looks really, like, when I watched the trailer, I was like, this looks hilarious. Like, it looks very self-aware, tongue-in-cheek, just having a blast. So I'm like, I'm gonna go watch it, and I'm gonna buckle up for a wild ride, because if it's a Romero making it, you know, I got to give it a shot for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's always worth checking out Lineage, right? I mean, there's oh God, who's really big right now? That one dude, Brandon. Brandon's the first name, last name everyone knows a lot more. Fuck, why am I? He did oh shit, I'm gonna space. Someone knows in the chat who I'm talking about. Cronenberg. That's it.
Cronenberg.
Yeah. So like, there's a lot of lineage in horror that are worth. They're worth at least trying one. Cronenberg, I tried one and I wasn't the biggest fan. I tried another, I wasn't the biggest fan. So I think I'm good on Brandon Cronenberg, but it's always worth trying at least one.
Well, and then there's, I mean, you know, like Oz Perkins, even like Joe Hill's stories being turned into film adaptations now and everything like that. There's as long as the Nepo babies earn it, I'm okay with it.
yeah, fair.
You got to earn that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome, man. Well, let's go ahead and dive right in here.
Okay.
We'll be talking or your favorite horror movies of each decade of your life.
Okay.
Are you a 70s baby? Is that right?
No, I'm 1980, mother effer. Don't make me too old.
I can't keep track. You're not too old.
Oh man, it feels that way. But no, I'm right in 1980, the ass end of 1980, in September. So. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we did have that celebration just about a month ago. Yeah. Okay, so 1980, baby. I think I know what you might pick from the 80s, but maybe you'll surprise me with something. It's such a packed decade, man. It's probably the toughest decade to pick from.
It's funny too, because if anyone's really curious about my whole breakdown, I did a 4-episode series called My Favorite Horror Movie from Every Decade I've Been Around. I did it before the 2020s began. So I did 4 episodes covering the 80s, 90s, aughts, and 10s. And so all I did was revisit those and go, like, I was like, okay, what was my favorite of each year? And then what's my favorite of all of these? So that's how I arrived at, I mean, and I knew this too, because this and Jaws are what I always say are my two favorites, but The Thing. I have always loved The Thing. It's my favorite John Carpenter movie. It's got like some of the best practical effects of the 80s, fantastic production design, wonderful acting. I love it so much that I even quite enjoy the 2011 prequel, you know, like anything to do with it. I have all the comics associated with The Thing. I've covered those on my Horror Show Cecil TikTok, as well as the Horror Show Shorts YouTube page. If anyone's curious, there were like 3 or 4 The Thing from Another World comic book series that were sequels to the John Carpenter movie. So I know whether Childs or what's his nuts, the main guy, McCready. Yeah, I know which one was actually The Thing based on the comic sequels. So yeah, The Thing is phenomenal. It was a precursor and a forerunner of a lot of different, you know, creature features, and there's so many good ones in the 80s though. It was really hard for me to pick. Obviously Nightmare 3 is one of my favorites of the franchise. The Blob was like 88 or something, right? That was also quality. I didn't even bother writing the so yeah, but the thing definitely always wins out for me, no matter what, for the 80s.
Yeah, that's one of those, it's crazy. Like,
fair enough, Melody. I apologize. That's true.
She's not the only one. We got
oh boy,
tough crowd.
Sorry about that. Ooh.
Oh shoot, you're losing subs. Okay, that's not good. No,
God, oh my! They're like, oh, I clicked sub. Now I'm gonna click un.
Oh no! Apparently Twitter has turned on you, and that's the end.
I've been canceled. All right, thanks for having me, Davey. All right, see you later.
This was great. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, you know, as being, you know, out of the slasher franchises, everyone knows I'm a huge Halloween fan, but it's like, still think, yeah, a little bit. I still think The Thing is like, that's got to be the best John Carpenter movie. It's just, I don't know. That's probably what I would pick as well for the 80s, Cecil. It's so tough. It's like The Thing or like The Evil Dead, because I just have such a soft spot for The Evil Dead. But The Thing is a better made movie, technically speaking, without, you know, there's no questioning that.
Yeah.
Plus
Ennio
it was shot in my
Morricone's
hometown
score too. Ennio Morricone's score,
yes.
Which, by the way, because of reasons, I recently discovered that Ennio Morricone also did the score for Orca the Killer Whale, which I did not know until doing a recent sort of deep dive. And I was like fascinated with that.
It's interesting because a lot of people think of him as just the spaghetti western guy. But yeah, he's got quite a career. I mean, and then jumping forward to, you know, Hateful Eight. I thought his score for Hateful Eight was really good as well.
I don't think I ever knew that he did that.
Yeah, he did that. Well, you know, they've got that really cool like oboe that they use there, but there's some unused tracks from the Thing soundtrack that they used in Hateful Eight.
Oh, that's funny.
And it must be, there's that one scene where they go out in the snow to like make the trail or whatever, and it's just this like buzzing. It's just this really insidious sound, and I'm like, that must be the Thing from the Thing.
Yeah.
Because there's something about his soundtrack in the Thing particularly that doesn't really sound like Ennio Morricone. It just sounds very, it isolates you just as much as like the visuals of the movie does. It's a great pairing. The fucking Thing, man. Shot in Juneau, Alaska, up on the ice field. So there you go.
I know.
They used to fly a helicopter. They were flying a helicopter down to Juneau to buy more beer.
Was 30 Days of Night actually filmed up in Alaska, since it took place in quote unquote Barrow, Alaska? Do you know?
I don't know. Where
that would have been a big thing in Alaska if so. Like,
I'm going to look it up. I would be very surprised if they did that. But now I'm curious to know, even if they just went there for a little bit for it.
I mean, it feels like if you want to shoot a movie entirely set at night, and it's set at a place that has entirely night, you go to the place that has entirely night and shoot there. Like, you know. So
it was shot in New Zealand.
Oh, well, there you go. Fuck me.
5 locations in New Zealand. Yeah.
That's cool. That's good to know, though. That's an interesting fact. Yeah.
I guess if you go in the mountains, if there's a little mountain town in New Zealand, it is, pretty far down as far as like the longitude goes that way. So maybe you do get some of those extreme light kind of issues down there as well. When I watched the Lord of the Rings movies, I was like, this looks like Alaska. What the hell's going on? But it makes sense. It's just the flip. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
All right. So The Thing, fantastic pick for the 1980s. Cruising along to I think the word I've used is the 90s. It was a little bit of an odd decade for horror. Evan from Rockland Graves Productions said there's like, it's like cut in half, or maybe Piz had just said that it's there's a very, early 90s versus late 90s, very different feel there in horror. So I'm curious which way you're going to go. I have an inkling. We'll see if I'm right.
Well,
what is your pick?
I am definitely more early 90s. As far the three that I have written as my favorites of the 90s are all from the early 90s. However, that's not to say that there aren't gold in the later 90s with The Faculty, Event Horizon, all those kinds of movies. But I think I've not thought about that, but yeah, I think a split down the middle of the 90s makes sense to group them separately. So I had a really tough time deciding on which one is my favorite. I did ultimately arrive at which one, and so I'll start with the two runner-ups. And one, people might argue with me about it's not a horror movie, but I consider Jurassic Park, that series, enough horror. Like, I'm very lenient with my consideration of what subgenres can apply to what movies. Like, I feel like there can be sci-fi action horror like Aliens. I feel like there can be, sci-fi horror like The Terminator. I feel like there can be family horror like Ernest Scared Stupid. Like a kids horror. So I feel like horror can be applied to a lot of different things. So I think family horror, Jurassic Park applies to family horror. The dinosaurs are slashers, just like Jaws is a slasher. It's so I think it definitely counts. So realistically, if I had to choose my absolute favorite movie that I'll rewatch more than anything, it would probably be Jurassic Park. However, if I had to go more, what people consider horror, it was down to Child's Play 2, which I absolutely love. It's my favorite in the franchise. And then what I ultimately went with, which is Tremors, which is 1990. So the first year of the 90s. But Tremors is the origins, essentially, of well, that's not true. Obviously, The Thing was a creature feature as well. I don't know, though, if I saw The Thing before I saw Tremors. I was 10 years old. Actually, when Tremors came out, I was 9 years old. And I was taken to the theater because Tremors was released while The Little Mermaid was still in the theaters. And so my family went to go see The Little Mermaid, and I said I had to go to the bathroom at one point because I'd heard about Tremors, and I walked into Tremors, and I saw the part where like the camera zooms in on the construction worker's empty bloody helmet and everything, and I saw just enough to like be like, what is this? And so when I finally did watch Tremors, a few years later or whatever, I glommed onto it with both hands. It was funny, it was thrilling, it was one of the couple, there's only been 3 franchises that have ever given me nightmares. Jaws was one. I had numerous shark dreams growing up. One of my worst and least favorite but most recurring was me being trapped in a jail that was flooded, and a great white was in there with me. So that, not a very good dream to have recurring. But that and Tremors were the 2 most frequent that I had, because Tremors were essentially, it was called Land Sharks before it was called Tremors. And so that's all they are, land sharks. And so I had so many dreams about staying off the dirt. I live in Arizona. And when I was 9, there was a lot less pavement here than there is now 35 years later. So it was a lot easier for me to picture graboids around me all the time. And so they invaded my dreams very much. But yeah, it was funny. It was thrilling. I loved the characters, I loved the actors, and you know, I loved the entire franchise up until they started getting really bad with 6 and 7 particularly. But I love the franchise so much that I ended up writing on I'm currently writing on the Tremors comic book series. I have stories in issues 3 and 4. And that's also because of Dylan's New Nightmare. I just managed to parlay that into writing for a comic based on my favorite creature feature franchise. So Tremors has done a lot for me, and I absolutely adore it. So it was really hard for me to not say Tremors ultimately. Tremors is a perfect film. I agree, Matt.
Yeah, Tremors is friggin' fantastic, man. One of the easiest movies to watch, I think. Like when I think about just a fun, quick watch, the movie doesn't waste any time. It's very like concise. I'm such a runtime jerk, and you know, Tremors does no wrong by me in that regard. Yeah, that's got to be wild, man, to have that experience of sneaking into it, you know, as a kid, and then here you are, you know, writing the comics. Like that's is that a wild thing to reflect on? Like when you stop and think about it.
It was, yeah, and you know, honestly, it's crazy that like I know what you're going through as your channel is building, because you never know how things can snowball, right? You're becoming quite the live streamer with quite the loyal live stream audience, which is amazing. But like, you know, we started the channel in 2014, and because we ended up making Dylan's New Nightmare, I had something to show my writing to the people that were making, you know, that I just saw a Tremors comic was being made, saw the first issue was being released on Facebook of all things. And I was like, I contacted the writers, and it turned out they were going to be at a convention here in Arizona last year. And so I was able to meet them and send them a link, and they liked it enough to let me take a crack at writing a story. And then, yeah, so the weird, you know, life is a circle kind of thing with that is incredible. So much so that one of the other writers for the comic, because it's an anthology comic, we wrote a spec Tremors movie script, a reboot film that we actually got to the creators, but the creators said they weren't able to read it because they had written their own, which is what they're trying to get made currently. So that is now we're going to attempt to make that into a either 4-issue series or a graphic novel, but at the very least, we're going to do a table read of it on the channel. So yeah, it's I love the Tremors franchise, and I'm going to do as much playing in it as I possibly can. I have a whole music video written and storyboarded based around the Wolfie's Just Fine song. God, I forgot what it's called, but it's a song from the Graboids' point of view. And it's really amazing. So yeah, I love this franchise, and I can't believe how much of a circle it's become in my life.
That's way too cool, man. Yeah, it is. What a fun movie. If you haven't seen Tremors, I don't know what you're doing. You got to check it out. It is, yeah, I mean, perfect homage to the creature feature days of the drive-in and Roger Corman and all that, and a much more competent film than any Roger Corman movie, I'll say easily. We love you, Roger, but it's mostly the people you brought into the biz that did the really cool shit. All right, Tremors. And we've talked about Tremors. We've talked about Jurassic Park. Child's Play 2, that's my favorite in the franchise too. I think Child's Play 2 that's one of the best direct sequels right there. Moving into the 2000s, you know, the era of remakes and all that kind of stuff. It seems like there were so many of those then, but also, of course, some fresh stuff. What do you got as your favorite horror movie of the 2000s?
You know, ultimately, this ended up being easy for me. There are a few that stand out. I really liked a couple of the things that began in this era. I really liked Final Destination. I really liked 13 Ghosts. I don't know if we're actually still going to get that TV series they've been talking about forever, but that would be amazing. I really liked the 2003 Texas Chainsaw movie. That's my favorite in the franchise. In spite of how beloved the original is, I will rewatch 03 more than I'll rewatch any of the others. And then ultimately, though, I landed on what I consider the best probably not just the best horror anthology, but maybe the best anthology movie I've ever seen, period, in Trick or Treat. I thought Michael Dougherty's Trick or Treat nailed the Halloween atmosphere better than any other movie ever has, even Halloween, because it was so focused around the holiday. The bad guy is the guardian of Halloween, in Sam. But it was the first anthology. I might not have had the widest breadth of anthological knowledge at that point when I first saw it, but it was the first anthology where I saw the stories weave into each other as much as they did. And I don't think I've ever seen an anthology since do it as much or as well as Trick or Treat did. Michael Dougherty, obviously a talent, went on to do Krampus, one of my favorite horror Christmas movies. I've loved that ever since I saw it. I adore Krampus so much. I loved his Godzilla King of the Monsters movie. It's my favorite of the new Godzilla Legendary universe. I just am a big fan of what Michael Dougherty has been able to do. And so, Trick or Treat was his first. And he created a horror icon that we haven't seen since, unfortunately, but he's been talking about getting back to the franchise for years now. And I think there's actually plans for him to finally do so. And so it was quite easy for me to select this from the aughts as the leading standout.
Yeah, this one is you're dead on that. I mean, the atmosphere, I don't know if there's any movie that really like captures it better. And it's really cool to see how, the different characters from the different stories, like in the background of one another's stories, or just how they interweave. It's a really smooth, a lot of anthologies have like a clear cut, or they go back to like your host or whatever. And all of that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I love about this is it's told in a, I think it's too easy to say Tarantino-esque way, but the way that the characters interweave in something like Pulp Fiction is kind of like a little bit of the feeling you get here with all the characters in Trick or Treat. And yeah, man, I mean, to create an icon from one movie, something that people still like celebrate and share. And, Sam has got such a great look. I think even it was re-released like in 4K in the theater just recently. And I think they showed the original, there was like an original cartoon short, which I've never seen.
Yeah, I'd seen that years ago. Yeah, that was what sort of he was using to pitch the idea.
Yeah, so that's really awesome to see that. I hope we get another entry. Anthology movies are great. It's a bite-sized horror. Even if you don't like one of the stories, don't worry, you're not going to be in it forever. Kind of thing. So, and I think all the stories in Trick or Treat are fantastic, and they're different. Ghost story, a werewolf, vampire, just all sorts of like really, really good stuff.
Neighborhood serial killer.
Yes, neighborhood. That Dylan Baker guy. Is that his name, right?
I don't know. That you're talking about the guy with glasses?
The guy, yeah, he's like Dr. Connors in the Raimi Spider-Man movies. He's got that look where it's like he could be like the stand-up every American from like the 60s, but also a killer. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's got a little bit of that Kennedy look that seems dangerous, although could be benevolent.
He could have done a modified or a more modern version of Falling Down in his day.
Yes, he's got that look
for Michael Douglas. Very very like middle of the road American male.
Yes,
but
clean cut
that can get that nastiness bubbling under the surface pretty well.
Yeah. No, he's great here. Hell of a pick, and everyone in the I don't know. I'm sure you saw when I was bringing the chats up. Everyone is digging your pick. I know this movie's got mostly a lot of love. I know there's a couple of people in the horror community. They're like, I don't get the big deal with it, and it's like, okay, that's fair.
It's not fair.
I happen to enjoy it quite a bit. How about that?
It's like, I know films are subjective, but Trick or Treat is like what I would consider objectively good. Like, I don't know.
Sure. Yes, I can understand. So I think that sometimes, and there's that whole like everyone else loves it. I just don't know if I want to be like part of it. Like just cause, it's like
it's
sometimes you don't like it on a principality. It's like
it's why I've resisted Rocky Horror for so many years.
there you go. Yeah, sometimes you're just like, oh, it has enough fans.
Yep.
But I hear you. And like between Trick or Treat, the rock and roll 80s horror,
Which I've
is
never
fun.
seen. Never seen.
Like it's fun and everything like that. It's like I have a good time with it. Trick or Treat, that's the one between the two for sure. I mean, they're totally different, just similar names. That's all.
And by the way, for anyone curious, I'm not doing this on purpose, but they did release a 2 different Trick or Treat comic book series. One was an adaptation of the movie, but the other was a 4-issue series that told different stories involving Sam. And not only that, but they kickstarted earlier this year a new 4-issue Trick or Treat comic book series. I made sure to back the Kickstarter, so I'll get a copy of that once they're done. They're supposed to release the first story to us backers because the whole thing was supposed to be done before the end of the year. But they're like, well, we've got 2 of the 4 stories almost done, so it's going to take a bit longer. But I will be covering that on the Horror Show Cecil TikTok or the Horror Show Shorts YouTube channel. I put all the comic content on both. The Horror Show Shorts is essentially all of our shorts from the channel, which right now is all the comic book stuff. So.
And so, Cecil, if people want to find all of those links, are all of those available if they're on the main page for the Horror Show channel, or those?
If you click on any of the recent videos, the TikTok Horror Show Cecil and the Horror Show Shorts is on there. But yeah, again, it's not as easy to search considering it's the bland ass Horror Show name that I chose 12 years ago. But
you're stuck with it. You're stuck with it now.
You gotta make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. And really quick, Frank's media and reviews, he gifted a membership. So I closed out all the super chats and everything. I wanted to leave open the gifting of memberships just in case people wanted to do that. So I just wanted to, thank Frank. Thank you so much, buddy. Really appreciate you. I believe this one went to Hourglass, who we've seen in the chat lately. Maybe they'll join us on this marathon stream at some point. And then, gosh, guys, for all you members, just to take a brief pause. I know the last 2-3 weeks, I've not made enough content for you guys. I owe you guys. Spooky season has been nuts, and I've been studying for an exam for a new job. So I overstuffed my plate. You know what I mean? I should have just gotten a little bit and then gone back to the buffet, but nope. I one-tripped it, and so I know I owe you guys something. So thank you for being patient and awesome. And having said that, let's go ahead and get on back to the task at hand. Trick or Treat 07 is the 2000s pick for Cecil. Guys, I refreshed the donation screen. We are at $465. How about it? Thank you guys so much for kicking that up a notch. And with that being said, Cecil, let's go ahead and get into the 2010s, the beginning of the modern age of horror, I guess is what I'm calling it, since stuff has gotten a little wild and elevated and all that kind of fun stuff. So what do you got for the 2010s?
So I know I'm going to mention a movie that no one else will mention. I know that, but I'm going to save that one. Just real quick, rapid fire, some of the ones that stuck out to me. I would go so far as to say I love 2011's Fright Night remake. I really enjoy that movie. I love McLovin, even though it's such a silly turn of character in that film. I loved seeing Doctor Who as, the vampire, the vampire showman, the Chris Angel vampire showman. It's part of why I like it is because it does what you really want a remake to do, which is take the original idea and do a new spin on it. It is not just a straight remake of the original Fright Night where it's a kid and the vampire moves in next door. I mean, it is that, but with the Chris Angel thing, and he's a showman instead of a TV show vampire hunter, like, a Elvira host kind of thing. I feel like they made enough changes to make it really cool. And I really liked Colin Farrell, obviously, Anton Yelchin, gone way too soon. Phenomenal. So I love that movie. I really quite like Grave Encounters, which is apparently a big, sort of cult hit with some people, enough people that we just recently got news that Justin Long and Kate Bosworth are going to reboot the Grave Encounters franchise because, yes, there were 2 Grave Encounters movies, both of which I really like. both of which we reviewed on the channel. Grave Encounters 1 was one of the first year reviews that we did back in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. So I love that movie. Again, that if you don't know what Grave Encounters is, it's basically what if those ghost hunting shows actually found ghosts and they weren't friendly. So it was the fulfillment for me of what I wanted to see in all these goddamn ghost story shows that we've gotten over the last 3 decades with zero payoff, including all the Zach Baggins bullshit. So like it was of that era, and I was like, yes, and finally see these fuckers taken out by what they so desperately want to find.
Yes.
So yeah, Grave Encounters holds a place in my heart. Evil Dead remake, also one of the best remakes. Absolutely love that one. Cabin in the Woods is phenomenal. It was for a long time my favorite horror movie because it was just the culmination of everything. It was funny.
Oh my God,
why I liked it as much as I did was, quite frankly, the giant scene where everything gets released at the very end of the movie.
Sure.
Seeing all those different horror creatures and everything from horror movie history in boxes, like ready to be used. I absolutely love that idea. So that almost made my favorite. But ultimately, I decided on 2 other movies that I liked more. One, I consider my favorite haunted house movie that I've ever seen. The other, I consider one of the most unique horror movies that I've ever seen. So my favorite scary horror movie, haunted house movie that I've ever seen, and also my favorite James Wan movie, is The Conjuring 2. We got both Conjuring 1 and 2 in the 2010s. Maybe even 3 also, but that might have been 2020s. But 1 and 2 are 2 of the strongest haunted house movies / possession movies that we've ever gotten and that I've ever seen. Especially, I love James Wan so much, and these 2 movies are part of why. Granted, I was a big Saw fan. I was a big Dead Silence fan. Like the ventriloquism horror movie was phenomenal. But Conjuring 1 and 2 are what solidified James Wan as a horror maestro to me. Like every Conjuring movie after these, and most haunted house, ghost in-house movies have tried to just do The Conjuring ever since the Conjuring movies have come out. So I have to say, and I like The Conjuring 2 just a little bit more than The Conjuring 1. That's why I say The Conjuring 2. So that is my favorite, scariest haunted house / possession movies that I've ever seen. However, I think my favorite movie of the 2010s, which completely blindsided me in like 2018 or maybe 2017, is One Cut of the Dead. Do you know One Cut of the Dead at all, Davey?
I mean, I've read about it. I've never watched it.
So One Cut of the Dead, I hesitate to talk too much about it, because if you haven't seen it, it is so worth seeing without it having been spoiled. But essentially, it is the story of a zombie outbreak. It's a Korean zombie movie. And I don't want to say more than that. But what I will say is the movie completely changes about 40 minutes in. 40 minutes in, the credits roll, but the movie's not over. And it is so unique and so well done. I only saw it. It's got a funny story, because the only reason I saw it is the guy that runs the International Horror and Sci-Fi Film Festival, part of the Phoenix Film Festival here locally, a good friend of ours, Monty Yazzie. He posted on some social media like, One Cut of the Dead is now available on Amazon Prime. It was my favorite movie of this year. I highly recommend it. So I went and watched it that day, and I adored it. And I was singing the praises of it to all the people around me. And then they took it down after one day because it was a bootleg copy that had been released to Amazon Prime. And then no one could see the movie for like a year. And then it finally started to trickle out, and it was finally released widely. I liked it so much. Here, I got to show you. I don't have this for any other movie in my collection.
So this is 2017. Okay.
But I liked it so much, and it was not available in the US at all, that I had to purchase the Korean version of the Blu-ray. Like I had to get this. Luckily, it only came with English subtitles anyway. Like there wasn't a dub track, so you definitely have to read it. But I had to own this, and then eventually, when they did the American release, they did like a big Hollywood collection, which actually includes a short film sequel that they made.
Oh, sweet!
And this was actually made. France did a version of One Cut of the Dead, and supposedly there was going to be an American version of One Cut of the Dead made as well. This movie made such waves for its uniqueness that 3 or 4 different countries had to make their version of it. And so, yeah, Davey, if you haven't had it spoiled, if any of you in the chat have not had this spoiled, then you absolutely need to watch this without learning anything else about it. It's you might be like, what the fuck is this quality? Trust me, there's a reason for it. Everything gets explained after the credits roll, but the movie's not over. I won't say more than that. Just trust me. Trust me, it's an experience unlike any other if you don't know what happens. And it's also, at the same time, one of the most heart-filling movies that you can watch within the horror genre. And it's partly because it's so unique. Like at the end, you are just you're like the Grinch. Your heart has grown 3 sizes by the end of this movie. It is like, I don't want to overhype it, but I've never heard anyone that actually watched it through that didn't come back and say, yeah, that was fucking fantastic. So One Cut of the Dead is going to be mine.
I've seen it pop up in so many different like lists and people mentioning it, and all I really know about it is that it's got like a meta aspect to it, but I don't know too much more than that. So I'm looking at the IMDb right now, guys. It's kind of wild for One Cut of the Dead. Cost $25,000 to make, made over $25 million.
Yeah, it's a Blair Witch kind of success. Oh, not quite, but similar.
Yeah, that is pretty damn wild. Yeah, well, it's on the list. There it is.
Hell yeah. That one is so fucking good, dude. If you wanted to do a first time watch on that, like it might be your first foreign one you do, but I would love to join you on that if you do.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
I can loan you one of my Blu-rays.
There we go. There we are. Okay, excellent. We got some really, really good films here, and here we are in the most modern of modern ages, just the 2020s. A lot of really good stuff in the last handful of years.
Oh, sorry. Can I just say one last thing? The one thing I didn't mention, the reason it's called One Cut of the Dead is because the whole zombie movie is done in one shot.
Damn.
So it's all one shot, and like that plays a part into why the movie is as awesome as it is. That's why it's called One Cut of the Dead. Sorry, I should have mentioned that, but yeah,
it's essentially live. It's a captured live performance, right?
You'll see. Yeah, you're more right than you know.
Okay. All right. Excellent. All right. I got to check it out for sure. Yeah. We should do a
Blazin'. That's what I'm saying. Like that for film nuts, that's what blows your mind. Even if it's low quality, if you keep in mind, oh shit, this is all going to be just one shot. I got to see it through. Yeah. Is it Japanese? I thought it was Korean. Okay. Fair enough. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I thought for sure it was Korean, but forgive me. I am wrong, Steve.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Hey, look, I'll take the correction. Gosh. Forgive me. I do not mean any offense by saying the wrong country.
To be fair, the Korean zombie movies are kind of like they've made their stamp. So
for sure. Yeah.
Whereas I would say with Japanese, it usually is more of the walking sim kind of horror or whatever,
Mud, you're right. Mads was a crazy one-shot movie. This is crazy for a whole different reason. And if you're a fan of film, watch One Cut of the Dead.
All right. As a fellow Asian, I'm ashamed I haven't seen this movie yet, says Blazin' Asian.
Oh my God, Blazin', did I offend you by saying the wrong country, by the way? You're the perfect person to ask. Like, should I have done more research? Because God, I feel bad about it.
Hey. It's no big deal, right?
Yeah. You'll get hung. Careful. This country will burn you alive for saying the wrong thing.
It was an honest mistake. There was no maliciousness.
No malice. No malice.
No malice whatsoever. All right, let's see here. Okay, 20. Now that we've offended,
Yeah.
half
No, he
of the world.
says no, brother. No offense at all. You're wonderful. Okay, cool. So we're off the hook.
If it makes anyone feel any better, I can't tell where white people are from. I have no idea where you people are. Like, I
we
can't
look
tell.
more alike than anyone else.
Like, are you English? Are you Scottish? Are you Scandinavian? I can't tell the difference. All right, so 2020s. Like I said, kind of jam packed here. A lot of. I feel like horror has. I don't know. Maybe it's just because we're in it, but it seems like we're in another like era that's very, very active and a lot of variety. So I'm curious to see what you pick here for the 2020s.
So I got to be honest with you here. I didn't get a chance to log on to what you were doing because I had a busy day up until Piz right before me. That's who, right? And I didn't. As soon as he started to talk about other movies from the 2020s that were good, I was like, motherfucker, stealing some thunder here. Like, what are we doing? It's the same reason I don't let Fuego do alternates or like, oh, I was going to choose this, but then I chose this because I'm like, dude, you're just stealing my thunder. But since we're doing that, that's why I gave all my alternates for every other year. So I want to agree with Piz and say that When Evil Lurks is absolutely phenomenal. And it would have been tops for me were it not for a couple of others. A quick shout outs to Prey, the best Predator movie we'd gotten in so many years and utterly phenomenal. I loved Nope. Jaws in the Sky. I dug the hell out of that. I really quite liked Underwater, the first big budget version of Cthulhu that we actually ever got to see. That was phenomenal. And then the three that were the hardest for me to choose from, Talk to Me ended up being third. I really loved the Filippo brothers' first outing in the horror genre. Again, YouTubers, with Chris Stuckman releasing Shelby Oaks this week, it's apropos to talk about some of the other YouTubers that were successful doing the same thing. The Filippo brothers made both Talk to Me and Bring Her Back from this year. So Talk to Me, I think, is a phenomenal gimmick horror movie. And I don't say gimmick horror in any sort of derogatory way. I love gimmick horror. There's so many gimmick horror movies out there. But yeah, a movie about a hand and, any game kind of movie, that's gimmick horror. There's so much gimmick horror. I don't use that in any sort of derogatory way. But Talk to Me is phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with calling it what it is, right? Like Gwar is a gimmick band. It doesn't mean you should be ashamed for loving Gwar. It is what it is,
I don't know why my camera decided to suddenly wash me the hell out, but
it was all the white people talk we were saying. You
that's
got
it. That's
even
it.
whiter. Now you're back to pink.
Yeah,
It's
now
okay.
I'm back to pink. Yeah. Now I'm back to fleshy pink. All right, so then that leads me down to the last two, which were the two that I was basically arguing over for. Was it 2023 or 2024? They were my number 1 and 2 of the same year. And while I would like to choose The Substance as the best of what I've seen so far in the 2020s, ultimately I decided that I liked Strange Darling more. I adore Strange Darling so much. It caught me so off guard. Granted, The Substance caught me off guard too, but Strange Darling, going back to what you were saying, that Tarantino-esque storytelling that is done so well with such phenomenal acting and an almost Sixth Sense-ian level twist at one point. But not only that, but I think possibly my favorite final 5 minutes of any horror we've gotten maybe in the last decade. That final 5 minutes where one actor just really gets to show what they can do in the most haunting way, while the filmmaking shows itself off with colors draining away, it was just pivotal filmmaking. Yes, it's more thriller than horror, but again, I'm the guy that's willing to say it's a horror thriller. You know what I mean?
I've heard a lot of people put Strange Darling in that category, and I think I'm not going to argue with it because there are elements. I think especially, and this this has got to not only titillate you as an audience member, but as a writer as well. That when you watch a movie and you immediately want to put it on again because now that you know what you know. You're watching it a second time is like a fresh watch, because like now you're in on how everything unveils, and it's like then I think that maybe it feels more horror the second time, knowing what you know. And yeah, I agree. The performances are I won't say anything. I think I already mentioned one of the performers' names earlier, but yeah, Willa Fitzgerald. She was good on the Scream TV show. Holy shit, she's really good in Strange Darling. Like unreal. The level up on performance. I don't know if I've seen a level up from somebody I watched from a TV show to a film and be like, holy shit, like she needs to be in a lot of stuff. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The filmmaking, to me, the color, and man, Giovanni Ribisi as your cinematographer,
crazy.
like who saw that coming?
Yeah.
And it sounds like those guys
it makes so much sense that so many dudes that are on film sets their whole lives can, figure their shit out behind the camera,
Well, and even for him, want to do something that is a step back, or you know what I mean? Just like something that's just like getting behind the camera. But clearly there's something about him as a film fan that most of us don't know, that he must be the nerdy type of film fan where he's probably wanted to do something like this. And he can executive produce at the same time and hire a talented director like JT Molnar.
And people that really know film understand that going from actor to cinematographer is no kind of step back. It's a step sideways, if anything. Some would consider it a step up. Actors have a lot harder time, landing roles than cinematographers that are talented do getting new movies.
Sure.
So,
and
I would argue it's a step up. Yeah.
Yeah. I use air quotes just because it's not a forward facing role. So like,
to a lot of people, they would think it's a step down.
Like, yeah. Why did you do that when you could have been in the movie, or, something like that? So it sounds like those guys might get TCM, which would be, I think, based on what I've seen from Strange Darling, I'm like, okay, I could definitely see that. That's a really good pick, and I'm really happy that somebody brought that one up and used that as their pick here, because that was one of my favorites of 2024 for sure, if not my favorite. But all right, holy cow, Cecil, just like that, our time has gone away. I've got our next guest in waiting. I know he's got a very, very important date. I don't want to keep anyone from having a meal with their folks, so we're gonna get to a friend of yours as well, Cecil. We've got Chris Stanley coming on up next. Nice. Very, very excited. It's been a while since we've had a chat, so I'm looking forward to that. Really quick though, before we say goodbye, I know I see you so much. It's like we're brothers now. What do you got coming up here to close out spooky season for the Horror Show channel?
Well, we're going to be, of course, covering all the new movies that are coming out. We of course cover that. We do the reactions and the news and all that good stuff. The newest stuff that we've got planned are in the not too distant future. I would like to premiere the Dylan's New Nightmare behind the scenes special. Just have to send out a few more perks before we can do that. I am focusing mainly on some behind the scenes writing, but the comic TikToks are what I'm focusing on the most. The biggest thing I've got planned is I'm covering every Stranger Things comic that's ever been made, and Fuego is covering all 10 Stranger Things novels that will have been released, and we're going to be covering it from November 20th every single day all the way through the end of the year. So I basically wanted to cover the Stranger Things comics while the final season was airing. So it airs starting November 26th and ends December 31st. Our coverage will start November 20th and end December 31st. And we're going to cover all 58 Stranger Things comics. And I'm finishing up some other comics before that. I've got some more Alien comics, Predator comics, some other horror comics I'll be covering ahead of that. But yeah, I'm hoping that the Stranger Things comics will bump me up to the level where I can finally start to monetize the TikTok channel. But then after that, I'll be covering the Supernatural comics, because I will have all of those, and they're launching a brand new Supernatural comic series, of course, based on the TV show. And I also know they're launching a sequel series to the Sleepy Hollow movie from Tim Burton. So I will be covering all the Sleepy Hollow comics coming up, including 3 different comic series based on the Sleepy Hollow TV show that ran for a few seasons. So
nice.
all of that, I'm doing a big comic focus. In fact, there was one Halloween comic that I had not covered yet that I did not know about. So that will be dropping on Halloween on both channels. So lots of fun.
And then I know another thing that the Horror Show channel has coming up is coverage of It Welcome to Derry. So
Yes.
each episode will be reviewed. So all of you Pennywise freaks, you can join us on over there for our thoughts on that show. And hopefully it's better than Alien Earth.
Yeah.
Good God, y'all.
Thank you to Mandy and everyone else that said take care. I appreciate it, guys.
Yes,
I hope everyone
absolutely.
takes care.
Really appreciate you spending some time with us today, Cecil. And yeah, man, we'll catch up sometime soon. And I guess I'll see you on Sunday, no matter what. How about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you carving out some time for the charity fundraiser. Again, just I know I say this all the time. I was just talking to Amanda about this the other night. I'm so happy and grateful that that we met a couple years ago, right after I started the channel. Never would I have thought that like interviewing you and Vin at Gathering of the Ghouls would turn into a friendship that I don't know, that I just really appreciate and I'm thankful for. So and I'm thankful that you've brought me into the Horror Show family. So
well, I appreciate you too, man. You're very reliable on the Horror Show, and you can swoop in when certain people drop out, and I appreciate you being such a reliable and valuable member of the team.
I try. Awesome, man. Well, thank you so very much. And yeah, I'll see you on Sunday. Everybody, that's been Cecil from the Horror Show channel. Please check out all of his social medias. Subscribe, follow him on over there, and I'll see you over there as well, everyone. So thank you so much, Cecil. Have a great rest of your night, bud.
Take care, man. You too. Have fun, everyone.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we're just going to bring up our next guy. Here, I'll pop over here really quick because I said it last night. Oh my gosh, Chris Stanley. What a personality. So not only does this guy like cover media, actually going to events and interviewing other actors, he acts himself. He is hilarious on his channel. His shorts are really funny, and also just his regular content's really hilarious. He's an inspiration if you want to get into a good workout routine. I'll tell you that much. Very, very handsome, awesome accent. But I think Chris's greatest talent is what he does with his hands, with all of the prop building and all of this great, I don't even know what to call it, but man, these busts that he creates, this like Ben Affleck Batman bust is just incredible that I've been seeing floating around there. All the stuff he sells on Etsy is just, it's just remarkable. So a man of many talents, and a friend of the channel that I haven't had on in nearly long enough. So guys, guys and gals, put your hands together for Mr. Chris Stanley. How are you doing, Chris?
What an intro, mate. Thank you for that. I think the best way to summarize what you were saying with what I do is just expensive arts and crafts.
Yeah, and it's something that obviously you've been, honing that craft for quite some time, but there's got to be a natural, some people just must be naturally talented at that, because I know a lot of people could try to draw or paint or whatever, but there's something that you've clearly got a knack for. And it's awesome to see, because honestly, like, you're handsome enough, you could just ride that. You don't have to do anything better than that. Come on, Chris. I love seeing beautiful people that are actually talented. So thank you for that.
Oh God, making me blush.
I know, I'm gonna embarrass the hell out of you, dude. You don't have to respond to it. Everyone knows, right?
Oh God. No, I appreciate it. And yeah, look, it's it's been a thing since I've been like 12 or 13, just building and just like also taking things apart. And firstly, hello to everyone in the chat.
Yes.
And yeah, it's just it was obviously like the initial fascination with this dude that led me to the gloves and then makeup, molding, casting. So it's like, there's like gateway drugs. This is like gateway prop building, and you get settled with one thing. You're like, well, let's go on to the next thing. So yeah, man. And like I'd never stop, even though I've kind of taken a step back from the Cosplay Chris channel. I'm still building like every single day, like you said with Etsy. and also just my own stuff, because I just still love flexing that muscle. I think it's good for the brain. You release those good creative chemicals, because I'm a right lobe. Right lobe's creative, I think, and the left lobe's academic of the brain.
So you're a left-hander?
I'm a lefty. Yep. Yeah. So cause I interviewed Brock Powell, who played Leatherface in Geen, and he said in the interview he's a lefty. So and Gunnar Hansen was a righty, so he had to. Yeah, that was very confusing for him. And I'm like, dude, that's like putting in the fine work to replicate what Gunnar did. Like, no one, I didn't like. You don't look at left or right, stuff like that. But it's great to be back on, man. It's always a pleasure seeing you doing your thing. And like Cecil said, you've built up this beautiful streaming community, and you know, you've got a wonderful voice and a wonderful face to match. So that definitely helps.
Oh, thank you so much. You are too kind. It's I know it's been a while. I don't even know how long it's been. I know your limit. It's been over a year, right?
I think so. Yeah, man. Well, we had a big old chin wag. I think it was a year ago.
Yeah. So, you know, as we move into the new year, I'm sure we'll find some time. So, you know, that's the cool. This community is just so like, I know I can reach out to you, and even if it doesn't work out one time, we're going to find the right time for it. So, I think that's one of the great things about, you know, your role in the community, or just, you know, with how much you've accomplished, that you're still so accessible and so incredibly sweet. You know, guys, what you see is what you get with Chris. There's no like weird phony bullshit. Just a top-notch dude. It's all true, Chris. It's all true. So there was a question that I had for you, but now I'm brain farting it, so I'm going to see if it comes back. I know you're limited on time. You've got to go grab a bite with your parents, which is special and awesome. Your mom is wild, dude. Chris's mom, follow her on Insta.
That's she's nuts, man. That's where I get the theatrical side from. Like my dad's the analytical one, the thinker, and then my mom is just like bleh, all over the place like me.
She is a character, man. It's awesome. Excellent. So in the interest of just you know, getting you in and out, are you an 80s baby, or are you?
I am. I'm 88.
90s? Okay. All right. Yep. So we've got a handful of decades to talk about here. So yeah, you know what we're doing is just I'm going to ask you what your favorite horror movie is from each decade, and if you've got an honorable mention or two, we can throw those in there. So awesome, being that you're an 80s baby, I've said this to everyone, it's got to be the toughest decade to choose from with how much is going on in that decade.
It is. And it's the epitome of like each end of the spectrum, with like body horror, psychological, like just gore ensemble, like, you know, seeing just how much practical special effects, like Savini, Kevin Yeager stuff we can just throw in to one film. But also like, you know, the I wouldn't say rise, but the steady surfing that wave of the slashers was the 80s. And it'll be obvious what my number one pick is for the 80s, but I you know, give me a chance to talk about it and I'll whore the guy out, you know.
Yeah, have at it. Go ahead and you know, we're waiting with bated breath, Chris.
all right, everyone, get ready to hear me repeat myself once again. But yeah, 1984's A Nightmare on Elm Street. I think in front and behind the camera was such a spectacle when you read into the behind the scenes, and that film should not have been made initially, you know, given what Bob Shaye, Wes, Sarah Risher, like even Rachel Talalay, who wound up directing Freddy's Dead, that whole cast and crew. It was guerrilla filmmaking at its finest. Wes engineered this beautiful character, and I always try and remove my bias when I'm talking about Freddy, but when you tell folks who aren't, you know, they just know the name Freddy Krueger, but when you go into the nitty gritty and give them a bit of pub trivia about the red and green on the sweater being hard for the eye to see side by side, you know, instead of a mask, he wears a mask of scar tissue, the glove, like it's so personal. And it's just such a well-engineered character that Wes, quote, pun intended, dreamt up. And then just during the making of, it was just these maverick bunch of filmmakers, hardworking filmmakers in front and behind the camera that just believed in this vision that Wes had. and birth this character in this world of Freddy Krueger, and just tapping into the notion that everyone has to sleep, everyone has to dream. So definitely Nightmare on Elm Street, man. But then also, you know, I've got like The Thing, but also like even going back to slashers, Friday the 13th Part 4, which was 84 as well, I think. So yeah, but like Freddy's always going to be my number one. But then amongst that, and I was speaking about it the other day on my tier list video for slashers, the first Hellraiser from 87.
Oh shit, yeah.
Like, man, like so many of those films, like being an 88 baby, you know, Hellraiser came out a year before I was born, but just to be a teenager at that time, going to the cinema, if you could get in, like if you snuck in, and you're laughing. But dude, like seeing the Cenobites and just the body horror that goes on in that film, imagine seeing that for the first time, because now we're so desensitized with everything that's going on online and everything. I feel like we're very desensitized, but back then we had nothing. Like we had a few trailers you'd see and then posters, and then you'd go in and just have your mind blown. And, you know, you got people like throwing their guts up, fainting, running out of the cinema. It was a time to be alive.
Yes. Yeah, I think Hellraiser, what's really cool about it, I love Clive Barker coming at it from all angles, the writer and the visual artist. I think there's, you know, there are few people so unique like that, similar to Carpenter doing the music and while directing a movie, right? So it's like to control the visuals and the music is a powerful thing when you're a filmmaker. And then with Clive, I think, you know, when you watch something like the original Hellraiser, to me, I'm like, oh, this is like Edgar Allan Poe, but for the modern age. Like Edgar Allan Poe meets body horror. There's a moral lesson here, you know, telltale heart kind of thing. And yeah, I'm a big fan of that first Hellraiser, especially. That's a good one to bring up, man. I'm glad you mentioned that one. And I mean, man, another thing too about Freddy that I think gets forgotten is I mean, everybody loves Robert for the personality, of course, but I think there's something about the way he plays it like a dancer. I've heard him mention like Bob Fosse and that kind of stuff, you know, being asymmetrical and having those dancer stances. There's something, I think that's what helps with the iconic kind of thing too, because Freddy moves and looks so much different than any other slasher out there. You know, he's not hulking.
100%, man. That's what I get fascinated by. Like, in December, I'm turning the same age Robert was when he first played Freddy, and I don't know how to feel about that. I'm okay with it, but at the same time, I'm not okay with it. Because Wes originally wanted an old man, and then in comes Robert, happy-go-lucky. He's, you know, curly blonde hair, broad-shouldered, tan from being a surfer. And even David Miller, who did his makeup, was like, "What? Him? This dude's like goofy. Like, how is he going to be Freddy?" But then you go back and see that, you know, Robert is a thespian actor, classically trained, Shakespearean, and that's the person you want to play Freddy, because there's going to be thought, research, homework, and like you said, it's the stance. It's, you know, one shoulder's down from the weight of the glove, even though it's light, but you wear that thing for 13 hours, it's going to get a bit cumbersome. You know, walking his feet over each other like a catwalk model. Yeah. You know, when he's gliding down the alleyway with Tina, the stance of like Nosferatu and Jimmy Cagney. I'm like, damn, like this is acting. Like, it's not just, you know, boo, rawr. This is like the editor said for the first Elm Street, this is a living, breathing character. And it would have been cool to see, being the editor, because you see the before and after with a take. You see the raw take, so you see Robert kind of waiting, and then Wes yells action. That would have been so fascinating to see, just that. And as David Miller said, you just see this dark cloud come over Robert's head, going from this nice happy chappy to this dark, sick, twisted child killer.
Yeah, that's so wild too, to make that snap like that into that character. But you know, it really does make sense as a stage performer too. You're getting that, you know, somebody that's not afraid to really project and be, you know, a little on that over the top side enough to where it really, you know, stands out. I always remember just that, the elbow on the hip with the glove out, like I always think of that when I think of Freddy. Like, you know, just with the blue in the background, and it's just like a silhouette. I'm just like, oh, that's, you know, that's the shot that always comes to mind there. Heck yeah. And And two of my siblings chimed in here. My sister said that movie is the reason I do not watch horror movies.
Oh, fantastic!
I went to the theater. Yeah, I went to the theater in high school and it scared the crap out of me. Well, there you go. And then
I saw someone as well commented they saw Hellraiser in the cinemas back in the day, so I'm very jealous of that.
That must be. Was that Jamie Hart? Yep, I saw that in the theater.
Okay, yeah. Jamie, I'm very jealous that I can only imagine how harrowing but amazing that would have been.
Yes, and it really did. It was a different time back then in the 80s. Okay, cool. Cruising along to the 90s, which is, it was described earlier as like two clear halves of the 90s, right? There's kind of the odd, the odd like sexy kind of vibe in the beginning, and then we got that post-Scream kind of vibe. So you could kind of go anywhere here. What are you thinking for your 1990s favorite horror movie?
Freddy's Dead, the final. No. So this was a tough one, man. I've got a tie, if that's allowed.
Yes.
So I've got Candyman and Silence of the Lambs.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had Hannibal and Candyman in my tier list the other day. A lot of people will say Silence of the Lambs is a psychological thriller. I think there are horror elements that not necessarily are gore, but just the idea of Buffalo Bill, but also Hannibal as well. Even though Hannibal's a side character, he's like a side quest for Clarice, and it nabbed Anthony Hopkins an Oscar. And that film rightfully so deserved all the accolades. The actors deserved all the accolades, but also just at the end with the night vision sequence, it's just creepy shit. And like the character of Buffalo Bill, like it gives you the willies and it sticks with you, and Hannibal sticks with you, and obviously that's why he's had such a beautiful shelf life with other films. And, Hannibal, Red Dragon, but also pop culture. But going to Candyman, and like I said in my tier list video, incorporating the urban legend stuff, the Bloody Mary stuff, the having a sleepover and putting the flashlight under your face and telling the story of Candyman, Mr. Robitaille and what happened to him, but then the design. And no one else could have played that other than Tony Todd, because Tony Todd had the stature, the booming voice, beautiful face, but also at the same time will plunge a hook straight through your torso and lift you up. But again, it's that balance of a Beauty and the Beast in one character and the urban setting in Chicago. We call it here like Housing Commission. Just that projects. Setting as well. The projects, that's it. Here we call it Housing Commission. I do have a soft spot for Candyman too, but I think the first one is just like Silence of the Lambs. It just screws with your mind and happens to have some, beautiful practical effects, but two very memorable killers that are both eloquently spoken, soft-spoken. One exists in the real world and one exists in another world.
Yeah, I love the aspect of Candyman that's there. There's that seductive side, that almost like a kind of like Dracula, a little bit of that. There's something alluring about him. So he's dangerous, but there's also, Tony Todd. It's that voice is something else.
Melt butter, man.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and the way they work in the backstory is great. The way they unveil that in Candyman, I think they really do a good job of giving the lore in that movie as well.
And I've got my little list here, because you're right. I feel like the 90s, when it came to horror, it had an identity crisis. It didn't know what it wanted to be, but that works out so well because you've got so much variety. So like I've even got, Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow. But then we had like Bram Stoker's Dracula. And then you go to the very end where post-Scream, we've got like The Faculty, Halloween H2O, Urban Legend, and that little beautiful people slashes, I call it.
The teeny bopper. They are, and it's interesting. Like the late '90s looks so slick in that way, you know, like a teen show. But then I always think whenever I watch like an early '90s horror movie, I'm always something about it. They look so clean and so like brightly lit. I don't know. Like even have you noticed that about the early '90s? Maybe I'm like way off. They just seem very bright to me.
Too polished, like it looks too sterile.
Yes, I think that's the word I'm looking for. And maybe it's just because like I grew up watching these on VHS. I'm sure you did as well when you were a little kid. And I think as we get these cleaned up copies, it's great that stuff comes out that's cleaned up. But I just watched New Nightmare the other day and I was like, man, it looked a lot more brightly lit than I remember watching it on VHS. Just that the VHS quality obscured some of those things. Whereas now, yeah, I'm picking up a little on that sterile kind of thing.
It's funny you mentioned that because in 2 days' time, we get the Elm Street 4K box set here in Australia.
Oh, nice.
Finally going to arrive. So next week I should have it, do my review, all that. But I don't know if you've seen Warner Brothers on YouTube have started putting up 4K clips from the Elm Street series as like little teasers. So they are actually in 4K somewhat. Like it's not a physical disc. Depends on how good your connection is. And they put up a clip of New Nightmare at the end where Heather and Dylan are in the subterranean hideout of the entity, Freddy. And I was watching it, I'm like, whoa, this is like really clean, like really, sterile.
Yeah.
Like, damn, like, but then even back then, I felt like New Nightmare, honorable mention for the 90s, New Nightmare had a really clean quality compared to the first Elm Street, you know, budget stuff, that definitely helps.
Sure.
But I think that's what made the first one so good. And like the second and third, it's gritty, it's grimy, it's real. It's like the first Ninja Turtles movie. It's so like you need that roughness. You have to maintain that roughness even if it's a 4K transfer.
Yes, I totally agree. That's the only thing when stuff gets cleaned up is I was like, I mean, I still want it to feel, I don't want it to feel like a British television show that was shot on video. You know, that's the one thing I want to avoid.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing against British TV, but just the look. I mean, you can't beat the grittiness of those, especially those originals. The first, I mean, even Halloween, which is a beautiful film, still has that grain to it. So, yeah, man, we got some good chatter. So we're going with Candyman and Silence of the Lambs. They have tied for the 90s. That's a good combo right there. Now going into the 2000s, age of remakes, all that kind of fun stuff. Or not, depending on how you feel about it. But what do you got for your pick for the 2000s, Chris?
My top one, man, and Frank and Darren were recently talking about it, High Tension. This was a blind rent from the video store many, many years ago. And I'd always see the cover of the girl with the big circular buzzsaw on the cover and she's covered in blood. And it's like, for us to rate something R18 plus here in the States, I think it's like the equivalent for you guys, NC 17 or even X. Is X 18 over there?
I think so. Because I've never even seen them existing that way. You know, usually
like,
they just go the unrated route.
I think, yeah, X is unrated, and that's when it gets limited distribution. Guys in the chat, help if I'm wrong. But yeah, I think X is the unrated, but NC-17 is our equivalent of R18. And if something is R18 here, especially nowadays, it's bad. Like obviously Terrifier 3 was R18. I remember seeing R18 plus, and it's like high impact violence. And when we say that here, it's like, yeah, this is pretty bad, mate. Like Australia's seen some shit, but you know, this is pretty bad. So my best mate, Pete, and I, we rented it, took it back to my place and had the DVD, watched it, and just everything that unfolded, the twist at the end, which some people don't agree with. I just didn't see it coming, nor did Pete. And Pete's like my wife. They can like pick the twist at the end within the first 5 minutes of a film.
Oh man,
just the brutality of it. The film doesn't hold back. It doesn't forgive, and it's just intense. And it's like I wouldn't say like an anxiety attack, but it gets your heart racing. And I like the concept as well. So yeah, High Tension for me, man.
And that is a movie that I have not yet watched, but man, I have heard so much about it. And you know, at this point, it's like the secret is out or whatever. I don't think I would never let that ruin the experience for me. But I've heard really, really good things about this one. It's a French film, is that right?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
And like the performances are great. Again, the concept is great. The twist is batshit insane. The gore is, oh my god, the gore is amazing. Again, it doesn't hold back. But then like I go to the opposite end of the spectrum. Would you class Hollow Man as a horror movie?
I think so. Yeah, right. It's a horror version of The Invisible Man.
Yeah, it has horror elements. And I remember because, you know, young pup when it first came out, it's got some brutal scenes in it. I know it cops a lot of flack, but I don't know. I actually really dig it. I think it was, I wouldn't say ahead of its time. I think it's maybe possibly a bit misunderstood.
Yeah, I think it definitely fits the horror kind of vibe, you know? A little bit of that body kind of thing going on, body horror touch. I mean, shoot, if Strange Darling and Jaws and Jurassic Park, if we're gonna say that those can slide in, although Cecil, Jurassic Park, you're cutting it close. Yeah, I think Hollow Man. I think sure, yeah, we can do that. That can count.
Cool. I'm just looking over my list as well, because yeah, it was a strange time to be a horror fan. But then like, you know, no, we're in 2000s now. But then like American Psycho, which could most part be considered a psychological thriller because it is very psychological, and it leaves that up to the interpretation of the viewer whether this is all in Patrick's head or did these events really happen and he is, you know, guilty and clinically insane.
Yeah, that movie, I laugh at it like it's like a dark comedy. I don't know. I feel bad sometimes laughing at it, but I crack up at how over the top it is.
Actually, Stephanie Hinkle just made a very good point because I want to do a honorable mention. She says Aussie horror is wicked, is a wicked good time. My honorable mention as well is a film called Cut with Kylie Minogue. So
I've seen that. I saw that when it was brand new. Right? Isn't sorry, I know I'm cutting you off. I'm just excited because I've never met anyone else who's seen Cut. Molly Ringwald is in there somehow?
Yes. Yeah. Molly Ringwald's in it. And I remember watching it, I think it was like 2001. And look, it's very basic with its premise and very schlocky at times. But you know, a horror film stops production because the director's slaughtered, and then these kids come in and try and finish the film, and then the killer from that. It's also very meta, so it's got a lot going for it.
Yes.
I just remember having an absolute ball with it, and the design of the killer as well, with that weird white mask and the hybrid gardening shears, whatever the hell he's using. I remember
he's got that cropsy.
Yeah, cropsy. That's it. Yeah, I just remember having a really good time with it, where I don't have to think about the layers, the psychological layers, and oh, did you see this? You know, this is an analogy for this. I'm like, no, dude comes back from a film that never came to be to punish the people that are trying to make this film come to be.
Yeah, no, it's a really good. Yeah, it's kind of it's got a little bit of that Scream urban legend kind of like feel and vibe. Man, it's been a while. I saw that one. It must have been, I was working at a record store back in my hometown at that time, and I think we got like a screener or got a copy that we ordered, and I was like, I have to check this out. Because it doesn't the killer, his thing that he says, he's like, now you die. Isn't that his thing?
Yeah, on the phone it's like, now you die, mate.
Okay, so I tried to make it sound cooler than it actually is. Okay. Yeah, that is a good honorable mention there. Heck yeah. Okay. Yeah, and 2000s horror, I think that's when we really started ratcheting up some of that uncomfortable, brutal gore, because as we go into the 2010s and the more modern era of horror, we see it taken even further with stuff like Terrifier and all that. So what do you got for your 2010s favorite horror movies?
So like you said, and we're really moving into the psychologically damaging horror now. but with some really good concepts, ideas, writing. Mine, and it's very basic bitch of me, Hereditary.
Okay.
I went into this film knowing next to nothing, which was intentional, and it just made me upset and sad, and dare I say, offended. Like, you know, when you're just like, I need to go watch like Finding Nemo or just something that's going to bring my mood up. But
Yeah.
I went in there expecting that to happen. I wanted that. I wanted that effect. And Toni Collette, to this day, I'm still dumbfounded how she wasn't nominated, let alone won an Oscar for her performance. And I'm not being biased or like Team Australia. She's just so damn raw and real in that film. Like, and everyone as well, the actor that plays Peter, the son, the young lady that plays Charlie, the dad as well. It's such an odd family dynamic, and I think that's why it adds to just the uneasiness of the film. Can I get into spoilers? Is this going to upset anyone?
I think it's old enough that you can. So I'll say this: this is another movie I've not yet seen. I don't know what my problem is, Chris, but I've not yet seen it. But I've watched video essays on it and all that stuff. I know I can still enjoy it for what it is. So I would say feel free to. I mean, you know, we're quite a ways out, so feel free to say whatever you'd like about it.
Okay, all right. Well, guys in the chat, spoiler alert. Charlie, the daughter, is killed in a very horrific accident when her brother Peter is driving her home. She's having an anaphylactic shock when he takes her to a party. She eats something with peanuts, and she's sticking her head out the window to try and get air down her throat because her throat's closing up, and he's trying to head home. And there's a telegraph pole, knocks her head off. And his brilliant performance as well, he just stops, doesn't even look in the back seat, but the way it's shot, you can see out of focus I think it's in the rearview mirror, Charlie's torso just slumped there. And he drives home, leaves her in the car, goes and lays down, and it's this really intense close-up shot of Peter with his head on the pillow. You hear Toni Collette come outside and find her daughter's body, and you don't see Toni Collette's acting, you just hear it. And it's the most upsetting thing ever. I don't know what place she went to in her psyche to deliver that scream, but it's really upsetting. It gives you that sick feeling in the stomach. And then everything that happens after that, and there's a lot of pagan elements, themes incorporated into it. But I think just everything from the family stuff, things about her mother, her background, is just really upsetting to watch. And just again, it just, like Buffalo Bill, it just gives you the willies. You're just like, man, I need a shower after that.
Yeah, I don't know what my problem is. I got to get on Hereditary right away.
Well, okay, so I'm assuming you're probably going to have seen. It's an honorable mention for one I haven't seen, but everyone has told me you got to watch it, and it's one of those things where I just don't want to. I just haven't got around to it. I need to still watch Sinister.
Oh yeah, I dig Sinister.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things, guys in the chat. You know, I need you to rally around me because I've got to finally watch this.
The second one is not very necessary. But man, the first one is a really good, if you just look at it as a standalone, which it totally does. Yeah. Really creepy vibes, especially if you enjoy, like, you saw the Black Phone, the first one.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, Derrickson has that kind of style, you know, and you can see him using some of that in Sinister. Although it's a totally different kind of story, and man, Ethan Hawke is just so great.
Oh man, yeah, that's what I love, seeing him do something different. Stephanie Hinkle asks, did he leave the head or did he pick it up? I don't remember. He left the head, Steph. I don't know if you remember, there's that shot of Charlie's head on the road and it's covered in ants, and it's just it just cuts abruptly to her head, and the special effects they did on that head and because she's a kid as well, you're like, God, like, when horror movies have the guts to kill a kid, I'm like, whoa, okay. Yeah, there's no holding back. Like, even in Halloween 2018, the young little bloke and his dad in the truck, when they find the bus, And that poor little kid, he just wants to go to dancing lessons, but his father's making him hunt, and he gets killed by Michael. He gets his neck snapped. I was like, whoa. All right, so we're there now. Everyone's like, so Dean Render's like, Chris, go watch Sinister. You won't regret it. I like Sinister. All right, cool, guys. Yep. I need to find. I need the right time. I want it to be perfect. Light some candles, put on a little negligee, and
well, and the good thing too is it is like it's got some very effective, scary moments and all that stuff, but it's got a really nice mainstream kind of look and feel. I think it's a really accessible horror movie, that first Sinister. But yeah, it's the 8mm footage or whatever it is, the tapes and everything that he watches, those things are like really impressive magic trick kind of effects that they pull off. So Sinister's fun, man. Highly recommend it. Okay. And Hereditary, you know what's a bummer is that's the one thing that, like, without even trying to have that spoiled, that moment, it's like something that's like memed out of control. So it's like, before I even knew anything about the movie, I knew that the head got taken off by a telephone pole. Like, it's just one of those. It's like hardly a spoiler. Hopefully, they make fun of it in the upcoming scary movie. That's
oh god, I'm so excited for that, man. I really hope they don't like beat around the bush with stuff. If the Wayans are coming back, I hope it's because they've got complete creative control. Yeah.
No, it should be. There's been a lot that's happened since their last movie, so they can really have a field day.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I've got Hereditary there on the list for 2010s, and here we are. We are at the 2020s, the most modern age of horror. It seems like there's been so much of so many different kinds of horror within the last 5-6 years. And just a really diverse array. So what would you say out of what we've seen so far this decade is your favorite horror film, Chris?
Oh man, it's hard. I feel like, we say, movie, film subjective, horror subjective. I feel like at the moment it's so subjective, but I feel as horror fans, we're getting spoiled rotten at the moment, whether you want your thinking horror, you want your body horror, gore. I honestly think, and again, very basic bitch of me, weapons, because there have been other films that have come out that you keep thinking about and keep dissecting. And Eliminated Pro said another one for The Substance. I really enjoyed The Substance. Honorable mention for The Substance. As well as Sinners. But I think with weapons, and I've told a few people, because this came out around the time Superman and Fantastic Four came out, and like with my channel, horror, pop culture, I have forgotten about Superman and Fantastic Four. Like, I reviewed them, but I think because we're so oversaturated with comic book films at the moment, which isn't a problem for me, but there's just a lot to consume. And horror as well, but in a good way. But with weapons stuck with me where I know it back to front, and I keep finding new things that I want to go back and check out. So I think that's because it's made me think a lot, which makes me say this is my, I wouldn't say absolute favorite, but one that really stuck with me because it's got so much to dissect, but also the scares as well. The scares are like, case in point, the scene where Mum comes out of the door of the house, walking towards the car with what's her name?
Julia Garner there.
Julia Garner. She's passed out from all the booze. That's just, I was like, oh my God, what the fuck's going on? And then you see her disappear. And then, with some great sound work, you hear the door open. The image of Chris in the lingerie is stuck in my head now. All right. On my next video, I know what I'm doing.
That moment's crazy in Weapons. That's a very tense moment right there where I'm like, what's happening here?
But then you go from that, which is just not broad daylight, you know what I mean? Like, there's no it's just this one shot with some great, physical acting from that actress, and the makeup as well, because she's like dead inside, and she's got the scissors. But then you go from that to at the end when Brolin's in the basement with all the kids and he's got the flashlight on his phone, and then he comes across Auntie, and it's just like, whoa, like you've got all those different types of scares going on, but then also the different layers of like when Brolin's having the dream and he sees the AR-15 in the sky, and you're like, what? And then you're like, okay, let's try and piece this together. And then these kids are weaponized, and I just had a lot of fun with it, and it gave me a lot to think about and sink my teeth into, as opposed to what was coming out around it.
Yeah. I mean, Julia Gardner is becoming like my favorite actress just from the few things that I've seen her in lately. Even though I didn't really like Wolfman too much, I was like, she's the best part of that movie.
100%.
You know, like, and then I loved her in Fantastic Four.
Such a standout, man. Her monologues, even though she's covered up with CGI, which I think the CGI looked great in the end. But yeah,
her performance is still there.
Yeah, her mocap. I herald that speech in Times Square. I loved all that. It was, and I think she was great. And I'm keen to see what she does next. Like you said, she was a standout in Wolfman. Wolfman had sprinkles of interesting elements, especially with the transformation stuff and what he sees and what she sees. I think that was great. But yeah, man, Weapons, Sinners, I think was great from that perspective of like from dusk till dawn. You don't know what the hell you're going to get. He has an upcoming lingerie stream. Oh god, that'll be that. Okay, so Cecil has the horror show. That'll be the real horror show. Yeah,
well, you guys have sorted his Halloween stream or his Halloween costume. There it is.
Now I gotta do it, man.
Yeah, Sinners, damn near. I always say this, damn near a musical. I would not be surprised if within the next 5 to 10 years, as long as Coogler signs off on it, that they would actually turn it into a stage play, because I think you could absolutely do that kind of story as a musical on Broadway. It would. And again, the allure, the allure and the seduction of the vampires is done differently in this one. So you have the Candyman allure and seduction, and you've got Dracula's, but then with the vampires in Sinners, what I loved about it is it was a seduction of just being accepted and a seduction of unity. But ultimately having to conform to find that unity. So I thought that was an interesting angle to take, when you're dealing with, like racial issues and the US's past. Like, that's a really interesting way to tell the story in a creative manner, I think, and not just have it be so basic.
That's it. Like, you've got, usually your vampires extremely perfect people, looking people, and they were as well. Like, the actors they got to initially play the vampires waiting outside, but then you've got like Michael B. Jordan and his co-stars who are very pretty to look at, like beautiful people, like wearing beautifully designed costumes of that era. The filmmaking as well, like got to see it in IMAX, and I wouldn't see it any other way than IMAX. It just hit so different. And I think that helps with the experience of the film on a whole. But then there was that sequence when they're going through all the different music. What would you call that? Like an existential look at how music evolves and what's to come.
Just like the different eras of music and creative artistic expression from like the Black community throughout, being, going to all the way back to Africa to Jimi Hendrix, to hip hop, to twerking in the 2010s and all that stuff. They bring it all in there. So they sort of show like, yes, all times like sort of exist in this moment. That's like the soul that I believe was it. Lil Sam, is that his name? That like the soul that he has like brings that all out. It was beautifully represented.
I've got one more honorable mention, man, and I need to do my review on it, and it doesn't actually come out until January. But they had a preview here for South by Southwest last Saturday, and that's Primate.
All right.
I had so much fun with Primate, and it wasn't on my radar until Cody Leach did a reaction for it, I think at Fantastic Fest. And it's so simple. It's something that you'd see in the 80s. Family chimp gets infected, goes ballistic. That's it. That's all you need to know. That's all the story is, and that's all I wanted. And apart from that, you've got some nice little story beats, some nice little set pieces, some beautiful practical gore effects, like really good stuff. And again, I just wanted something simple. So it's the polar opposite of, like, say, Weapons and Sinners. But sometimes I want that. And it's actually definitely one of my favorites, man. Technically it's a 2026 film. So I'm going to do my review in a couple of days' time. But we got a heaps early preview for it. And I asked the Paramount team when we got out of the screening, I'm like, is there an embargo? And they're like, nah, go nuts. I'm like, holy shit, okay, like a couple of months in advance. That's cool. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that one, guys. It's just fun. Like, wouldn't say switch the brain off, but just a good like hour and a half of just a chimp going ballistic. And sometimes that's all you need. You're just like, I don't want to think today. I just want to see Bubbles the chimp go ballistic.
It takes all kinds. I think that's the fun thing about loving horror, is like you're just in the mood for, any given thing at any given time. And I feel like one of the cool things about this decade, a lot of different kind of horror. I mean, even just this year, and we're not even done with the year, but there's been, from Final Destination Bloodlines to, Sinners to Dangerous Animals, which I really enjoyed. Then something wild like Bring Her Back, Together, which I thought was a standout for me this year. Weapons, all this kind of fun stuff. And like you said earlier, we are eating good for sure. I'm looking forward to Primate. That's going to be one that's I've been seeing a lot of people talk about that. But that's awesome that they don't have an embargo, because the really cool thing about that is they understand that, hey, we feel really good about this movie, and we're going to let the reviewers do some marketing for us. I think it's high time that people wake up and realize that, like, hey, content creators is a great way to get some free marketing.
100%, man. Yeah. Oh, like, God, yeah, yeah. And like you and Cecil were talking about this Monday, I've got it's called like a scare version screening of It Welcome to Derry episode 1 here in the city. And I think they've got like people wandering around the cinema scaring you. So you've got the choice of regular screening, or an hour later, you've got the scare special screening. I'm like, I'm going to go all out. So I'm looking very forward to that. It looks great. And yeah, man, like you just said, like Dangerous Animals, Bring Her Back, and you and Cecil were talking about the Filippo brothers, and Stuckman as well with Shelby Oaks. It's very inspiring to see these little success stories of these, like in this case, the brothers, and then Stuckman, other YouTubers as well, having their names on these posters, that it's their brainchild. I think that's very inspiring and cool to see. And yeah, we are eating very good. And Dangerous Animals, man, that was fun as well. To me, that's like, Primate. It's just,
okay. Then I'll probably love Primate, because I loved just like the needle drops in Dangerous Animals. I thought were great. Love the small cast, and man, for the things that I've heard people say about Jai Courtney, I'm just like, I don't understand why people don't like this guy. He doesn't write the movies, people. So if you don't like the movie, that's one thing. Every time I've seen him in something, he's been really good, and I loved him in Dangerous Animals. Like the joyful, total psycho. There was just something about it where I was like, yeah, this guy's a fucking weirdo.
Like channeling those little bits of like Mick Taylor from Wolf Creek. But like Jai, like as a person, he's surfer boy, like a dude you'd see at the pub on like the Gold Coast, like up in Queensland. Like he's very chill. And I actually think this film kind of not redeemed, but I think it put him back on the map, and like he is talented when he wants to be. Yeah,
it felt like that when the word was coming out. It felt like, hey, this is like the return of Jai Courtney kind of 100%. Vibes, Yeah, he was great, man. He was awesome. Excellent. Well, shoot, here we are. We're just about at the end of the hour. Hopefully you've got some time before you've got to meet mom and pop, or they're not too far away. I'm glad I didn't make you. I don't want to make you late for that, of course.
No, that's all good. I always allow a bit of buffer time. I'm one of those people. I hate rushing. But apart from that, how is the stream going so far? Like I've been tuning in and out this morning, so obviously the time difference. But how's it all been going so far?
The stream's been going great, except so when I initially went live, I've streamed to Facebook and YouTube. I hit the live button and I got this alert where it's like, this is not going live on YouTube because of whatever, some sort of issue, but it was going live on Facebook. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. So I was like, well, I got to end the stream, right? Because it won't let me go live on YouTube, and that's my main audience. So I had to recreate the stream really quick, repost on socials, which is why you saw that another tag come through. And I was just like, damage control, whatever I can do to make sure everyone knows. And the people in the chat were amazing, because by the time I recreated the new stream, before I was even logged in, they had already figured out to move on over there. So, and hey, I'll take the blip at the beginning of the stream. If it happened halfway through, it'd be a total nightmare, to have everyone switch tracks. So haven't had a guest miss yet. So that's great. And as far as the impact we've had here on the community for St. Mary's Food Bank, let me just refresh this. Let's see here. We are at $500 raised. So that is awesome. I was, of course, that was my anxiety about the stream. It was like, I know I can put myself through this for 10 hours, but I want to make it something to where we can really make an impact. So yeah, guys, every dollar, provides 5 meals. That's the amazing work that St. Mary's is able to do. So even if you can only donate $1, it's got its impact. And I know I'm not going to get too blubbery about it or anything like that, but we're always in a place in this world where bad stuff is happening, even during the good times. But we can make an impact on people who, like food insecurity is something that I'm fortunate. I've never had to worry about that. I struggle to think about how, just about how crushing that is for families, and I mean really just for anybody. So to be able to have that impact and help people, especially for us horror kids to do it at spooky season. I'm going to be doing these once every 6 months. And then if the channel continues to grow and there's just like, it'll be more accessible for me to do more of these, then that'll be awesome. But we'll do Halloween, and halfway to Halloween, we'll do some sort of charity event. And it's just a good way to give back. So thank you for asking. And it's going really well, man.
No, that's awesome, man.
Hell yeah. Okay, we've got a great list here from Chris. A Nightmare on Elm Street with honorable mentions: The Thing, Friday the 13th Final Chapter, and Hellraiser. Candyman and Silence of the Lambs are sharing the spot for the 90s.
Yep.
We got High Tension for the 2000s with Hollow Man and American Psycho as mentions as well. Hereditary standing strong in the 2010s. So good, no other movie needed to be mentioned. And then for the 2020s, we've got Weapons with honorable mentions as The Substance, Sinners, and the upcoming Primate, guys. So keep an eye out, not only for Primate, but also keep an eye out for Chris's review. I would imagine, of course, that will be non-spoiler, and Chris is very good at not spoiling. I know sometimes people say non-spoiler, and then you're like, oh.
Oh man, you got to be careful.
I'm looking at Film Threat. I love their content, but I was like, oh my God, you guys.
Settle down.
Like when Superman came out and they're like, okay, so this is going to be a non-spoiler review. And they're like, all right, so at the beginning of the movie, Superman's just got his ass kicked. And I'm like, I'm like, I saw that bit from the trailer. I didn't need to know it was the beginning of the movie, guys. Anyways, love you guys, Film Threat. If you're watching this, I love you. Chris, Chris over at Film Threat, please respond to my emails. No, hell yeah, you have been you've been great, Chris. I really appreciate it. Everyone else has given you some love here. We've got Leanna Bevy Rage. We've got my brother jumping on in there.
Amazing, guys.
Yeah, guys.
Thank you. You guys have been brilliant in the chat.
Yeah, Chris's work is amazing. I mean, the channel he's got going right now, which is the reviews and the lists and showing off the prop work that he's doing, as well as like if you're a collector. Or if you've got somebody like in your life that really, is a collector or loves to have like uniquely, handcrafted pieces of memorabilia, get a hold of Chris. He's got an Etsy shop. I would imagine, people can just reach out to you directly through like a business email if they wanted to have something made. So it's a great way to support I consider Chris an independent artist. I think that's fair to say, right? So it's a great way to support an artist, and to get a loved one or even get yourself like something that's truly unique and awesome. So check out his work. And yeah, man, thank you so much for the time. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Say hi to the folks for me. And
of course, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate you getting me on board for this, man. Again, it's a great cause, and you're so charismatic, and just it's always a delight to hear your voice. Yeah, like you said, if the channel continues to grow, you mean when the channel continues to grow, man. So
Yes.
it's so good seeing you go from strength to strength, and yeah, it's a beautiful little community we've got going with horror, and we're eating well. But all the best for the couple of hours left. What, you're 6 hours 34 minutes in. I
Yes.
hope you're wearing a Depends. And Godspeed with that. But no, yeah, it's always a delight, man. And like everyone in the chat's just been absolutely brilliant and so sweet. So I really do appreciate it.
Hell yeah. My sister loves it. Very knowledgeable. Love the accent.
Thanks, sis.
And then my brother's curious if you do commission work.
I do, man. Yeah, within the realms of what I can do. Sometimes if I can't facilitate that, I'll more than happy to forward you on to some other wonderfully talented artists that can definitely help out. Heck
yeah. And you know what? I remembered the thing that I brain farted earlier when you were talking about the building props and, just, how much you loved, even dabbling in that as a kid. As I was like, Chris, you're the Indiana Jones of like movie props. Like, you got that video where you were out with Chloe and you were in some small town. It was like a rainy day in some small town, and you went into a shop where they had a few different items, I think, that were like actual screen used props. I'm like, Chris is the Indiana Jones, It's
oh my God. Oh yeah, that's where we found the Spawn bust. Yeah. I usually have him on display here, but he's currently outside covered in 10 coats of silicone because I'm molding him. Because someone bought a resin casting of him off Etsy, and it just sat there, the listing, and someone finally bought one. I'm like, oh shit, I better mold him.
Yeah.
So yeah, halfway through molding him at the moment, man. But yeah, it's always a delight with you. So, and obviously what you and Cecil and everyone on the horror show's doing. So yeah, good stuff, man.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I look forward to hanging out sometime in the new year, and I hope you have a great time. Hey, if you ever need somebody to jump in on something at the last minute or anything like that, you know who you can reach out to. And I'll even do a little something extra before the stream if you like.
That's why I've got to get in the negligee, man. That's what'll get me in the mood.
That's what I was gonna say. You put in that negligee, light those candles. We'll get it cooking. All right, guys. Oh yeah, the smooth jams. Yes, thank you so much again, Chris. Guys, really appreciate the love out there, and yeah, man. Hope all goes well for you for the rest of spooky season here into the rest of the year. You're headed into summer, you lucky duck. How about that?
Yeah, like it's starting to get hot now. It's starting to get sticky and gross. So that's always fun here.
It's still, I'll tell you this, October 24th, 5 p.m. outside right now in Arizona. It is 82 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
What is that?
In
it's
October.
Like 25
That's
degrees,
just crazy.
30 degrees. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it doesn't start getting like cool until November here. It's wild.
Yes,
all right, man.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Of course, yes, like I said, say hi to mom and dad for me, and we will see you soon. Yeah, guys, this has been hanging with Chris Stanley, and good luck getting that negligee image out of your head. Have a great rest of your day, Chris.
Love you, dude. Thanks very much. Thanks, everyone in the comments. Catch you later.
Love you too, man. Take care. All right, guys, let me see here. We've got Jake waiting in the wings. Dear goodness, dear Lord, 6.5 hours in, and I'm starting to I'm like, am I even awake right now? Am I still dreaming? Jake offered to take over if I had to take a crap. I saw that there in the chat. Jake, I do just have to just do number onesies. That's all. And maybe get myself some water if you want to take over here. Guys, I'll roll the red carpet out. Killjoy Jake, what a channel, man. What a guy. and an amazing voice, literally an amazing voice, but also just an amazing like presence and voice in horror, especially, you know, he's a young buck. Like he and Evan from Rockland Graves, they're the, you know, that's the current crew that's just absolutely out there killing it. Jake is just tons of fun, a barrel of laughs. If you want to talk Terrifier or you want to talk Scream, you want to talk modern horror, but be able to dip back into the classic stuff as well, because even though Jake is a young cat, he does know his classics. His channel is awesome. So highly recommend you check out Killjoy Jake. We'll also get you some, if one of the mods can drop the link for his main page, but Jake also has a couple other channels that I'm sure he can tell you about while I go and use the facilities. I'll be back in about 5, guys, and let me see if I can do this smoothly. First off, I'll bring in Jake together, and then I'll let him kind of take over here. So what's happening, Jake? How are you doing, man?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing? Oh my God.
I'm doing all right. You know, I think I've only had to have a couple bathroom breaks. I've got like some snacks and some stuff over here. I really haven't gotten the hunger bug yet, but I feel like it's coming. I feel like it's coming. And then I always feel weird eating on a stream. So we'll see how I navigate that. But luckily I've got a few people lined up in a row to close out the stream who can do a hell of a lot of talking.
Hell yeah, man. I'm here to bring the energy. I just chugged 7 Red Bulls. I'm ready to go.
Oh my goodness. There we go. Well, maybe I should grab an energy drink because I've got one. I'll get a water, energy drink, use the facilities, and I'll be back in 5. Guys, we're going to let Killjoy Jake take over, and then we're going to get into Jake's favorite horror movies of each decade of his life. Here we go. I think I'm going to do this. Jake,
the floor is mine. Guys, welcome into Davey Deathray. It's Jakey Deathray now. How we doing out there? How we doing? Ladies and gentlemen, I love horror movies so much. If you have no idea who this weird man in a Creepshow beanie is, just starting to talk and taking over the stream right now. But I did just want to say hi to everybody. Let me know if you guys got any horror movie things you want to talk about. Maybe something hasn't been talked about in the last 6 hours and 40 minutes. Throw it out there. Let's get into it. Let's let Davey take a pee. He's doing all of this for a food bank. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty dang awesome, guys. He's already raised $500 too, which is really sick. I've been keeping track of it pretty much all day. We love Davey Deathray around here, and I hope I did a good job of promoting the stream because dang, that's pretty dang cool. I've never gone live for 10 hours before, so Davey Deathray just has my most and utter highest top shelf respect, baby. So how we doing out there? Let me know. Jakey Deathray has a ring to it. Ashton, I think I'm gonna steal his name after this. Fun fact. I'm gonna just steal it right after this. Jake loves horror movies. No way, says Dean Renner. Absolutely not. No, they're terrible actually. Not a fan at all. I'm a rom-com guy myself. No, I'm just messing around. What's up? Erica's also hanging out with us. I know she hangs out over on the Killjoy Jake page a lot as well. I see a lot of familiar people. I'm also seeing some wonderful folks out there like Stephanie Hinkle. Does Chris do shout-outs when you buy stuff for him? That's a Chris question, not a Jake question. I'm so sorry. I'm not a professional. I'm some weirdo in Cleveland, Ohio who tries to just scream about horror movies on the internet. I'm doing my best though. Davey turned into Jake. We just kind of morphed into like different beings. It's kind of like the Fly telepods. We just like in midair kind of squashed together. And now we're Jakey Deathray, Jamie. I love the music. Man, I feel like I am just chilling in the coolest new stream right now. He's just got some cool music going. I got to get some cool music. Damn, it's awesome. You love the energy, Trash Box, Mandy. I love you. Thank you for hanging out with us, Mandy. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And also thank you to I don't know who donated. Like I said, I've been keeping up with it all day. But to everyone who donated to the little thing over here, you freaking rock. You're awesome. Thank you for being with us. Mandy, what's your favorite horror movie? Let me know. We're talking about like all kinds of different decades of horror, but I want to know what your specific favorite one is. If you had to pick only one desert island horror movie, throw it out there. Eli Cortez is also with us too. What's up, Eli? How's it going? Eli's been on a ton of the streams this week, so Eli rocks. So glad you're here. You're a mod over on this page? You're getting modded up on my channel very soon. I'm so sorry. See, now I feel bad. I come over to Davey's page, and he's just treating all y'all better than I do. So that's what's going on with this. What else is going on? My fiance just came in and said hi to me. So sorry. Blazin Asian is saying Jake looks and acts like my old college roommate. I am your old college roommate, actually. We go way back. Blazin Asian and I. Have fun, Amanda. So many. Hellraiser is pretty effing top notch. Ooh, Mandy. That's a great choice. I love Hellraiser. You know, I'm a weirdo who kind of likes Hellbound more than the original Hellraiser, though. Is that crazy? Is that a terrible take? Is that a throw me in the dumpster kind of take? Let me know. Let me know. Mandy, do I deserve to live in the dumpster with Oscar the Grouch? Let me know. Jake, I thought that was you. Yeah, see? We go way back, man. Way back. I let you have the top bunk. You're welcome for that. You know, I just want you to know. Eli Cortez, appreciate you throwing out the little link to my channel. But again, what's more important? Right here, baby. Do one of these bad boys. Can I do a little dab? Like a little dab towards the food bank, baby. Let's make it happen. We have such sights to show you. Words are hard, guys. Dean Renner, love that, dog. Love that. I need to see Hellbound again, says Illuminated. Hellbound, man, it rocks. I don't know. When I think of Hellraiser, my mind goes to Hellbound. Not that there's anything wrong with the first one. First one's a banger, too. I think those first three are phenomenal. I'm more of a Notebook guy over Hellraiser, says Ryan Underwood. You know what? You're right. Like I said earlier, rom-coms are more my style. So, yeah, I mean, The Notebook, that's the best it gets when it comes to horror movies. Let's be honest here. Mandy's saying I'm wearing my Pinhead Davey Deathray tank right now. That's very awesome. Rock on. Davey also has cooler merch than me. Little did Davey know I was just going to come on here and tell him how jealous I am of him. That's that's what this is all about, actually. He literally was like just rubbing it in my face, sent it my way. He's like, Jake, check out my merch. It's so cool. And I'm like, it is so cool. Dang it. Davey Deathray's merch is so cool, guys. No, it really is. I sound sarcastic, but I'm being so real. Very sick stuff. Erica's sending out the link to the St. Mary's Food Bank organization fundraiser. Go donate. Erica, I think I saw you donated a couple bucks. It's pretty cool. Don't tell Davey, but after this, I'm going to donate. I don't want to do it now. I don't want to draw attention to myself. I want to draw attention to this, baby. Right there. St. Mary's. That's what I'm talking about. Hellraiser is hardcore, says Jamie Hart. I saw that in the theater. You saw that in the theater? Can I like travel back in time and we can go to Hellraiser together? That would be awesome. I would love to see. That's one of the like classics I haven't seen. I've had the pleasure of being able to see The Thing in the theaters recently with my father. That's like our favorite movie. Trying to think. Oh, I just saw another one too. The Matrix, not a horror movie, so to say, but sci-fi, maybe. You know what? It is a horror movie. I'm actually going to die on that hill. When Neo has his mouth closed up with the skin, dude, you can't tell me that's not terrifying. Come on now. I hope everything's coming out okay for Davey, by the way. Just really hope that all the fluids, maybe solids, just coming out good. No stones. That's important. We don't want no stones, man. You ever get a catheter in? It's not fun. Matt Conway, I'm killing it. Thank you so much, Matt. I really appreciate it. I hope I can do Davey proud. This is his channel, so I feel honored just taking up the mantle for even a couple of minutes here, let me tell you. Jamie's saying, I'd love to go back in time and see Hellraiser with you, Jake. Oh my God. I'm amazing. I would love that. That'd be awesome. Hot Tub Time Machine. Now that's a movie I actually did see in the theaters. Believe it or not. How did I manage to do that when I'm a young guy. I saw that one in the theaters when it was out. Not really sure how. Still made it happen. Humans as batteries, that's horror. Matt, you're so right. That's terrifying. Terrifying idea. And I just love Keanu Reeves, man. Keanu's my guy. I'm here for it. I love action, I love horror, and apparently I love rom-coms too. So, I mean, I'm all over the place when it comes to movies. Horror is my main thing, though, let's be honest. If we're putting the jokes aside, I love me some horror. Could you tell from my set here? But there you go. Davey's back. Did everything come out okay?
Everything came out okay. Yes, I was able to.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know what StreamYard was going to do, if it was going to like kick you out of there for a second. I do agree. So Matt Conway, that's my brother, and then yeah, you've got my sister there giving you some kudos as well. You, as I was relieving myself in the restroom, I could hear my brother just like cracking up in the other room. So
good.
So you're doing the do, and I feel like a boxer in the middle of a match. You know, like ding, ding, ding. And then I go and sit down in the corner and they like spray water all over my face, like, patch up my eye that's all banged up and right back in it. So right back in it for another couple hours.
Well,
couple and a half hours.
You're killing it, man. And again, I just said this. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I have the utmost respect for you for doing something like this. It's very cool. So keep on rocking, man. Keep that energy up.
Yes, I really do appreciate it. And especially like, I've noticed lately when I jump into the stream or whatever on your channel and hang out, you've been quick to mention it. So I really do appreciate that. Jake's he's not getting paid for this. I don't have that kind of money. He's just that nice of a guy. So, and I appreciate you jumping back on here with me. It's been about a year.
I know it's been too long.
More. Yeah, it's kind of wild. So, and then I'm like, wait, you were on my channel. I know that. I was like, was I on Jake's channel at one point? Or do I have Mandela effect? Maybe that happened. Did I guest on yours as well? I can't even remember.
No, and I feel so bad about it because I'm just terrible at planning things. I really am. Like I throw myself into stuff and then I'm like, well, I have all these cool friends who could come on and talk horror with me, and I never make it happen. So we're gonna plan that. Not tonight because you're exhausted, but at some point
we're gonna do it after the stream. I'm gonna be dead for that one. It'll be great.
We're gonna have a 3-hour meeting after you talk with Cody Leach. Actually,
there we go. Oh my gosh, I won't even be able to. I'm like, will I be able to talk tomorrow? It'll be interesting. I talk for my job, so it'll be curious to see. And yes, Erica throwing out the love. I think she found this channel by way of your channel, and we love Erica. Yeah.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Jake doesn't just seem like a good time. He is a good time. Not that I know that in any sort of inappropriate manner, but he's a good time on the streams. How about that? I'll say that. And I will say, as a dude that's engaged to be married, you're going to have to learn how to plan some things from now on. Your lady is going to require that of you. I'm not saying that just so I can get on a stream, although I do want to get on a stream, but just the other stuff, right? You can start with YouTube to practice.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you're getting called up to the pros. Once you get married, you're in the pros, and it's for reals there.
It's terrifying, but we're making it happen,
Hell yeah. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. I love to see it. So yeah. Thank you again for joining us. And of course, talking about it on your channel. Right now, I'm just going to reload here. I think the last time I checked, we were at 500 on the donation. We're still at 500. That is awesome, though. That's 2,500 meals that will be provided to hungry people here in the Phoenix area. Yeah, guys, each dollar you donate, and you can just donate $1, will provide 5 meals. So it's a great cause from an organization that's been doing this since 1967. They are the world's first food bank. Pretty awesome stuff. So yeah, man, we are here to talk some horror because you and I, we don't have friends. We have horror movies, right? So
exactly.
And we have each other. So Jake, are you a late 90s baby?
I am I'm 98.
98. Okay, cool. So we have a good handful of movies to talk about here that we can jump into. And I'm really, you and Evan are the two younger guys on the guest list. So I'm very curious to see, especially with you, because I think one of the things that I love about, the kind of space that you provide for somebody like me going to your channel, like I'm in my early 40s, is like, keep me up on the new stuff. Tell me why I should care about Terrifier, stuff like that. And I like the energy that you bring to the passion and energy that you have for horror is like, it's certainly infectious. So I'm very curious to see what you pick here. Cause I think your list is going to be a little bit different. And we like that here. Diversity in horror. So yeah, let's see what we got. So 1990s, we've been calling it, it's sort of like the Two-Face, it's the split personality decade, early 90s to post-Scream 90s. So maybe I know what you might pick here, but I'm curious to know. So why don't you talk to me about your favorite 90s horror film, Jake?
I feel like there's only one right answer. There's all kinds of answers. There's all kinds of great answers. I do love Scream. I mean, my God, I just was sipping out of this mug earlier today. Look at that. I didn't even have that prepared or nothing. I love Scream. I think it's a phenomenal horror flick. I don't think you would have modern day slashers without it. You know, it's just really one of those movies that changed the face of horror. And you probably heard a million guys just like me in crazier beanies than this say the exact same thing, but it is just so true. There's so many movies that have tried to replicate it, I feel, because it is just such a masterpiece that don't quite come close. We have this debate on my channel all the time about what's the best Scream film. And for me, it's just nothing's going to top that original. I love the sequels. They're fun, but what that original did to horror, I mean, you wouldn't have movies like basically Christopher Landon's entire catalog. You wouldn't have, you know, Cabin in the Woods. There's so many different kinds of horror that was influenced by what Scream made so popular. So like, to me, it's like, what's the defining horror film of the 1990s? It is without a doubt Scream.
Yeah, it is. It resuscitated the slasher subgenre. You know, it was just dead on the table, and then here we go. Scream just made it all a thing again. I mean, Wes Craven in two consecutive decades, changed horror in a big way. And then I think he did it again in 2011 with Scream 4. I think Scream 4 is also a reinvention from within the franchise he used to reinvent slashers, which is fittingly meta since it's, you know, Wes Craven. Yeah, what a piece, man. Scream. So that's going to be the movie I think that has the most mentions today, because you are the third person to list Scream as their definitive 90s pick, and I think that is pretty damn fair for sure. Now, are you a fan of like the other like the 80s kind of whodunit revenge kind of stuff? Are you like a My Bloody Valentine or Prowler or Prom Night kind of guy as well?
My Bloody Valentine, 100%. I mean, I love like me some crazy giallo slashers with a bright red blood. There's just something about that I really vibe with. You definitely get a hint of that in something like My Bloody Valentine, which is cool. The kills are great in that flick. 80s slashers for me, I think everyone, when they talk about slashers, they're like, dude, the 80s, it was the best time for it. I feel like they're very hit or miss, at least for the ones that I've seen.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a hot take.
No, I don't think. I think when a lot of times when people say that, it's probably like maybe they were in high school in the 80s, or it was their coming of age time, so they just remember it, in that kind of way. But I will say there is something that's a little more rough and tumble about the 80s slashers, a little more kind of punk rock, because they extra didn't have the budget, and they certainly didn't think that there would be like, hundreds or thousands of nerds on YouTube dissecting every single one of these movies, waiting for like when is the 4K of like, what's the movie I'm thinking, like Pieces gonna come out, or when's the,
I was gonna say Pieces. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Like all this kind of stuff where like, oh, I need curtains on 4K. Like they didn't know that this stuff was gonna happen. So yeah, I think there's some rose-colored glasses there with that as well. Yeah, it's all those slashers walked so Art the Clown could silently laugh at somebody that was dying in a horrific way.
But that's a great point too, because if we didn't have the 80s for the slasher boom, we wouldn't have anything that we praise nowadays here in the 2020s, where we're going through a little bit of a renaissance of slashers, especially. So
yeah, it's really, horror is very interesting. I mean, and we'll talk about that as we go on with your list. And the 80s slashers are kind of like what the drive-in creature features were in the 50s and 60s. I think that the 80s slashers were sort of dime a dozen, but a handful of them really do stand out.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a wild, unbridled kind of time for slasherdom. Well, shoot. We got one down, guys. Scream. That might be the one that takes the crown. Frank Riker from The Slaughtered Lamb is going to be very, very disappointed if that's the case. But I don't care, because I love Scream. I'd probably have to pick Scream for my 90s movie as well. Okay, going into the 2000s. So you're just, you're a kid here. I'm guessing the 2000s is when you saw your very first horror movie. Do you remember what movie that was?
I specifically do. It was Eight-Legged Freaks with David Arquette.
That's a fun movie.
It's a really fun movie. It's a great introduction to the genre, but I'm still terrified of spiders to this day because of that.
Okay.
Film.
You've got that spider fear. Yeah, I'm fascinated and I kind of love spiders, but That doesn't mean I want them crawling all over me. Yeah, eight-legged freaks. Talk about creature features. Holy cow. That's pretty much a love letter to those, Roger Corman and Burt I. Gordon movies. Really fun stuff. And love the Scream connection with David Arquette there. Okay, so that was your very first horror movie. And out of the 2000s, though, when you look back, what is the favorite, the standout one that you just keep on going back to?
There's so many great picks. The 2000s, I feel like, is maybe the most underrated time period for horror because you have so many weird, different things that hit. I mean, Saw was such an unbelievable hit during this time period that just kind of brought about the whole torture horror thing, which was great. And I do love that movie a ton. My absolute favorite, though, from the 2000s, I think maybe Neil Marshall's The Descent. I mean, no other movie grips you the way this one does in the first 5 minutes. And you are just locked into this story. Yeah. And that's not even that opening is crazy, but that's not even the main attraction of the film. And I don't know, there's so much about it. I could just go on and on and on about how, the characters are fantastic. You relate with them. I love everything that happens down in the cave. There's a little bit of drama outside of the wonderful creatures, practical effects, and all the crazy sets. I could go on and on and on. The Descent is a masterpiece. And also another fear of mine, claustrophobia. There you go.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that I had that fear until I watched The Descent. It really put me in a crazy spot. I wasn't expecting it to be good so this is what happened is back in that time, there was another movie called The Cave that came out right around the same time as The Descent. And I think The Cave is about bat people. I've never watched The Cave. And I got the two mixed up. It was one of those cases of subterranean creatures in a cave, all that kind of thing. And so when my friends were like, we're going to watch The Descent, I was like, oh, okay. I'll watch a cheesy horror movie, whatever. This should be fun. And then we're sitting there on the couch. I'm stoned to the bejesus. And I'm just freaking the fuck out. When they're stuck in their tunnels, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm having such a freak out here. But man, what a movie. Just unbelievable. One of my favorites too. You're the second person to mention it today. And
I haven't had one original yet.
No,
I'm a little upset by that.
You're going to get one. You're going to get one. I know you're going to get one, but I love seeing The Descent get some love because, as an Evil Dead guy and all that, I think there's some of those elements there. I love seeing our hero covered in blood. I just, I know that's a very kind of classic thing, and I love seeing it there. I also, what I mentioned before when it was Curtis from the Twisted Locker, there's a couple YouTubers out there in Wales that I love their stuff. Curtis had mentioned, he was talking about this film because he had mentioned it as his favorite from the 2000s. And I'm like, dude, every time I go back and watch it, I notice another time where you can see the creatures in the background. And so it's one of these movies that pays you to revisit it. Because even in the very first scene, when they first get into the cave, if you look closely, you can see a little shimmer of light. And I'm like, oh my God, that's one of the things turning right now. So they're being watched from the very beginning. But the first time you watch that, I don't think many people would pick up on it. So it's rewarding, I like that.
Yeah. I will say, there's a sequel to this film. Most people probably don't even know that or not. It's fine. I don't like the ending. I don't really like a whole lot of it undoes a lot of the greatness of the original, I feel. But it's weird. I would still weirdly be if you like the first one, try it out. It's not atrocious, but I just don't think it's necessary.
I think I turned it off 35 or 40 minutes in because I was what? I'm like, what is this? This is because I remember at the very beginning of it. Well, I guess we can spoil. It's from 2005. So at the very beginning, I'm like, now she has to she's being accused of doing this horrible thing. And she's just got to go back with the law enforcement. I was like, oh, I don't know about that. But that's another great example of not all movies, necessitate that sequel. Even if you really loved it,
Well, and ambiguity is such an important thing, I feel like, with
Yes.
horror films. And this one, like, it leaves a lot up to, like, pretty much everything I'm talking about that I don't like about that sequel. It all just ruins that ambiguous ending, or things that were just
Yeah.
left that didn't need answers. You know, you don't, sometimes the terror is in the unknown, and so many people
Yeah.
want those answers, but sometimes, majority of the time, it's better to just leave them be. Don't get it answered.
And I'm such an asshole that I want some of the answers. The ones that I want, give them to me. The ones that I don't, you know, and I'm right there with you. Like with Michael Myers, I love the blankness. The blankness is what draws me to him as a character. I love that we project our fears onto Michael, and we see, you know, I mean, and literally sometimes the way he looks, the way he's lit and shot, he literally looks different. So. I love that mystique. I don't need it explained the way that Rob Zombie did, but I get it. When you have to remake that movie, you got to do something different. So I'm not going to like blame the guy for that. But maybe there's a franchise that we'll talk about here in a little bit. If I know you as well as I think I do, that we can talk about lore and what's too much and how much we want. But we'll see. We'll see if we get there. The Descent is a banger of a pick, man. And Dean, yes, The Descent is getting a 4K. It's the 20th anniversary. So I think it had a 4K theater run. I don't know if that was just in the UK or if that's coming up in the UK, but that's something that's happening somewhere in the world. But yeah, 4K should be coming here pretty soon.
If I missed it in theaters, I'm going to literally cry after this stream.
I think it's next week, and I don't know. I think it's starting out in the UK because Neil Marshall is British, right? So, you know, hopefully if it's something that, you know, they're planning something out here too, because hey, us Americans, we love The Descent.
Yeah.
Illuminated Pro brings up The Ruins, that's really good too.
Yeah, hidden gem right there, man. Doesn't get talked about enough.
Yeah. And a horror movie, the rare occasion of a horror movie that's based on a book.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And man, the body horror, the practical stuff, oh my gosh, this movie like could make you feel sick to your stomach, depending on how squeamish you are about certain things.
It mixes a lot of things that I love about horror. Like, it's these characters who are trapped, they're like on a pyramid, right? And like those plants are coming after them. Like that's that movie.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like, I doubted myself for a second.
It's where they go to the pyramid because they're like, hey, we found this map to like go to this pyramid that like no one knows about. And when they go there, like the natives, they're not even Mayans. They're like the old school, like tried and true natives of the area. They come out and they're shouting at them to like, don't touch this thing, like get the hell away. And shit gets out of hand really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie is wild. I love The Ruins so much, but it will, it might affect you in a very profound way. Let's see here. I just want to make sure we share a couple. So Shot by Shot says, Jake's how I found everyone's channel. He got me more into this community. That is awesome. Hell yeah. We love seeing our community grow. Thank you, Erica, for sharing the donate link here. It's also pinned in the chat if you're watching live. And then also if you're watching after the fact, it's in the description. We have the QR code as well. And I know that St. Mary's is going to keep the site open. I don't know for how long, but I would imagine through the weekend. So even if you missed the live stream and you're catching this on a replay, there's still an opportunity to donate. And really quick, before I bug you about your next one, there's the link to Jake's main channel there. And then we've got Golgotha, Jake's gaming channel. Did you get to talk about Golgotha earlier?
No, this is about the food bank, man. You know.
Well, before we say goodbye to you, I'll ask you what you got coming up on your channels, and you could do the whole thing then. Okay. Excellent. All right. Yeah, that movie was a tough watch. Yeah, I'm guessing you're talking about The Ruins. Yeah, Ruins, very underrated. Welcome on in, double feature podcast. I think that's Mika. Okay, so we've tackled the 90s, the 2000s. And now we're in the 2010s. This is when it really gets interesting because this is your coming of age era for horror, right? For your generation. Yeah. And it is the modern age. 2010 to now is like, man, a whole lot of stuff going on. The reintroduction of slashers, splatter becoming mainstream, elevated horror like popping up all over the place. So I'm curious to know, man, what do you got for the 2010s, your favorite horror movie?
Hey, just real quick, you got a lot of static coming through your mic. I don't know what.
Shoot. I can't even hear it. Check, check, check.
Oh yeah.
Huh. Let me, one sec, guys. I'm going to mute it for you.
I'll talk about the 2010s and ramble a little bit. There you go. I got you, Davey. 2010s. Now, see, I got to dig deep because Davey's testing me a little bit here. He's saying that people have already picked my picks here. I don't like that none, so I'm digging real deep. I got a lot that I love from the 2010s, and I did grow up. This was when I was at least 13 years old now at this point, so like I saw a lot of these movies in theaters. A lot of great choices here. I haven't I've been poking in and out of the stream for the last like couple of hours, and I want to get one original here. I'm gonna say It Follows because I love It Follows and it scares the crap out of me. I don't want the sequel for the same reasons I don't want The Descent 2. But at the same time I will watch it. But point being, love it because it scares the crap out of me. It's a great idea, and I just movie music is such an important thing to me, and this film has just an excellent soundtrack, baby, made by Disaster Piece. He's done a few horror movie scores, but this is easily his best, without a doubt. The other thing I'll say about it is that if you like Micah Monroe from Long Legs, or she's in that new Hulu movie that literally just dropped like a day ago or something, this is like where I fell in love with her. This is where I was like, Micah Monroe, oh my God, put her in literally everything. Her performance here totally carries. Another character where you just like immediately want to root for her. You want to see where this whole thing goes next. I don't know. I just love this. Many have said It Follows today. Jamie, I'm going to lose my mind.
Guys, is the anything different? Because I don't hear the static.
You're really like quiet. You sound like you're in a closet now. Okay, all good. I'll keep rambling. I can ramble all day. Okay, what's a movie from the 20? You know what, guys? I'm just gonna keep talking about movies. And if they haven't been mentioned, let me know. Let me know when we get an original one, okay? Insidious, another movie I love from the 2010s. Banger. This was one of the first movies that I saw when I was old enough to actually go and see a PG-13 horror flick. We had to sneak in a friend. I'm sure some of you have an experience like that when you were younger and wanted to go see something that was PG-13, R-rated, whatever. We snuck somebody into the theater, I remember, to go and see this film. So that made it really special for me. On top of that, the first time you see, no, Jamie, what? I'm not a big fan of that movie, so I notice when people say they like it. Oh, for It Follows. No, okay, wait. Hey, before I even go any further, Insidious, has someone used that one yet? I need to know. This is so important to me.
Yes. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Because I can't tell. It all sounds gravy over here, so I'm just like, oh my God, I need to know. So It Follows was an honorable mention. So it wasn't somebody's main pick. It was just one where they're like, I have to mention this. I think it was Pizzowell that had mentioned it. Yes, he had mentioned, because he picked It Chapter 1 for his 2010s, and he honorable mentioned Hell House LLC and It Follows.
Great choices all around.
Yeah, you are good. But man, Insidious, that's another really good one. That's, James Wan, like what he's able to do and work in sort of a pop realm, like mainstream, accessible, but still bring it. Like, it's pretty impressive and bring it in like different subgenres, it's incredible.
Insidious finds a lot of new things to do in a very popular format. You know what I mean? Like, I think looking at it from a distance, it's like it's kind of just another haunted house movie, but it does so much with its characters. Again, another ambiguous ending. You might see a theme here. I love that with horror movies. And I just score. That's another big thing for me with both Insidious and It Follows. Like, I think the score for these movies is another reason I just keep coming back. They tickle my ears and my brain in all the right ways.
Yeah, I'm one of those music guys too, because I've played music for years and recorded it and everything like that. So I'm the guy that's like, oh wow, that, like, I walked out of Black Phone 2 and I was like, I thought the movie was okay, but the music, and everyone else is like, yeah, the music, and I'm like, oh my God, the music. I totally hear you on that. And Insidious, when it got mentioned earlier, I was like, man, it is like a little bit of that Poltergeist kind of vibe, but just ushered in for the modern era. Really, really good stuff. You don't see some of those moments coming there in Insidious, or as my brother calls it, insidiousness. Love Lin Shaye. Yeah, I don't, if Lin Shaye's in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie or one of these more modern horror movies, or even the stuff that she did with the Farrelly brothers, like Kingpin and There's Something About Mary, like Lin Shaye is a gem. Absolutely.
It's funny. That's where I first know her from, was It's Something About Mary. And then I saw Insidious, and it's like, that's the same person. Like, that's crazy.
It's wild. Yeah. And I think she shows up in like a few of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I know she's a teacher in the first one. And then I think she's like a nurse or something in one of the sequels. I just watched all of them, but the end of that franchise blurs together for me a little bit there. Holy cow, 63 likes. Let's go, Death Squad. Thank you so much, everyone that's hanging out. Yeah, make sure you share it as well, so we get some new eyes and raise some more money for the food bank. And yeah, with that being said, Jake, let's go into, so we had It Follows for the 2010s. Now we're in this is it, man. This is the true modern age. We talk about a stacked handful of years that we've experienced so far in the 2020s, especially since everything, after COVID and everything like that. I feel like literally floodgates started opening up for horror fans, and we're getting a whole bunch of different kind of stuff. I know there's a lot to choose from. What is your pick for your favorite 2020s horror film?
Well, I've had the pleasure of covering pretty much every year in the 2020s of horror, like over on my other page. And just, I've gone out to see all these weird movies. There's so many great things to talk about during this time period, because I don't feel like there's like one thing that's popular. There's a lot of things going on all at the same time. We've had the recent VHS revival that I've been a huge fan of, and I could just talk about all 5 of those movies that have come out in this decade. Just on and on and on. Love those movies. I love trying to think some of the more like weird psychological stuff that we've gotten, if it's from like Neon or A24. There's some excellent things in those categories, those realms. Zach Krager films. I loved Sinners from this year. But what's my go-to 2020s movie? Davey, you already know the answer. It's Terrifier 2, baby.
All right. I knew we were going to get one of these Terrifier movies in there. And I was curious. I'm like, is he a 2 guy, or did he... I've got this love for 3. I don't know what it is. I think because it's just like it seems a bit more... It's the lighthearted Terrifier movie, if you can say that about any of these movies. But I figured we got to have some Terrifier love here. So I know we've got some Terrifier fans in the chat here. And then we've got... folks like me that are like, we're so old school, and I'm clutching my pearls of, ooh, don't show it that long. Tell us what brought you into the whole realm of Terrifier, and what keeps you there and what keeps you invigorated and loving this franchise as horror continues to evolve throughout the years.
Well, I saw the first one because someone recommended it to me. They're like, oh, dude, there's this weird new horror movie on Netflix, so you got to watch it. And I saw it like back in 2017, and I thought, okay, that's crazy, and it stuck with me. I don't know if I was like in love with it at this point, but I was like, that was an interesting flick. Like that could, if you went somewhere else with that later down the line, I could see that being something. Then, I start hearing that they're getting moving on Terrifier 2. There was all these really exciting updates about it. The director was saying everything I wanted to hear. Like just every problem or issue I had with the first one, he's like, no, we're going to do this instead. We're going to build on top of this, that, like everything I was thinking about that was wrong with Terrifier 1, I feel like they were finding ways to correct with the sequel, and I'm just like, this guy's doing everything right. I'm like, oh my god, okay, this is going to be something. I remember started just covering it more and more and more on my page, and flash forward here to 2025, there's two new movies, and one of them, Terrifier 3, is the highest grossing unrated film just in general, which is insane to me. And also Art the Clown is a modern day slasher icon. That is an incredibly tough thing to do in this space of horror, because again, we're not in the 80s anymore. Slashers are not the biggest thing. A million different things are the biggest thing all at the same time, because you have the internet, because you have social media, because you have guys like us talking about it on all different kinds of things all over the place. Everything is popular all at the same time. It is really hard for something to cut through, but Art the Clown has. That has to be celebrated. If you love or hate, I know some people hate the Terrifier movies. They are not for everybody, but this is something that has to be celebrated, man, because now we have the opportunity we have a path for more horror icons to grow. It's been shown through Art the Clown that it's gonna take some time, but man, it can happen. And like that to me is what I love about Terrifier 2 and 3. 2 I prefer because of, you know, I love bloody kills. I love gruesome, over the top, drawn out Damien Leone kills. But man, I think I just prefer 2 because I love the mystery of the lore. We get some more answers in 3 and that's satisfying, but I just love the mystique of this character. I am drawn to it. I don't want to know everything, and I think that's kind of part of the reason why I want just endless movies where it's just Art doing his thing. Don't even give me any answers. I just want to keep coming back for that. Very similar to how I feel about Mr. Michael Myers. Sorry about the rant.
No, that's what you're here for. Yeah, I'm known to rant myself sometimes. Yeah, I think, you know, with Terrifier, it is one of those things where I was like, I put off watching those movies for so long, and then when I started the channel and I met Cecil and was hanging out with him, he's like, dude, you have a horror channel and you haven't even watched Terrifier? Like, you have to do that. And I'm like, okay, Dad. Like, I'll watch these movies. And man, after watching the first one, I was like, whew. I was like, man, that was gritty. That was something else. Even All Hallows Eve, I was like, by the end of that skit, that main skit of his, I was like, man, that's some grim shit. And then, you know, with the first Terrifier, I was just like, maybe this is one of the gripes, you know, that you had as well. I was just like, it just seems like a series of skits that are kind of like loosely connected. It doesn't really seem like there's anything really going on. It's just sort of like, you know, Art the Clown pinballs from one place to another and causes mayhem. And I, not to say that can't be entertaining, but watching it as a person in his 40s, I was like, yeah, I want a little something more. And yeah, Terrifier 2 brought a little something more. And I don't think he's going to spoil it too much, but I do think, I'm curious, especially with the way that Terrifier 3 ended. I'm like, wow, things feel like a lot different than what I thought they were. I was like, wow, is Art the Clown just like a lackey now? He's not even like the big bad, which was very curious to me. And I'm like, oh man, part of me just wants Terrifier 4 to be like an all-out like battle in hell, like a Braveheart. Like Sienna goes down there to find her niece, or yeah, it's her niece or her cousin, right? Cousin.
I want to say cousin.
It's like her cousin's kid,
right,
or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so I want to see something wild. So, but I also want some answers. What are you looking forward, like when it comes to Terrifier 4? What do you want the most from that one?
I really like how we've built this up from just being a grimy slasher into something else. Like, we have transformed this series, I feel, with each entry. We have the main attraction is on full display. You know, Art the Clown is doing his little gimmick and being silly and over the top. But there's been this like brewing heaven versus hell war in the background. Yes. You know what I mean? There's been like, and whenever people say, oh, you know, Terrifier is just a bunch of gore and torture, and I'm like, no, it's not. Oh my God, that's why I love this franchise so much, is because there is this like brewing story happening in the background that we don't have all the pieces to. We only have little, you know, shades and a few strokes of the brush on the grand portrait, essentially. But I feel like we're going to get a lot more of it here in 4, and hopefully not too much to totally undermine everything, because I think some mystery is still good. But yeah. I really want this to elevate into something a little more epic. Like, I want this 4th film to be the return of the king, essentially, of the franchise.
Yes.
Massive battle in hell and just angels versus demons, kind of crazy BS, essentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you ever watch the Buffy the Vampire Slayer TV show?
I have not seen it before. I'm so sorry.
So that ends in basically an epic, like, you know, I don't know if you know much about Buffy, but she, you know, one of the reasons why she is where she is because there's a hell mouth underneath the town that she lives in. And so as the seasons go on, you get to learn more about that. And then, yeah, and you know, without getting into specifics, it literally does end in like, you know, charging into hell to fight demons. And I'm like, that's what I want. That's what I want from Terrifier 4. And I think it could be epic, especially if they're going to close things out. And, you know, I also think, like, so when people are like, oh, it's too splattery, there's too much gore and all that stuff, I do think there's something about just like the younger generation of horror fans that just, they, you know, people that are your age and younger just view that stuff totally differently. And, you know, and I, you know, a lot of people I think might even find some of the older slashers to just be boring because they're not as exciting as Terrifier. So I think sometimes it goes a little bit, you know, both ways. that's why I just try to be objective about it. Like, it might not be my cup of tea, the thing that I reach for, but I'm still gonna go check out the next one in the theater, and I'm intrigued to see what they can bring me. See if Damien can really bring me on board with the fourth entry.
So is your favorite the third one? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I think the third one is my favorite. I just, maybe there's something about growing up in the 80s and everything, the soft glow of the colored Christmas lights, like the big bulb Christmas lights. There's something about the look that movie has that's what Christmas looked like when I was a kid. And I haven't noticed Christmas looking like that since like the late 90s. All the lights got tiny. We went away from like the gaudy 70s and 80s kind of thing. Decorations got a lot nicer, whereas before they used to just be kind of like old-timey and fun. Christmas always kind of felt like a dip into the past anyways, so I loved the look of Terrifier 3. Even though it's modern, it's still got that, Damien seemed to inject that kind of aesthetic. Man, the opening scene is incredible. Like, that was probably my favorite scene in the movie. And yeah, it was fun.
I totally feel you though, because I think that is a big attraction, is that subtle nostalgia. It's not in your face. It's not being like, it's not constantly pointing and being like, hey, you remember that thing from when back in the 80s? It's all in the set design. It's all in the way that it's approached. And that's what I love about it. That's what works to me so much more than a lot of like modern continuations, which a big thing I like to get on my soapbox about, Davey, as you know, is when a lot of movies are just so in your face with the cheap nostalgia. It's just,
sure. Yeah.
It bugs me because every franchise does it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And something like Terrifier is doing it in a very, very subtle, hard to even notice way, like exactly what you're talking about. And I wish more franchises, more movies just in general would adopt that versus just doing the exact same thing. Let's bring back, old characters that you completely forgot about. Let's bring back a reference to something that happened before. Just tell your own story in the same way that they approached it back then.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is very interesting because legacy sequels are all over the damn place, not even just in horror. So I think, especially in legacy sequels, it's really easy to be enticed by that. Whereas the benefit, I think, of Terrifier is they're like, hey, we're just calling back to a bygone era. We're not calling back to our own franchise, which, it's kind of and I think even though they take place in modern times, it looks like a Grindhouse film. So there's something about it that looks 70s, 80s. So yeah, there's aesthetically, it's got a very unique look. And I also, we've talked about music a couple times. The Paul Wiley score, the theme of Terrifier, is incredible. And then particularly in the sequel, the music by The Midnight is really damn good as well, and just sucks you in. So I would say maybe my favorite part of the overall franchise is I love the music. Man, the Paul Wiley score says everything you need to know about the kind of movie that you're in for. Like, it's going to be uncomfortable and in your face, but strangely beautiful. The makeup work is incredible. The practical effects are unreal.
Yeah, well, 100%. It's again, it has this like sheen of fun to it that is so like such a juxtaposition to how dark it all gets, but they're very colorful films, but still grimy. They're very fun movies to enjoy, I think, if you can get into people getting ripped apart in the worst ways imaginable. So I like that. I like juxtaposition in horror. I like having fun with some dark shit.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about it is Terrifier's carved out its space. I don't necessarily need a lot of movies that try to imitate it. I guess maybe that's the old guy part of me, where when I see these movies that are coming out, a lot of the like public domain horror is, I think, trying to do an Art the Clown stuff. Even outside of just hiring David Howard Thornton, I just think they're trying to match that vibe, like the Popeye shit and all that. And I'm just sort of like, I think Terrifier is enough for me for that, because it is so saturated with the gore. But we're in a new era, and stuff is just going to keep on progressing, and I can't be a weirdo about it. I've tried. It just doesn't work for me.
Well, what's your favorite movie of this decade so far? Because I feel like whenever I ask, I don't. I was going to say old timers, and I'm like, God, that's rude.
Let me get my teeth really quick so I can answer this question. I need my teeth. Hey, I heard you talking about the gray in your beard, mister.
I have a gray hair now. I had a little gray hair that I had to pluck. Yeah.
Gotta keep an eye on it. Yeah.
But 2020, what's your favorite movie? I'm just curious from this little decade of ours.
So far, thinking about horror in this decade, there's a couple that stand out to me. The two that I think of the most as my brain is circling, from 2023, When Evil Lurks just kind of wrecked me in the theater. It was just so, man, the creativity and the blocking and the way they shoot it. I get really nerdy, and I love really nerdy stuff about movies. The way they reveal certain things, unveil it through camera movements and actor position. I just love that. I loved the creepy kind of like, I think it was either a viola or like dual cellos that were like in stereo for the soundtrack. And I'm an Evil Dead fan, and When Evil Lurks felt like a grounded Evil Dead movie.
Yeah.
And so I was like, this is what I want right here. And then the other movie that stands out to me a little bit different, but one of the most beautiful movies I've seen in recent memory would be Longlegs. Again, the camera placement and movement or lack thereof, the weird kind of, sometimes it feels a little static, just like Micah Monroe's character is really difficult to read, but I still felt very attached to her. Harker, I think is her name. And what is it, Blair Underwood, the other lead? Holy shit. Wow. What a duo. What a fun movie. Nick Cage knocks it out of the park. Longlegs is my kind of weird, and I guess Osgood Perkins is my kind of weird too. So
you're excited for Keeper, I take it?
Very excited for Keeper. Again, kind of like it's that mystery thing where I like, even with Longlegs, and I know there's varying opinions. Some people love it, some people hate it. Some people felt like the ending just wasn't, didn't really work for them. And I guess that's the interesting thing about these experiences, because I sort of felt that way about Weapons, where 2/3 of that movie I love, but the third act just kind of lost me a little bit. And not a bad movie, but just one that I thought I would like it more. But yeah, the Keeper looks great. I'll watch anything that Oz does. So yeah.
Rock on.
How are you feeling about Silent Night, Deadly Night, that remake?
Oh, I'm very excited. Rowan Campbell's a guy that, in my opinion, needs a horror redemption, and this is gonna be it. Dude, I know. You
don't like the performance in Ends? Just even his performance.
His performance is great. I don't like, the material he's working with. He's chugging chocolate milk half the time. I know it's an argument that's as old as time. I'm not crazy about Halloween Ends at this point.
That's fair.
But I do see potential in Rowan Campbell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that he's going to knock it out of the park with Silent Night, Deadly Night. I think it's unfair to hate him. You know what I mean? Like it's not his fault that the movie was written the way that it was. It all just comes down to the writing that either works for you or it doesn't, and it's a swing for the fences to focus on an all new killer in the Halloween franchise. So for me, I guess that's just not what I'm looking for from Halloween, but I'm really excited to see what Rowan Campbell does, especially in this flick, where he is taking on the mantle of basically what is essentially the main killer from that series. And I think he's going to knock it out of the park. I really do. I got a lot of faith in this one.
Yeah, he looks that Red Band trailer I checked out the other day. I'm like, man, this is it's perfect casting to have him. It really is like a Corey that makes more sense kind of Corey. And also little bit of, I don't know if there's going to be kind of a, natural born killers, Bonnie and Clyde kind of thing going on with the chick. Seems like there might be, so that could be pretty fun. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. And I know it's just going to be bloody as fuck, so I'll take all the Christmas horror you got.
Absolutely.
Now, really quick, before we let you go here, I'll recap the flicks that you picked. I've got one question for you, and then I guess we'll talk about what you have coming up on the channel and everything. But Eli Cortez says, "Shoot, the Fruithead Gusher short messed me up. Did you see that thing?"
Yes, it was awesome, dude.
Yeah. What the hell? That was so good.
That came out of nowhere. Like, I'm just like, what? Why is this good?
What the hell's going on with this? I was like, this is better than Sweet Revenge. I think Eli was saying that too. Like, it puts to shame Sweet Revenge. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the era of time that we're living in, where like Gushers is like yeah, we'll spend tens of thousands of dollars making a little 9-minute movie. Why not? You know,
with Bradley Whitford, like what? I don't know.
Yep.
The performance is great. It's over the top, but it totally works.
And it looked really good. I was like, damn, this is. Oh, I guess the Jason universe needs to team up with Gushers next, and maybe it'll go a little bit better.
Instead of Angry Orchard, yeah, right.
Oh my goodness, that stuff. Ugh. Blah. Okay, I can't talk about it. I get too worked up about the Jason universe. Very much looking forward to the Crystal Lake TV show, though, as I think a lot of people are. So, Jake, before we let you go for tonight, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. I know we did a little bit of a scheduling change. I appreciate you being flexible and taking over while I, use the facilities and everything. Very awesome to have you on again. And yeah, sometime soon, whenever you're ready to do something over on your channel, I'm, ready to go whenever you need me. We can put something together. And yeah, let the people know what you got coming up. I know, we're at the tail end here of spooky season. So how are you closing out on this road to Halloween here over on your channel?
Well, I just do this over there too. But more importantly, guys, there's this little link that's up here, St. Mary's Food Bank. That's what you should check out more than anything. I run some stupid YouTube channels. Who cares? Support local food banks and all that fun stuff. Do it. Seriously.
Thank you so much, Jake. Yeah, yes, guys. The link is pinned in the chat for the donation site. It's also in the description if you're watching after the fact. You can donate there. The site should be open up for a little bit. And yeah, we got that cool QR code. So I'll just do the marketing for Jake. You've heard his voice. You know what he loves and what he likes to talk about. And he does that over on his channel. And he also has a gaming channel. And he's also got a Killjoy Jake retro channel, I believe. So this guy is engaged to be married, so support him, and then we can start teaching him about scheduling things and structure. And I just got to give you some shit. It's important. Yes, good-natured ribbing, right? That's how we do it. Really do appreciate you, bud. Love what you're doing over on your channel, and it's awesome to see you have continued success. I love seeing you out there meeting like Evan from Rockland Graves and kicking it with Dylan for some screenings and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, really pumped, and it'll be fun to watch your channel grow as we continue to watch horror grow and change. So yeah, thank you so much, man. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Give your best to your lady out there, and yeah, guys, everyone in the chat, give some love. This has been Killjoy Jake. Take care, bud.
See ya.
Alrighty, folks. Well, there we are. We are 2 hours away. Wow. I can't believe it's been going on this long already. I have not eaten anything since breakfast, so I might have to have a snack here while we wait for Vincent DeSanti of Womp Stomp Films to join us. We got Mardina in the chat. How are you doing, Mardina? So good to see ya. We got Allie Girl joining us as well. What's happening, Allie? We got Aaron Click joining us. How are you doing, Aaron? Energy level is good. I think I need to have a little bite just to sort of even myself out, and I might use the facilities just cuz. Ooh, yes. Vin, I emailed the link to you earlier today. Let me just make sure. I also sent it on through Instagram. But let me make sure. Maybe the email didn't go through, so just bear with us, folks. I'm gonna send you a fresh email or a fresh link here through email, Vin. So there you are. Okay, there it is. Cool. Yeah, Vin, unfortunately, if you're listening now, we had at the very beginning of the stream something weird happened, and the stream wasn't going to go live to YouTube. It was only going to go live to Facebook. It gave me some weird error. So unfortunately, I had to close out of that stream 24 seconds in and create a whole new one. But at least we got the technical difficulties out of the way right at the beginning. Thank you so much for sharing the link there, Erica. Really appreciate you. Oh, and we must have had a bump here because I think Vin just got done over on his channel. It looks like he sent some folks over. Well, how about that? And Steve DMV back at it. Welcome on back in. All right. I just need a sip of water, guys. I just need a sip of water. It's so crazy. Josh Fortune is in the chat. How are you doing, Josh? Cheesy corn pop with Dave McCrae and Vin there in the little icon. Adorable. 8 hours have flown by. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us. Really quick before we bring Vin in here, I'll just go through the rundown while my voice is barely holding on. We're raising money for the St. Mary's Food Bank here in the Phoenix area. St. Mary's has been doing this since 1967. So they're the world's very first food bank. Every dollar that gets donated creates 5 meals. So there's a possibility to have a really great impact. Even if you can only donate $1, it can help feed, 5 different people. So it's something very, very valuable and powerful, and really cool that, us horror kids can, let's celebrate the spooky season by scaring the shit out of hunger and helping some folks out. So far tonight, we have raised $500. That's awesome. That's 2,500 meals, which is super cool. And link is in the description, pinned in the chat, and you can also use that QR code up there. So let me just have another sip of water here. Ooh, snacking on M&Ms. I love it. I need to open up this beef jerky bag and get into that, because I've only got a couple hours to go, but I want to be able to make it. So, all right, guys, coming up next, we've got a friend of the channel. I would even say, I consider Vincent DeSanti a friend at this point. I just met him a couple of years ago. Same day I met Cecil. It was a surprise. I knew I was interviewing Cecil. Then Cecil was like, "Hey, Vin's going to be here. Do you want to interview him?" And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so scared because he's so big and famous and awesome. And I love his movies." And I was so nervous. But he was very, very sweet throughout the interview. And then, I put him in touch with my brother who does work on like 3D matte painting and all sorts of stuff like that. And my brother was able to help out on Never Hike Alone 2. Vin and I have kicked it at a few different conventions. And I'm really pumped to have him on to talk about his favorite horror movies throughout the decades of his life. And we'll also get into some chat about his most recent project he's got going on. So without any further ado, let's bring on in Vincent DeSanti of Womp Stomp Films.
Oh,
How you doing, Vin?
Good to see you, Davey. How you doing? How you hanging in?
I'm doing all right. I think, I don't know. I guess you guys tell me how I'm doing, because I feel
Are you just like
a little
sitting on like a little like porta potty thing. No one can see below the frame.
I've been
pooping into a bucket.
Pooping, and everyone just assumes I shit all day. That's the
Yeah. That's what these streams are about. It's a marathon.
Sometimes I only pee, guys. Come on. Well, luckily enough, the previous guest, Killjoy Jake, he was able to take over on the mic while I used the facilities, so he didn't mind emceeing for a little bit. But yeah, I haven't really eaten since breakfast, and just been drank coffee. I have an energy drink and I have water.
Nice.
And I don't know. You guys let me know in the chat how we're doing.
I got water in a coffee cup.
There you go. And you just wrapped up a stream over on your channel, right? Talking some ghost chicken.
Yeah, we released the Ghost Chicken teaser today. It was a little kind of like snippet of like the type of animation we can do with this project if we get enough backing and support behind it. It's been a project I've been really excited about for a long time. I wrote it back in 2019, put it into the festival circuit, won a couple of awards with it, and then wanted to get it animated, and it was just a little bit too expensive out of the reach. And then I was making Never Hike Alone 2 and all of these other things. And then I met a guy by the name of Scott Allen Gregory, and he did a comic book, or a graphic novel, I should say, called Ripped to Shreds, which I finally got in. This thing is a behemoth of a book. It's really, really cool. I was really impressed by what he was doing. I asked him to help me on this. And yeah, we've been talking for a long time, and Ghost Chicken is coming together well. Right now it's on Kickstarter. It is at roughly 85% funded, about $8,500 we've raised. We're trying to get to $10,000 by next Friday. And we are definitely asking people to take the link for the Kickstarter. If they can't back it, we know that times are tough too. We're asking everybody to kind of share it around. Plus, people should be donating to the marathon tonight for the food
Yes.
for the food run. But if you guys take that link and you share it around, that's what we're trying to get done, is just basically spread the word and fight back against social media, since it's so hard to get things kind of into the system these days. But yeah, we have a soft cover, a hard cover, a digital copy you can get in the book. In fact, here's me from Ripped to Shreds. This is a young Vin. No beard from back in the day, since I had to be a teenager in it. And this is actually no, other side. This is actually Russell Todd. So yeah, I got to share. I got some screen time with Russell Todd, which is pretty cool. We do have that option for Ghost Chicken. We can get people in the book. We have 2 cameos left, and we have a guest star left. So if you guys are into that type of stuff, you want to be in a graphic novel, this will be coming out early next year. The turnaround time is great. So I think Scott finished this in June or July, and now they're arriving in October. So this is how quickly they turn around. It's about 5 to 6 months, I would say. No, I think he finished April or May, and so it's about 5 to 6, 3 to 4 month turnaround after the campaign. So that's what we're hoping to turn these around. And like I said, today we did the teaser. Next week we have another teaser for Ghosts in the Fog. We're going to release the first kill. Or at least the second kill in the movie, but the first kill that everyone's going to see an animated Jason actually perform. That's going to be on a Halloween night. And then I also did a collab with my good friend Brian Cooley of Bama Cooley. And we did something called 5 Trucks to Escape Camp Crystal Lake. It's basically like Top Gear meets Friday the 13th. And so he brought me down for a review of these 5 really cool cars. I appear in it as Ghost Jason. There's a nice fun thing. We get to run around, chase his camera crew around. I also got to drive a Bronco Raptor, which is really rad. So, so we got a lot of stuff dropping in the next week. And tonight's Ghost Chicken teaser release was basically the first of many things to come.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I've got the link right up there. It's in the chat, guys. So you can check out the teaser there. And then really just from Womp Stomp, you can find all the, the links.
Oh, yeah.
I would imagine you've got the, the crowdfunding in the description there in the teaser. So you guys can check that out and support Vin and what the folks over at Womp Stomp Films are doing. Vin's a very hardworking guy. And yeah, man, just I'm pumped for everything that you guys have got cooking over there. It's really cool to see how it's all developing and just see what you've got as the years go on. And you still got that Jason love, so we'll always have that.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely more Jason stuff on the way. I think probably after Ghost Chicken closes on Halloween, November and December will be somewhat quiet months for Womp Stomp Films. I think we're gonna definitely get a chance to get some rest. It's been a long year, and then kick off next year. Next year we got to finish the final cut. We got to finish Ghost in the Fog. Obviously, Ghost Chicken will be coming out. We're gonna be working on some original stuff that we're going to get launched earlier this year. There's some stuff we're also working on right now. My good buddy Rob Broncall, we're a co-producer on his project called Fragment. That's on Indiegogo right now. Doing a home video release. So it's a very small goal. They've already made the movie. The movie's done. It's going to be put on Blu-ray. So if you want to get a copy of one of the first co-produced Womp Stomp feature films, you can definitely check that out. Next week, James Sweet from the Red Crow Films Jason Rising project. He is launching a new crowdfund to help get Jason Rising 2 off the ground. So they're going to be on a new platform called Crowdfunder. I think it's Crowdfund and then DR, no E. So we're trying something out new. We've been on, we've all been on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. We've kind of been going back and forth between those two platforms. Both of those platforms are kind of leveling out. So we're trying something new to see if Crowdfunder might be a better place for us to reach our crowd. Cool. So we're definitely checking that out. Yeah, Jason Rising 2 is going to be a banger. They went and filmed a teaser. I've seen it. They filmed it last week. I think they're going to be releasing it on the 29th as well. So that's going to be a nice fun bump for them. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff coming out. And then anyone who is in the New England area next Thursday, we're doing a screening of The First Never Hike Alone at a bar called Deadbeats in Providence, Rhode Island. It's a really cool horror themed bar. If you haven't been there before, you should definitely check it out. I think it's 249 Knight Street in Providence. Show's going to start at 7:30. We're going to show all of Never Hike Alone 1. And then at the end, I'm going to give that crowd in person an advanced screening of Ghost in the Fog animated kill, and then we're going to do a Camp Crystal Lake costume contest, and whoever comes best dressed counselor will win a Never Hike Alone swag bag. So definitely come check that out. We're going to be celebrating Halloween in full force out here in New England, and it's going to be a fun time.
Damn, what an event!
Yeah,
Heck yeah,
no, it's going to be cool. Yeah, it's going to be. I haven't done a screening like this in a long time, and we haven't screened Never Hike Alone 1 in a long time. I've mostly been doing Never Hike Alone 2 screenings, so it'll be nice to kind of go and kind of check that out. And Jordan, I see that you sent a friend request. I don't know what platform it's on, but just let me know what platform it is, and I'll probably be able to find it. Maybe I'll do it during the stream.
I love how he's like, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't care. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yes, Leanna, thank you. I know I mentioned that Leanna was in the chat, but Leanna, thank you so much for joining us. Hell yeah. Yeah, guys, hit that like button. It helps us get seen, and it helps the stream, live a little bit of a second life, because the donation site will still be open. So any folks that find this after the fact, all the likes and the shares and everything certainly do help with that. And of course, yeah, guys, go ahead and follow Womp Stomp Films, a whole bunch of great stuff. I remember I think the first time I saw you, Vin, was
we're friends, Jordan. We're friends.
There you go. Officially friends. I believe, were you at, maybe it was just the Gathering of the Ghoul things? Or were you at Mad Monster that year as well, 2023?
Was that when we did like the big introduction for
the Dylan's New Nightmare pre-screening? Yeah. Because I think that's the night.
Remember I did the introduction? We actually showed the a preview of Never Hike Alone 2 as well.
Yes. Okay. I wanted to make sure, because I knew I went to Gathering of the Ghouls that very same year, and I was like, man, Vin could just host his own talk show. Like the way you rolled out, I was like, oh, I can tell this guy's a friggin' producer. Look at this guy. He's like, he knows how to work this crowd and introduce everybody, and it was just like, oh, super impressive and awesome, and it's just cool to, especially with like the bigger events that you're doing. Guys, Vin is the real deal performer, and a very sweet gentleman. I'll say that as well.
I'm good at bullshitting. I'm good at just kind of shooting from the hip.
You're East Coast and Italian, so yeah. Right, it all checks out.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you about something up here, all right? Hey, come on down to Vinny's House of Fun and Mirrors. Here we go.
There we go.
That's fun. I don't know. I literally, it's like a box that just starts like spinning in my head, and then I just ride it and go, and I just kind of works out. Every now and then you'll see me sputter, but it's just loading. It's just a load time.
All right. Okay, let's get into it, Vin. Let's talk about
what's up.
Your favorite horror movie from each decade of your life.
Wow, of each decade of my life. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
I know it's heavy. The title's heavy, but really it's just your favorite. You're an 80s baby, right?
Yeah, I was born in the 80s. As a kid, I watched a lot of Puppet Master, but those might have been the 90s. So let me rewind a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Friday the 13th was huge. I was watching all the Friday the 13th in the early 80s. I remember the commercials for like Jason Takes Manhattan and New Blood.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was just right after Jason 6 came out that I think I was really aware of what movies were, because I was only born in 83, so they already had 3 movies out. And so there was that. I would say that I also really fell in love with Return of the Living Dead early on, and Night of the Living Dead. Night of the Living Dead really freaked me out. Zombie movies in general really freaked me out because of zombies getting into houses. And so as a kid, I was always petrified of like houses with big windows. I was always like, well, this is just we're just zombie food in here. They're gonna get through that window. This isn't secure. We're the big gates, you know what I mean? So definitely that's something where my head was at. I was like, Pet Sematary was really good. The Shining was something that I watched. Jaws, obviously that was the 70s, but it's kind of like when I started to fall into all that stuff, was definitely around that time. Was this, Halloween and Freddy Krueger. I think, in the 80s is when I was like, those were the most popular things, but I really fell into those like 4-core slashers, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I wasn't really big into Hellraiser as a kid. I didn't get it. Pumpkinhead was all right. Some of the other slashers were all right, but I didn't discover those till like later on in my life, really.
if you had to pick one movie from the 80s that you would say is like would be the definitive. I know it's a very difficult decade to do it.
Well, I mean,
maybe it's
Friday the 13th Part 6.
Jason Lives. Yeah,
it's Jason Lives for sure. I mean, that's the defining movie of my life. I mean,
there you go.
Kind of set me off on this path. That movie really had the most effect on me. But I would say maybe the other one, other than that, I think would have been Return to the Living Dead. I think Return to the Living Dead had the biggest effect on me as far as style and tone, and just how scary that movie was. The fact that zombies couldn't die, I think that really, I was like floored by that. Yeah.
It is pretty wild. Yeah, there's no good answer in Return of the Living Dead. Not at all.
No.
What a fun movie though, too. Just a punk rock experience, you know?
Yeah, no, the more research you do about it, the more you learn about that production over the years. It's actually a really great film to study, the way it was made, the way that they went about, doing it. Recently, I read Joe Russo's Return to the Living Dead novel, thinking like, oh, this will be cool to go see like the differences between the novel and the book, the novel and the movie. And this is an instance where Dan O'Bannon literally did a page 1 rewrite. Like there's literally nothing in common. But I think maybe there's a couple names that are in common, but other than that, like Dan O'Bannon was like, yeah, F this, I'm just going to make my own movie. So it was really interesting to see what Russo wanted, but it definitely had a similar dark tone to it. It just didn't have any of the fun stuff.
Gotcha.
It was very much like the first. It was very much a sequel to Night of the Living Dead. Like it had that very much the same. It took place in a farmhouse, took place in a small town. It takes place maybe 10 years after the original Night of the Living Dead incident. So people aren't even like really sure like what really happened anymore. It's just sort of like this like fever dream that's everyone's like, no one knows what caused it. They think it was space radiation. They think it was like all these other things that kind of happened. And then it starts to happen again. And, everyone starts to panic and kind of turn on each other. And it's kind of that's what it was about. So I'm glad Dan O'Bannon did what he did, because we got just probably I still think, aside from maybe Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead and, obviously the original Night of the Living Dead and the original Dawn, I'd say that those for me are like the 4 pillar like zombie movies for me, as far as like that. Like that's where, but Return to the Living Dead for me will always be my favorite zombie movie.
Yeah, it's a friggin' blast. I mean,
yeah.
So much fun. And hey, in your 2 favorites from the 80s, they both have Tom Matthews, so there you go.
Yeah, there was definitely there. American Ninja 3 also has Tom Matthews.
There it is.
The American Ninja series. Did you ever get into that?
I've seen the first. I think just the first one. Is that Michael Dudikoff, Judy Aronson?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
funny.
Judy Aronson.
She's great.
I could talk about her all night.
But yeah, those are funny. I remember those movies. I haven't watched those movies in a long time. I was into all that stuff like that. Steven Seagal movies, Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. There was I definitely loved the martial arts stuff.
Yeah, it's been a while since what's the Jim Cotta? That movie's hilarious. I don't know if you've ever seen Jim Cotta.
Yeah.
So much fun. That was its own little era there. The whole Americans becoming obsessed with ninjas, in the 80s.
There was definitely that. It was probably like the post, Bruce Lee era. You know what I mean? There was Chuck Norris. Obviously Chuck was doing a lot of big things. There was Kung Fu, the TV series. So coming off of that stuff, and then getting in, it was when the Dino De Laurentiis esque production started doing the ninja movies that it became, and then they whitewashed the ninja, the American Ninja. It's so funny.
Yeah.
But I mean, I love those movies. Any movie where people are just like kicking ass like that. I mean, probably led to my love of The Raid, which is like, where The Raid is just the modern, style American Ninja, but actually with people of the actual culture.
Yes, it does it the right way there. Yeah.
It does it the right way. Rather than just like the Power Rangers style karate that they do in those other movies.
Yes. I would say even the Ninja Turtles is better than that.
Dude,
at least that very first one.
Yeah, the stunt. I mean, I think all 3 of them had really great stunt actors doing all the martial arts in those movies. I think one day, again, like obviously I love horror, but I would love to do a martial arts movie. I would love to do something in the style of The Raid with just a lot of fighting and a lot of fight choreography and just like brutal like beatdowns. That would be a lot of fun. You know, maybe that's what we'll call the movie. We're just going to call the movie Brutal Beatdown. I think it would line up for that. Yeah, Beatdown would be a good one. Beat Town.
Yeah. Now, have you ever seen the Miami Connection?
That's like, is that the one?
It's about a bunch of
like all on green screen, right? It's
no,
like all on green screen. Oh,
I don't think so. Miami Connection was made like in the middle of the night, like down in the Miami area. Like they didn't have permits or anything like that. It's essentially about
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, the
I haven't
group
seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh my God, it is such a blast, dude. Like some of the worst acting, but you know, fun fighting, I guess, too there. But a group of orphaned kids that grow up together practicing martial arts, and they have like a power pop 80s band, and they sing songs about like never-ending friendship and stuff like that, and fighting the dragon and stuff like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right for the 80s.
I'll send you a clip, because once you see like one of the music bits, you'll be like, oh, I have to see this movie. It's like, it is so entertaining, and it's really cheesy but genuinely entertaining. Fell in love immediately. Okay, so moving from the 80s, the way we've been talking about the 90s horror films is the tale of two decades almost. Like the first half of the 90s is, you know, almost like kind of sterile movies, but like sterile looking movies, bright lights and everything, a little sexier in the early 90s. And then it's like post Scream, everything sort of changed. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to know which way you're going to swing on as far as the 90s go. What would, like, when you think about your favorite, like, you know, maybe 3 horror films from that decade, what comes to mind?
Yeah, obviously Scream is right at the top. I mean, I remember the original Scream. I remember loving the original Scream. And then I remember, like, unlike most people, I think I fell off with Scream. I was like, the first one came out, and then as they started doing more sequels, I was kind of like, why? Oh, it's like you're doing the exact opposite of what you said you were going to do with this movie. But I do love the first original Scream. But I would say that in the 90s, my sleeper hit, it's not quite horror, but it should be horror adjacent, is a little film called Fallen with Denzel Washington. John Goodman, what's his name, Tony Soprano's in it, James Gandolfini is in it. Actually, Ninja Turtles reference, the guy who plays Casey Jones is also in it. He plays one of the other cops,
Elias.
He plays actually the original killer. And so like the concept of that was that there was this demon that was like a body jumping demon, not Jason Goes to Hell, but an actual spirit that through touch, it was called Azazel, and it would pass through different people. And Denzel Washington became aware of it and basically picked up on an investigation of someone else who had sort of died trying to defeat this entity. You want to talk about, like you said, like, oh no, I talked about that on my podcast. Somebody asked me like, what was the worst ending ever? I would say Fallen is up there with one of the best endings ever, because you don't see it coming, and it's clever and it's fun, and it's like, you know, it's young Denzel. I was a big fan of, like, I think that's when like the movies like The Bone Collector came out too, which Angelina Jolie was in it, so I always called it The Boner Collector.
Of course.
Of course you can. I mean, come on, The Bone Collector was just asking for it.
Yes, like Bone Lake. I'm like, are you sure it's called Bone Lake, not Boner Lake?
That was like all like the like black detective saves white female detective from like All Along Came a Spider, and like all those types of movies came up.
Yes, I hear
you.
Collector,
I mean, again, I think the Bone Collector goes into like that murder mystery thriller side, and I think that those are the types of movies I really loved in that time. I love The Bone Collector. I love that one. I love Fallen, and obviously I love Scream. So I would say those would be like my top 3 for that era. I wasn't big into, like, you know, I Know What You Did Last Summer, Urban Legend, The Faculty, things of that nature. I felt like they didn't appeal to me as much. I kind of started to get like a little bit of more of a higher palette. The stuff that was more like horror movies made for teens, I wasn't as like hyped about.
Gotcha.
Even though I wasn't
in that. Yeah, you just want, like, I get it, because at some point it starts to seem just like it's a little sanitized. you know, a little too safe. Some of those movies. I mean, I like some of them just for like, you know, kind of fun, for casual fun. But it's it's one of those things where it's easy to sort of be like, oh, this just looks like another WB show. You know, H2O just looks like Scream. The Faculty just like looks like Scream, although it's, you know, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Fallen is really fun. That is a really good one. And then I love in the Bone Collector, it's like we didn't have enough money for like full Denzel, so he's gonna be laying down this whole movie.
But I like that. I like the way that he worked through Angelina Jolie. I think she does an amazing job in that movie. It's a great performance on her part. She really kind of, you know, steps up, I think, as far as like her acting chops. I think that was one of her more earlier roles. Yeah, the ending is such a kick in the teeth after all that time. But it's clever, and it's one of the first movies that kept me guessing the whole way. And it was one that, like, again, like when you go back and you watch it, or like even when you watch it for the first time, and Denzel has like a very specific line at the end of the movie that like tells you what the twist is. You know what I mean? You realize the twist was right in front of you the whole time, but you didn't realize who was talking. And so it was a really cool. I really loved the way that it did that, and I think it will set me up for my 2000s best ofs. Because I definitely like something very similar like that in a movie that came out then.
All right, why don't you just go ahead and jump on into your 2000s best of?
Yeah, for me, I would say that like the one that stood out to me in the early 2000s was Saw. And Saw was a movie that, again, gave me the experience of like, I didn't see that ending coming. I remember seeing a matinee of it like at 3 p.m. after class by myself, just like going because I was I just wanted to go do something fun. And then I watched it, and I dragged all my roommates to the theater that night to watch it. Be like, I want to see if anyone else can figure out the twist of this movie.
Yeah.
And, you know, watching them all go through the same experience that I did, and then watching Jigsaw stand up at the end of the movie, and seeing all their faces, it was actually something that imprinted on me as a filmmaker of being like, this is filmmaking. This is the reaction you want from people when you watch a movie, is like for their mouths to drop. After Saw came out, I wasn't so much like a big gore hound. Like I was like, ooh, like Hostel and all that stuff. Like when the gore torture porns kind of started, I didn't get on that train. I did watch all the Saws. I actually was pretty religious about like checking out like because I just thought it was such a clever story twist. I was like, every film is going to have that twist. How can I figure out that twist? How can I look at it? And then eventually it got like really, really ridiculous. But I did dig the original Ring. I did dig Ring, which was I thought that was, an amazing film. It wasn't so much on The Grudge. I was always like, just kick him in the face. I was like, just kick that Grudge kid right in the face, little cat kid. I never got really scared by that. I'm trying to think of what else came in the 2000s that I really, really liked and was like all about. Obviously, Freddy vs. Jason came out. Jason X came out. And 2009 came out, and I hated 2009.
Yeah.
Let me see. Other movies that came out in the 2000s that is trying to remember that thing.
Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. That's another one.
Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead.
Times.
Yeah, American Psycho, I believe, came out during that time as well. Pitch Black was really good.
I've never seen that one.
You've never seen Pitch Black with Vin Diesel?
No, I haven't seen it.
The original movie is really, really good.
Because the original one is a straight up horror, right? They get more adventure-y like after that.
I mean, it's still pretty adventure-y. I mean, it feels somewhere between. It feels like Alien meets. What's the? Who's the guy who directed RoboCop?
Paul Verhoeven.
So Paul Verhoeven made a space. What's the space movie he did? Space Troopers or something like that.
Oh, Starship Troopers. Yeah,
Starship Troopers. So it's kind of like it's like a low budget version of Starship Troopers with Alien. In a way, it's like the Starship Trooper bugs meets Alien. It's kind of like a group of prisoners get stranded on an island with like Vin Diesel, who's like the super prisoner who can see in the dark, and all that stuff. So it's pretty good. Another thing that came out, I'm kind of looking at a list of things here and cheating a little bit. Did you ever watch the Prophecy movies?
I've seen the very first one with Christopher Walken.
It was the 90s. Yeah, that was the 90s. But I
Yeah.
like Prophecy 3, 4, and 5. I got all into those movies during that time as well. So that was pretty cool. I never got into Blair Witch stuff. And then I wasn't really like, What Lies Beneath or Hollow Man. Like those were pretty cool. But yeah, just that's when like Scream kept going and everything kind of got a little crazy. But yeah, for me, it was definitely the Saw movies were the ones that really got me.
Nobody has brought up the Saw movies as
really.
Their pick. Yeah, I've seen it in the chat. People in the chat have been dropping those for sure. I think Dean Renner has dropped that earlier. When people were bringing up that decade, I've gotten a couple picks for a couple of people picked The Descent from 2005.
Yes, I put The Descent on there for me for sure, definitely.
Yeah. Pizzal's asking if anyone else has mentioned Twilight as their favorite movie of the 2000s.
Yeah, that's not me, sir.
He's just messing with us. Yeah. He's an Team Edward kind of guy, apparently. Yeah. That's okay. So that was Dean talking about Saw. There you go. And Ben, you're the only one so far on the panel for sure. Yeah. Okay. So moving from, we got Saw. I'll go ahead and throw The Descent on there for you as well.
Yep.
And Pitch Black, which a lot of people, I was putting up the chats there. A lot of people are really digging on Pitch Black as well.
Yeah, no, Pitch Black was definitely that was definitely a rad one. And then that movie, that was another one that kind of fell off the world. But when it came to the sequels, but the first one is really, really, really good.
All right, yeah, I'll have to dig into that. I guess I just thought it was like a standard kind of action movie or something. I just didn't like at the time it came out. I was like, this doesn't really look like my cup of tea. But everyone is digging it. So there we go. Mardina Willcuts brings up Pulse 2001. That Pizzal brought that up earlier as well. I have not seen Pulse. I know there was
Pulse.
A remake.
Oh, yeah. Pulse. I didn't. I know what she's talking about. I think I watched it. But it's been so long. Let me check something.
Nobody finding it funny that nobody's mentioning Paranormal Activity. Yeah,
Dude, Paranormal Activity is ass.
Oh, I've never seen any of them.
2000s. Actually, let me throw one out there. Is definitely one of the top of my list. The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
That's a good one. I just watched that recently.
Banger. That movie is a banger. That movie scared the shit out of me as a kid or as a teenager. I remember waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and being absolutely petrified. But Deborah Morgan's from Dexter, her acting in that is amazing. She does a great Jennifer Carpenter. Great performance out of her. She does some really crazy stuff in all of that. Thanks, Pizzal. You like that part 5 poster? Or how about this video game poster in the back? Friday the 13th, the game in the back. It's pretty rad. But yeah, Jennifer Carpenter's performance in that is definitely top notch for sure.
It's got a pretty powerhouse group of performances. Like Laura Linney and Tom Wilkinson are really great as well. It handles the courtroom stuff without like sacrificing the tension of the horror part of the story, which I think is pretty special about that movie. Like all of it's really tense, even the breaks you're taking from the exorcism stuff. I also really liked the lighting there. Like whenever they're going back into the past, it's got that like greenish yellow. It kind of reminds me of Bava or something a little bit. Whenever I see that extreme lighting, Exorcism of Emily Rose. That's a really good one, and it hasn't been mentioned. Has not been mentioned. What Lies Beneath? Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's all right. It was the kind of like high level studio horror. Nicole Kidman was in that.
Michelle Pfeiffer and Harrison Ford.
Pfeiffer, that's what it was. Yeah.
And I think it's Zemeckis. I think it's one of the last movies Zemeckis did that was like actual people in the movie. He's definitely going. Before he started doing Beowulf and stuff like that. But to me, I think with What Lies Beneath, he's trying to do a Hitchcockian sort of thriller. That's like kind of so he's even going for that kind of era, which I think is what you know, kind of gives it a little bit of that studio kind of clean look. Cool to see Harrison Ford play a character like that, though. You think you know which way the twist is going, and then the twist kind of like takes a couple turns. Yeah, that's a good one, Steve. Okay, moving into the 2010s, which I've been calling like the beginning of like the modern era of horror. You know, we've seen kind of the resurgence of like slashers, but we're still getting these, you know, haunted house movies, stuff like The Conjuring, all this other kind of stuff. The splatter stuff like Terrifier, which I know you're a massive fan of. I'm just, yeah, the long blink there on that one. So I'm curious to know for the 2010s, beginning this modern era of horror, like what really stands out to you from that decade?
Yeah, and then you just reminded me before we slide into the 2010s, the last thing probably of the late, 2010s, there was the big remake boom. Like you just reminded me of the big slasher remake boom. Out of all the slasher remake booms I liked the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake, obviously the Dawn of the Dead remake as well. And then I think the sleeper in there was the Amityville Horror remake with Ryan Reynolds. That's why I was so excited about. That's why I was so excited about Friday the 13th, because I was like, man, this company actually does a decent job of these remakes. I can't wait for them to freaking do Friday the 13th. And then they super let me down.
Yeah. And I'm one of those fans of the 2009 remake, but I've heard your gripes and I'm like, I totally get it. The music is like a total nothing burger. There's certain things, but I don't know. I think I like mostly just what Marcus Nispel brings in his like the way you feel like the weight and the brutality. I think he does that really well in TCM as well as in Friday, but I get it. Like, I think it's middle of the pack for me, that one in my ranking, but Amityville Horror remake, I still have to see that one. And I know
it's like some stuff actually happens in it, which is like, but I always say if people really want a good Amityville horror movie, they should actually take a trip back and watch Amityville Horror 2, The Possession, which is really, really good. Damiano Damiani, the director, another De Laurentiis production. Fucking love that movie. It's so good. It's like The Exorcist on crack.
With some Evil Dead kind of things, like the way they did the practical effects, I was like, man, this is reminding me of Evil Dead. The makeup, the bubbling of the skin, like all of that stuff. That's my favorite of that franchise that I've seen. But I may have only seen like a few of those. But I just recently watched that for the first time. Diane Franklin is in there. She's adorable. Really disturbing family dynamic right from the beginning. You don't even need the house to be haunted. It's already fucked up in that family.
Oh yeah, that family's so messed up. There was like supposed to be even like worse stuff, but they had to cut it all out.
Yeah, I've read about some of that stuff. Like they test. Yeah, and they
had like an incest scene and like a whole bunch of other things. It was crazy.
Yeah. Well, and the incest, you pretty much like, it happened. They just don't make you watch the whole damn thing.
Yeah. No, they had to take all that out.
It is pretty wild.
20-teens. There's quite a few in here. I mean, obviously this is the dawn of the modern kind of elevated horror. Heredity hits, the scene. The Witch hits the scene. Babadook hits the screen. I would say those. I mean, it's kind of like the different sections of it. Definitely, those films definitely had an impact on me because it was like, wow, people are really trying to push horror past the commercial side and really get into a more artistic side, which is what I really, really liked about those films. I think in general, I do like elevated horror. I do think it tries to push for something a little bit beyond just the traditional schlock. And, it's just kind of like, I don't know, for me, by this time as a horror fan, like doing stuff like Terrifier just seemed lazy to me. It just seemed like anybody could do this. Anybody can just slaughter and slash and do all these things, but like pull me in, like surprise me. Like the scene in Hereditary where, the little girl gets her head knocked off by the pole. I mean, that's one of the most shocking moments in a movie I've ever. I mean, again, it's like, what movie like actually shakes me to my core? I thought about that movie for a long time afterwards. When I watched The Witch, it was like, wow, look how beautiful this movie is. It's a little boring, but like, this is just so cool. I want to be in this world for a long time. And then like there's like A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night, Babadook, things like that. Like there was stuff that was like kind of foreign horror that was like really, really kind of getting cool. Other films that I think I should mention, and I guess we'll boil it down, but like As Above, So Below was basically the first found footage movie that I actually really, really liked. And the other one would have been the original Creep. I thought the original Creep was really big. That had a big effect on me. I remember seeing that at Telluride Horror Show and being absolutely floored by it. The other one a couple other ones that had an effect on me, which were at film festivals, were We Are Still Here, Ted Groening, a film which is really cool. Larry Fessenden, Barbara Crampton, which is really cool. Set in like I think upstate New York, has a New England feel to it. Really, really like that movie. Also a big fan of. What was I thinking of? Oh yeah, The Final Girls by Todd Strauss. Schultz. Horror comedy. I saw that at the Stanley Film Festival in 2015, which is a really, really cool experience to see kind of that hit before it went out. And in fact, at the time, everyone thought that was going to be like a huge hit, and it kind of like didn't get the distribution deal it needed and kind of sputtered out, and then didn't really pick up its cult following until years later. And now people really, really love it. But The Final Girls was, I mean, obviously it's a love letter to Friday the 13th and Sleepaway Camp, and all of the camp slashers from The Prowler to Bloody Murder to all that stuff. But that's a really great. I think at the heart of that movie, there's a great tone and feel to it. That, and plus the comedy's really, I mean, if you go back and you watch that movie, the amount of talent that's in that movie that ended up blowing up is actually really, really funny.
Great cast, hilarious. And I mean, We Are Still Here, Jamie brought it up. I just wanted to mention, like, I saw this movie just randomly, probably not long after it came out. I was like taking a plane ride across country, and I was like, I'm going to download this movie on my device and I'll watch it. Man, really good. Like knocked my socks off. I've like revisited that movie. I love that one. When I got to meet Barbara Crampton like a year and a half ago, she had all these great sexy pictures of her in lingerie and all sorts of outfits from her movies, and I'm like, I'm gonna get her to sign the picture from We Are Still Here because I love that movie so much. That's a good one.
And obviously It Follows was another big one too, and another big influence. I think that like It Follows was kind of like, it was the start of the elevated horror. Like it felt like a little bit more elevated. It was a low budget, and they found a way to really push it with low budget. The Void is another one. It was another one that found a way to push. Black Coat's Daughter, Green Room. Obviously Ty West was doing some great things during that time too. Like Ty West kind of came onto the screen. What's the House at the End of the Street, or House of the Devil? No, House of the Devil. Yeah. House of the Devil was really, really good. I mean, those are definitely the ones that like definitely stood out to me, and that that I kind of took with me and took them as took a lot of inspiration from them as well.
Yeah, going into creating Never Hike Alone on the back half of that that decade.
Yeah,
there.
Never Hike Alone is a 20. Yeah, I guess that is right. We do belong in that time span.
You guys are absolutely in that group. House of the Devil gets some love. Heck yeah. I mean, I really like that one as well. I like Ty West stuff. I like what he does. And then my brother says, listening to Professor Vin, PhD, chatting about movies. I feel like he needs to be holding a pipe. There you go.
Oh, yeah, weed pipe.
I'm right there with you. Okay. So moving on from the 2010s to just the last handful of years, the 2020s, it's been a wild ride. There's been so much, and I think a lot of different kind of horror movies that have like kind of broken through, especially in the last few years after like COVID kind of chilled out. It does feel like the floodgates sort of opened. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone. So I'm curious to see what's really resonated with you. I know you've been very busy in the 2020s, but what have you really enjoyed that's kind of make you take a step back?
Yeah, if I kind of think back to the things that I've chewed through, I was definitely a big fan of The Wolf of Snow Hollow, Jim Cummings movie. It's sort of what turned me on to what Jim Cummings was doing as far as being an independent filmmaker, doing everything through WeFunder. I I can't remember the name of his first movie, Thunder Road. That's the name of it. He did Thunder Road, and then he's done a couple things after it as well, which is really, really cool. But Wolf of Snow Hollow is one of those ones that, again, it's like a great thriller horror movie that has a twist that you got to figure out, you know, who the killer is and who the werewolf is. And the way it works out in the end is actually really, really cool. So I did really, really enjoy that. Let me see. The other one, I mean, the one that stands out to me the most, my favorite movie, I think, in the last, like, in this entire century so far is When Evil Lurks. I think that movie slaps beyond anything that has been released in the last 5 years. It's like so like egregiously good. It's just such a great movie. I love everything about it. I feel like there's a lot of things that like horror is either finding itself or repeating itself a lot, which has been kind of interesting. But when I saw When Evil Lurks, I felt like I was watching a brand new movie that hadn't been made before. I have never seen a possession movie like that. I never saw, you know, it has all the great jumps. It has all the great twists and turns. I will admit that the ending, it gets a little convenient for the choices that the character makes to end up in sort of the fate that he is determined. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of it. And even though I didn't discover these, so I was a big fan of that. And even though I didn't, these films, I believe, are more from the 2010s, I did discover them now, which was the Hell House LLC films, which I discovered, not discovered, but I like finally caught up in the 2020s with those when I actually saw, the first one I watched was actually Hell House 4, I think. And then I went back and started from the beginning, and those were pretty cool. But the Hell House 4 movie was really, really good. The one they did before the live action one. Not the live action, the non-found footage one. I haven't seen that one yet. I heard that one was not as fun, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I think that the filmmakers got a really unique approach to those. So I thought those movies were pretty rad. You know, aside from that, I gotta say, I mean, the last few years I've just been making so many movies that it's been tough for me to keep up on like everything that's been coming out. Like there's so many things right now that are out that I haven't seen, things that I have to keep up on. And there's a lot of things that, you know, there's certain films that got released that like, I don't know. I really just haven't been that big on. It seems to be like a lot of things are like creating their own fan bases, but I just really haven't, there hasn't been much in the last 5 years that I've super clicked with. It's mostly been just like continuing to watch like Robert Eggers movies and like I'm not sure what's the director of the Hereditary movie again, Ari Aster. His last couple of films have just been like, I think he's just making them for himself. Like, because I'm like, what is this about? What is going? I don't know if you saw Egerton. That was just another. It was pretty funny. It was a pretty fun one. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Underwater is a sleeper in there. I don't know if it's so much a sleeper. I think people know about it, but Underwater with Kristen Stewart, speaking of Twilight, Pizzal getting some stuff in there for you. Underwater was actually
is that like a monster movie? Cecil brought that one up as well.
Yeah, Underwater is a movie. It's somewhat of a monster movie. There is a monster. Actually, yeah, it's a very much a monster movie. But a lot of it's not about the monster. It's more about Kristen Stewart being stuck on this underwater research station that's basically collapsing and getting from one section to the next section to the next section to finally get to the surface. It's definitely kind of like, remember Gravity? It's like Gravity, but more horror and underwater. Okay. The Hunt was pretty fun. That was a good little fun one. Becky was pretty fun. Unhinged is a great one.
That's one I still need to see it, but our guy Dean Renner is probably going to freak out in the chat right now because he's like, dude, this is the most like intense movie I've ever seen.
I love it. Fat Russell Crowe. He's just like, he's got Tug is dead and he's just pissed off. He's just like riding around looking for a fight.
Come on, Tiger, fighting round the world.
My brother builds tugboats now, so we always joke about that. You know what I liked? This was a Netflix thing, but I was a big fan of the Dracula miniseries that they did. That was pretty fun. The British one. I thought that was hilarious. I thought that just the acting alone in that one was a lot lot of fun. It was definitely a butchering of the Dracula story. A little different. I think it was the same people who did like a lot of like the early Doctor Who stuff before it got all switched over to new people. But yeah, that's let me see. What else is good from that?
When Evil Lurks, that's the pick. That's the
When Evil Lurks. No, When Evil Lurks blows everything else out of the water. I haven't seen anything else that even comes close to that.
Yeah. That's Killjoy Jake asked me. He's like, "What's your favorite of the 2020s?" And I'm like, "I think I gotta go with When Evil Lurks." It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you can put Barbarian in there too. I think is a top one. I never, the Conjurings, the Sinisters, and the Insidiouses. For me, I don't know. They all seem like the same movie to me, just being made with like, you know what I mean? It just felt like they felt like three of the same thing, just moving along at different paces. Those movies
it's
never
definitely.
really...
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, I think for me, like, I recognize how those movies were made with quality. They just weren't the ones that like resonated. I think that I think that there's like this, it's weird. It's like you have one end that's like going too far with like kills and sort of being just all about gore and having nothing but story. And then you have these like ones that are like built around a lot of story, but the horror is really kind of like cookie cutter horror.
Yeah.
It's not really like, oh my God, I actually really care about these characters. It's sort of like just kind of got ridiculous. Plus, I don't know how you can celebrate the Warrens. They were like known like
shysters,
and just like messing with people and like lied to everybody. But yeah, let's go with When Evil Lurks. What is When Evil Lurks for 500, Alex? Best movie. Best movie to come out in the last 5 years.
Hell yeah.
Like that was a movie that, like, again, I think all my favorites in common, there's a moment during the film where my jaw drops. Like, go back to Return of the Living Dead. The fact that they're going to all get back up at the end and they're not really going to die, my jaw drops. It changed my worldview. The end of Fallen, the fact that, I don't want to spoil it because I think this is one that maybe not a lot of people see, but like it made my jaw drop. Saw made my jaw drop. In the teens, it was, films like It Follows, films like Creep, got me with that. And then obviously When Evil Lurks, there's a few jaw dropper moments in that movie. And just some really, when she's walking down the street, like eating her kids' brains and stuff, it's just so crazy.
Yeah. And the way, what I really liked about that was I felt like the way they used like blocking and camera movement to reveal some of the moments like that. They don't do it. Not every moment is like that. There are big moments where everything's right there, but there's a moment early on in the film. And then that moment that you just mentioned where I was like, man, I'm loving the way that this is being unveiled to us slowly, so it's this horrific gore, but we're seeing it, it's cascading into our view. Versus something like Terrifier, where it's like, you will fucking look at this, which is, its own kind of thing.
Yeah, it's its own thing. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it's like that and Ice Nine Kills. It's like those are the two things right now that we all have to look at and we don't have a choice. No matter how bad it gets or how shitty it is, it's just we just have to sit here and swallow these two, like, I don't know what the hell it is or what the obsession with these two specific horror things are right now, but it's like, can this phase please pass as fast as possible? Dean has something I want to address. The fact that he brought out, does the menu count? Not more thriller. I don't know how horror that is, but the menu was great. The menu was great. I don't know how horror, I think you could put it in the list. Exactly. Dean's talking about the mention of the Halloween trilogy did not make it in, and I will tell you why. Because each of the new movies, each has a fatal flaw that takes it out of being a great movie. Like Halloween 2018, the Dr. Sartain side journey ruins that movie. Like,
you don't like him putting on the mask?
No, it's the worst part. It's the worst.
I was so worried when that happened. I was like, please take that thing off very soon.
Oh my God. That whole section was just so bad that it actually ruined the movie for me. Like, I was having a great time and they just did that scene with the kid and the light turning on and off. I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is exactly how you do Michael Myers. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like praising the movie, and then literally it ran into a brick wall after that. And then obviously Halloween Kills, Pumpkin Pies Tonight, Evil Dies Tonight, that whole thing, them trying to make a commentary about January 6th versus telling a movie about Michael Myers. It was like really felt like the filmmaker's political kind of stance kind of falling over where it just didn't belong. And it just kind of like it fizzled out. The ending's kind of cool, but it's fine. And then Halloween Ends was just a complete train wreck. I know everybody wants to retcon and be, oh yeah, well it was just ahead of its time. It's like, listen, people did not wait all this time to get, basically flipped over on the last film of a major trilogy. Like, they could have done that for Halloween 4, new Halloween 4, but they fucked up.
I really enjoy Ends. Like, I love a lot about it. But I get it. Like, even when I go back and rewatch it, a film that I still love that I saw, just about a week ago or so, I'm like, yeah, it's not perfect. Like, I love this movie, and I can still see, like, yeah, I can get why that doesn't work for everyone. And I guess maybe one of the reasons why I really dig it a lot is I do like when, we have so many Michael Myers movies that are just kind of like the boilerplate Michael Myers movie. And I'm like, okay, I'll take some that are different. I can always go back to the formula. And so
that wasn't the time. That wasn't the time for it. Especially when you advertise, Laurie versus Michael one last time. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
And plus the way they handled it, them looking into each other's eyes and having like a bonding moment, like,
turn around every now and then, something like that.
If I had a fart in the cannon right now, I would let it rip right now, just because it's the only way to describe that moment. I just have to like pull the mic down and just let it rip.
Yeah, man, it's unfortunate. I think it would be interesting to know like what was originally planned before COVID gave them, like, first off, it pushed back kills, and then it gave them time to jump into Halloween Ends and say like, well, what do we really want to say, instead of going with what they had originally planned. So it'd be interesting to know like how it would have turned out, like, in that reality or whatever. Also, I think that something that's interesting is just maybe like naming them something different, because so if Halloween 2018 is the sequel to Halloween, then Halloween Kills is the end of the trilogy. But everyone talks about the Ends being the end of the trilogy because it's the end of the 3 movies that David Gordon Green made. So it kind of is, and it kind of isn't. So it's like, if Halloween Ends was maybe Michael's not even in there, and it is just a kid like Corey taking up the mantle and kind of doing like the poster right there to your left, kind of doing a new beginning sort of thing, maybe people would have received it a little bit better. Although I'm sure there would be people that wouldn't like that. But seems like a lot of people don't like, they're like, just take Michael out completely. The fact that he's in there bothers me, given how they handled it.
No, I mean, it is what it is, and they did what they did, but yeah, definitely Sartain ruined that whole thing. It all started there. It was like, it could have been. It's like one of those things that could have been great. It was kind of okay, and I think the biggest mistake they made was making Michael Myers like completely human and like basically just stripping him of all his power. I was like, this sucks. Like, this isn't fun. Like, but this isn't fun. Well,
and they did and they didn't. It was interesting because there's something going on with that mask. Well, and just even like when he puts on the mask at the end of Kills, it seems like he's like
superhuman. Yeah, there's like it's like pick a lane. It was the same thing. I know Cody Leach is probably somewhere in hiding out somewhere.
He is.
So I can say this, like, it's just like 2009 did the same exact thing. It was like, oh, Jason's completely human. Oh, psych. It was just like, come on, pick a lane.
Yeah, especially in Kills, there is that when when Lindsay Wallace like hits him over the head with the bag of bricks and his mask starts to come off, he prioritizes putting the mask on instead of going after her. And then, even Karen like baits him with the mask. So it's like, what is going on with that thing? Like, they should have done the Silver Shamrock ending that they apparently were thinking of doing. Because, why the hell not at that point? And give the mask some sort of superpower. I don't know.
Cody's fighting me from the chat. I love it. I can't help it, man.
I'll just bring him on right now and just let you guys duke it out. I'll go take a break and let you guys.
We'll just do another 3 hours debating 2009.
Oh my gosh. I'm a big fan of that one. But it's still middle of my ranking. But yeah. I don't know. It takes chances. Asshole Loomis. I like
it'll get some love in the next hour. It'll get some love when you guys get to the 2000s.
It will absolutely. Well, and again,
Rob Zombie's Halloween. No.
Oh, see, I'm one of those. I don't really like that one, but I really like the sequel.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
And I don't think he did a bad job in his remake. I'm just like, with how much I love Halloween, I'm just like, this is unnecessary. You know, like it's not bad, but just unnecessary.
It made some money.
Hey,
at least they got a sequel.
It sure did. It sure did.
Like 2009.
All right. So we've got our 2025 pick. Yeah, I'm just kicking you out immediately. See it? No, I'm just.
Yeah. Right, now that we gotta go. No, I'm stepping on Cody's time. Get him in here.
No, you're cool. We'll say a proper goodbye here. So When Evil Lurks sounds like it was the standout there of the 2025.
Yeah,
I just want
by far. I think it's probably my favorite in the last whole century. So
there you go. In the last 25 years.
Jason and Return of the Living Dead.
Okay. And guys, we are sitting at $505 raised for St. Mary's Food Bank. So yeah, each dollar is able to provide 5 meals. So that's awesome. The impact that you guys have had. So, and even if you can just donate $1, it sure does help. And go check out Womp Stomp Films. Check out Ghost Chicken. They just dropped a teaser for their graphic novel. They've got a crowdfunding campaign going. You can find those links over on the Womp Stomp site and in the teaser video as well. So you can support their projects over there. And yeah, Vin, thank you so much. I know it's late out there and Fridays are busy for you. So I'll let you go hang out with your weed pipe and all that kind of fun stuff.
Oh, straight to bed for me after this.
Oh, there we go. All business. Even at the convention, Vin's like, guys, it's 8:45. I gotta go to bed because I gotta wake up at 4 a.m. And it's like, wow, this is why he's so damn successful. And
I don't know about that. I'm just tired all the time.
Well, I sure do appreciate you carving out some time. Thank you so much, Vin. And yeah, we'll have to do something again sometime in the near future. And hope you have a great rest of your spooky season. And yeah, man, we'll talk soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Later, everybody. Good luck tonight.
All right. Excellent. There we are, guys. Holy cow. We are reaching the end-ish of the stream. Wow. We're 8 hours and 39 minutes in. We had that little blip at the very beginning of the night, but your day. But yeah, it's been a long one. You guys have been awesome hanging out this whole time. Please make sure you've hit that like button, share the stream so we can get some more eyes on it. The donation page is going to be open beyond just the stream. So if you're catching this on a replay, there's a link in the description. You can also use the QR code that's up there as well. And yes, as Jamie Hart says here, please donate, guys. These are tough times. Even $1 helps. Absolutely. Yeah, and you guys it's been amazing to see the donations come in. And we are just about to close this thing out. Can we get 100 likes? That would be, I don't know if I've ever had any video or stream do that. I'm not sure. Maybe it probably happened. If it did happen, it happened the first time that Cody was on Late Night with the Davey. So that would be the one. But really quick, Cody, I don't know if you can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I would like to take a little restroom break really quick. Or if you wanted to, Killjoy Jake was like, hey, I'll just take over and host while you go and use the bathroom. So I don't know if you want to say what's up to the chat and hang out. You're cool with that? All right, excellent, guys. So we're going to go ahead and bring in, I'll roll out the red carpet. I've done it for everybody else, so I'm going to do it for this gentleman as well. I've been watching Cody Leach for quite a while, and, reviewing all sorts of movies and especially reviewing horror. It was really cool to listen to him talk about the movies that I grew up and loved so much as a kid. And then also hearing him talk about some franchises that, maybe I was just like a little less informed on or hadn't seen all the movies in. So I used to take these long drives to a job I had, and I'd listen to all of his reviews and everything back then. Was fortunate enough to meet, Cody about, it was a little over a year ago, I think, sometime around then. And just, meeting him at a convention through the Horror Show channel, talked about everything under the sun, just a super, really smart guy. I think that's what I was saying last night as I was like, oh my God, I'm so stupid. You kind of sometimes you meet people and you're like, oof, yeah, no, I'm not as smart as I thought I was. So it's a good life lesson. And not only that, just very sweet and really easy to talk to and get along with. And he's tall as shit. That's why I knew. I was like, Chris Stuckman must be a giant because he makes Cody Leach look like a regular sized man. the newest of the horror YouTube club to break 200,000 subscribers. I think he's at about 210 subscribers right now. Guys, a gentleman, a scholar, and a massive Chucky and Rob Zombie Halloween 2009 fan. Here is your guy, Cody Leach, and he is going to take over right now as I take a little break. Here we go.
Hey, it's me. I don't know what guy he was talking about, but I guess I'll fill in. What is going on, guys? So yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take him to drain the weasel, but if you want to throw out some questions or anything like that, I'm just kind of joining in, listen to the tail end of him and Vince talking. That Vince DeSanti, man. Talk about being wrong your entire personality. I love you, Vince. I don't know if you're still watching or not, but yeah, our complete, vehemently opposed opinions on Friday the 13th, 2009. That pretty much colors out our entire relationship. So we gotta bring it up whenever we can. But yeah, we should have a good time tonight. This is pretty cool. Have I seen Lake Mungo yet? No. I know it heavily inspired Chris Stuckman's film. Some people I'd see it in the comment section even throwing the word ripoff out there, but I don't know how valid that is, because there's a lot of people really aiming a lot of negativity at Chris right now. But anyway, yeah, I have not seen Lake Mungo. I know that it's pretty well regarded in the found footage space, but I'm just not a found footage guy. You know, maybe one day, maybe I'll do a month where I go through and I actually watch and force myself to sit through and review some of these more higher regarded found footage movies, make it like a found footage month or something like that. But man, since going full time and really talking a lot about newer films, it's just so draining to be able to try to find time to go back and visit some older films. That's why it's been kind of fun, even though it's been murderous work trying to go through some of these throwback reviews I've been doing this month, like talking about like House of Wax and Pumpkinhead and The Gate and The Faculty. It's always fun to go back and talk about some of those older films. So maybe one day I'll stretch some of my knowledge for the found footage. Maybe I'll uncover a lot of them that I would really like, and I can stop talking so much shit about the subgenre. Our Life in Horror says, just got out of Shelby Oaks and enjoyed it. I'm glad you guys liked it. It's a solid debut. You know what I mean? Like it's a movie that, like I said, I knew even before the movie came out, it's going to be difficult to talk about, because God forbid, if you are a fan of Chris, or if you're a peer of Chris, or if you appear to be a friend of Chris, your opinion's always going to be called into question. But for a movie that was made for $1 million during COVID, it's a really solid debut. It's got some issues in the script department for sure. He's definitely got some kinks to iron out for his second film, but for what it is, I think it was really entertaining. You know, I saw the film 3 times, which is a rarity for me, but it was just kind of the way that the series of events played out between New York and then Fantastic Fest. And I really enjoyed it. You know, for somebody who just got done talking so much shit about the found footage genre, I like the way that he incorporated the found footage style into his film and made it kind of an experience for the audience where they can participate in it, rather than it being like the template of the movie. Because when I heard found footage, I was like, oh no, Chris, no, don't do this to me. But I'm glad you guys liked it. Did anybody else get a chance to see it? Pumpkinhead, great horror movie, Lance Henriksen. It is, man. It is. It's got some rough edges. I wish it was a little gorier. I always kind of forget how tame it is on the gore, but it's such a cool movie. It's got such a cool atmosphere to it. Pumpkinhead is one of the coolest looking monsters of all time. I think I put it away. I had a little Pumpkinhead figurine that I bought. And I just like the vibe of the movie. It's just a cool one to revisit. So yeah, I revisited that one last week, a couple days ago, somewhere in there, for the first time in years. And I was like, why don't I watch this more often? This movie's fucking cool. Haven't seen any of the sequels. I don't know if any of those are any good. Saw Pumpkinhead in the theater. Ooh, that would have been a fun experience. That would have been. What are your thoughts on Ernest Scared Stupid? I've never seen any of the Ernest movies. I didn't grow up watching any of them. Like, my dad wasn't a fan of them, so we didn't have the VHS tapes sitting around. By the time I was an adult, I just didn't really think it would be my thing, so I haven't really dove into them much. Certainly some ignorance in that. Look at Davey in there, one hand in it. You got the other hand taking a piss. There he is.
No, I was just waiting for a good breaking moment. I was like, I don't want to just jump in here.
And they're shaking it. And he's like, hey, you guys having fun?
Yeah, I'm just peeing in a bucket here. It's gross. I've just been, no. There's very nice accommodations here at the house.
There you go.
Pumpkinhead, really, really good shit. That's
Yeah.
for me. That's like a yearly. Like once September hits, I'm like, I'm ready for it, just to like ease into the spooky vibes,
Yeah, I just did a video today doing a tier list on like October spooky season movies and what are the must watches, and Pumpkinhead was like the newest addition to my top tier of like I have to watch this every October now.
Yeah, I mean, the story is great. Folklore can be really cool when done right like that. And then, I mean, Lance Henriksen, awesome, but I got to give it up to Stan Winston as a director.
Oh yeah,
They
did a
it's
really
like
solid job.
the lighting is so beautiful. The oranges and blues, before that was the thing. Now it's like a lot of movies kind of do that, or the posters you see do the oranges and the blues. And I'm like, they're like rocking their thing. And they repurposed a xenomorph costume in about the best way possible.
Yeah, that is the kind of the elephant in the room, the cross to bears. Everybody's like, it's like a monstrous, like a pumpkin version of the xenomorph. And I'm like,
yeah,
but it's still fucking cool.
It is still cool. And I think Ashton brings up a really good point that it would make, if you did a remake now, I think it's one of those stories that you could find a really good way to do it. And I think you still could do it practically and have it kick ass.
I don't remember what director it was, but it was about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even a little further away, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. There was some director that was really trying to push for a remake, trying to get it developed. And he that was the one thing that he said about it, is that if we get this off the ground, I'm keeping everything practical. Obviously nothing came from it, but yeah, I think you could easily get a really solid story out of that you could modernize. I mean, you can almost just take the same story and try to keep the atmosphere and just up the gore a bit, and there you go. You got your Pumpkinhead for the 21st century.
Exactly. I mean, in a lot of ways, it kind of plays like a fairy tale sort of thing. It's just, you've got that modern setting. You've got the Jarvis family cabin from Final Chapter, which it's so interesting that it looks totally different. And that just goes to show you that a lens on a camera it looks so tightly quartered in Pumpkinhead. And then, 4 years earlier in Final Chapter, it looks like this open, beautiful cabin. Yeah, really. Pumpkinhead is a blast. And that's Jamie's thing. I don't know if you're familiar with Jamie, Cody, but she saw so many damn movies in the theater in the 80s and 90s. And I think even maybe late 70s, when she was a little one. So that's her phrase, is I saw it in the theater.
Give me a time machine. Let me go back.
Oh my God, what a time, especially in the 80s. Seeing stuff like Chopping Mall in the theater, like that's the experience I want.
Yep.
I mean, I love a well-crafted film, but give me Chopping Mall in the theater re-release. Let's do it. All right. Yes. Cody, thank you so much for joining us. We're closing out this epic 10-hour stream, and I really appreciate, first off, your time, and it's always a pleasure having you here. You were just here 3 months ago, maybe not even that long, to do the Child's Play 2 versus Bride of Chucky battle, which was an absolute blast. How have I saw you just recently kind of finished setting everything up for Halloween at the household. Are you guys all pumped and jacked and ready to go? Or I don't know, judging by that look, you might still have more to do.
No, it's done. I just wish I would have got it done a few weeks earlier. So I have so much stuff. I go pretty balls out at my house, and so I ideally like to get it out like by the tail end of September.
Yeah.
But with Fantastic Fest, it's always difficult because there's always hurricane season, and 3 of the last 4 years when I've been to Fantastic Fest, a hurricane has hit us on the last day that I was there. So it's like, do I want to put up all this stuff and have the wind destroy it? Do I want to try to get ahead of the game? And then you get back and you're tired, and you're trying to jump start back into October stuff. And then my wife was out of town. I was out of town for New York the week before Fantastic Fest. And so by the time like it's last weekend, it's already the middle of October. I'm like, if we don't get it done today, there's no point even bothering putting this out. So we just, I just strong armed it all day from like 11 a.m. to like almost 10 p.m. putting everything up, only stopping to eat dinner and relax a little bit in between the big ones.
That was your marathon. I'm doing this marathon. That was yours. And that's, it's so wild, because I remember when you were on here to do the Child's Play thing, you were dealing with all this weather because you were trying to get your cooking channel going. And then it's like, and then even months later, you still got to worry about this stuff. So hopefully the rest of the year is chill for you guys. As far as all that goes. And yeah, man, Fantastic Fest. It looks like you got, had a blast there.
It was a good time.
really cool like run-ins and everything that you had, and of course getting to see some stuff early. So what I do, Cody, and I do this with everybody, it's like until I see the movie, I don't want to hear too much, so I'll listen to like the first sentence. So like Black Phone 2, I was like, okay, I'm not going to listen anymore, like that kind of stuff. I don't want, you don't want that informing your opinion or whatever, but I always do respect yours for sure. And yeah, I'm pumped to have you on, as to close everything out for our charity fundraiser here. Fundraiser, guys, I swear I can still talk. $505 so far have been raised, so that's over 2,500 meals that will be able to be provided by the folks over at St. Mary's. So nice. Really cool. And yeah, this has been quite the day. So let's go ahead and dive in. I'm guessing you have got to be, are you an 80s kid?
No, I was born in 1990. So I missed the 80s by 12 days.
Oh, by 12 days, but in time for Child's Play 2. So that's very important, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So, okay. So we're going to do just, a handful of, picks here. And of course, feel free to talk about any, honorable mentions that you got, but really trying to hone in on that one horror movie per decade that really like either you keep on going back to, or that if you just desert island pick, what you would go with. So thinking about that decade of the 90s that you got to enjoy 365 minus 12 days of, what would be your pick for best of the 90s?
Oh man. Yeah, this was tough. I kind of, whenever I was riding to and from dinner tonight, I was trying to like formulate a little rough list, and every decade I basically picked 2 or 3 movies. I didn't really nail down one. There's probably one of all of them, like if I had to do the desert island thing, but I think obviously in 90s is not gonna be any surprise for me as Child's Play 2. I mean, you already kind of prefaced the conversation.
Damn it, I ruined it for you.
It's just like, okay, I'd be a fucking liar if I didn't say that. I mean, Chucky and Freddy, huge pieces of what formed me as a horror fan back in the day. There wasn't any, I mean, New Nightmare is solid, but there wasn't any of like my favorite Nightmare movies in the 90s. So I was like, damn, can't include that one. But yeah, Child's Play 2, one of my favorite horror films, one of my favorite sequels of all time. I love Chucky. That was the one that was always my favorite as a kid. I fell in love with Bride of Chucky, which is still my second favorite because I got to see that one in the theaters, which would probably be an honorable mention on this list as well. And so that was my favorite for a very long time. And then I kind of fell back in love more with the simplicity of Child's Play 2. But either of those two, I mean, it's like, do you want steak or lobster to me with both of those picks? So, I mean, for all the reasons that we talked about, even in the last stream, I love the atmosphere of it with the third act and the toy company, and you get the addition of the character of Kyle in there. The kills are really good. Chucky is kind of in full force in that one. I think the one-liners are slightly better in the third one, but this one's like the close runner-up. It's just an awesome sequel. So that's one of the 3 movies I had written down.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I think it's one of the strongest direct sequels of, really anything, but especially in horror. Yeah. And yeah, it's, I know that I've got some friends that are like, oh, I just never got into Chucky. And I'm like, I get it. Watch Child's Play 2. Like, I understand if you don't want to watch the other ones, like watch that one, because seriously, that third act is one of the best chase scenes in all of slasherdom as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, that's a damn fine pick. That is when I look at movies from the 90s, I mean, a lot of people have picked Scream, and I think for me the 90s it's probably either like Scream or Child's Play 2, because I was born in 82. I fell in love with Chucky as a kid, like in 1989 90.
Yeah, I'm one of the few 90s kids who would not pick Scream. Now, I love Scream, don't get me wrong, but I've had to grow to love Scream. It's kind of a funny story. So when I was a kid, I was introduced to horror films when I was like 4 years old. I was very early on, and so it was a big thing when I was younger. And for reasons I really don't know, perhaps just because they had the best schooling of the area, but I actually went to a private Christian school until I was in 2nd grade. And so especially for those reasons, my dad was like, you cannot tell anybody you watch these movies. You cannot utter a word of this. And I was one of those kids that was smart enough not to do the thing I was told not to do. So I never really talked about it with anybody. So horror was like my own little world for a very long time. And even when I got into public school, it didn't really feel like many other kids really dabbled into horror much. And then Scream came along and ruined everything. So Scream came along, and it was such a huge mainstream hit that suddenly everybody was a horror fan. And I remember when it hit me I think it was 1997. So that was when the second movie came out, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm talking about like 3/4 of my class all dressed up as Ghostface for Halloween when we had a little Halloween party. And that was the moment that broke it for me, where I was just like, all these fake ass horror fans, you all don't know shit. You have never been a part of this club. You don't know anything about anything. You just think you know shit because Scream told you know shit. And so I kind of had like a chip on my shoulder for Scream for a long time. I was like a little 7-year-old gatekeeper. And
I can picture it.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, but it's funny to me to look back on. So yeah, whenever I kind of revisited the series in my early 20s, I was like, these movies are pretty fun. And the more that I watch them, the more that I enjoy them. I really enjoy the entire series. I would say that before Scream 6, I would have said that it's the most consistent horror franchise up there alongside Evil Dead. 3 and 6, though, whatever one of those is your weakest, which is most people's pick, that's still a really good batting average if that's your weakest film. But yeah, I really enjoy those. But yeah, I'm for a 90s kid. Scream is not one of my desert island movies.
Yeah, and I think I was 15 or 14 when the first one came out, 15 when that sequel hit. I saw the sequel in the theater because the first one was I grew up in such a small town, kind of isolated. And it seemed like, in my memory, it seems like the first movie was sort of a sleeper hit, or enough of a sleeper hit to where I don't know if it even came to the theater in my little town. But man, the sequel, that was like, when you're 15, and I was one of those kids that grew up watching horror movies like you. And I was like, things in the early 90s just got so sad with those franchises that we loved from the 80s, So you almost thought like, oh, those days are gone and no one's ever going to like bring this back. It's never going to be in fashion. And then Scream came out and not only made it fashionable, but kind of like the way when you were saying it, I was like, oh, they popped it out. It turned horror into pop.
Yep. Very much so.
And it certainly did that. I remember I had a friend in high school that was like, that movie's so fucking dumb about the first movie. He's like, no high school kids hang out and talk about horror movies and the rules and stuff. And I'm like,
yeah, you're right.
I do. I put all my friends through that shit.
Throwing away your fan fiction.
Yeah. I'm like, I need to return The Curse of Michael Myers back to the Blockbuster. Cause I was the guy that would force my friends to watch that kind of stuff in high school. Yeah. Okay. So we have some 2 solid picks for the 90s. Child's Play 2 is the winner, and Bride of Chucky we've got as an honorable mention. Did you have another honorable mention from the 90s?
I have 2 more. So one of them, since we're talking about Scream, I actually just put out my review for this movie yesterday, and the bold claim that I make in the thumbnail is literally better than Scream. For one reason, because it's provocative, and I know people are going to click and be like, what the fuck? But also, I genuinely like it more than Scream. It's just my personal taste. The Faculty. Love The Faculty. This was a movie that, it's Kevin Williamson. It's got the same, it's cut from the same cloth as Scream, but I've always enjoyed it more. I don't exactly know what it was that just kind of resonated with me more as a kid than Scream did. Maybe it's because Faculty was kind of the underground cult hit where Scream was the big mainstream hit. Maybe it's just that shallow and simple. But what I love about The Faculty, I actually remember distinctly going and renting this movie on VHS whenever I had to go stay with my mom. She was going to have like a little apartment party with some friends, and I was going to be like in the other room just watching movies. And I did a double feature. I rented this and John Carpenter's Vampires. And that was an awesome double feature to watch when you're, 8 years old. I guess I was 9 years old by the time they hit VHS. But yeah, The Faculty, I love the cast. Most of them went on to do a lot of really cool things, and I love the characters. What I really like about the characters in that movie is that they start off as kind of these high school caricatures, and then the movie throughout the journey kind of like spins all of them and flips their caricatures on their head. So you got like Zeke, who's the rough around the edges, high school, getting held back a year, drug dealer, kind of, douchebag. And then they go to his house and he's like a fucking scientist. And then you got, Casey's the unassuming nerd and then ends up being the hero. And you got the Stokely, who's the the rebel that spreads rumors about her being a lesbian because she doesn't want anybody to mess with her, and then she falls in love with the jock, and the jock quits the football team to focus. I love how they do that. And that I love the actual villains of the movie, even though I wish we got a little bit more of them. I think there's a great mix of the K&B practical effects with some of that early CGI, and they knew what not to focus on so much on a shot to where it still ages pretty well.
Yeah.
And it's got an amazing soundtrack.
Yes. Yeah, it is. And, that's the thing, man, with that era, anytime in the 90s where they're using CG, it's all about how well are you using shadows, kind of keeping it obscured so you're not showing too much, I think, because I remember at the end of The Faculty, it really is just almost kind of like a lot of like flashes of the CGI. And Robert Rodriguez, he's got an interesting kind of comic booky, pulpy kind of style to him as well. And that's not a relatively early movie for him, but as far as breaking away from something that was like his own, Faculty's a great pick. Good old Invasion of the Body Snatchers,
And The Thing. It's very, very inspired by The Thing, which, stands to reason that if we had chose the 80s, that would have been my pick for the 80s. So it stands to reason why I love the 90s version of it. But now, The Faculty is great. Absolutely.
Is that one that I know a lot of people have talked about, remakes, whispers of a remake? Would you like to see a modernization of something like that?
I'm always willing to give remakes a shot. I'm not somebody that sounds the alarm bell every time they talk about remakes, with few exceptions. There's some movies where it's like, don't bother. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to remake to Jaws because I already know what it's going to be, a CGI fest. And there's a reason why there's no shark movies that I like besides Jaws. But there's a lot of movies where I'm just like, okay, if I want to see, let's see what they can do with it. Maybe they have a really cool modern take. And if it sucks, I never have to watch it again. I just go back to the original.
Yeah, it's something a lot of people, you hear certain phrases like, oh, nowadays it's just sequels and remakes. And it's like, newsflash, like Hollywood, since before talkies, they were remaking shit. Like remakes have just always been part and parcel for the, for the entertainment business and for movies especially.
There's two reasons why that statement is annoying as shit to me, where you get the people that say, oh, we get our sequels and remakes. And it's like, well, number one, as you just said, like this is not new. Number two, you don't go see any of the original films. I mean? The most people that bitch about that don't go out in the theater until Transformers 12 is out. And so, we get original movies every single week that underperform or fall into the radar, or I talk about it and people are like, I've never even heard of this. And it's like, well, that's why I'm here, to tell you about shit beyond The Conjuring Part 8.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And I think even with with some of those remakes, it's like it doesn't erase the original. So chill.
That's the other thing. You know what I mean? Like I get that way with sequels sometimes. Like a bad sequel can sometimes taint my feelings on the previous film if they really drop the ball and screw something up. Remakes never do that because it's just it's this whole other thing. Like I love like The Fog is great. I think The Fog remake is dog shit. I've never watched it again. It didn't make me dislike The Fog more. But you get an example like The Matrix, and then you get 3 sequels that I personally don't like any of them, and I'm just like, and like I always know that after The Matrix, that's just what it leads to. Or a recent one like Joker, like, hey, Joker was cool, and then you see Joker Folie à Deux, and you're like, oh, and then it leads to that. And so remakes, I don't understand that mentality with it. Sequels, I can understand a little bit more.
Sure, absolutely. Yep. All right. So did you say you had one more after The Faculty, right? You had another.
I do. One that I felt like I had to bring up, Misery. I love Misery. Robert Reiner film, Stephen King story. One of the best, like, kidnapping, like held captive type movies. Kathy Bates' performance in that is probably in my top 10 horror performances of all time. I was at the Critics' Choice Awards in January and didn't even realize that she was going to be there until somebody like announced that she was up for like Matlock or something. And I was just the fact that I was in the same 4 walls as Kathy Bates, like I was on cloud 9. I didn't get to speak with her, didn't get to see her or anything, but I was just like, fucking Kathy Bates is here. And so a lot of that is from Misery. I love that movie. Absolutely love it.
Oh, I love hearing about it too. Like, you know, I watched it when it came out years ago, and then it's one of those movies that I haven't seen in a really long time. I think it's my brother is in the chat right now, I think, and this was back in the day where he had somebody that was able to get him these like from the studio VHS copies of movies, so they weren't like cammed in a theater. So it was like Terminator 2 Judgment Day and Misery. We were able to watch like months early. And that like really Misery really stood out to me, and you are the second person to mention it today, so it's great to see some love for that one. Yeah, especially because the Stephen King adaptations can just sort of be, you know, hit or miss a little bit, I think, for me.
They tend to be like an instant favorite movie of mine of all time, or something I never watch again. Not a whole lot in the middle.
Yeah, and my criticism of Stephen King, I mean, obviously nothing I say is going to, you know, he's doing great. But the final acts of his stories, sometimes I think he just sort of kind of fumbles, or just I'm just sort of like, what happened there? But you know, whatever. It's when he rocks it, like something like Christine, and having that adapted to a film like that, or something like Misery, then can't really go wrong there. And then there you go. Jamie saw it in the theater. Okay, we are moving into the 2000s, the coming of age for Cody Leach, maybe gatekeeping a little bit more, or maybe a little bit less. I don't know. Let's hear about what kind of horror movies really stood out to you in the 2000s. I know one that you're going to pick for sure. Maybe it will be your favorite, but let's see what you got.
What's your guess?
My guess is Texas Chainsaw Massacre 03 is going to be your favorite of the 2000s.
Ooh, it's not.
Okay. Hey,
if I was to do three, like if I was going to do 3 picks, that would be my third pick, but I only did 2 just for the sake of time, because I figured I'd already be pushing it with the amount that I picked. So the 2 that I have, I really don't know which one I could call my favorite, because I love them both for very different reasons. But the first of the 2 is the original Jeepers Creepers. That movie, like, I understand the controversy with it. You always have to acknowledge it. It's like, I've heard the story. I get it.
I can't wait till we don't have to anymore.
I'm telling you. But just judging the movie as a movie, and I watched it and loved it for damn near 15 years before I even knew about any of that shit. This was one of maybe 3 or 4 times in my life where I watched a movie and was just like literally blown away. Like, had no idea what it was, no idea where it was taking me, and was just like, holy shit, what is this movie? It was Halloween, and it was 2001, so it was right after 9/11. And this is when anthrax and everything was going on, and so there was all like the scare stuff about like they're gonna put anthrax in the Halloween candy, and so we didn't go trick-or-treating that year. Yeah, we didn't go trick-or-treating that year. And so my dad was dating this woman that had 2 younger daughters. One was just barely under my age, the other one was super young. But the compromise was like, oh, we're gonna get some movies, and you guys can just we'll hang out over here instead of trick-or-treating, which was a shit compromise. My dad just wanted to go do his thing with his girlfriend and fucking dump me off in front of the TV. But
you gotta get yours. You know?
Yeah. Now that I'm older, I'm like, you son of a bitch. You remember 2001? But anyway, so yeah, I'm being the big horror guy, and my dad's ex-girlfriend's daughter is like the opposite, where like she can't watch horror, she's squeamish, she gets scared. We go to the video store on Halloween. I picked Jeepers Creepers just because it's the new horror movie. I had no idea what the hell it was about. She picked Dr. Dolittle 2. So had to sit through Dr. Dolittle 2 on Halloween, which I love Eddie Murphy, but I'm like, this is not what you do on Halloween. And then we finally, it's like, oh, it's my turn now. And we put this movie on, dude, and just like that is a movie that was amazing to walk into blind, not having seen the trailer or anything, because it's such a wild journey where you start it. Immediately you're met with that fucking honk and the horn behind you at that crazy looking vehicle, and the beating you, and you know that really tense opening sequence. And then you see him dumping the bodies down the well. Like, what the hell's going on? He chases them again. They go back, and then the stupid Justin Long wants to get in there and you know, try to help them out, and falls in. You get the little Sistine Chapel of Death, and like, this is all in the first 20 minutes of the movie. I'm like, what the hell is this? and it turns into this crazy, monster movie that just continues to evolve. That's one of my favorite horror films of all time. I mean, it's creepy, it's disturbing, it's got great performances. I think that Justin Long and Gina Phillips play siblings so well. Their sibling dynamic of like antagonism is just like spot on. And Jonathan Breck's performance and the makeup and the design of the creeper, one of the coolest monster designs of all time. A fucked up bleak ending where you're just like, oh, and yeah, that was a movie I could not wait to show my dad whenever he was, done being entertained. And it took a couple of weeks, but that was another one where like, we're watching it and I just get to sit there and just like watch his reaction the whole time. And so that one is very special to me.
Isn't that the fun thing about sharing art, like sharing an album with somebody or a movie, is like just getting to, live that first experience through them again. So much fun. And yeah, Jeepers Creepers, I saw that one in the theater. I was like 19. I just turned 19 at the time. It was that summer. I was actually in Kansas City because I was visiting a buddy of mine. We were recording some music in a studio there, and we just wanted to go catch a movie. And I guess that's the kickoff of Justin Long's Scream King, venture that he's still on and still going to be going on.
Got a little rough here lately. I love Justin. For the longest time, I said if Justin Long's in a movie, you can take it to the bank. It's awesome. And the last 3 I've seen him in, save for Weapons, where he just kind of pops up, is like all of his Fantastic Fest movies were fucking rough. I love you, Justin. I'm sorry, but
no, it's fair is fair, right? And it's like, some of them are gonna hit, some of them aren't, but he still got that status. Yeah, and Jeepers Creepers, it's funny. So I thought you were going to pick TCM. And when I think of Jeepers Creepers, I'm like, Jeepers Creepers is TCM with a Bugman, kind of. It has a similar vibe, right? There's kind of. Yeah, a little bit of that there because there's kind of the torture-y elements of it and everything. And even just like the look of the film, like the aesthetics and everything like that. That kind of isolation and everything. That's a really good pick, man. Solid movie. And then we're not going to dive into any of the other minutia. So you said you had another one here for the 2000s. What do you got?
I do. I have Frailty. Frailty is a movie that means so much to me. There's like 4 or 5 movies that, depending on the time of day, people ask me for like a hidden gem pick I throw out, and Frailty is probably the one that I throw out more times than not, because it's usually a really good chance the person's never heard of it or seen it. A lot of hardcore horror people have seen it, and they act like it's crazy that you even call it a hidden gem, and it's like, trust me, it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally.
And that's one of maybe 2 or 3 movies that like I have like a 99% success rate. When I recommend it to people, they come back and they're like, dude, fucking Frailty. And I'm like, I know. Yeah. And so that was one, just like Jeepers Creepers, where I think my dad rented it. Like, I didn't even know what it was, but he put it on. And what caught my interest was the kid who plays the older brother was just in a Disney Channel movie called Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire. I can't remember the actor's name. He's been in a few other things, but I think I want to say Kyle something, but I'm probably wrong. But I recognized him, and I was like, oh, I just saw him in that Disney movie. And so I sit down, and you just go on this wild ride of this dad who's like, a loving father, a widow, a Christian man, comes home and middle of the night wakes his kids up. And he's like, I had a vision from God. Demons are among us, and he's bestowed this task upon us that we're the only ones that can tell if you're a human or a demon, and we have to destroy them. They're like, oh fuck. And so then the kid thinks that it's a dream, and then all of a sudden his dad starts bringing people home and slaughtering them with an axe, and it's like, what the fuck is happening? And it's a movie that's got such a like grisly premise, but it's not a bloody film at all. Like, Bill Paxton was genius with having the restraint and leaving all of it in your mind. And I think the performances are amazing. And it's maybe the only film I can think of that goes for multiple twists in the third act, and there's not one of them that destroys it all. Like, everyone makes the previous twist better, and that's a rarity. Usually it's like you do one good twist, then you go for a second one, and it's like, all right, calm down now, and then you go for a third one, you're like, you just fucked it up.
Yeah.
But this one is it's a perfect movie to me.
Yeah, Frailty, absolute classic. I mean, this is one. It is a hidden gem and a classic at the same time, because I think the people that are really in the know, like they know all about this one. And this has got to be one that comes up, right? When people are like, oh, there are sequels and remakes. And you're like, you seen Frailty? And they're like, qua? You know?
Yeah. Matt O'Leary was the name of the actor.
Okay. That when you had mentioned that earlier, that was the very first movie that popped into my head. Yeah, Matt O'Leary, there he is. Okay. Spy Kids 2. There we are. Live Free, Die Hard. All right. Man, okay, so we got a couple banger picks there for the 2000s. And yeah, guys, I just want to remind you, we're going to close out with Cody here. I'm probably going to kick it with you guys for a little bit, but I just wanted to remind you at the midway point here with Cody, there's a link that is pinned in the chat. It's in the description if you're watching after the fact. There's also that QR code up there in the corner. Every dollar that you donate to the St. Mary's Food Bank provides 5 meals. So I just wanted to remind you guys, even if $1 is all you can give, it's going to help out some people in need out here in the Phoenix area. Okay, Cody.
Right.
2010s. I've been calling this the beginning of the modern era of horror, you know, the last 15, 16 years here. Return of slashers, some splatter stuff, whole bunch of haunted house movies and all that kind of stuff. We're kind of getting in a really like diverse array of horror in this modern era. So what are the movies that are standing out for you in the 2010s?
All right, so I had 2 picks. The first one, I'll since we were just talking about the TCM remake, I'll give this my remake flowers, and it's the Evil Dead remake. And this is one that when I first saw it in theaters, I didn't even like it, and I don't know what my deal was. I don't know if it was a mood thing. I don't know if my expectations were wrong. It does happen, not often, but it does happen. And so I think maybe it was the marketing, because, you know, like even there's the poster where they have all the text, like this is the most terrifying movie you'll ever see. Or I think I was expecting it to be that, like, this is a movie that's going to scare the shit out of me. And then I watched it and I was like, nope, wasn't. Sorry. And then, you know, just didn't really vibe with it. And then like a year or 2 later, I think I got the Blu-ray on like Black Friday or something. It was like $10. I'm like, oh, fuck it. It's good enough to own. Sure. And I just threw it on one day, almost as like maybe intended background noise. And I just got into it. And like 40 minutes in, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with me? This movie's awesome. And it's my favorite of the Evil Dead films, which is, I think, is currently the only like long-standing horror franchise that is totally consistent, where there's not a bad movie in the bunch.
Yeah.
And what I love about it is, you know, Fede Alvarez, his style is amazing. He kind of came out of nowhere with this movie. It was like, who the fuck is this guy? This guy's
first feature film.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
And it does a great job at embracing kind of the soul, no pun intended, of Evil Dead, while very much taking it in its own direction. Like, it still kind of has the blend of the horror and the gross and the nasty with some of the more goofy slapstick, but like the balance is just shifted much more towards the horror in this one. I love the cinematography in it, and like the lighting of it, and the way that the Mia as a character, as kind of the main Deadite, is characterized. And they even kind of really wisely wrote in a reason why they would stay in the cabin and they wouldn't believe her with her addiction thing and them trying to detox her, which was brilliant. Yeah. And you get these iconic shots of like, you know, her with the tongue and the knife and the needles in the face that the guy's getting. Whole bunch of nice carnage candy in that one. And then it's got like the most metal climax of like any horror movie, where it's like it's literally raining blood. Why Slayer doesn't start playing during that sequence, I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want the rights for that one. But every time I talk about the movie, I have to do my own little fan cut of that, where it's like as soon as the hand starts to come out of the ground, anyway, but it's just a fucking badass movie, and it's one that every single time that I watch it, I just love it more and more and more. And that's kind of become a movie that by like every 3rd or 4th Halloween we'll throw that one on if we want like a more intense movie to watch as a family.
Yeah, that one is man, I was so worried when they said, hey, we're gonna remake Evil Dead. I was so concerned. And then, you know, at the very beginning of it all, I used to go to this website called darkhorizons.com. I'm not sure if you had ever been there, but there was talk that they were going to bring back Ash, and like Ashton Kutcher was like attached to be in an Evil Dead remake. But this is like early 2000s, like right around the time of Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. So I was like, oh no, I don't know about that. And then to know that they waited a little bit and did a little something different, And while it was totally marketed as a remake at the time it came out, you can sort of look at it as just a legacy sequel, I guess.
Yeah.
But it clearly was marketed and talked about like it was a legit remake.
Yeah, it checks both boxes. So.
Yeah. And it is, man. The original Evil Dead's one of my favorites. Such an ambitious movie, but a movie that isn't like technically clean. But Evil Dead 2013, yeah, it brings all those vibes from the original and modernizes them. And holy shit, the blood and the siren. Oh, the soundtrack to the movie.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to put it on tonight. That's just it's that kind of movie where it jazzes me up that much.
Gotta love it.
Big fan. Very much looking forward to Evil Dead Burn and pretty much everything, because I trust Sam Raimi, Rob Tappert, and Bruce Campbell.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things we're fortunate that at least in that franchise and even in Halloween, we've got rights holders that care about like protecting and doing the right thing with the, whether or not you love all the movies, they're not out there doing Jason Universe shit.
Yeah.
Or doing nothing like A Nightmare on Elm Street. Hopefully we get something soon with that,
God, yeah.
Freddy needs to come back. Yeah. So, okay. Evil Dead 2013 is a great pick to kick things off. And I'd imagine you've got another one or two here for the 2010s.
I got one more. Going to shout out Dr. Sleep. I think Dr. Sleep is one of the best horror movies of like the last 10 years or so, and a movie that I had no faith in, barely any interest in. I really like The Shining. Who doesn't? It's not like in my top 10 or anything, but it's a classic. And I rewatch it, every couple of years. Always enjoy myself. Never read the book, never really been a big reader, so I don't really know. I don't have an opinion on the whole book versus movie thing.
Sure.
But I actually worked at Target in the electronics department when the book Dr. Sleep came out. And I remember just thinking it was weird. I'm like, he wrote a sequel to The Shining? What the fuck is that even about? Like
30 years later? Or
I had no idea what it was about, but I was like, it's weird. And, I'm not a reader, so I'm not going to pick it up out of curiosity. And then, 10 years later, they're talking about doing this movie and Mike Flanagan's going to do it. And I'm like, what is this going to be? Like, that seems stupid. Why would anybody want to be the guy that has to make a sequel to The Shining? Like, you just fucking shoot yourself in the foot and call it a day. And so I remember going to see this film, like as skeptical and as cynical as you could be. And damn, did he blow me away. Not only is it just a great story, so kudos to Stephen King. You found a way to make a sequel to your probably most famous book, or at least one of. And then you have Mike Flanagan here, who did an amazing job at adapting the book while also kind of giving a pseudo sequel to the movie. It's like he found a way to please both fans, which is kind of a crazy endeavor given how much Stephen King famously hates that movie for the changes and the things that are altered about it. And so that's like a wild thing to me. Like, how do you even have the balls to pull that off is crazy to me. I think it's easily Mike Flanagan's best work as a studio film. I think his TV work is better than his movies. I don't know if that's controversial or not, but that's easily his best film in my opinion. I love the way that it's shot. I love the ambition in it. I think that Ewan McGregor is amazing in that film as the lead, as Danny Torrance, and it really kind of reinforces that whole theme of alcoholism in a way that was kind of not really super present in the Kubrick film. And so that's kind of a stronger element in this one that was intended to be part of the book, or the book. It was a strong part of the book that I think Stephen King was upset was not a stronger part of the original movie.
Yeah.
And I kind of like the way that the villains in the film are almost like evil superheroes. Like, like you have the whole thing with The Shining where it's almost like a superpower. And I think that Rose the Hat and everybody else was like such a wild group of characters, and she's an amazing villain. And you get that one scene where they're like literally gutting a child, and it's like, holy fuck, like it's one of the most intense things I've seen in theaters for like a studio film.
Yeah.
And finds a way to end by going back to the Overlook Hotel, and it's like damn near a perfect film to me. And I think even the director's cut's like 30 minutes longer, and it's even better. And so that's one that, for two movies in the 2010s where I walk in and I'm just like, whatever, and like ends up being my favorite of that entire decade.
All right, I love it. You know what? Everyone's gonna, freak out here and leave the stream. I still have yet to see Dr. Sleep.
Ooh.
I missed.
Watch
so guys,
that instead of Evil Dead.
Okay, yes. But I am in this is my, ever since my divorce and everything, I've just been kind of like, I'm going to go see a bunch of movies by myself. I'm going to catch up on a bunch of movies that I missed out on. Not necessarily that my ex, kept me from that. But I also at the same time didn't really feel the freedom to keep up on every little thing. So I think I've watched like 22 movies since September that I've never seen before. So I'm trying to do that while still working in all the shit for spooky season that I just want to see no matter what. So Dr. Sleep is on the list, specifically the director's cut, because not only did you just mention it, but my buddy Nick from the Lost River Drive-In is a big like Dr. Sleep is better than The Shining, and the director's cut is.
I know quite a few people that hold that opinion, and I don't think it's so crazy. Like obviously people are going to think you're nuts because The Shining's had 40 years of being celebrated, but I totally understand why somebody would like Dr. Sleep more than The Shining. That's how fucking good Dr. Sleep is.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the superpowers thing, because I've heard people have said it's like an X-Men horror movie is how I've heard people like describe it. Kind of. I mean, I'm not expecting like Iceman to come in or anything like that. But just that whole idea of using the seeing The Shining or The Shine be used in a different way. Expanding the lore. That's what you should do with the sequel. So it sounds like King did it the right way. Or you can just turn your villain into Freddy Krueger. Sorry, I'm not trying to start any sort of shit talking. We just lost Cody there. He's done. There you go. That's why I was like good, not great when it came to that movie.
And I said the same thing in a few more words, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so some super stellar picks from you here, Cody, and we are already there to the ultra modern, the here and now. The 2020s. It's been, I think, even more diverse than the 2010s were, and
for sure.
Now we're really seeing some like Terrifier is mainstream now. So it wasn't mainstream in the 2010s, and here we are. We're dealing with that. We're dealing with these public domain kind of things to varying different degrees of quality, but hey, they're out there.
None of those will be on my list.
Then we also have some, we got some really still the elevated horror and some really cool shit that's been coming out lately. So what do you got for the 2020s? Maybe I could guess one from the 2020s, but I'm gonna shut up because I was totally wrong last time.
Well, I've got 3, so give it a shot.
Okay.
You got a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right.
Abigail.
That's on there.
All right.
That's one of the 3. So we'll start with that one.
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, like Abigail, like I totally get that people are going to look at things that are more like quote unquote prestige or the elevated or whatever and be like, how can you pick Abigail when this movie exists? And it's like, Abigail is just my fucking thing. When I talk about my 2 favorite horror films of all time, John Carpenter's The Thing and The Lost Boys, like this taps into that Lost Boys side of my heart where, and they even said that, I got to very briefly interview Radio Silence before the movie started because I saw this at the Overlook Film Festival premiere and we only had time to ask one question. So I basically just asked them like, what are some of your favorite vampire films and how did they influence Abigail? And they literally just like jokingly started naming all of these different vampire films. Like we love them all. And I was like, well, which one like influenced the movie most? Like probably The Lost Boys, just the fun of it. And I was like, oh, so I'm going to love this movie. And I did. And I just think that it's such a blast. Like, Radio Silence, I really like their style. All the actors, the ensemble cast of Abigail is so much fun, especially Kevin Durant. I think he's fucking hilarious in that movie. And you have,
he's a standout for sure.
Absolutely. This is playing the big dumb guy to perfection. I love the gore in it. I love the different twists and turns, even the one that we knew was coming about, Abigail being a vampire. I get into this argument all the time where people say the first 45 minutes sucks because you're just waiting for the vampire. And I'm like, even if you know that, it's still funny as hell because you're watching everybody go down all these wrong, suspicions while they're getting picked off by the obvious girl monster. So I'll never understand that, but that's,
Me neither.
I've had that argument ad nauseum. And
I've seen.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And so it's just as far as like purely fun, enjoyable, unadulterated entertainment type horror films, Abigail's probably the biggest one maybe on this list, arguably, where I watched it and I was just like, that is everything that I want in a movie. That's everything that, like, if I was to make a movie, I would aim for something like this right out of the gate. And I enjoyed it so much that I actually texted my dad and I was like, hey, this movie's coming out in 2 weeks. It's called Abigail. Don't look anything up about it. I'm going to take you to see it. You're going to love it. And it was for 2 reasons. One, because I knew he was going to love it. And 2, because I wanted to test that theory of, like, if you watch it without knowing what it is, does it really make a difference? And I'm here to tell you it doesn't. Not that my dad's the litmus test for the whole world, but, he didn't know anything about it but the name. And he told me, he loved the movie. He's watched it like 3 times at home. So I pegged that one perfectly. But he told me after the movie, he was like, yeah, like within like 10 minutes, like I knew something fucked up was with the girl. I didn't know if she was a vampire, but I knew something was going on. I'm like, thank you. But yeah, Abigail, you nailed it. That's one of my absolute favorites.
Yeah, that's a movie I got to revisit because I felt pretty like another one that I liked but didn't love, and then I through watching the other Radio Silence movies, I was like, is that just kind of where they are for me, where they don't really push it to that love category? But I think there is a lot to love about Abigail. So maybe I just got to give it another shot because I think Melissa Barrera puts in one of her better performances there.
Oh yeah, I think she gets better with everything she does. Honestly,
she does. Yeah, she's putting in the work, and you can tell. Obviously, you already mentioned Kevin Durant, who was maybe like he was like the part about clowning a cornfield that I actually enjoyed. And then Abigail. Here's the thing. It reminds me of a movie I really love, a great remake, House on Haunted Hill '99. Oh, yeah. Kind of gives me some of those vibes. And then even now that we're just talking about it, I'm like, it's a little bit of like something like Aliens too, where you just a bunch of people kind of bickering with each other as they go through this no-win situation, And man, especially at the end, I will give the gore this. At the end, the sudden explosion of blood everywhere.
That's kind of their signature thing at this point.
At the end, I was like, oh, okay. I was like perked up at the very, very end. I'm like, all right, this looks like Evil Dead now. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
So yeah, I got to give that one another shot. I know I remember seeing you were really hot on that, and a lot of other people really love it too. And I'm sitting there thinking, what's wrong with me?
You're in good company. There's very few people that love it on the level that I do, but that was just a movie that, like I said, sometimes movies are just made for you, and this felt like Radio Silence was a Cody Leach fan, and they were like, we got one for you, buddy.
Yeah. And I'm totally with you on the whole. I don't think the spoiler of the vampire thing, like I don't think that does anything.
Premise of the movie. I'm like, I don't know how you even like, how do you market the movie without saying that? That's the vampire ballerina is the movie.
Yeah, and there's so much more to be shown and unveiled in the movie than just that. So yeah, a weak argument for people that bitch about that. Okay. So Abigail, and what else do you got?
I got to give a big shout out and some love to Terrifier 2, just because that's like one of the most standout movies of this decade so far. I was not the biggest fan of the first Terrifier. I always thought it was fine, but I was not on the hype train, and I was even a little bit cynical at first because, like, I don't know, the horror community, especially in that era where we felt like we were starved of new horror icons, it kind of felt like they were just waiting to give anybody the crown. And so, Terrifier came out and they're like, it's him, Art the Clown. He's the new Freddy. And I'm like, bitch, he's had one movie. Calm the fuck down. And so I was very much the person like, okay, let's take a chill pill, take a step back. And so I liked Terrifier, but I was not on the crazy hype train for it. I actually walked in. It was my first Fantastic Fest. I walked into Terrifier 2, which was premiering on night 1. I walked in expecting not to like it. Because to me, I was like, you have Terrifier. This is that again, but an hour longer. What is this going to be? And that's really all I knew about it. So I was like, I don't know, man. And, to be fair, maybe the Fantastic Fest experience heightened it a little bit versus if I just watched it at home. But like, I'm in my first film festival. I'm watching Terrifier 2 at a midnight screening with a bunch of rowdy horror fans sitting 3 feet behind David Howard Thornton and Damien Leone, and 8 feet to the right of me is Chris Stuckman. I'm like, this is fucking cool. And you watch the movie, and if the movie sucked, that wouldn't have mattered. But I was, within about 15 minutes, I was like, I'm kind of digging this. It feels like they're addressing a lot of the concerns that I had with the first film, which is cool.
Yeah.
And by the time you got to that bedroom scene, man, like I was sitting next to my buddy Sean Chandler, who loves horror, but he's a little more squeamish than, well, quite a bit more squeamish than I am when it comes to certain things. And so like we're watching this kill scene, and like by the 3rd minute that it's going on, I just look at my peripherals and I see Sean, and he's like, it's like someone's blowing sand in his face. He's like,
yeah.
and so that made it even more awesome. And yeah, like it's a little long. It's definitely like the director's cut version right out of the gate, but
yes,
I just love so much about that movie. I love the style of it. I love how everything, to me, the word that I use to describe Terrifier 2 is excess in the best way.
Yeah.
Everything is excess gore, excess runtime, excess lore. It's just like, let's throw everything in here. And somehow crazy son of a bitch found a way to make it work, and it made me a Terrifier fan. So, you know, for the guy that was not ready to jump on the train after Terrifier 2, I was like, okay, toot toot, motherfucker, here we go. And so you know, and Terrifier 3 I loved as well, but Terrifier 2 just got that special place in my heart. So that one feels like it's got to get a shout out for that era. And
Art is I think it's safe to say he's reached that icon status by
for sure.
You know, by this point. And
I know there are anywhere that has any horror anything without Art being the main thing. Like I don't care if it's Hot Topic, Spencer's, fucking Walmart, like, you know, Universal Halloween Horror Nights. Art the Clown was the star this year.
I think there's a Fortnite skin. Like I don't play Fortnite, but I just read something about that. He's got that really cool arcade game coming out, which that's the kind of game I would play, is just a silly mindless beat 'em up. Just like really fun and all that. But it is funny. It is you know, I still see people out there, and most of them are you know, folks my age or older that are like, he's not quite there yet. And I'm like, and basically he's not quite there because he hasn't hit the mainstream. And I'm like, I think he has, but maybe some of us are too old to really know what's hit the mainstream, because we're not kids anymore, you know. But if he's on Fortnite, that's it, dude.
Yeah, that's the modern version of being on MTV. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
yeah. And man, I know you know this, and it's a different group, but when you go to a convention, that's like, you see a shitload of art, the little kids dressed up as the Pale Girl and all sorts of really fun stuff. Yeah,
they are the stars of the show whenever they're at a con, man. I was at Monsterpalooza back in like March, April, and David's table fucking packed day in, day out. Like, I mean, Damien had a lot of people too, but you know, they were the ones where it's just like, you better get in line quick, otherwise, you know, wave to them on the way by. They're packed out.
Yeah,
I mean, they had a significantly longer line than Jigsaw.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it, because it is the modern thing. And you know, when the franchises that we love and grew up with, like when we were experiencing them as kids, they didn't have conventions. So it's like, just imagine what it would have been like if you could have in the 90s gone and met, you know, Kane Hodder or Robert Englund or Brad Dourif. Like it would have been it would have been the insane lines. And yeah, it's really cool to see. Terrifier is still something that's, even though it's not my cup of tea, I still have enjoyed the movies, watching them, and I plan on, you know, checking out Terrifier 4 when it comes here, or when it comes out. The third one might be my favorite, because I was telling Killjoy Jake about this a little bit ago. That warm, Christmassy look that I know from my childhood. They bring, even though it's a modern movie, it looks like the 80s, and it looks kind of grindhousey a little bit. And there's something so comforting about it. And even though there's wild shit in Terrifier 3, it's like kind of lighthearted, dare I say?
No, it is. They found some weird way to push it to the extremes that it actually like loops back around to being comical.
Yeah.
Like the amount of death and the extremity of some of the kills, like it pushes past shock value all the way through to like this uncomfortable laughter.
Yeah, it's like fun loving. When he's smashing Santa's nitrogen frozen hands, I'm like, this is a riot.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, this is so much fun.
He looks into the window and sees him.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So much just sheer joy, you know. Yeah, that's a damn good pick. Do you have any others for the 2020s here?
I do. I have my definitive number one for the 2020s.
All right.
For sure. For as much as I love the other two, this one's absolutely my favorite, and it's X.
Okay. X.
This is
Good
another
pick.
film. This belongs in the category with like Dr. Sleep. You know, I did not have a great relationship with A24. A24 to me was like the pretentious studio where every movie, not that I've seen all of them, but every movie almost that I went to go see and reviewed, I'm just like, you market the fucking thing as a horror movie, and then you walk in, it's barely a horror film, it's slow as shit, nothing happens. Like, I always think of It Comes at Night. That was like my A24 example of like, nothing comes at night. It's just 90 minutes of nothing happening. And I know there's probably people that like the movie and see things that, you know, get something out of it that I didn't. I'm not a fan. But X was like the new one where it's like X, A24, horror fans hyping it up. And I'm like, oh, whatever, man. Let me go get this shit out of the way. And I go and see it, and I'm like, that movie was fucking incredible. And the fact that we had Pearl, like the little teaser for that, there's another one coming months from now. And, you know, I'm one of the rare people that really like Maxine, too. You know, I know people were pretty down on Maxine. I actually prefer Maxine to Pearl a little bit, but X to me is easily the best. You know, I've seen it probably 4 or 5 times. I've seen it in theaters 2 or 3 times. They did like the little marathon thing before Maxine came out, and I went and revisited it and saw it again with Pearl. And yeah, something about that movie being like this intentional throwback, but I just love I love the tongue-in-cheek attitude of the movie of like, you can make a good dirty movie, which is literally like a line in the movie. I might be paraphrasing it, but like, you can make a quality dirty movie, and that's kind of what Ty West is doing. It's like, we're gonna make a Texas Chainsaw throwback dirty 70s exploitation slasher, but we're going to have some things to say along the way. And we're going to have some really cool fucking shots. And we're going to do some amazing things with lighting where blood's going to splatter on headlights and painting the entire scene in red. And I just love that dichotomy in the movie where it's like, we're watching Mia Goth get fucked 6 ways from Sunday. And then all of a sudden you're like, look at the composition of this shot. You know what I mean? It's like a film nerds like slumming it kind of movie, which is just hilarious to me. I love the characters in it. I love the character of Pearl, and it blew me away. I watched the whole movie. I didn't realize that was Mia Goth. I was just like, whoever they got to do that, they were pretty good. And you find out it's Mia Goth, and it makes it all the more impressive. But talk about that one being something like you loop back around to laughing too, like when they eventually have their little old people sex scene.
Oh my god!
It's just, even talking about it, I'm laughing. That was another movie where I'm like, I'm gonna tell Dad to watch this, but it's for other reasons, just so I can hear his reaction. Like, what the fuck was this, man? But
that's one of those scenes where it's like, all right, this is a decision. Here we go.
Yeah,
some old people sex.
Even the little breakdown scene in the middle where they're playing Landslide, and they're having like the split screen of them after they made the little porno, and then you got Pearl looking back at her, you know, lost days of youth, and it's beautiful to me. So yeah, X is one of those movies that like just totally blew me away. And every time I watch it, I love it more. And it created an awesome trilogy. I think one of the greatest horror trilogies of all time, which is wild to say that all 3 of them came out like within a year and a half of each other.
Yeah. No, it's crazy ambitious. It's really amazing to see just being able to write and then produce those films, but to have them be really strong, each one of them, like that just shows how talented the folks are. I mean, Ty West, and I think he worked with Mia Goth. They wrote some of this stuff together too. I think Pearl and Maxine.
I know she was heavily involved with Pearl. I'm not sure on Maxine, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and man, Ty West is just really cooking. I mean, I enjoy his earlier films as well.
See, I don't. That's what's crazy. Like, I haven't seen all of them, but you know, The Innkeepers I thought was extremely slow, although it has one of my favorite scares of all time when the chick sits up in the bed. And then the House of the Devil, is that the other one? I thought that was extremely slow, and I was like, this is not for me, man. And so the fact that the X trilogy is so high regarded by me, it's like he finally kind of made something that I can vibe with.
Well, it's cool. I love seeing, you know, artists grow and try different things and get better. Like we were just saying about Melissa Barrera. Like, I love seeing people get better. No one needs to be the best when they first start. It's great when Fede Alvarez's first movie is Evil Dead 2013. That's really rare, you know? So it's cool to see somebody like Ty West, you know, pop off with that great trilogy. And especially like stuff that some people, I've heard they watch it out of order because they want to do like Pearl first or whatever. And I'm like, well, kind of mucks it. Like, you want to watch X first, especially because some of the stuff that happens at the end of X comes back around in Maxine. So you want a little bit of that break and then come back to it. And I actually thought they did a really good job at weaving all those movies together.
I did too.
when people were cold on Maxine, and I watched all these movies within like 2 days of one another, like 5 months ago.
Yeah.
And the very first time. And when I was done with Maxine, I was like, man, people were disappointed with this movie. Like, oh my God, I had so much friggin' fun. Like Kevin Bacon in the 80s and a Giallo. Yes. Like mixed with a cult.
I think one of the stronger elements of that movie was missed by a lot of people. Like, I don't want to be one of those people that assigns reasons why people were disappointed. I'm sure it's just a matter of taste. But to me, the whole Satanic Panic era was kind of like the central theme of that movie, where you have parents and, you know, people from a different generation trying to like shame younger generations for the music and the movies and the way that they dressed and everything. Yeah. And that whole movie is kind of like a big fuck you, like Rebel Without a Cause answer to that. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you had Dee Snider fighting Al Gore's wife about heavy metal music and everything. And then this movie is kind of like all of that encompassed, where the main villain ends up being, you know, exactly that. And her attitude and her whole like speech at the end about like, I, you know, kind of redoing that line from X about I will not accept a life I do not deserve. And to me, it felt a lot more strong and cohesive than people gave it credit for. I don't know if people just had way too high expectations or what, but I was like you. I saw it and I was like, fuck yeah. And then I was like alone saying that. And I'm like, weird.
It gave it, it gave it a reason for like it. To me, it makes me look back on X and see more value in X, the way that Maxine rounds out, because you've got a reason for everything that, you know, the kind of person she was. And I mean, I grew, it's weird, you know, you said you had gone to like a private Christian school and everything, and you know, you live in the South, so I'm sure you're around that kind of element. I grew up I grew up Catholic, really loving home. No weird shit happened in my home or my experiences in the church, so very fortunate. But I was always one of those people, even though I was part of that group, and you know, like, you know, I believe in God and everything. I know, shocking, guys. I told one of my friends from Portland that I believed in God, and he was like, whoa. But at the same time, I try to have an objective and like healthy kind of viewpoint of all that stuff. So, you know, that all that Satanic Panic like irks me. You know, like when I was in high school in the 90s, there was a big like, you know, Christians coming down on freedom of expression and stuff like that. And it was just like, man, I'm so exhausted of this. Like, dude, if God gives you your gifts, then we should celebrate the gifts and not chastise people for them. So same with Maxine. I was like, I get this.
I experienced a bit of that when I was in like first grade. You know, like I was in this Christian private school, and, you know, my dad, you know, we're watching horror movies. My dad was a big metalhead, and of course I was too. And I have this memory burned into my mind, and it's probably as silly as it might sound, it's one of the reasons why I think I've never really been that religious as I've gotten older, because I just had such a weird taste of it whenever I was younger and when I was kind of, you know, in my formative years. But I was in music class, and they had like this bingo board with all these different instruments, you know, an oboe, a cello, a piano, a trumpet, or whatever. And of course, somewhere on there was electric guitar. And so we all had to pick like an instrument that we want to play one day. And music teacher's going around the room one by one. Oh, oboe, trombone, you know, whatever. And she gets to me, and I'm like, electric guitar. And then my buddy behind me is like, electric guitar. And we literally did like the Bill and Ted thing, where I turned around and we were like, did that. And dude, when I turned around, my music teacher was like this.
Oh no.
Like, all the way up in my shit. And she's like, we're going to go around the room again, and we're going to try this, and we're going to do it the right way this time. And so she literally goes around like 10 or 15 kids again before me, and gets to me a second time, and she goes, Cody, and I go, electric guitar. It wasn't like me being like, fuck you. I was just like, it was so like, I don't understand what I did that was wrong. Yeah. And so to me, it was just like, I don't get like electric guitar. That's my answer. Like, we have a problem with that. And her response was like, okay, that's fine, as long as you're playing the music that you should be playing with it. And that memory has been burned into my fucking brain for, you know, 30 years.
Yeah.
And I had other like little weird ones too.
Sure.
Where I had a teacher where we walked outside, and they had like this big like carnival for all the kids or whatever. I remember I said, oh my God. And you would have thought I said, Jesus sucks. Like, it was like the weirdest form of like little kid blasphemy, where I'm like, what the fuck did I say? But that electric guitar one, for real, like that was one where I got my little taste of that Satanic Panic thing, where I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, and just the killjoy aspect of it is like, no, God doesn't like fun. You know, that's so old school. Like that's man, that's wild. But yeah, there's fuddy-duddies and jerks in every group, unfortunately. That's terrible. I had some weird experiences about this. One has nothing to do with religion, but I'll share it just because it's funny. I'm a huge Little Shop of Horrors fan. Love the musical. When I was in so much fun. I love soul music, so I love the soundtrack and everything. And when I was in 3rd grade, I was living in just outside of Annapolis, Maryland. For a little bit, right before my dad retired from the Coast Guard. We had to move there for 9 months. It was really odd. And I had this art teacher. She just did not like me. And our assignment one day was to draw a plant. And I drew Audrey too. And she like put that shit in her desk, wouldn't give me a grade for it, wouldn't let me take it home. She was like, that's not acceptable. And I'm like, what the hell's not, what the hell are you doing? Like, how is that not acceptable? But yeah. That's why people homeschool their kids now. One of the many reasons why. All right. Well, hey, we covered quite a few topics here. We got into satanic panic and some real life trauma, as Jamie Lee Curtis would say. Yeah, man, what are you looking forward to for the rest of the year as far as movies go?
Oh man, that's a fantastic question. Let me pull it up. Like it's when you cover the amount of movies that I do, it's amazing how like your long-term, like, you know, long distance vision like so shortens up. We're like, what's coming out in November? I'm like, I don't fucking know.
I'm just trying to get through the week. I just put up my decorations.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's wild. Like you just get stuck on like what's happening this week. I don't fucking know. And so let me look. So October's actually been like a kind of a disappointing light month for me, content wise. Part of it's because I got like the 2 big ones out of the way at Fantastic Fest, but like I don't know if your Black Phone 2 coverage underperformed. Mine certainly did, so it feels like people aren't as interested in that one as I would have thought. And you know, Shelby Oaks, I got that out about a month ago, but that's kind of the big one now. But for November, I'm really hoping Predator Badlands is going to be a lot of fun. That I really enjoyed Prey, and so that seems like a fun movie. You know, I know people are kind of up in arms about the PG-13, but if he's only slaughtering aliens and all the blood is green, it could be basically an R-rated movie, and that's the one thing that let them get away with PG-13. So really looking forward to that one. I think that The Running Man looks like it's going to be a badass movie. I hope that's going to be a lot of fun. Never been a huge fan of the original, so it wouldn't take much for that to be better. Keeper, I know nothing about it, but always curious to see what Osgood Perkins is doing, and I'm hearing some good buzz about it, as I always do from his movies. So we'll see about that one. I don't know what to expect from this, but The Carpenter's Son seems
Nick
like
Cage, Jesus movie.
The Nick Cage Jesus movie. Like obviously this is going to be like the provocative shock, like let's offend everybody type movie, but we'll see. Like just tell me Nicolas Cage in a Jesus horror movie and I'm like, I'll watch that. So you got that one that could be terrible, could be awesome. And I've already seen it, but Sisu Road to Revenge, that's one to put on your radar. If you haven't seen the first one, like if you like high octane, super violent action revenge type movies. The first one I liked. This one I thought was significantly better. That was amazing. So I loved Sisu Road to Revenge. And Wake Up Dead Man, which is the third of the Knives Out movies. I really like the Knives Out movies, so I'm sure that's going to be really good. And December, not looking like a whole lot in December. I already saw Silent Night, Deadly Night. Highly recommend that one. That comes out on the 12th. That was a lot of fun.
I saw your short on that, and I'm like, oh, I'm already so jazzed. Like even before that, and then I'm like, all right, I could, because usually you and I, we're pretty damn close on the on the opinion scale.
Yeah, and then Anaconda might be fun, I guess, but I'm not like crazy looking forward to that one. But Silent Night, Deadly Night's definitely the one for December to look out for if you're watching this show.
Yeah, I'm super pumped, man. Love Rowan Campbell. Looks like he's perfectly cast. Looks like Mike P. Nelson is a lot more comfortable taking on a property like this than doing a short for the Jason universe, little less pressure, but also just bigger budget and all that stuff. It looks really good. So I'm down for that unrated Santa slasher. Let's fucking go.
I had a great time with it.
Now, really quick, before I ask you what you've got going on, because we'll get to that. I know I've kept you so much longer than I said I would. Thank you so much,
all
man.
Good. Yeah, all good.
You can run away if you have to. We were talking, we were giving some Ty West love there. I'm sure you heard about the announcement that he's reportedly going to be making a Christmas Carol movie with Johnny Depp as Scrooge. Did you hear about this?
I did not. Is it like a horror version, or is it just like a legit Christmas Carol?
I don't even know which way they're going with it. It's going to be called Ebenezer. A Christmas Carol or something like that. I don't know. I'm so curious because I'm like, again, for somebody like Ty West to do something different, and then Johnny Depp, like, of course he's been dealing with personal stuff for a while, so I'm just also curious about that. And then the year after, because Ty West movie is supposed to come out next November, and then the year after that we're going to get Robert Eggers with Willem Dafoe. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, curious, like, Christmas Carol is one of those stories that's been adapted to death, though. It's really hard for me to get excited for something unless it's like a total like genre bender version of it. But if it's just like a straight up Christmas Carol adaptation with Ty West style and putting Johnny Depp as Ebony, like, sure, I guess.
Now, would you like to see one that's sort of where Ty West gets to Ty West it up, kind of switch things around and make it a little bit more
something different? Just something different would be enough for me, because like, I love, if I'm gonna watch a Christmas Carol, I'm watching Bill Murray's Scrooged. Like that's my version. Favorite. I don't really dive into the other ones. Not that there's not good ones, but that one's enough for me. So if it's just gonna be the latest version, it's not gonna take over that one, I guarantee it. So if it's gonna be something wildly unique, then cool, you get my interest.
Oh yeah. Well, there it is, guys. You got the Cody Leach word on the Ty West A Christmas Carol movie. Yeah, I can see Johnny Depp as Scrooge, and hopefully they have some fun with it for sure. All right, man. Well, here we are. I've kept you here for about an hour.
By the way, Jamie saw Scrooge in theaters.
Yes, she's dropping that one in there too. I'm so far behind. Yes,
you're my number one customer.
Put that cookie down. Classic. Phil Hartman, what a treasure. I'll always be sad about Phil Hartman. Love him so much. So what do you got coming up here, as far as, we're closing out spooky season? I'd imagine you've got some things to unveil or something special going on. What do you have cooking for us?
Yeah, so I got 31 on 31, which is something that me and some friends do every single year on October 31st. This year, the theme is zombie movies, undead movies, reanimated, whatever the fuck. You always have to like put the asterisk because 28 Days Later fans. And things.
Yeah.
But zombie movies, you get the point. And so we're doing 31 zombie flicks. We've got like the Romero movies, the Return of the Living Dead franchise. We've got 28 Days, Weeks and Years Later, Night of the Creeps, Pet Sematary. A bunch of fun stuff. So that's always a really big event thing for us. And since we only got 1 week left, I've been doing a lot of like throwback horror reviews for October. So I'll probably try to squeeze out a review for at least 2 or 3 of those movies that's going to be on that list this coming week. And then I still have, which I don't know if it's going to happen in October. It might be the beginning of November. I have a Dexter Hot Takes video that I filmed in September. It was supposed to come out before I went to Fantastic Fest, but literally the night before I was going to leave for Austin, I had like a bunch of work I needed to do. I needed to get like 4 videos edited, and my computer absolutely shit the bed for the first time ever, where like I think I accidentally like dragged the wrong folder to the recycling bin and just wiped out a whole bunch of shit. So that video has kind of been sitting in limbo for a while, but I asked everybody on my channel, like on a community post, for their Dexter Hot Takes, and so I literally have like a 90-minute video going through all the seasons and all the wild, crazy takes. And I don't think there's anything new coming out. I was gonna try to see Frankenstein tonight, but the nearest theater that was playing it was like an hour and a half away, and to hell with that. So
I've heard great things about that one.
I've heard some pretty good things, yes. I think that's it as far as October. And then, then you'll get the Predator Badlands and Running Man. It'll be like the next as far as like new release stuff for me.
Sweet. And we're going to have Dead Alive's going to be in that 31 on 31, right?
Yes.
Sweet. Okay.
First time watch for me.
Oh. Yeah, and have you watched it yet?
I have not. I'm behind.
Okay.
I give everybody else that in this group anxiety because like they're already editing, and I'm like, I got like 10 films left to watch. I'll be fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. Well, I hope you dig it, man. That's that's my second favorite zombie movie next to the Day of the Dead from '85.
Oh,
Dead Alive's just so much fun, and I really want Peter Jackson to come back to some sort of horror because he's very inventive and fun and ambitious.
I love The Frighteners, so I would be right there with you for different reasons. Yeah,
Frighteners is really fun, and if you've never seen Meet the Feebles, I don't know if it ever got like an actual release ever, but it's his like X-rated Muppets movie. So it's a mixture of like puppets and people in suits. It is vile and disgusting and hilarious, and it was produced but then just like buried. So I watched it like back in 2008. I had to like download it from a torrent site. So I don't know if it's ever officially been released, but it's a hoot if you're a Peter Jackson fan, early Peter Jackson fan.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much again, Cody. Really appreciate your time. It's always a pleasure having you on. You know, it's always been really easy to talk to you. So I appreciate the hell out of that.
Of course, I appreciate it.
The nicest guy in the biz. I'm pumped that your channel's doing so well. Hopefully, weather continues to be well so you can get into your cooking channel and all that kind of fun stuff too. And yeah, really appreciate you, of course, joining us, especially because we're raising money here for the St. Mary's Food Bank. And I'm just going to check that donation amount before we say our goodbyes here. We're at 506. See, every dollar counts, guys. We're at 505. That one extra dollar is going to pay for 5 meals. So thank you so much to everybody who's been donating. And the donation page will be open for a few days. So even if you're watching after the fact, you can use the link in the description below and drop a little cash in there for St. Mary's Food Bank. All right, man. Well, shoot, I guess I'm going to hang out with these crazy people for a few more minutes and do a proper send-off, but I'll let you get on with the rest of your evening. How about this? I'll watch Dr. Sleep. You watch Dead Alive. We'll call it a deal.
Deal.
All right. I'm hopeful I'm not going to drum it up too much, but I'm excited to see what you have to say about it for sure.
Me too.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much, guys. Give it up for Cody Leach in the chat. I'm going to still kick it with you guys, but thank you so much again, Cody. Hope all is well with you and yours. Sending love to you guys, and we'll talk soon, man.
All right, man. Take care.
All right. All right, everybody. Holy cow. We are here. We're officially at 10 hours, 3 minutes. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. You guys have been awesome. Every guest that's been on, it has flown by. So I've seen some people jumping in the chat and they're like, whoa, how's Davey doing? He must be fading right now. There's no fading while you're on the live stream. You've just got to keep on going. And I guess I would say maybe once I log off, maybe my energy will totally drop off. But I have got a wild hair up in me. I'm gonna close out the stream and everything, but for all of you that hang out like on Discord, we have a Discord server totally free to hang out there. I'm thinking it might be fun to do a little watch party after this stream. So if you're part of the Discord community and you want to watch a movie after this, while I actually eat some food and really relax and unwind and decompress, then let me know in the over on the Discord and we'll get a little watch party going. It's really fun over there. We're actually able to show the movies and everything. There's no rights issues or anything like that. So the Discord's really fun. It's also a great way for us to just kind of goof off and talk shit and get closer as a community and everything like that. So really appreciate everybody for kicking it with us. Man, let me see where we're at. I'm just going to double check the donations. Oh, I've got some more download codes to give away. So if you guys want to hang out for another 10 or 15 minutes, Eli Cortez had donated some download codes for some recent movies, and we can give those out here in the chat. And let me just check. Did we break 100 likes? Did we really? That would be incredible. I don't think, maybe it's happened on the channel before. I'm not sure. Yeah, we are at 101. You guys are incredible. Thank you so very much to everybody who's hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, maybe you've subscribed today. I'm Davey Deathray. How are you doing? I talk about horror and I cover news. I have guests on. We do topical discussions. I love sharing the space and sharing the podium, so to speak, with you guys in the live audience. I love seeing what you guys have to say. You guys invigorate the conversation, and really I'm just here to kind of MC and guide the ship as we go. But you guys are the crew of the ship, and the heart and soul of this community. So thank you so much for kicking it with us. We are going to hang out. I'm going to give away some download codes, but before we do that, because I don't want to forget, thank you to all the Patreon members, YouTube channel members, our awesome group of Death Squad mods. You guys are awesome, and let's get into some giveaways here. Have a great night, Eli. Thank you so much for kicking it. Really appreciate you, and thank you for donating the download codes, bud. Brian Phillips, I don't know if this might be your first time, Brian. Welcome on in. I'm glad you were able to catch a couple hours of the stream here. If you like this kind of vibe and you know, just the kind of thing we've got going on the live side of everything, we do this a lot here. So feel free to, you know, subscribe and come back and hang out a little bit more. And we had a whole slate of great guests, so you can always scrub back if you want to hear, you know, a whole. I think 10 or 11 YouTubers just kind of talk about their favorite horror movies through the decades. Oh, and there you go. You've been subscribed for a few months. First live? Hell yeah. Thanks. I'm so pumped that you're able to jump in and catch one, man. I guess that's the benefit of doing a 10-hour stream is everybody's able to jump on in. Maybe the Discord link is old. Let me get the Discord link to share for everyone here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put it to where it does not expire. There we go. So I'm going to generate that link. This link should not expire. So I guess I need to update what's going on the in the description. But there we go. I believe that was Dirk Schneider that asked for that. Oh no, it was Illuminated Pro. There you go, Illuminated. That is the link. That link should not expire, so you should be able to use it. 5:30 a.m. All right, it is 8:30 p.m. out here in Arizona. Is the movie locked on Discord? How do I join to watch movies? So you would just have to join the server and then go into the room where we watch the movie, and you don't have to worry about having your own copy or anything like that. So let me go ahead and add some people to the wheel of names, and we will I'm going to get Brian Phillips in there. Let's see here. I want to add in Brian, and here's the only rule, guys, is you have to be in the chat to win. So we do have some people here on the list that are not in the chat, but I just wanted to, you know, kind of pre-plan as best I could. I think I've got everybody else in here though. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see here. Let's go on over here. There we got the website. Let's see if there's any update on the donation. Let's see if I can get more jittery. Holy shit, 706. Oh my goodness. We just jumped huge. Oh my goodness, guys. So we can take a look. Not, you know, some people donated anonymously. Very, very sweet of everyone who, you know, has been donating. Wow. Pumpkin King just snuck on in. I don't even know that I've seen Pumpkin King hanging out in the chat. Relatively new member of the community that's been very generous and supportive of the channel. And really, really awesome to see this kind of support for St. Mary's. It's, you know, I appreciate all of the support you guys give, the emotional, and some of you have become friends of mine. And then also the people that, you know, do offer that financial support for the channel. But seeing $706 raised for the St. Mary's Food Bank is really awesome. And there's a couple fatty donations in there, but it takes every little bit. Every little bit helps. So $706. We're going to give away some download codes. We're going to see if anything else creeps on in. But you know, very, very thankful to everyone who's given to help out here. Okay, let's go on. I don't know what happened and why I have an accent all of a sudden. Let's go on over here. Oh my gosh, I just got a flash of Chris Stanley in a negligee. Ugh. I'm going to blame Chris partly. I'm also going to blame Stephanie a little bit. Stephanie, for you kept that one alive and now it's living rent free in my head. So here we go. Yes, Pumpkin King just killing it. So amazing. What a friggin' party. You know what? I can be a real bish as well. I hear you, Jamie. Oh my gosh. I mean, you know, right? You've been on streams where I've had like a couple flubs within a few minutes, and I just turn into such a little brat. I don't know why. Guys, I'm working on it in therapy, okay? I have my good days and my bad days. But let's go ahead, and there he is, Pumpkin King. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for, I was just getting done saying, I'm not sure if you're here, but I really appreciate everyone that supports the channel and in every way that they do, from watching the streams and sharing and being here for when I've had emotional lows and being here for the highs, and of course the financial support. But your support for the St. Mary's fundraiser that we're doing here is so awesome and so generous. Thank you so very much. And thank you to every single person. That $706 that we've raised so far, you guys are all a piece of this, because even if you weren't able to donate today, the traffic and the engagement and everything is going to be bringing people to the stream. I think this thing might break 1,000 over the weekend, because the donation page will remain open. So if you had fun today and you think somebody would enjoy this or would even just like to donate, please feel free to share. Okay, let's give away a digital download code. Yeah, Stephanie loves the accent. Yeah, I know. It's just really, really little tiny bit of like respectable amount of chest hair peeking through. You know what I mean? It's because I'm a Taurus that I'm a bish. Yeah. Yes, Pumpkin King is the king, the goat, as it were. And let's go ahead and get this one going. So we've already got weapons has been spoken for, as well as the menu, but we also have Final Destination Bloodlines, Nosferatu, and Beetlejuice to give away. So let's go ahead and spin the wheel of names and see who our winner is. Winner, 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 winner. Jay Beach. Is Jay Beach still in the chat? I've seen him in, I've seen him out. Jay Beach, are you there? Jay Beach, are you there? You have 1 minute to respond. You have 2 seconds to comply. All right, Jay Beach is here. Jay, I'm not sure if you're able to reach out to me through Discord or through Instagram or Twitter. I just want to make sure I can get you the digital download code. I can send it in a direct message, or I could send it in an email. So reach out to me and let me know. So Beetlejuice, Nosferatu, or Final Destination Bloodlines. Let me know which one you're interested in, because you have won. Yes, giveaways, Leanna. It's very, very exciting. It's very exciting. Leanna had a really good idea about a giveaway that she had brought up to me. Gosh, it must have been a while back, like when everything in my life was in total turmoil. So maybe we can work in some more fun giveaways, just to, you know, to give back to you guys and give you guys an extra little perk for hanging out. How about that? So, yes, very, very, very pumped to be giving a little something away. There you go. I never win anything. Thank you. Discord, I think. Thank you. You're very welcome. And thanks to Eli Cortez. He just dipped out recently, but he had donated these digital download codes. So yeah, guys, if you purchase something and you're not interested in keeping the digital copy and you want to send it over to me to be part of like a giveaway or something, please feel free to reach out. And yeah, Jay, hit me up on Discord. And we'll get it going. I know Mr. Banana Monkey, you almost, I think it went from Mr. Banana Monkey and just clicked right over to Jay Beach at the very, very end. Yeah, Jamie wants to know, and I want to know too. Which movie would you like, Jay? Yeah, that way I know what's available moving forward. So if you could at least let me know here which one you'd like, we can hook up on Discord. You know, shot by shot, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about being crazy about it and doing, I don't know if Erica's still awake or if Ray's still awake, but Scary Movie. You guys know how much I love that one. But for you guys, I would do it. All right, so Final Destination Bloodlines has been spoken for. There we go. Well, we can throw out some ideas. We'll talk about it over on Discord, Shoddy. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take care of that once we're all wrapped up on the stream here. Okay, guys, so we have Beetlejuice, and Nosferatu, Robert Eggers, Nosferatu, not F.W. Murnau's. not the 1922. But here we go. Let's go ahead and we'll remove J Beach's name there. See, Mr. Banana Monkey, you were going to be the one, but J Beach swooped on in. Let's go ahead and click that wheel again. Spin that wheel. Steve DMV. Is Steve DMV still in the chat? I know he was hanging out most of the night. Fight Club's damn good, Stephanie. That's a good one. That is a good one. Steve DMV, are you in the chat? I'll give you a minute to respond. You are our winner. Steve hung out for a long part of the day. I think he was at least here through Vin. And I remember seeing him at the beginning of the stream and everything. So, Steve, if you're still there, you are the winner. If you're not, Jamie says, I don't think he's here anymore. It doesn't look like he is. So we'll just give it another little second. I'm going to have a hit off this strawberry cough pen. There we go. Just a little one. Winner. And I'm going to get, there we go. Bringing that background, that bed of music up a little bit. I can have it a little bit louder when I'm the only one. There we go. We're going to remove Steve. We're just going to double check. Okay. He was here earlier, but okay, that's the deal, though. You got to be here in the chat, so we're going to spin the wheel again, and let's see who's going to get either Beetlejuice or Nosferatu. The Daily Ghost. I saw the Daily Ghost jump in for a quick second, but I don't think he's here. Is that from Spaceballs? Suck. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a stoner. Ghosty is not here. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and move on from that. Hey, just more likely that one of you fine people are going to win this next digital download code. That horror couple, I don't think I've seen them dip in here tonight. We got to have those guys back on the channel. I love Kaylee and Rob. We got to have them back on. We'll do that. We'll rectify that, guys. All right, let's see who we got this time. Amanda Mendoza. I don't think Amanda is in the chat. Erica, I'm thinking it might be fun to do a watch party on Discord after this, so I understand if you have to go to bed, but I just wanted to let you know. I think Amanda is out at an event right now, unfortunately. Dang. It's okay. It's okay. I think Amanda has every streaming service known to man, so I think she'll be okay. We can always chip in and purchase her a copy of something, at a later date. Great supporter of the channel. D.A. Mac. Is D.A. Mac in the house? I don't think so. It might take. You're right, Jordan. We've had a good luck so far. But guys, just imagine how boring the stream would be if there was nothing going on at all except for me removing names from the wheel and only putting in the names of people here. We're going to get one. Chester Franklin Jr. Chester, you got to be in here still, right? Chester, where are you at, bud? There he is. Chester is here. Yes, I am pumped for Chester. Guys, I just got to know who Chester was through Dave McCrae's chat because I've been an audience member of Dave McCrae's for a while. And, that's how we kind of got to know got to know each other, but just hanging out on those streams. And so, when you start a channel, you're hoping that the people that you've talked to in other channels will come on over. Ashton, I think, I used to see you over there as well and everything like that. So when Chester came over and started watching regularly, I was like, yes, I've got another one. Another one of my people is, checking out the channel. Chester doesn't want it. Give it to somebody else. So the endless spins continue. Are you sure? Nosferatu? Beetlejuice? Well, that's very kind of you, Chester Franklin Jr. Let's go ahead and spin that wheel. We'll get there. And if we don't, I'll just keep on hitting this. Tara1016, Linda. Are you in the chat, Linda? Are you in the chat? I know I saw her in here at some point, but it's been 10 hours and 20 minutes, y'all. I can't remember shit right now. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Don't worry, guys. I'm a cougher. I thought that, Jay, because I know I've seen you over there. Well, and you know, Chester, I could still get you if you want that digital download code. You know, we could connect in another way. That doesn't have to just be through Discord. So if you want a digital download code for either Beetlejuice, or Nosferatu, just let me know which one, and then you know, I'll respond to like one of your comments, and I can give you my email so you can reach out or something like that. So let me know. Just let me know before I, you know, give away the next two here. Okay, guys, we're gonna move on from Linda there. And it's just getting more and more likely it's going to be one of you guys. So there you go. Mud Nelson. Is Gavin still in the chat? I thought I saw him earlier. Thank you, brother in arms. There it is. Erica wants her name off of there. Okay. All right. Jamie wants her name off. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to leave you guys out, you know. I thought, I was like, man, should I take off the mods? And I was like, well, I don't know. There we go. I don't see Brett from Good Rail Hunting. I don't see Robert. I don't see Trisha, Little Michael Myers, or Denise Wheat. I don't see Hollywood Lido. I'm just going to take out a bunch of people that I don't see. How about that? And then we'll make sure it's just everybody that's hanging out. Let's see here. There we go. I know this is the exciting part of the stream, really, if you think about it. Let's just start with that and see if that works a little bit better for us. I'm going to take out a couple more. There we go. Okay. I don't see Dez in here. Gene said good night. Okay. There we are. I haven't seen a Happy Sanjo or Fachi or Cody Snyder. All right. This should make it a little bit easier. There we go. Okay. Let's see what we got. And hopefully your name is on the list. You just made the list. Chester wants Beetlejuice. Okay. So... Jordan, are you not on there? Are you not on there? And then Chester, just I'll reach out to you with my email. I thought I put you on here, Jordan. I didn't? Oh, I'm such a dick. There we go. Oh no, you are on there. Dude, I have reached my capacity, folks, clearly. It's gonna be 10 and a half hours by the time we say goodbye. Dirk Schneider. There it is. Dirk Schneider. The only one we've got left is Nosferatu. I think you must still be in here. I've seen you pretty active over the last couple minutes, unless you just dipped out. There's only Nosferatu left. Yes. Yes. If you already own it and you want to pass, we can go ahead. Chester says he doesn't want it. Okay, so Dirk... Between Beetlejuice, and Nosferatu, you can have your pick. How about Beetlejuice? Can I entice you in a Beetlejuice? How about that? How about out? And then we'll spin it either way, I guess, for another one. J Beach will trade, or you can have Beetlejuice. So Final Destination Bloodlines or Beetlejuice. I'm going to spin it another time either way because Chester said he doesn't want it. So we are going to have another winner. Brian Phillips. Winner. Yeah, Shoddy, you are on there. Schneider. Okay, so Dirk Schneider is going to take Beetlejuice. And then for Brian Phillips, if you're still here, there you are. Brian, we've got Nosferatu for you, unless you already have it. Does Nosferatu work for you? Does it work for you? All right, here we go. There we are. That's all we've got for digital download codes. So that ends that portion, or this portion of the evening, and I guess it's time to sign off. It's been since about 10:30 in the morning, and we're coming up on 9 p.m. out here. Guys, we're at $706. That's such an amazing impact that you guys have had. Thank you so very much. I'm really hoping that we can get, as close to $1,000 over the weekend would be incredible. So again, if you had fun tonight, or you think you might know somebody that would be interested in, participating and donating some money here, certain employers will match the money as well. And it's just a great cause. St. Mary's has been doing this since 1967, feeding hungry people here in the Phoenix area. They're one of the highest rated charity organizations, and they're the very first food bank in the world. So every dollar donated is resulting in 5 meals. So who did the math for me? Stephanie, do you got the math? I mean, I can bring it up really quick. Can you guys hear how shredded my voice is? It's wild. And guys, we still have 40 people hanging out in here. You all are amazing. Thank you so much for kicking it and for staying around this whole time. I'm just going to do, I got the calculator out. So 706 times 5. So guys, with everything donated so far, just over this 10 and a half hours, you all have been able to provide 3,530 meals for hungry people here in the Phoenix area. 3,530. That's awesome. That is such a great impact. Thank you guys so very much. I've had an absolute blast today. I mean, I almost said tonight because it feels like it's, it really has been all day. But I've had such a great time with you guys. My voice is going away, and I think I need to have a little something to eat. And I think I've earned a little break. I don't know. But you guys have been just absolutely incredible. Thank you. Thank you for kicking it with us. Thank you to all of our guests. We had M from Horror Her. We had Evan from Rockland Graves. Curtis and Jenks from Twisted Locker. Cecil Laird from the Horror Show channel. Chris Stanley, Killjoy Jake, Vincent DeSanti of Womp Stomp Films, and of course, Cody Leach to close out the night. What an epic group of guests. Oh, Pizzal. Pizzal was mixed right in there, I think, before Cecil. There it is, right between Cecil and Twisted Locker. Heck of a time. That was Piz's first time. That was our first time doing anything together. So looking forward to the next one. Guys, it's going to be right around halfway to Halloween. So, somewhere right around 420. How about it? And we'll just do something again like this. Maybe I'll work with St. Mary's again because they made it so easy. They were so helpful. And we'll do a different batch of guests. So all of my buddies that are content creators, if you didn't get the invite this time around, keep an eye out on your inbox. Or if it just didn't work out because of scheduling, I'll be reaching out again. Piz is great. Yeah. Super awesome personality, a really nice different mix of people coming in today. And what I'm going to do, instead of rattling off everyone's picks and all of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a social media post, and we'll go through everyone's picks, including honorable mentions. So I'll put that together so you guys can just kind of look at that, and then it's posted for posterity's sake. So let's see here, between the accident and the visual. What accident? What happened? Oh, I think Chris is the old one, or the odd one that took you off guard. Yeah. The accent and the visual. Yes. Okay. Now I'm picking it up. Chris is great. Chris is such a dude. I think that's one thing that I guess I'll say in closing, guys, is there have been a few people when I reach out to collaborate for whatever reason. Sometimes it doesn't work out. I have had some people that just never respond. Like, that's kind of a bummer. I'm a pretty chill dude. So, if you don't have time or you're not interested, like I totally understand and wouldn't ever think ill of somebody. And there's still content creators that, I'm still trying to we're just trying to find a good time that we haven't been able to connect. And so sometimes those things happen because life happens. But everyone that is, taking part here, and the folks that have been, guests on the channel throughout the 2+ years that we've been doing this, just such awesome people. Very, very, like, I wouldn't invite these people back on if I, couldn't vibe with them and couldn't appreciate them as people, and know that they appreciate others as well, and understand the value in that. And I'm very, very blessed and happy to know that these guys that I've, guys and gals that I've been getting to know, and then even you guys in the chat that I've been getting to know, it's renewed faith in humanity to a degree. There's always going to be jerks out there and stuff like that, but it's so great. It's such a blessing to be part of the community. Very thankful to all the guests, very thankful to all of you guys for kicking it here. And yeah, that's going to wrap it up. We are at 10:31, 10 hours 31 minutes, and it's going to be Halloween in 1 week on 10/31. So there we are, 800th video on the channel, this stream right here, the 800th video. So thank you guys for being part of that as well. And yeah, that's going to be it for me. I've got some things in the works, guys. I've got a video that's going to be coming out next week that I'm really excited about a certain franchise that I haven't talked about enough. And I'm very curious. I need your guys' input in the comments when I put that video out, because I want to know your thoughts and your own input. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And then other than that, I'm going to be putting together a new Halloween franchise ranking. So Nick from the Lost River Drive-In just did one. Lee is about to put his out, and I'm going to put mine out in conjunction with Lee from Drum Dum. So keep an eye out for that. And other than that, I'm just going to be like kicking it in streams and hanging out, so you can catch me there. I'm a big time audience member as well. So let's shoot the shit. And if you want to shoot more shit, hop on over to Discord. It's absolutely free. We have a blast over there. It's a great way to keep the community close and interactive. And just one last refresh on the donation page. We are at 706. I'm very happy with that. I'm so pleased with every single dollar and every bit that you guys have donated. I will be making a donation as well. A financial donation as well. So let me just have one more sip. What a blast it's been, everybody. I'm going to relax for the rest of the evening, and I'll be on Discord hanging out. You guys are all beautiful. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and share the channel and share this stream with anyone that you think would dig this content. If you have friends that like horror and they're not here, get them on over here. Let's grow this community. Let's keep on growing together. And no matter where things go with the channel, you guys are the most important part about what we do here. So we're always going to be focused on the audience and on this live interaction. And we are at 1,842 subscribers here on the channel. So we did get a nice little boost. And more importantly, we're able to provide over 3,500 meals for hungry people here in Phoenix. Thank you so very much to all the patrons, all the YouTube channel members, the Death Squad mods, and everyone that just hangs out and checks out a video or interacts with a comment. Thank you so much. I love all of you guys, and I appreciate every little bit of it, and don't take 1 second of it for granted. I truly mean that. So I'm going to sign off and give this whole thing a rest, and I'll see you guys next time around. But until next time, I've been and will continue being Davey Deathray.